Reborn ages ago, trapped within a fearsome creature unlike anything seen before. Millions upon millions of years unfurl, from the empty beginnings of Genesis to the first tiny plants clinging to barren soil. Witness the grand sweep of time, from the ocean's emptying of life to the rise of colossal giants ruling the earth. Through it all, civilization sparks and evolves, forever changing with each era. Then, a fateful day arrives, a blazing rock streaks from space, an apocalyptic inferno cleaving open the heavens. Precisely as rudimentary intelligence and society begin to blossom on this ancient world, evolving life embarks on a radically new path. Su Hong embodies this turning point, the origin of all things, a primordial deity, the architect of existence itself. As history transcends into legend, and tales become woven into myth, lost to the passage of ages, only the echoes of these primordial times endure. Su Hong perished, but not entirely. The last sliver he held onto was the memory of ending his workday at 4 a.m., hailing a cab back to his small apartment, collapsing on his slightly damp bed without even showering. Then, darkness consumed him. Su Hong awoke to find his awareness detaching from his body, drifting upward and merging with the immense starry expanse above. He gazed down upon his dwelling, the brightly lit city sprawling beneath, and the entire blue planet. A sentinel in the void, he watched it all. Suddenly, a cataclysmic boom, like the universe itself birthing, echoed within him. Time, which had seemed utterly still, surged back into motion. But something was deeply amiss. Vehicles traveled backward on deserted roads, defying logic. A young woman passed out from exhaustion at a nightclub entrance inexplicably came to, recoiling and pulling her vomit back into her mouth. Time is rewinding. Su Hong realized, his consciousness floating high above the cityscape yet privy to every intricate detail. Yet, his thoughts felt muddled, trapped in a surreal dream. The rewind accelerated, each second feeling like millennia compressing. The bustling city vanished, overtaken by an emerald tapestry of primordial forests. Continents reformed, their drifting edges fusing together like giant celestial puzzle pieces. Traces of humanity disappeared entirely. Towering creatures unlike any imaginable roamed the lush jungles before fading from existence. The planet itself transformed, culminating in a desolate crimson expanse choked with volcanic steam. An unseen cosmic force, immense and ancient, ensnared his consciousness. He ascended once more. Swathed in celestial harmonies, he beheld trillions of stars igniting and perishing, galaxies imploding and dissolving in the blink of an eye. Unfathomable grandeur overwhelmed him. The universe's cyclical nature seared itself upon Su Hong's soul, everything fleeting, every triumph destined to crumble. The brilliant starry expanse succumbed once more to impenetrable darkness. Then, a single pure light blossomed from the void. Drawn to it, he stepped towards its radiance and awakened from his trance-like state. He was left with a haunting question echoing in the silence, who am I? Su Hong lowered his massive head, gazing into the murky depths and spotting two hulking claws beneath the dim light. Leathery, rock-hard scales armored grotesque muscles ending in 5 wickedly sharp talons. Twisting his reptilian bulk to look behind him, he spied a powerful tail and thick hind limbs. A colossal lizard-like thing, Su Hong instinctively understood. His next question clawed at his newfound awareness, where am I? Plunged into lukewarm, turbid seawater, he observed bizarre yet enormous crustaceans and inky black underwater plants that swayed like tangled hair. The ocean, it was clear from these alien arthropods. But a deeper unease coiled within him. These creatures were strangely familiar yet utterly unlike Earth's sea life. Fragments of memory stirred from the depths of his consciousness. Primeval sea monsters, Su Hong murmured, barely dwelling on his lost humanity in this primordial realm. Pressing urgency eclipsed existential pondering. Then, what must I do? Hunger provided the answer. Driven by a primal gnaw in his gut, he instinctively hunted. First target, a colossal shrimp unlike any terrestrial kind. Towering at 2 or 3 meters, it was encased in a thick shell and an Amalocurus, a creature of legend from Earth's deep past. Possessing paddle-like appendages and a deadly tail spine, the Anomalocaris was swift and predatory. Su Hong, once a desk-bound salaryman plagued by fatigue, lacked the hunter's grace. Logic dictated failure, yet reality defied it. He lashed his scaled tail, propelling himself towards the lumbering shrimp. Then, with claws like chipped obsidian, he cleaved through the water towards its head in a thunderous arc. A bone-jarring crack echoed as the creature's skull shattered under the brutal assault. Startled by this display of raw power, other ancient sea dwellers scattered in panicked disarray. His prehistoric instincts had taken hold. His new life as a primordial apex predator was underway. Su Hong, consumed by a primal urge, couldn't wait to devour his hard-won meal. The blood-tinged brine, reeking of the abyssal depths, flooded his senses, an overwhelmingly powerful taste that brought tears to his eyes. Blurred vision left him unsure if it was the intensity of the flavor or an outpouring of relief from satiated hunger. Despite a primal resistance in his newly awakened consciousness against such unrefined sustenance, his reptilian form mechanically swallowed the entire anomalocaris carcass. Thrust into this alien world, stripped of human vestiges, Su-hong hadn't allowed for melancholy or adjustment. An insatiable abyss within him drove him relentlessly to hunt. Sentience had dissolved, leaving behind a single-minded need to eat. The monotonous cycle of seeking, capturing, and consuming was surprisingly fulfilling. Initially, it was anomalocartis and trilobites he stalked. Then came the formidable Dunkleistus and even immense, unnamed whales, leviathans in this primeval sea. Though his awareness felt clouded, he dimly recalled these creatures hailing from disparate eras, a detail inconsequential to his gnawing need. Driven purely by instinct, Su-hong relentlessly repeated the primal act of survival. Deep within the ocean's heart, beyond the reach of sunlight, time itself held no meaning. Yet, one undeniable sensation pervaded: his colossal form was ever expanding. From the size of a strange shrimp upon arrival, he now dwarfed even the largest leviathan, a plaything for his titanic claws. Then, abruptly, on a fateful day, an incandescent spark pierced through Su-hong's muddled consciousness. The gnawing hunger that had defined him vanished. He floated inert in the murky depths, directionless and lost. A single thought flickered: let's ascend and see. And with it, a surge of newfound power coursed through his immense frame. He heaved himself upwards, a leviathan of obsidian scales and unimaginable weight, propelled by a primal urge and unlikely avian-like paddling motions. The crushing pressure of the abyss hindered his ascent, a geological titan clawing its way to the surface. But within this burgeoning immensity, an unseen metamorphosis was occurring. He broke through at last, bathed in the unfamiliar warmth of the sun. Warmth that was the first sensation to pierce Su-hong's reptilian consciousness as he breached the surface. Then came a soft luminescence unlike anything his subterranean world had ever known. Creatures of perpetual darkness should be ill-equipped for light, their eyes vulnerable. Yet, staring unflinchingly at the colossal sun shrouded in a veil of leaden clouds, no agony seared his sight. The ocean he confronted wasn't the tranquil cerulean of dreams or the turbulent gray chaos of documentaries. Imagine, instead, an immense seething cauldron, water swirling amidst plumes of spectral smoke and vibrant hues unseen elsewhere. Gnarled volcanoes loomed, spewing incandescent magma that mingled with the roiling brine, hissing a symphony of geological fury. Cooled lava hardened and ascended, island prototypes taking shape from the seething depths, coalescing and merging into mountainous landscapes. Time itself felt suspended as the scene evolved before his eyes, from fragmented isles to a vast, unified continent slowly materializing under the churning sky. As the air cleared and the cosmic fog dissipated, revealing an Earth reborn in fire and fury, Su-hong blinked awake from this waking nightmare-turned-creation spectacle. The sight transcended comprehension. He could only marvel at the raw grandeur of it all. Far from feeling oceanic unease, his reptilian form felt strangely invigorated, parched even. A clogging sensation built in his throat. He coughed, the sound resonating like distant thunder, and expelled not phlegm, but a searing red beam of pure radiant energy. Cone-shaped, its outer layers burned crimson, fading inwards to brilliant white at the incandescent core. Unfathomably swift, it slammed into a craggy black volcano in the distance. Instantly, the obsidian fortress dissolved into molten flow, expanding outwards into a colossal inferno dwarfing even Su-hong's titanic form. It consumed the sky for moments before ebbing away, leaving behind scorched earth and newly formed valleys. A disbelieving thought clawed at his nascent awareness: what is this power I wield? The world he now inhabited was no longer the primordial abyss, it was a canvas of cosmic energies upon which he, in his incomprehensible transformation, could etch destruction with a mere breath. Su-hong himself was shocked by such power. In his poor mind, even if a thermonuclear weapon exploded, the destructive power it produced should be no more than this, and the destructive breath just now was just a sneeze for Su-hong. Su-hong staggered from the sea to the land, walking towards the direction of the volcanic melt. Almost the moment he stepped on the land, Su-hong naturally switched to a bipedal upright walking posture. His two hind legs were thick and powerful, and there was a tail covered with black fins behind him to maintain balance. So, Su-hong was surprised to find. Although he spent most of his time in the deep sea, he was obviously more adapted to the living environment on land. His movement speed was much faster than in the deep sea. Every step forward was accompanied by earthquakes and rising smoke and dust, which looked quite spectacular and oppressive. However, the continent had just been formed at this time. Everything in sight was bare, except for stones and soil, and there were some rising mountains at the end of the field of vision. The volcanic eruption brought enough dust, and the dust and water mixed together to form the initial soil, but there were no plants on it. There might be some microorganisms, but Su Heng's body, which was many times larger than the Leviathan whale, destined him not to discover those tiny lives. Finally, when the sky was slightly yellow, Su Heng came to the location of the melted volcano. The damage caused by the heat ray was much more powerful than Su Heng had imagined. When the volcano completely disappeared, a huge pit appeared on the ground, which was enough to bury half of Su Heng's body. The crooked cracks spread all around, and the ground around him collapsed on a small scale because it was difficult to support Su Heng's huge weight. I am really amazing. Su Heng was in a good mood after awakening his first special ability. He had a feeling that such an ability was just the beginning. As time passed, more interesting powers would appear in this huge body. Now Su Heng was like a growing baby, and time would deliver treasures to him. After wandering around the land for 2 times and gradually adapting to his new ability, Su Heng began to feel lonely and confused. At the beginning, Su Heng was driven by hunger, and his daily life was to repeat hunting and eating. Now, after landing on land, the feeling of hunger seemed to disappear from Su Heng's consciousness. This desolate world was like a lonely prison for Su Heng, and there was not even an intelligent life that could talk to him. It's so boring. Fortunately, Su Heng had begun to gradually adapt to his old life. If he were a human, he would definitely be driven crazy by such loneliness. In this state, thousands or tens of thousands of years passed slowly through his fingers without knowing it. Su Heng was sleeping most of the time, and when he woke up, he was constantly finding fun for himself. He tried to use heat rays to disperse the gradually gathered storm, and also tried to block the erupting volcano with his buttocks. Watching the huge volcano shattered under his buttocks, Su Heng once jumped into the huge crack formed by the address change, and then dug a passage from the mantle tens of thousands of meters deep with his bare hands and climbed up. However, tens of thousands of years passed. There were still no large creatures born on the land, but some low-level plants like moss appeared. Su Heng had never thought that the birth of life was so difficult and full of twists and turns. During this period, the massive reproduction and growth of lower plants led to excessive oxygen and problems with the nitrogen-phosphorus cycle, resulting in large-scale red tides in the seawater. Many familiar marine life died in this disaster. During this period, Su Heng was awake less and less, and spent more time sleeping. Every time he woke up, he could be sure that his body had become larger. The volcano that was originally large enough to accommodate his entire body became narrower and narrower. Su Heng had to try to expand the internal space of the volcano with his claws. After a period of time that was difficult to accurately count. After several evolutionary failures, the evolution of life seemed to have finally found the right way. The mass extinction of marine life caused life to begin looking for ways to go ashore, and the first true amphibian appeared on land. Then came insects. The rich oxygen in the air made the insects quite large. Su Heng had seen 2-meter-long dragonflies and 7 or 8-meter-long centipedes. Lower mosses evolved into shrubs, and then large tracts of rainforest covered the land. Then, the evolution of life seemed to be fast-forwarded, and medium-sized reptiles such as Allosaurus, salamander, Acrocanthosaurus and Scutosaurus gradually spread on land. Some members of the dragons found traces of Su Heng in the volcano after the eruption. At this time, Su Heng's height was at least more than 500 meters, so that the huge volcano that had expanded several times before could not fully accommodate Su Heng's huge body. His head emerged from the entrance of the volcano, and the abnormal situation on the volcano could be seen from a long distance. At this time, the evolution of dinosaurs was not yet complete, and their brains were only the size of walnuts. It was difficult to say whether they had complex intelligence. But it must be admitted that some dinosaurs did treat Su Heng as a kind of belief. They would consciously place some bloody prey under the volcano where Su Heng lived. Some dragon groups would deliberately breed dragon eggs near the volcano. The dragon eggs hatched in this way have a larger body, more amazing power, and a more intelligent mind than their parents. In this way, generation after generation will reproduce. Perhaps it won't take too long for the first intelligent life with perfect thinking ability to be born in the world. But as Su Heng has witnessed in the past countless years, the evolution of life and the birth of wisdom will never be smooth sailing, but accompanied by various coincidences and unpredictable disasters. Not long after, in an ordinary dark night, when the moon set and the sun had not yet risen, a huge meteorite slowly slid down from the edge of the sky. The dinosaurs sleeping beside Su Heng were awakened by such changes. With their current wisdom, it was difficult to understand what terrible things were going to happen on this fertile land. These poor little lives only found that the silvery white dawn was spreading outward from the horizon at an extraordinary speed, expanding and brightening rapidly, as if the rising sun was going to make up for the lost time. However, it seemed that it was not yet time for the sun to rise and the dawn to arrive. The sleeping dinosaurs woke up one after another, communicating with each other with low roars, and the wild roars that came one after another sounded on the vast land. The dinosaurs looked in the direction where the light came from and found that although the sun had not risen yet, the world had become as bright as day. The horizon emitted a strong and dazzling light, and it curved upwards to form a perfect arc across the field of vision, but the dinosaurs were horrified to find that it was not the horizon, but the edge of a huge celestial body. But after their eyes gradually adapted to the strong light, the original position of the horizon was revealed. The celestial body continued to expand in the field of vision until it almost filled the entire sky. The friction between the meteorite and the air produced a lot of light and heat. The wisps of black things looked particularly clear against the bright background. It was the smoke produced by the burning forest. In the smoke, countless reptiles gathered together to form a gray tide. They were burning with flames, gradually interweaving into a moving fire carpet on the ground. The huge meteorite had occupied the entire sky, and the earth seemed to be slowly sinking along a bright and brilliant wall of light. At this time, looking up, you can even clearly see every detail on the meteorite. The ocean composed of flames and lava is full of waves and whirlpools. Countless black stones float along irregular routes like ghosts, and the red arc light is like a golden long sleeve lazily stretching backwards in the air. All life on the ground fell into despair. The meteorite occupied the sky, and they had nowhere to escape. The changes in the sky also awakened Su Hong from his sleep. This sleep seemed particularly long. Until the meteorite landed, Su Hong had no signs of waking up, but at this time, he had to wake up from his sleep, because a long-lost sense of crisis appeared in Su Hong's consciousness. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the burning world and the dinosaurs surrounding him. What is this? How long have I been asleep? Seeing the life that he had only seen on TV appear in front of him, Su Hong was full of surprise. For a long time, Su Hong had been longing for the birth of intelligent life and civilization. Although this thing is still far away, now he finally sees a gratifying change. However, Su Hong soon found that something was wrong. The sky is a little too bright. Thinking of this, Su Hong looked up and almost burst out with a swear word. The huge celestial body covered the entire sky and continued to fall. This scene gave Su Hong an illusion, as if he was not looking up, but looking down. The burning flames and magma on the meteorite formed a red earth, and he was falling towards this brilliant hell. The lakes on the earth began to evaporate, and groups of snow-white water vapor formed mushroom clouds and rose high, then spread out, covering the corpses of animals by the lake. The roaring sonic booms produced by the friction between the meteorite and the air seemed to be a salute for the mass extinction. But I won't allow it. A nameless fire emerged from Su Hong's heart. He had waited for too long and would never allow such a treasure to be destroyed in front of him. Su Hong violently tore open the volcano in front of him, raised his head, and revealed a chest covered with dark red cracks. The power that had been dormant in his body for many years began to boil again. It was a kind of energy that even Su Hong himself could not explain, but the power was extremely terrifying. With the rapid recovery of power, the eyes of the giant beast became so clear for the first time, brighter than the arc of the meteorite in the sky, like two burning little suns. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, his chin with a little metallic luster shone, and his long breath seemed to drain all the air in the world. A lot of air was pressed into Su Hong's lungs, giving him a long breath. At the same time, in Su Hong's series of extraordinary organs that were as complex as biological furnaces, the terrible fission reaction had begun, and the pipes connecting the heart and the cyst were immediately filled with energy. At this moment, in the eyes of those creatures on the ground, Su Hong's figure was so tall that the mountains seemed so small compared to his majestic body, and the spreading shadows even obscured the light of the meteorite. Even Su Hong had never tried his best to mobilize every bit of strength in his body. The scales between his chest and abdomen were all uncovered, and the rock-like black skin seemed to have red magma flowing, emitting a dazzling luster. Su Hong exhaled with a repeated roar. Countless dark red particles of light came out of Su Hong's mouth. Even Su Hong himself didn't know what those light spots represented. But when all the lives saw the light, they felt irresistible trembling and fear from their blood. The next moment, the light exploded. If you look from the side, a dark red beam of light spurted out of Su Hong's mouth. At the beginning, the beam was only about 10 meters in diameter, which was not worth mentioning compared to the meteorite that covered the entire sky. However, as the beam spread, it became extremely huge in the middle, like a magnificent mountain peak colliding with the meteorite without any fancy. Everything along the way was dissociated by the intense high temperature and turned into an explosion of astonishing power. The thick thermonuclear breath was like a straight sword inserted into the center of the meteorite. At that moment, time seemed to stagnate and the meteorite solidified in midair. Then a huge crack spread from the center to the surroundings. In the roar of the creation of the world, the meteorite exploded and disintegrated instantly. The shock wave brought the broken stones to all parts of the earth. The high-energy reaction spread rapidly, sweeping away the dust and clouds gathered in the sky. The long-lost sunshine fell on the earth. Dawn came again. The old myth was born from then on. Roar! Su Hong was exhausted, panting heavily, and felt his head was a little hot. A large amount of heat accumulated in the body, slowly dissipated into the air through the crystal fins on his back. If you look from an external perspective, you will find that Su Heng's body is dark red, and the air around him is slightly distorted. The dull and continuous muffled sound continued to come from all directions. That was the fragments of the disintegrated meteorite constantly colliding with the earth. Such a collision is expected to last for a while, but the threat posed by the meteorite to the surface ecology will decline a lot after the disintegration. Life is fragile but also strong. Su Hong estimated that it would not take too long for the burning earth to come back to life again. He lowered his head and saw that the dinosaurs on the ground had collapsed. Although there was no movement. But if you look closely, you can still find that the chests of the dinosaurs are slightly rising and falling, and they actually survived the aftermath of the explosion. When Su Hong released thermonuclear breath, his body would also release a large amount of heat energy to the outside world, enough to turn the area of several thousand meters into a lifeless scorched earth. However, these dinosaurs actually survived the heat released by the breath and the destructive shock wave. It was simply a miracle. What an incredible little guy. Su Hong thought so. He couldn't hold back his curiosity. He lowered his head and bent down, stretched out his hand and held a dinosaur in his hand as gently as possible. Su Hong didn't have a more accurate understanding of his current size. He estimated that he should be about 500 meters in size. Compared with Su Hong, the dinosaur in front of him was about half the size of Su Heng's palm, and was spread out in Su Heng's palm like a little chicken. According to this ratio, the length of this dinosaur should be close to 20 meters? Su Hong felt that his mathematical knowledge had not been completely forgotten. After a little thought, he came to this conclusion. These dinosaurs have huge and fierce heads, irregular cone-shaped teeth, and well-developed muscles. They are obviously fierce carnivorous creatures. They look very similar to the Tyrannosaurus rex and Giganotosaurus in Su Heng's impression. However, can carnivorous dragons really grow to such a size? Su Hong was a little confused. He didn't know that it was because of his existence that the creatures around him grew beyond their limits, and this evolution has lasted for thousands of years. After observing for a while, Su Hong still couldn't see any manifestation of wisdom in the dinosaur community. He was a little disappointed in his heart, but soon cheered up and comforted himself that life had been born and it might not take too long for civilization to evolve on the earth. Finally, Su Hong gently put the dinosaur in his hand on the ground. Until this time, the dinosaur kicked its legs in shock and climbed up from the ground, making a non-threatening sound from its mouth like a frightened little beast. Slip. Su Hong shook his head. The volcano where he lived was completely torn apart just now. Now he had to find another place to live. Fortunately, although tens of thousands of years had passed, the geographical environment of the entire land should not have changed much. Su Hong remembered the locations of several nearby volcanoes very clearly. He did not wake up from his sleep this time, but was awakened by the damn meteorite. In this way, the sequelae of overconsumption gradually surged into Su Heng's consciousness. He felt very tired, his body became a little heavy, and there was a little soreness in his limbs, but similar feelings were not very obvious. The giant beasts developed extraordinary organs were quickly balancing the state to a normal body state. However, Su Hong decided to leave. His every move exuded an unpredictable destructive force. These cute little guys had finally survived the falling meteorite. If they were wiped out by a sneeze while he was sleeping, it would be embarrassing. Goodbye. Su Hong waved to the ignorant dinosaurs. It staggered and ran towards the end of the horizon. The ground was covered with smoke and dust, and the rumbling sound became increasingly weak, and finally disappeared with Su Heng's huge figure. Su Hong disappeared. But what Su Hong didn't expect was that not long after he left, on the fertile land where Su Hong was originally, the dinosaurs that had finally survived the natural disaster gathered together at this time. Hundreds of dinosaurs spontaneously formed an irregular oval, and then bowed to the dinosaur standing in the center, the dinosaur that Su Hong had just picked up and put down. It looked like a warrior saluting his patriarch to show his submission. The dinosaur in the middle slowly stood up from the ground. Its figure was taller than all the dinosaurs present, and some gorgeous fiery red stripes gradually appeared on its body. Finally, its eyes became fierce, and a lava-like light emerged. A scorching cone of flames violently erupted from the dinosaur leader's mouth, completely covering a large area of the surrounding ground. The outside of the flames was deep red, while the core was pure white like vapor. The wet soil on the ground melted the moment it touched the flames, turning into a bubbling molten lava. Roar! One after another roars came from the tribe. The dinosaurs swung their bodies back and forth, and the ground rumbled under their feet. In this way, the first tribe of ancient times was born in the red earth, and extraordinary power began to appear among this group of creatures. If Su Hong saw this scene, he might understand that the era of wisdom and civilization would come much sooner than he imagined. It's a pity. Su Hong didn't know what he found after leaving. At this time, Su Hong was still running wildly across the burned land, startling countless giant insects and flying creatures. It stopped when passing by a lush rainforest and looked into the depths of the rainforest with some confusion. This forest is vast, with several undulating mountains completely covered in it. The tallest mountain among them looks 5 or 6 times as big as Su Hong. It is shrouded in white gauze-like clouds and mist, emitting from that mountain. It emits a bright and pure radiance of life like the bright moon, which looks somewhat holy. Could it be that there are beings similar to me sleeping in this forest? Su Hong thought in surprise. Forget it, it's not a good thing to disturb someone else's sleep. Let's make an appointment to meet him next time he wakes up. Su Hong muttered and continued to move towards his goal. Su Hong is over 500 meters tall. This means that although Su Hong's legs are short and thick in proportion to his body, his speed of movement on the ground is not slow. After spending most of the day, when the red sunset appeared in the sky and everything was bathed in red light, Su Hong finally found his destination. It was a giant volcano that had existed since the beginning of the Genesis. It was about 3,000 meters high. Countless years ago, a huge amount of volcanic ash and lava spewed out of this volcano, and after cooling, it formed part of the continent. Now, this volcano has been dormant for a long time. But it is still a good habitat for Su Hong, and Su Hong went in along the entrance of the volcano. What embarrassed him was that because he was too confident in his waistline, the front half of Su Hong's body had already gone in halfway, and the back half of his body, including his buttocks and tail, was stuck outside the volcano. Su Hong blushed. Fortunately, this place is still desolate, and there are no creatures around. He punched the volcanic rock wall with some anger. A huge crack spread across the mountain in an instant. With a bang, Su Hong's huge body and some black stones fell into the cavity inside the volcano. The magma inside had already solidified, and only some irregular black stones remained, which were full of ridges twisted like earthworms. However, the internal space of this volcano is much larger than the previous one. Even with Su Hong's current size, he can move freely inside. It's a bit cold. Su Hong got up from the ground and scratched his butt. Since awakening the ability to breathe heat rays, Su Hong has become more and more fond of staying in a high-temperature environment. So he slept in the volcano afterwards. However, although this volcano is huge, there is no lava inside, and the temperature is not much different from the outside world. Su Hong began to dig down. The feeling of his sharp claws cutting through the rock was like cutting tofu, and a lot of gravel appeared around Su Hong's body. The huge black body of the monster quickly sank in the volcano, and soon it was completely submerged in the gravel and dust and disappeared. When Su Hong first came to the land, he was able to dig out from the hard crust tens of thousands of meters deep with his bare hands. Countless years have passed, and Su Hong's size and strength have grown again. It is not much more difficult to move in the rocks than in the sea, and it is even more casual. Su Hong didn't know whether he could dig magma down the volcano. After all, this volcano has been dead for many years. Fortunately, what Su Hong lacks the least now is time. After an unknown period of time, Su Hong felt that the temperature was getting hotter and hotter. Finally, one day later, golden magma appeared in front of Su Hong with different temperatures. The color of the magma will also change, from dark red to gold. Dark red has the lowest temperature, while gold represents the highest temperature of magma, which is thousands of degrees Celsius. For ordinary people, such a temperature may seem a little high. But for Su Hong, such a temperature is just right. Finally, I feel comfortable. Su Hong jumped into the magma, sinking into the golden boiling magma like a big fish entering the sea. He didn't need to breathe or eat, so sinking into the magma just felt warm all over, which reminded him of the feeling of soaking in a hot spring a long time ago. Uncontrollable sleepiness surged into Su Heng's head, and he soon fell asleep again. Time flies, and years are ruthless. A huge meteorite fell from the starry sky, bringing disaster to the life of the primitive era. However, because of Su Heng's efforts, the meteorite was shattered during the landing process, and the remaining fragments were scattered in different corners of the world. Although such a size would still have an impact on the ecosystem, such an impact is no longer devastating to the existing ecosystem. The species that survived the disaster began to reproduce on the burned land. And, perhaps it was affected by radiation. The speed of evolution of life communities on Earth is much faster than in theory. Thousands of years have passed in a flash. The dense ancient rainforests have covered the ground again. The number of dinosaur tribes has exceeded 30,000, exceeding the peak era of the past. Dinosaurs are actually very long-lived. Putting aside factors such as diseases, under suitable natural environments, most dinosaurs can have an average lifespan of 400 to 500 years. And those dinosaurs that have awakened extraordinary powers under the influence of Su Heng's power will have a longer lifespan than ordinary dinosaurs. So, thousands of years. For the dinosaur community, it is only 2 or 3 generations. The earliest batch of dinosaurs that witnessed the meteorite fall, and many of them are still alive on the Earth. In these thousands of years, more and more dinosaurs in the dragon group have awakened the power to control fire like the leader. With the emergence of this power, red lines like burning flames appear on their bodies. In addition, the appearance of these dinosaurs that control fire is also gradually changing with the passage of time. Their hind limbs became thicker and stronger, and their forelimbs, which had originally degenerated somewhat, began to develop again, becoming muscular and possessing flexible giant claws. The changes in body structure have made the appearance of these dinosaurs very different, from crawling to walking upright on 2 legs, almost like humans. From this point of view, these dinosaurs look much taller than dinosaurs of the same weight, coupled with the ability to breathe fire, making them the wise men and leaders of the dinosaur tribe. In order to distinguish them from ordinary dinosaurs, the upright walking dinosaurs called themselves dragon descendants, which means descendants of gods. Those ordinary dinosaurs are simply called primitive dinosaurs. With the help of the Dragonborn, the primitive dinosaurs used the entire rainforest as their hunting ground and were invincible. In this era, no life is their opponent. Even the powerful Titanosaurus, those giants that are more than 50 meters long and can weigh hundreds of tons, are just the prey of the Dragonborn. However, even with a vast hunting ground, the Dragonborn still feel empty in their hearts, as if something is missing and has never been complete. Finally, one day, the Dragonborn priest named Kanda stood under the rising sun, holding a scepter made from the leg bone of a Titanosaurus in his hand, and said to his tribe, 1,000 years ago, our God, the original, it is also the only master, the measure of the stars, the sun and the moon, who defeated the world-destroying disaster stars in this land and brought us fire and light. The gods bring us hope. When we are hungry, the gods give us forests and prey. When darkness falls, the gods give us fire to defeat the enemies. We were born in the domain of the gods and grow in the fertile soil given by the gods. But what can we do to repay God? The fire brings light to the Dragonborn, and it also brings wisdom. Over thousands of years, they have developed their own language. Although such language is still very crude and sounds like a roar with a weird tone, it still has an indescribable sense of vastness and grandeur echoing in the vast land. Thousands of years have passed, and we have left the gods. The glory has lasted too long. Now it's time to follow the path of saints and return to the glory of God. Thanks for the 500-point reward when I was still a young man. During the new book period, please ask for monthly votes, recommendation votes, reading and comments. Surely Gao QWQ, the sun sets in the west and the red light is everywhere. The Dragonborn dug out a clearing in the vast primeval forest as a place for communication and daily activities. The old priest Kanda's old but very powerful voice echoed in the clearing, setting off waves in the forest. The old priest looked northeast. The carnivorous dinosaur had a good view and could see scenes several kilometers away. As for the Dragonborn who walks upright, his field of vision becomes much wider. He saw a series of huge footprints engraved deeply on the earth. Even thousands of years could not bury them. The footprints spread all the way into the distance and disappeared under the fiery red light of the star. That is what Kandar calls the path of the saints. Over the past 1,000 years, Kandar has tried to find traces of the gods. Unfortunately, the road to becoming a saint is too long, and there are some terrifying enemies scattered along the way, making it difficult even for a dragonborn who has inherited the power of the god's flames. Moreover, Kanda is also a tribal sacrifice. He must always tell himself that he should consider the development of the ethnic group in order to suppress his determination and desire to return to the light of God. However, now is the time, Kanda said to himself in his heart. He looked at the groups of dinosaurs in front of him and the tall dragon descendants, and his heart was filled with comfort. Today, the dinosaur tribe has become the most powerful tribe in this forest. No creature can compete with it. The number of wise dragon descendants who have inherited the glory of the gods has also grown to 3,000 in the past 1,000 years. Basically, one dragonborn will be born out of every 10 naturally hatched dragon eggs in the world. The lifespan of a dragonborn is much longer than that of normal dinosaurs. It is conceivable that the number of dragonborn will continue to grow for a long time to come. If the god wakes up and sees this scene, he will also feel relieved, Kanda thought in his mind. So, who is willing to embark on the road of saints with me to find the kingdom of gods? Kanda raised the scepter in his hand and called to the group. In an instant, the dragon crowd was filled with cheers as if boiling. All the dragonborn were eager to sign up, and even those tribesmen who had not yet received the gift were making low roars. After the dragonborn were born, they have been growing up in the stories of gods. The disaster star descended from the sky, the black smoke ignited on the ground, the light that tore the sky apart, and the original and only God. Those pictures made the dragonborns fascinated, wishing they could grow wings and fly to the gods. When they heard that the old priest planned to lead everyone to the kingdom of the gods, they suddenly became excited. Very well, you are all good boys. The old priest is more than 1,200 years old. This lifespan far exceeds the theoretical limit of dinosaurs. Even dragonborn will inevitably age at this age and lose the glory of their youth. But the old priest still looked full of strength, and his majestic body was unmatched among the dragons. Although there were a few wrinkles on his face, those wrinkles appeared on his rock-like rough skin, which only made him look smarter. However, the road to sainthood is a journey full of hardships and dangers. We are destined not all to embark on this road. Someone must choose to stay and take care of the hunting ground given to us by God. It is also to leave insurance. Even if we fail, the flame will still be passed down on this land. The old priest thought of all the hardships he had encountered when he embarked on the road to becoming a saint. Even now, as time goes by, his own strength is growing. But whether he can lead his people to complete this distant road is still uncertain for the old priest. Finally, after discussion, the old priest chose to take 1,000 dragonborn who controlled the power of fire and 3 times the number of primitive dinosaurs as dragonborn on the road to sainthood. They set out at dawn the next day, and all the tribesmen came to see them off. Just as the old priest expected. The road to sainthood is full of setbacks and hardships, and dangers are everywhere. They once encountered a giant python that was hundreds of meters long. Its huge body was thicker than any ancient tree in the forest, and its power was amazing. It could whip a primitive dragon into the sky alive, and its spine was instantly broken, and then fell to the ground in a tragic collision, turning into a twisted corpse. Fortunately, Kanda led a large enough number of dragonborns to burn the terrifying python to death with the help of the power of flames. And those primitive giant bugs. Those centipede-like giant insects formed far earlier than the dinosaurs. They may be one of the earliest life forms on land. There is a reason why these giant insects have been able to live on this dangerous road for thousands of years without being eliminated. The thick armored huge body and the almost endless number gathered in front of them. The scale of the attack swept over, and even Kanda felt his scalp numb when he saw such a scene. Fortunately, those giant insects were still afraid of flames. The dragonborn charged forward, relying on the flames to fight their way through the swarm of insects. However, many tribesmen were still severely poisoned during this process. Fallen on the road to the kingdom of gods. Kanda was saddened by the death of his people, but his determination did not waver at all. He remembered that when he was a child, he was held in the palm of the god. The god's figure was so tall that it blocked the stars and the sun and the moon. He was flowing with golden light, which brought hope and fire to the dragons. Kanda believed that it was normal to encounter setbacks and hardships on the road. Only the most difficult hardships could prove the determination of the pilgrims. Finally, after 49 days and nights, Kanda and his people followed those huge footprints to the focus of the journey. There was a huge volcano, rising from the ground, more than 3,000 meters high, dark and majestic. Behind the volcano was a vast ocean. The black tide mixed with white foam hit the mountain walls and reefs again and again, and the sound was repeated. It was the first time that Kanda saw the sea, so vast. At this time, the number of dragon descendants was only half, and the number of original dragons was less than 1,000, which could be said to be a heavy loss. But as long as they could reach the end of the road, everything was worth it. Kanda calmed down his excitement and began to climb the huge volcano in front of him. But when he climbed to the top of the mountain with anticipation and looked down at the entrance of the volcano, Kanda was stunned. He did not see the figure of the god in the volcano. Happy Chishi Festival, please vote. The sunshine was flowing, waiting for Kanda to slowly climb to the top of the mountain in awe. The time just arrived at noon. However, when the warm sunshine fell on Kanda's body, Kanda felt a chill all over his body, as if he had fallen into the dark and lightless deep sea. The interior of the volcano is empty, with only many broken stones and irregularly spreading thick rock ridges, the natural product of the hot magma cooling, and nothing else. The footprints left by the gods spread all the way here. Then suddenly, it disappeared. Kanda turned around in despair and looked towards his people. Those primitive dinosaurs were resting in the shade of the trees, and some brave guys even ran into the shallow sea to try to catch the mollusks living in it. The Dragonborn raised their heads and looked at Kanda with earnest expressions. Looking into the eyes of his own tribe, Kanda felt that he could not face his tribe for a moment. They trust themselves so much. He did not hesitate to entrust his life into his own hands, but he did not bring them the promised glory. Thinking of this, Kanda suddenly shuddered in his heart and realized that he had made a huge mistake. The gods gave us fire to fight against darkness and enemies, gave us forests and hunting grounds to continue our lives, and gave us wisdom to escape ignorance. Most importantly, God tore the abominable magic star to pieces on the earth. Everything brings hope. Kanda whispered in fear, "We, such greedy reptiles, the gods have given us so many treasures but still refuse to be satisfied, and we still want to crave the glory of the gods." This is a warning left by God. His wisdom is like the sky and sea in front of him, vast and boundless. Thousands of years ago, he had predicted that the Dragonborn would commit the sin of greed. Kanda felt lucky that he could understand the mercy and wisdom of the gods. The gods have given the Dragonborn so much, but the Dragonborn has nothing to repay the gods. They should not aspire for more, but should serve the gods with reverence and devotion. Kandar told the Dragonborn who came with him what he saw in the volcano cave and what he was thinking. As expected of High Priest Kanda, only your wisdom can understand the will of the gods. Rather than harboring resentment, the Dragonborn grew to respect Kandar. Although no trace of the god has been found. But this place is still a fertile soil. The volcanic eruption has brought a lot of fertile soil to this land. The lush and dense forest spreads along the coast to the end of the site. On the way, Kanda also discovered Diplodocus and Galliscoids. There are traces of large-scale activities of carnivorous dinosaurs such as dragons and triceratops, and many marine creatures in the clear water in front of you look delicious. The sun was shining on me, dry and warm, and there was this huge volcano in front of me. The gods once stayed here briefly and left a warning to the Dragonborn. This is a true holy place and should be protected and worshipped by the Dragonborn. This land was named the Land of Divine Enlightenment by later Dragonborn. It means the place where God left his inspiration. So, that's it. Kanda led 500 dragon descendants and nearly 1,000 primitive dinosaurs to thrive in this coastal area, and a new community was soon formed. Time passes, the sun rises and the moon sets. Unknowingly, another 1,000 years passed by in a hurry. In a certain forest on the original continent, huge vines covered with moss and the green-black roots of plants protruding from the soil were entangled together, like a layer of dark green curtains. In the center of this curtain is a huge stone 7 or 8 meters high. The outer shape of the stone is very irregular, and it looks like it was broken and exploded from a larger stone. The stone is a deep black color, but there are subtle silver-white stripes on it. This stone is a part of the meteorite known as the Demon Star that shattered after the explosion more than 2,000 years ago. This era. Because of sufficient oxygen, both plants and animals are quite large. Therefore, the 7-8 meter high rock falling in the forest does not appear to be eye-catching, and the passage of thousands of years has not had any impact on the surrounding environment. It seems to have gradually integrated into the forest. However, this calm was broken today. A huge shield dragon with thick limbs appeared swaying beside the boulder. Schildosaurus is a medium to large herbivorous dinosaur that looks a bit like a snapping turtle enlarged countless times. It is covered with a thick chitin carapace and the end of its tail is swollen and protruding like a meteor hammer. Although it is a vegetarian dinosaur, its strong defense and special body structure mean that the shield dragon has few natural enemies in this forest. This shield dragon appears to have just enjoyed its own breakfast. At this time, he was wandering around in the forest boredly, and some huge insects noticed the movement in the distance. After being frightened, it flapped its wings and flew away in the distance. The bright golden sunlight shines through the overlapping leaves and turns into light beams. You can clearly see the dust filling the air, and the end of the light beam is the huge black rock. The shield dragon discovered strange stones wrapped in moss and vines. These guys only have instinctive wisdom. Seeing that the stone blocked their way, the shield dragon began to shake its tail like a battering ram, hitting the black rock again and again. Bang! 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 The dull sound echoed in the forest. The body of the shield dragon seemed clumsy, but under the rough shell was full of strong and developed muscles. Its strength could even overturn a triceratops weighing several tons. After more than 10 consecutive violent strikes, countless fine cracks appeared on the black rock. Those cracks spread rapidly around like spider webs, and the crisp sound of crackling continued to sound. After a few minutes, a rock as big as a two-story building was actually smashed by the shield dragon, turning into a piece of fine stone scattered on the ground. The shield dragon roared with satisfaction and planned to continue moving towards the river. But at this moment, the shield dragon discovered that among those stones, there were many silver-white creatures with slender bodies and sharp heads like poisonous snakes. Those creatures were not huge, each of them was only 2 or 3 meters long, but they looked very ferocious, with many bone spikes protruding outwards on their bodies and sharp claws on their abdomens. The shield dragon instinctively sensed the danger. Turned around and wanted to leave the forest, but at this moment, those snakes that had curled up together and fallen into a deep sleep suddenly opened their eyes, and their scarlet eyes reflected a hellish luster. They opened their mouths, made a low hissing sound, and then began to jump, so fast that it was almost difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The shield dragon only saw the silver-white light passing in front of him, and severe pain came from his neck. Those tiny snakes were biting the shield dragon's flesh. The rough and tough skin of the shield dragon had almost no defense against these alien creatures and was easily torn apart. The aliens then drilled into the shield dragon's body through the wound. A few minutes later, the shield dragon's huge body became shriveled, and its flesh and blood disappeared. More snakes emerged from under the empty shell of the shield dragon. Their size had increased significantly, and their numbers had increased. Their reproduction rate had violated the laws of nature, like some kind of biological weapon born specifically for destruction. Hundreds of snakes rushed in all directions like a tide, devouring everything along the way. Soon, the original primeval forest, which was once full of vitality, turned into purgatory. And this was just the beginning. Hundreds of years passed quickly. God's enlightenment land. It was already time for the sun to rise in the morning, but there was no golden dawn. The rolling black clouds covered the sky, and the waves rose from the turbid sea and hit the rocks, making annoying sounds. Under the huge volcano, the dinosaurs were holding a large-scale sacrificial ceremony. Tall and strong dragons with beautiful red stripes on their bodies lined up solemnly. They appeared in the huge square, holding bloody raw meat in their hands. In the center of the stone square, a golden bonfire was burning, making crackling sounds. Those dragons slowly moved forward, and in the ancient and vast singing, they put the pieces of meat in their hands into the bonfire. The flames seemed like some kind of living thing. After devouring the flesh and blood, they burned more vigorously, and the flames splashed dozens of meters high. Kanda is still alive. However, after thousands of years, even though he was the strongest among the dragonborn, he inevitably aged. His muscles, which were originally as hard as rocks, eventually became loose due to the passage of time. His skin, which was like the roots of an old tree, was covered with black spots. The red flame patterns that symbolized the god's grace also became blurred with the passage of time. But even so, Kanda still exuded majesty and wisdom. Especially his eyes, whose azure blue pupils were deeply sunken in his eye sockets, contained the waves of nearly 3,000 years. No one in the tribe dared to look Kanda in the eye. Although the passage of time made Kanda's body weak, his control over the flames became more exquisite. People said Kanda was the beloved offspring of the gods, and even time could not defeat him. However, when facing those almost endless aliens that were constantly evolving and multiplying, Kanda felt his powerlessness and exhaustion several times. In the past 1,000 years, those aliens called snakes suddenly ran out from the fragments of the demon star. They devoured everything, whether it was plants or animals, but never gave anything back to nature. The snakes gathered together to form a gray tide that devoured everything. Wherever they passed, the land was barren for thousands of miles, and there would be no trace of life left, only bare surface and exposed rocks. Some people say that snakes are servants of the demon star. In the original era, the demon star that was shattered by the gods did not die completely, and began its revenge after the gods retired. And the Dragonborn, as the most outstanding descendants and creations of the gods, it is naturally their duty to protect this continent. When the number of snakes had not yet formed a scale, the Dragonborn had already discovered the omen of disaster under the revelation of the gods. The war that lasted for 1,000 years began. At the beginning, with their strong bodies and the ability to control fire, the Dragonborn did have the upper hand in the war. The tide of aliens gathered was defeated by the Dragonborn many times, but the aliens were so cunning that once they fell into a disadvantage, they would hide deep underground, and when the Dragonborn left, they would reproduce rapidly, and it would not take long for them to form a scale again. If it were just like this, the Dragonborn could still suppress these aliens so that they would not form a large scale. Although there are still hidden dangers, the ecosystem of the entire continent will not collapse, and the servants of God can still manage this pasture well. However, with the birth of the alien king from the wreckage of the demon star, the situation was completely out of control. The terrifying alien king was an evil god who climbed out of the abyss of hell and was born in the world only for revenge and destruction. It has 3 heads, wings covered with thorns, and 2 long snake tails. When the wings were spread, the evil god's huge body could even block the light of the stars and the moon in the sky. He had the ability to call thunder and dark clouds, and every breath could bring huge casualties to the dragons. At the most intense time of the war, Kanda once personally led 300 of the most powerful dragons to charge at the evil god. Unfortunately, they were too weak. Even if they had been blessed by the gods, they were as weak as reptiles in front of the evil god. The golden 9-day thunder rumbled down from the sky, and more than half of the dragons turned into charcoal on the spot. Then a tail flick, only a dozen dragons were left around him still charging forward. In the end, even if he tried his best, Kanda only left a wound on the evil god that was enough to heal in an instant. If it weren't for his youngest child who risked his life to bring him back, perhaps his life would have ended in that war. An attack with all his strength ended in total annihilation. Since that war, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The Dragonborn not only lost a large area of pasture, but also lost contact with the rest of the tribe. Now, only the last piece of fertile land of God's revelation remained for the remaining Dragonborn and primitive dinosaurs to survive. Even so, the aliens still refused to give in. Terrible wars were happening every day. If you stand on a high place and look around, you can find many fragmented corpses in the dark of the forest or in the foam of the sea. Among those corpses, there are Dragonborn, but more are aliens. Although they were at a disadvantage and in a passive situation in the war, the Dragonborn were still the most outstanding servants and warriors of the gods. Any Dragonborn could defeat opponents of the same size several times or even dozens of times, and they were invincible on the battlefield, fighting their way out of a bloody battle. It was because of their devout belief in the gods and their powerful strength that the Dragonborn could survive to this day. In the solemn and desolate singing, the sacrificial ceremony finally ended. The crowd in the square dispersed in an orderly manner, and everyone had a firm and angry look on their faces, even those newly born dragons. Seeing this scene, Kanda's heart was in pain, but he had to hide his emotions. He was the patriarch, and he was the pillar of the tribe in the years when the gods had not appeared. No matter how painful it was, he could not show his inner weakness at all. At this moment, a rough voice with a little youthful innocence came from Kanda's side. "Father, do you think the gods will really come to save us, just like when the evil star descended 3,000 years ago?" A young Dragonborn with a sturdy body, strong arms, and fangs as sharp as a file appeared beside Kanda. His eyes were sparkling. Even in the face of such a terrible situation, there was still a light of hope shining in his eyes. The boy's name is Adam, and he is the youngest child of Kanda. In the very beginning, Kanda was the leader of the primitive dinosaur tribe. He had 7 children, each of whom was Dragonborn, and was Kanda's pride. It's a pity. For thousands of years, during the war with aliens, those children also died on the battlefield one after another, and now only Adam is left. Back then, in the war against the evil gods, it was Adam who risked his own life to bring Kanda back from the land occupied by the aliens. Adam is less than 300 years old, and in the Dragonborn's long life, he is just an adult. However, Adam is now taller than Kanda. He is stronger than any Dragonborn in the tribe. There seems to be some kind of invisible flame burning on his body. Just by being close, you can feel the hot breath of life coming at you. Adam was a gift from God to himself. Kanda has always thought so, and it is precisely because of Adam that the Dragonborn can persist until now under the siege of aliens. However, after hearing Adam's words, Kanda still put on a stern look on his face, and said to his youngest child in a low voice, "I told you, we are servants of the gods, and we have not given any gifts from the gods. We have already failed to take good care of our pastures and we cannot ask for more." "I know, father, you always say that." Adam stuck out his tongue and laughed, not paying attention to his father's serious expression. It is a noble honor for a soldier to die in battle to defend his homeland and his people. There is nothing to be afraid of. Adam suddenly sighed. There was a long and narrow scar on his face, which almost divided his cheek into two halves. This was the evil god. The scars left on his body were regarded by Adam as proof of his honor. Being able to face the evil god and come back alive was an amazing miracle in itself. "I'm just a little regretful that I couldn't witness the light of God in the last moments of my life. What a pity it is." Adam looked up at the huge black volcano in front of him. For thousands of years, this silent volcano has been used as a holy place for worship by Dragonborn and primitive dragon tribes. Now it seems to be stained with some kind of mythological color. The rolling dark clouds gathered over the volcano and turned into a huge and low sound. Swirl. The fact that you can think this way shows that your faith is pious. Kanda's face softened slightly. He reached out and rubbed Adam's head. His voice became much softer and comforted him. "If you are pious enough, after death, you will enter the kingdom of gods, and your life will be eternal in the kingdom of fire and lava." Boom! Kanda just finished speaking. A golden thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and the thunder light exuded brilliant power like an upside-down split tree. The moment it appeared, the whole world was enveloped in a dazzling white light. Swish, swish, swish. The numbing sounds of body friction came from all directions. The backside of the Divine Land is backed by volcanoes and cliffs, and the side facing the west is the only entrance to the tribe. Even though the wisdom of the Dragonborn is not outstanding, during the 1,000-year war, they have learned to build fences, horse barriers, thorns and other defense fortifications to block the enemy's invasion. At this time, many alien shapes appeared on the bumpy road. The terrifying black tide appeared in the field of vision. The long tails of the aliens were mixed together, and the scales were glowing with a metallic cold light. They kept squirming, approaching quickly, and the defenses built by the Dragonborn were it was so vulnerable to the aliens that it was shattered and swallowed up in an instant. Hydralisk. Kanda's face became extremely serious. During the millennium of war, the aliens have evolved into several different forms. Among them, the Hydralisk is undoubtedly the most powerful one. Hydralisks are similar in size to Dragonborn. Their lower body is roughly the same as an ordinary sea snake, except that they have a poisonous scorpion-like stinger on their tail. The end is highly venomous. If it is stung, it will even the most gigantic primitive dinosaurs fell into weakness. As the snake's winding body reached upwards, reaching its waist, the Hydralis body suddenly underwent a huge change. Their upper bodies are somewhat similar to those of the Dragonborn, but more slender. There are 3 arms growing on each side of the left and right sides. The ends of the arms are sharp black claws, and above them are flat heads and red eyes. The red eyes not only make them look particularly fierce, but they can also sense the enemy's actions in dark environments and react particularly quickly. Roar! Wars often occur, and the Dragonborn living in the Divine Land react quickly. The tall Dragonborn guards gathered from different directions and formed a horizontal line at the end of the black tide. They opened their mouths, and the red lines on their bodies looked particularly bright in the dim environment, followed by a scorching cone. Flames spurted out from the mouths of the Dragonborn, and the Hydralisks made piercing screams, turning into charcoal under the god-given flames. Boom! The attack of the Hydralisks was resisted, and the primitive dinosaurs took great strides and rushed into the enemy's camp. In the thousands of years since the birth of the Dragonborn, the original dinosaurs have continued to grow in size, with an average length between 25 and 30 meters, and their weight has almost doubled compared to the beginning. The Dragonborns were the opposite, shrinking a lot overall. However, the Dragonborns born later were more symmetrical, with improved agility and control over fire, so their actual combat effectiveness was improved compared to their predecessors. The nearly 30-meter-long primitive dinosaurs rushed into the Hydralisk fiercely, with a weight of tens of tons and a ferocious bloody mouth as their most powerful weapons. In an instant, they brought huge casualties to the Hydralisks. The enemy's offensive was effectively curbed, and it would not take long for the war to end with the victory of the Dragonborn. However, when seeing this scene in front of him, Kanda frowned unconsciously. In the years of war, the enemy became stronger and stronger, and also more cunning. Although each war was not enough to cause fatal trauma to the Dragonborn, it could make the tribe feel pain, tear off a piece of flesh from the tribe, and make the tribe bleed continuously, and it was never possible to restore the population to its peak state. Although the most powerful hydralisks were deployed this time, the attack power seemed too weak. This was very abnormal. Unless... Buzz buzz buzz. Kanda heard a dense sound like insects vibrating their wings. The sound came from behind him, bringing a real nightmare. Kanda hurriedly turned around and looked back, and his face changed drastically. Swish! The black tide crashed against the steep stone wall. From the direction close to the coast, countless ugly aliens with wings appeared in the seawater in the air. Their bodies are smaller than those of the hydralisks in the frontal battle, and their heads are similar to the heads of dragons, which are ferocious and sharp. Their slender bodies are not much different from ordinary snakes, and at the end of their bodies are sharp stingers. If we only talk about combat effectiveness. From the appearance, these guys flying in the air should be weaker than those hydralisks that appear on the front battlefield. But the key problem is that these snakes are flying in the air. In addition to the ability to spit fire, it is difficult for the Dragonborn to cause substantial damage to them, and there are too many flying snakes, densely packed, like a creeping black cloud appearing above the tribe. At this time, most of the Dragonborn and primitive dinosaurs have been attracted by the hydralisks that appeared in front of the tribe. And now, those flying snakes that emerged from the seawater have become a deadly poisonous blade that pierces the heart. Damn it! Kanda quickly calmed down, suppressed his anger and fear, and then tried his best to mobilize the fire runes in his body. He waved the titan leg bone in his hand, and his dim and old pupils seemed to turn into two melted fireballs. Boom! Kanda opened his mouth, and an orange-yellow fireball appeared in the air. It expanded rapidly under the dark sky, and in the blink of an eye, all the aliens within a radius of dozens of meters were turned into charcoal, falling into the surging sea tide. But there were too many aliens floating in the sky, tens of thousands of them. They huddled together with their wings against each other, and their tails entangled with each other. The hole caused by the explosion of the fireball lasted only for a moment, and was filled by the aliens that appeared behind. Buzz! Tens of thousands of wings flapped in the sky, making a disturbing sound. The terrible alien creatures finally began to move forward. They floated above the heads of the dragon warriors like dark clouds and launched an attack. No one had expected that the truly fatal attack would come from the sky and from behind. So, although Kanda had done his best to remind his children, the Dragonborn and primitive dinosaurs still suffered heavy casualties under the attack from both sides. Countless poisonous stings fell from the air like dense raindrops, and many Dragonborn who could not dodge were shot into hedgehogs and staggered to the ground. A single poisonous sting was enough to weaken the Dragonborn. At this time, each fallen Dragonborn had at least dozens of poisonous stings on their bodies. Although they were still struggling to stand up and join the battle, their muscles and organs were almost completely dissolved. Roar! You damn reptiles! Kanda's youngest and only child was leading the tribe to charge forward. He found that his comrades staggered and fell to the ground, and immediately let out a thunderous roar. I will tear you all apart and let your ugly bodies disappear in the flames. Adam roared angrily. He lifted the 15-meter-long hydralisk in front of him with one hand, swung it up like a windmill, and smashed it down. Bang! In an instant, all the aliens around Adam were defeated, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. He tore the alien leader in his hand into two halves as if throwing away garbage, and threw him on the ground. He was bathed in alien blood, and the complex and gorgeous flame stripes on his body seemed to be burning. Adam turned into a ball of fire, burning fiercely on the bloody battlefield. Everyone could feel the amazing heat radiating from Adam. Even the Dragonborn were shocked by such power and had to keep a distance from the young leader. Adam took a deep breath and then opened his mouth. Boom! The blazing white flame appeared in the sky like a waterfall flowing backwards, with an amazing momentum like a mountain torrent, and instantly swallowed nearly 100 flying snakes. Then Adam sprinted forward again and jumped high. A fist hit the sky fiercely. The sound was like a giant god in the sky beating a war drum, and a translucent vibration wave visible to the naked eye flashed by. Many aliens were stunned by this force, and fell from the sky with their heads tilted, and then were trampled into pieces of meat that could not be seen clearly by the primitive dinosaurs who had been waiting on the ground. Roar! Led by Adam, the dragons roared loudly. Even when they were sandwiched from both sides, the dragons did not show any sign of retreat, but became more courageous. Although there were many aliens, under the flames spewed by the dragons, the scene was actually maintained in a scorching situation, and it seemed that they had not fallen into complete despair. But Kanda understood that this situation was only temporary. The dragons needed to consume a lot of physical strength to use the power of fire, and even Adam could not maintain that fierce state for a long time. Crash! Just when Kanda cleared a large number of flying snakes in the sky, he suddenly felt cold rain falling from the sky, and then the rain joined together, falling on the battlefield like a curtain. This was not good news for the Dragonborn. The rain would consume more of their physical strength, and would also greatly weaken the power of the flames. As expected, with the onset of the rainstorm, the originally evenly matched situation once again fell into a disadvantage. It seems that the scene is not bad enough. Accompanied by the loud sound of artillery fire, a huge bulge suddenly appeared on the sea surface. An octopus-like deep-sea monster emerged from the seawater. It was covered with cold scales, and each tentacle ended with an eyeless venomous snake. At this time, it was climbing the steep rock wall with its own powerful tentacles. When this octopus monster with a body size of nearly 100 meters appeared on the battlefield, all the dragon warriors, even Kanda, felt their hands and feet were cold, and their eyes were black. Hiss! The octopus appeared on the battlefield. After announcing its arrival with a cold roar, it began to attack quickly. With a sweep of the thick tentacles, 7 or 8 dragons and more primitive dinosaurs were thrown into the air, lost their balance, and then fell to the ground. Each of those tentacles was 7 or 8 meters thick. After being whipped like this, even if they did not die, their tendons and bones would be broken and they would lose their combat ability on the spot. Then the octopus opened its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth like the abyss, and the thick black stench of poisonous gas instantly spread all over the battlefield. Some Dragonborn accidentally inhaled the poisonous gas, and then covered their necks with black faces and fell to the ground helplessly. It can be imagined that the poison must be extremely fierce if it can cause such pain to the huge Dragonborn. The octopus is nearly 100 meters in size, but each of the tentacles extending from the main body is at least 200 meters long. The tentacles extending outward make the alien octopus look extremely huge. Even the sturdy primitive dinosaurs look a little weak and small in front of this monster. The arrival of the octopus monster. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield was brought to the abyss. It was already quite difficult for the Dragonborn and the primitive dinosaurs to deal with the double team of hydralisks and flying snakes. In addition, the monster in front of them crawled out of the deep sea, and they were completely unable to resist. As the octopus waved its tentacles and spewed poisonous mist, a large number of Dragonborn fell to the ground. The wailing and raindrops mixed together. It was like being in the abyss of hell. Roar! After the alien octopus achieved results, it did not continue to attack the Dragonborn who had already been defeated. Instead, he waved his huge tentacles and walked towards the side of the square. Around the huge square were the areas where the Dragonborn lived. The Dragonborn dug out rocks and steep mountain walls and hatched their young in those primitive caves. Those simple caves were where the young hatched and grew, and they must not be lost. After seeing the movements of the alien octopus, the faces of the Dragonborn changed instantly. Adam ignored his injuries and roared all the way towards the monster like a crazy beast. On the other side, the old priest Kanda was also trying his best to release flames at this time, trying to attract the attention of the monster, and he even paid the price of his life for this. Unfortunately, the octopus was huge, and its scales were covered with a thick layer of mucus. The flames and mucus collided with each other, and the heat disappeared instantly as the liquid vaporized, coupled with the torrential rain covering the entire battlefield. Even Kanda, who was considered the strongest Dragonborn, the released flames still could not cause any harm to the monster. Even with all his strength, he only left a dark scar on the octopus, which healed quickly in an instant. At this moment, Adam violently knocked away the 2 hydralisks blocking his body, and fiercely collided with the monster's huge and soft body. Bang! The monster's movement was actually stopped in an instant. The figures of the two were not proportional at all, but Adam burst out with amazing power. It can be clearly seen that where the two bodies touched each other, the hissing white smoke was rising in the rain curtain, and Adam's body was red, like a lobster cooked in boiling water. Roar! After a short stalemate, the alien octopus was angry. In its view, it was a shame to be blocked by such a tiny creature. It didn't care about the pain of being burned, and its thick tentacles wrapped around Adam's body, lifted him up high, and threw him down fiercely. Bang! In a dull sound, Adam's broad back collided with the ground under his feet. Countless gravel and raindrops on the ground splashed out in all directions like a shotgun, making a sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air. Countless cracks twisted and spread, and the hard ground even collapsed on a small scale. It is conceivable what kind of terrible power is hidden under the hideous body of the monster. Puff! Adam is a member of the Dragonborn after all. No matter how powerful you are, there is a limit. He was seriously injured, and scarlet blood was seeping out of his nostrils and eyes. His vision became blurred, and his ears gradually couldn't hear the sound clearly. There was burning blood everywhere in his nose and mouth, rushing like a river bursting its dam. He tilted his head, and his distracted eyes happened to see the golden flames burning on the altar. The flames are burning on the ground. How can this be done? Long-lost memories appeared in Adam's consciousness. Adam, who was still in his growth period, stood with his father, looking up at the huge Shinchi volcano in front of them. Adam opened his mouth and spit the flames on the piled firewood. As the wood turned into ashes, the flames also went out. It is precisely because it is difficult to do and beyond common sense that we are the offspring favored by the gods. Kanda's body was shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun, and his old face was full of deep wrinkles like a canyon. If the flame relies on wood or leaves to burn, then one day it will burn out. Only by engraving the flame in our flesh and blood, as long as we have not betrayed the light of the gods, then wherever there are dragons running, there will be flames burning. As he said, Kanda opened his mouth and spit fire, and the flames fell at his feet. In an instant, Kanda's body was ignited, burning rapidly and hotly, and the brilliant light was more dazzling than the setting sun. We are the leaders of the tribe, the sacrifices of the gods, and we are born to ignite the flames for the dragons. After saying this, Kanda led the dragon army to launch a counterattack against the evil god. My father's words still echoed clearly in my mind, but can I still light the fire for my people now? Adam struggled and opened his mouth. His bloody mouth was full of broken teeth, and blood-colored flames gushed out, but were extinguished by the dark and cold rain in the next moment. The flames went out. Is the inheritance of the Dragonborn over? Adam's eyes gradually lost their light. But at this moment, boom! It was like the thunder of the 9 heavens exploding on the ground, tearing the sky and sweeping the night with flames. Tens of thousands of huge stones mixed with black smoke gushed out from the torn crater, and the blazing flames flew thousands of meters high, licking the red sky, burning violently in the air, on the sea, on the vast land, in every corner of the field of vision. Adam realized that he had never seen real fire, destruction, and rebirth. The world is boiling. The burning stones left the mountain in the flames, and then accelerated under the action of gravity, colliding fiercely with the earth. In the raging smoke, a majestic figure gradually appeared. The vast land and the vast dark ocean seemed unable to withstand such power. They made all kinds of terrifying screams as if they were burned, and the whole universe panicked. The battlefield fell into a dead silence. Whether it was the alien or the Dragonborn, they stopped their actions the moment they saw the god appear. The pressure of mountains fell on the hearts of every life. Even the Dragonborn, who claimed to be the servants of the gods, did not dare to look up and look at the gods. Finally, as time passed, the terrible octopus alien could no longer endure such a huge mental shock. It roared, waved its tentacles all the way, and charged towards the direction of the gods in the smoke. The dust spewing out of the crater covered the sky, and the curved thunder fell from the rolling and cracked clouds, like a pillar rising from the dark world palace. The flames flowed on the ground and the sea, and there were countless flying stones in the sky. This was a completely doomsday scene, and in the center of this scene was Su Hong's increasingly huge and majestic body. When Su Hong was sleeping, the internal cavity of this ancient volcano was enough for Su Hong to roll around in it easily. But now, thousands of years later, when Su Hong woke up again, the volcano could no longer fully accommodate Su Hong's huge body. His head popped out of the crater, and with the expansion of the chest caused by breathing, the entire volcano was shaking violently, and countless thick cracks spread on the mountain. This huge volcano that has stood on the earth for tens of thousands of years seemed to be completely destroyed at any time. Su Hong made a lot of noise. But at this time, Su Hong was still in the process of half asleep and half awake, and this sleep took a long time. It takes a while to fully wake up from a deep sleep and slowly recover one's consciousness. Even the things that happened when the meteorite fell from the sky thousands of years ago have become blurred in memory. At this time, wow! A strange, funny and exaggerated roar came from the front. Su Hong was startled, and his head, which had become a little dull due to sleep, suddenly woke up. 2 beams of light like burning torches pierced the smokescreen, and terrible heat emanated from Su Hong's body. The air expanded due to the heat and then set off a whistling wind. The smokescreen was blown away by the hurricane, and the endless dark sea water was suppressed and retreated under this force, revealing a large area of mud and crustacean marine life. Su Hong woke up completely. He subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from, and then saw an octopus-like creature twisting its fat body and running towards him. As the saying goes, as long as the size difference is large enough, everything looks a little cute in the eyes. The alien octopus, which looked like a monster evil god in front of the Dragonborn, looked like some kind of pet in Su Heng's eyes. By comparing it with the volcano, Su Heng's current height should be about 800 meters. And his slightly fat body gave Su Heng a tonnage far beyond this size. Every step he took could cause obvious vibrations on the ground, and the footprints left behind could even be clearly preserved for thousands of years under the wear and tear of time. In other words, this alien octopus was probably only the size of Su Heng's palm. It was not until the other party ran within a kilometer of Su Heng that Su Heng noticed the malice emanating from the monster. Then, Su Heng looked slightly into the distance, and a tragic battlefield appeared in front of him. Blood dyed the rain into a scarlet color, and countless huge lava fireballs continued to fall from the sky, and broken limbs were everywhere. On both sides of the battlefield, one was a primitive dinosaur that he had some impression of, and the other was a snake-like creature that Su Heng had never seen before. Although Su Heng had been sleeping for 3,000 years, he was completely ignorant of the world and had no idea of what was happening in the outside world. Even Su Heng had no clear idea of how many years he had been sleeping, but after seeing those aliens, Su Heng immediately thought of the huge meteorite that fell from the sky. What is this, an invasion of species from the old days? Su Heng's thinking was fast, and he guessed the possibility of these things happening in a very short time. Those primitive dinosaurs and dragon descendants had a familiar aura, which was undoubtedly the descendants of the dinosaurs he saw that year, and what surprised Su Heng even more was that he also found Kanda's figure. Su Heng's memory was quite strong. Even though thousands of years had passed, even Kanda's figure had undergone earth-shaking changes. But when he saw the rickety dragon descendant, Su Heng still recognized at a glance that the other party was the young dinosaur he had observed that year. How did these dinosaurs become like this? It's so strange, and it doesn't conform to the theory of biological evolution at all. Su Heng had a series of doubts in his head, but then he thought that he was the most unscientific now, so he didn't care what others looked like. After the doubts, Su Heng felt surprised. It's hard to imagine. In the countless years of the past, from the creation of the world, to the landing of lower plants, to the era of giant insects, etc. Every time Su Heng woke up from his sleep, the world in front of him would change dramatically. But this time, Su Heng found a familiar person, or a familiar dinosaur. Although it was a bit inappropriate, it felt like meeting his fellow countrymen in a strange foreign city. When fellow countrymen meet, their eyes are filled with tears. Although Su Heng didn't cry, the surprise in his heart was real. However, the alien octopus with snake-like tentacles was almost rushing to Su Heng at this time. It waved its scaly tentacles and bared its fangs at Su Heng. How dare you! Su Heng's emotions were slightly ignited. Ever since he smashed an adult leviathan whale to pieces in the deep sea, Su Heng had never seen a creature that dared to show its teeth to him. But now, a small creature that was only the size of his palm dared to attack him. Boom! The volcano exploded like a blooming black mandala. A huge palm like a pillar of heaven fell from the sky. Because of the intense friction with the air, the 5 sharp hooked toes were covered with brilliant arcs of light. The huge body of the alien octopus disappeared in the deafening sonic boom. Only Adam barely caught some dark green blood and limbs in the air, but those blood and broken pieces of meat were engulfed by the waves of flames that followed. The bursting flames rushed up to the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud in the center of the square. Under the mushroom cloud, shock waves mixed with flames swept across, and countless aliens turned into burning candles wherever they passed, disappearing in the tragic wailing. Seeing this scene before their eyes, the Dragonborn were excited by the unmatched power of their god, which was like a natural disaster, but at the same time, they also felt fear in their hearts. The flames burning on the god were so explosive and hot that they spread outward without distinguishing between enemies and friends. Even the most powerful aliens were turned into ashes in the flames. Can his servants resist the pure and destructive power in the flames? Actually, Adam was indeed overthinking. The power that the Dragonborns possessed came from the thermonuclear breath that changed the world and tore through the dark sky. It was the same source as the power that Su Heng possessed, and they had a strong resistance to fire. When the amazing heat wave that was enough to turn ordinary aliens into fireballs came, most Dragonborns only felt unbearable heat. In addition, no Dragonborn or primitive dinosaurs lost their lives under the power of the gods. This incident made the Dragonborns even more convinced. On this continent, the Dragonborns were favored by the gods. Look at the pterosaurs in the sky, the primitive fish in the water, and the endless predators in the forest. Who can be favored by the original gods like the Dragonborns? How can they enjoy this glory? In the ruined square. In front of the incomplete corpses of the alien army, the robe woven with dry jute leaves on the body of the high priest Kanda fluttered in the hot wind. Although he tried his best to control his emotions and maintain the dignity of a priest and leader, Kanda's old body was still shaking uncontrollably. His skin was full of wrinkles. The flame stripes that had gradually faded over the years seemed to have a new lease of life at this moment, burning like never before, turning into a raging fire. Kanda raised the scepter in his hand and then swung it down heavily. Although he didn't speak, the idea that Kanda wanted to convey had already appeared accurately in the hearts of every surviving Dragonborn. Fight to the death. Roar! The roar from the barbaric era resounded through the earth and pierced the sky. The Dragonborn were galloping on the battlefield, and the flames given by God were burning around them. Being able to defeat the aliens under the witness of the gods, such a thing had never happened even in the creation myths passed down by word of mouth by the old people. Such encouragement exceeded the limit that the Dragonborn could think of. They burst out with unprecedented power and merged with the flames, harvesting the lives of the enemy like a pitch-black sharp sickle harvesting wheat. When the tide receded, the war ended. There were hundreds and thousands of corpses on the ground, and none of them were Dragonborn. From the moment the god emerged from the flames, the end of the war was over. The most outstanding servants of the gods once again won the war, although the Dragonborn paid a heavy price in this war. Nearly half of the subadult and adult Dragonborn died directly in the claws of the aliens in the final war, and the surviving tribesmen also had serious injuries on their bodies. Although such injuries were not fatal to the strong physical fitness of the Dragonborn, they would affect their combat effectiveness for a long time. If it were in the past, such losses were enough to break the will of the tribe. Even if Kanda and Adam were considered outstanding leaders in the old era, they could not stop the decadent mood from spreading in the community. But now it is different. Even with huge casualties, the entire tribe is still filled with unprecedented vitality. Under Adam's command, the surviving dragons began to clean up the battlefield and collect the bodies of the enemies and dragons. In the 1,000-Year War, the dragons also formed many customs and cultures. Those warriors who sacrificed their lives to defend the tribe will be burned in the flames. People believe that in the flames, the heroic souls of those warriors will go to the kingdom of gods and gain eternal life. Although Su Hong has never seen the heaven and souls described by the dragons in these thousands of years of sleep, he has no need to expose these little guys. Moreover, this is a world with extraordinary power. Perhaps as such rituals are passed down, some changes will really happen in the future. The brave warriors will gain eternal life in the flames. And the corpses of those shameful aliens will be stored as food by the dragons. Although the alien named Snake looks ugly and covered with wet and sticky liquid, it has strong muscles and is rich in protein and other nutrients. It is a rare and good food for the Dragonborn. However, this time, after the Dragonborn collected the corpses of the aliens, they did not choose to store them. Instead, they carefully cleaned them, roasted them with flames, and sent them to Su Hong under the leadership of Kanda. Su Hong still couldn't understand the words of the Dragonborn, but he saw those little guys busying back and forth after the battle, and his heart was full of excitement. In the distant Genesis, Su Hong had already begun to look forward to the emergence of intelligent creatures on this barren land. And now, the Dragonborn can use tools to fight enemies, use flames to cook food, develop their own tribes in different classes, and even have their own unique culture. Although it looks very simple, it is true that a new intelligent civilization was born on the wildland under the witness of Su Hong. What a wonderful thing! Su Hong was very pleased, but he still had many doubts in his mind. The biggest question was where did those aliens come from and why they were contaminated with the breath of the demon star. If it is true as he guessed, the aliens landed on this primitive planet along with the demon star, then doesn't it mean that there are many other creatures in the vast universe, and some of them may have even developed the ability to travel long distances in the interstellar? As the saying goes, the scope of activity determines the degree of scientific development. If those aliens are really some kind of biological weapons or space travelers, then there are indeed many thought-provoking things behind this matter. Unfortunately, Su Hong has been sleeping for too long and has no idea what has happened in the thousands of years since the demon star was shattered. The information he has in his hands is very limited. If he guesses randomly, it is easy to lead himself into a dead end. Su Hong has seen the strength of those aliens and they do not pose a big threat to him, so he gradually puts his mind at ease. If there is a chance, I can ask those little guys. This thought just came to Su Hang's mind. Then, he saw the dragons put the roasted aliens in front of him. The food was piled up like a small mountain. Most of these aliens were between 15 and 20 meters long. If the Dragonborn did not possess the flame of extraordinary power, it would not be easy to roast them. Su Hong no longer needed to replenish energy from the outside world by eating, but the smell of food still attracted him. God saw that he was pitiful, and he almost forgot what roasted food tasted like. He immediately opened his mouth and swallowed up all the food prepared by the Dragonborn. The gods have accepted our offerings. Kanda opened his eyes wide after seeing this scene, and his joy was almost difficult to conceal. He knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly, "Great primordial fire, the measure of thousands of stars and the sun and moon, the great God of eternity. You are the guardian of the earth, the master of the dragon race, the king of all beings in the sky and on the earth who defeated the demon star. May your loyal and humble servants enjoy your glory." Kanda deliberately changed into a set of animal skin clothes, which were decorated with teeth, shells, gems and other decorations, which looked complicated and solemn. The ups and downs of the ancient accent matched Kanda's solemn expression and rhythmic body movements. From time to time, there were flames. Although Kanda was alone, the scene still looked quite magnificent. But Su Hong was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him, and even the food in his hand was suspended in the air. He was a little confused and couldn't understand what the little guy was saying at all. Su Hong thought about it and swallowed the remaining barbecue in his hand. He went back to his simple volcanic nest again. "I'm afraid I'll have to spend some time learning the language of the dragons. If necessary, I might be able to help them design their own writing. Thanks to the monthly tickets sent by book friends such as A Salted Fish Who Doesn't Want to Turn Over, and Gushing Nani." Don't stop. Time passed, the sun rose and the moon set, and more than half a month passed in an instant. In the past few days, the Dragonborn took a rest in the destroyed square and surrounding buildings, and cleaned up all the corpses and bloodstains remaining in the tribe. If it weren't for those clansmen who died on the battlefield, that tragic war was as if it had never happened. This morning, Candace stood in the square that had just been renovated, frowning slightly, looking at the tribe in front of him bathed in golden light. Although they experienced a tragic war, more than half of the Dragonborn in the tribe lost their precious lives in this war, but on the contrary, the entire tribe exuded more vitality. As long as there is hope, civilization can continue on this land. And now, just when the Dragonborn's inheritance flame is about to extinguish from this continent, the gods have rekindled the flame of hope. The dead are dead, but the survivors can clearly feel the difference. The Dragonborn's control over the power of fire has become more powerful with the resurrection of the gods. Now even those Dragonborn who are not yet mature can easily use fire to melt huge rocks as tall as themselves into rolling lava. In the past, those who could do this were all the most outstanding warriors in the tribe. Besides, among those hatching dinosaur eggs, the proportion of intelligent Dragonborn has increased from less than 1/10 to nearly 1/3 now. Dragonborn have a longer life cycle than the original dinosaurs, with an average lifespan of up to 1,000 years. There are only two reasons that limit the growth of Dragonborn. One is that the innate hatching rate of Dragonborn is not high, and the other is the lack of food. Now, one of these two problems is solved. As time goes by, I believe that soon the number of Dragonborn will return to its peak, or even more. Logically speaking, the current situation in the tribe is much better than what Kanda dreamed of, but there are still some things in Kanda's heart that he is worried about. Kanda thought of his youth. He was just a carefree primitive dinosaur, and all he thought about every day was eating and drinking. However, as he grew older, he became the leader of the original dinosaurs and dragons, and became a sacrifice to the gods on Earth. As he gained more and more things, Kanda's sorrow also grew. The development of tribes, the conflict between Dragonborn and Dragonborn, the war between Dragonborn and aliens, the belief in gods, etc. These things were like a heavy burden, pressing on Kanda's shoulders. This caused Kanda to age at an unnatural speed. He could feel that he didn't have much time left now. He had gone through a long time. Even among the Dragonborn, Kanda was like a living fossil. Kanda was not afraid of death. However, Kanda still felt a little regretful. Those tribes that were divided due to war have not yet been able to return to the glory of the gods, and their thousands of years of research on the power of fire have not yet been fully passed on. Roar! Just when Kanda was troubled by his greed, a low and vast roar came from the volcano behind him. In an instant, time seemed to stand still, and all the Dragonborn in the sun stopped what they were doing. With a look of fear and awe on their faces, they knelt down and worshipped in the direction of the Shinchi volcano. There was unconcealable shock on Kanda's old face. The gods are calling me. Kanda heard the meaning of those words. Even though he felt a little uneasy in his heart, he didn't know what the gods' call was. But Kanda took action immediately and quickly walked towards the volcano. In the volcano, Su-hong roared, and then there was no further movement. Su-hong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the dragonborn at the bottom of the square in front of him began to resume their activities again, and Kanda walked alone towards the direction of the volcano. Dragonborn's understanding of the world is very monotonous, and their language is very simple and not complicated. Su-hong discovered that not only did he have an extraordinary memory, but his brain also worked unexpectedly well. Like a supercomputer, in just a few days, Su-hong roughly learned the meaning of the dragonborn's language through his own observation and listening. The rest of the time was spent constantly verifying his guesses. After all, Su-hong could also see it. Those little guys should believe and worship themselves as gods. In this case, they always want to save face. If they say something wrong, wouldn't they be embarrassed? So Su-hong showed extraordinary caution in this matter. After waiting to confirm that there were no errors or omissions in the meaning he understood, Su-hong tried to call out. Judging from Kanda's reaction, the meaning conveyed by oneself should be correct. Kanda anxiously appeared in front of the volcano. In front of him was Su-hong, who was taller than the mountains and wider than the sky. At this time, Su-hong's back was facing the rising sun, and a large shadow enveloped Kanda. Great primordial fire, master of the dragonborn, I don't know what your instructions are when you call this humble servant. Kanda asked tremblingly as he knelt on the ground. Even though Su-hong had been trying very hard to restrain his aura, the aura he exuded inadvertently was still as vast and magnificent as the stars in the universe. Kanda felt his heart beating non-stop, and he became nervous uncontrollably. Your name is Kanda, the leader of the tribe. Su-hong's low figure echoed under the dark red mountain, and caused ripples on the sea surface with golden light. I just lead my people to manage the pasture you gave me. Kanda replied anxiously. I am not here to blame you. You have done a good job over the years, developed your own civilization, formed your own language, and defended your homeland in the war with the aliens. But this is not enough. You should have your own writing, art and philosophical concepts, and have the power and pursuit to further understand the essence of the world. Su-hong comforted this acquaintance in front of him. Words, Kanda had a hard time understanding the true meaning of this word, but after hearing Su-hong's words, a brilliant light still flashed through his mind, as if he had grasped some priceless treasure. Wise and powerful God, please tell me, what are words? Kanda knelt on the ground, his old voice full of piety and desire for knowledge and exploration. Words are the inheritance of time and the bond between people. It doesn't matter if you can't understand it now. I can teach you. Su-hong replied. After finishing speaking, Su-hong paused slightly, waiting for his followers to slowly digest the information in his words before continuing to move his hands. Even in front of the tall and strong dragonborn, Su-hong, who is over 800 meters tall, is still an unimaginable giant. If he uses his hooked toes to paint on the ground, even the dragonborn will find it difficult to see the full picture of the font. Fortunately, after this sleep ended, Su-hong mastered a new ability, which appeared in his consciousness naturally, as if it was an instinct of his hands and feet. Su-hong named this ability Fine Operation. The talent of fine operation is temporarily reflected in two aspects. The first aspect is the control of fire. Before sleeping, when Su-hong first awakened the ability of thermonuclear breath, he had a destructive ability that could be called a natural disaster. Even a sneeze could melt and evaporate a mountain from the ground. However, power is never the more destructive the better. What is more important is the mastery of power. After awakening the talent of fine manipulation, Su-hong can freely adjust the power of his breath, and at the same time, he can condense the flames and light into different shapes against common sense, and then continue to appear in the void. The second point of fine manipulation is reflected in Su-hong's body. Through this talent, Su-hong can adjust his body within a certain range. For example, in close combat, he can make his claws even bigger, and when attacked, he can use the fine manipulation talent to make the armor scales of certain parts of his body thicker. Su-hong can even turn the end of his tail into a spike or a battering ram, causing huge destructive power. Of course, Su-hong has not yet encountered an enemy that deserves such serious treatment. The biggest key point of the fine manipulation talent is that Su-hong can adjust his body size within a certain range, making himself lighter when walking, so as not to cause devastating damage to the surrounding environment. Su-hong understands. A giant beast like himself cannot be accommodated in this fragile ecosystem. So after waking up, Su Hong has been using his power very restrainedly, trying to minimize the impact on the surrounding environment. Let me tell you what words are. Su Hong slightly raised his dark and hideous hooked toe, and the next moment, a brilliant light bloomed from the end of the hooked toe and fell in front of Kanda. A circular pattern appeared on the ground, and countless lines representing light appeared around the pattern. This is the sun. Kanda looked at the simple pattern on the ground, and was a little confused at first, but then reacted quickly and cheered. Su Hong nodded, and then continued to carve a crescent pattern on the ground. This is the moon. Kanda answered faster this time, and he understood that those so-called words were simplified versions of the pattern. As for the pattern, it exists in the Dragonborn tribe. There are many white flat stones around this square. On the surface of those stones, the Dragonborn used simple strokes to draw the terrible and desperate scene of the world burning and everything turning into ashes when the huge black magic star fell from the sky in the original era, and the feet of the god's majestic body emerging from the volcano, crushing the magic star with destructive power to bring life back to the earth. Such a picture transcends time. It is engraved in the blood of the Dragonborn and has been passed down to this day. Su Hong stopped his movements, the light gradually extinguished, and he looked down at Kanda. Although he did not speak, Kanda understood what the god wanted to convey. Kanda bent down and drew 2 waves on the ground with his rough fingers, raised his head and said to the god, "This is a river." Su Hong nodded. Kanda's old face had a childlike smile. In the thousands of years since the outbreak of the war, he could not remember when he was as happy as today. The gods not only have a magnificent body and power, but also have wisdom that is more vast than the stars and the ocean. Kanda lay on the ground like a child playing in the mud, constantly painting with his fingers. He drew 3 sharp undulations and said, "This is a mountain." Then there were simple triangles stacked together and straight vertical lines extending to the bottom. "This is a tree." 2 identical trees arranged together are a forest. Kanda's heart was filled with joy. He is the chief of the Dragonborn since their birth, and a true great sage, who knows what these small words represent. Just as the god said, words mean a heritage beyond time and a bond beyond space. With the same words and language, the tribes that were scattered due to war or other reasons in the past 1,000 years can be reorganized under the glory of the gods. With these words, Kanda can pass on his research and understanding of fire and runes, and explore the secrets of the world with other Dragonborn. Of course, more importantly, with words, Kanda can record the doctrines and language of the gods. Even in the years when the gods disappear, he can still let his descendants feel the wisdom, power, and mercy of the gods. Dragonborn are truly immortal. Every healthy individual has a lifespan of more than 1,000 years, but a life that is too long does not seem to be a good thing for civilization. The 3,000 years that Su Hong was asleep was enough for the blue star to develop from the spring and autumn period and the warring states period to the modern times, but it was only 2 or 3 generations for the Dragonborn. The Dragonborn are still in a very primitive stage. They don't know much about the natural world, and only know the appearance of simple things such as wind, thunder, rain, lightning, grass, trees, mountains, and rivers. It is precisely because of this that it is not difficult for the Dragonborn to create characters. With the help of Su Hong, Kanda created hundreds of characters in just a few days. He asked his people to find stone tablets and record these characters on them. He gathered all the people in the square and announced that he would teach them the characters given by God. The Dragonborn were ignorant and didn't quite understand what the characters meant, but after seeing the stone tablets in the square, some smart Dragonborn began to vaguely guess what the characters were. Kanda spent more time explaining to his people the meaning of each character. Finally, Kanda also used these characters to describe the scene of the arrival of the demon star 3,000 years ago. Thousands of years have passed, and now Kanda is the only Dragonborn who has witnessed that scene. In the many dark nights of the past, Kanda was always afraid that after his death, these things would gradually be buried in the years. As a result, one day in the future, the Dragonborn will forget the gift of the gods, and even forget the gods themselves. Now, with the help of these words and pictures, as long as the flames are still burning and the blood of the Dragonborn is still flowing on the earth, those pictures will be passed down with the words until the end of time. With the help of writing, the level of civilization development of the entire Dragonborn tribe has obviously risen to more than one level. Su Hong could see Dragonborn and Dragonborns huddled together in the square every day, delving into the new meanings of those words, trying to record the power of fire he had in these words, and then share it with the rest. Dragonborn communication. On every Dragonborn, they all have different flame patterns. Those unique lines are the source of the Dragonborn's mastery of the power of fire. The Dragonborn believe that those stripes on the body have some special power, and their existence contains this mystery. Rub the runes on the surface of the body and record them on the stone tablet. These are the runes the Dragonborn talks about. Don't tell me yet. Dragonborn are indeed quite unique in their use of firepower. When Dragonborn are just born, they can breathe blazing fire, and as they grow older, the power and duration of the fire will be enhanced. This is the most basic thing. Some of the best Dragonborn have developed new abilities through fire runes. For example, the cone-shaped flame breath is turned into a huge burning fireball, which greatly enhances the attack range and adds explosion damage, which can cause damage to flying units in the sky such as flying snakes, pterosaurs, etc. However, the flight speed of the fireball is relatively slow. If you want to hit the target accurately, you will need a long period of practice. Among the tribes, there are not many Dragonborn warriors who can shoot fireballs in the air. Each of them is respected by the other Dragonborn. In addition, a more common use of the power of flames and runes is to cover the special lines on the surface of the body with flames to enhance one's close combat capabilities. Each Dragonborn is a behemoth with a height of more than 10 meters, with well-developed muscles and skin that is much harder than rock and tree roots. Such a muscular monster, coupled with the flames covering his body. The visual impact alone is enough to make most creatures feel intimidated. It's no wonder that in the first few thousand years, the Dragonborn were able to travel across the entire continent invincible. Even some supergiant creatures were invincible in the Dragonborn. Even if they join forces, they will be burned to death by the blazing flames. Among the Dragonborn tribe, most Dragonborns can only ignite a certain part of their bodies. This is partly due to their own strength, and partly because the flame patterns on their bodies do not cover enough area. But there are still some Dragonborns whose flame patterns spread to almost every corner of their bodies, and who possess far beyond ordinary strength and will. They are born from fire and can bathe their entire bodies in flames. Such people are called God-given warriors, and are the objects of awe and respect for all Dragonborn. In the vast divine awakening land, among the thousands of Dragonborn, only Kandar and his child Adam can do this. Kanda is a wise leader. Even in Su Heng's eyes, Kanda has many precious qualities. Loyalty, wisdom, decisiveness, vision. After obtaining the words, Kanda immediately thought of the huge value contained in these words. He asked some Dragonborn to carry the stone tablets with the words on their backs and set off with his orders, sending them to find scattered on the continent of other Dragonborn tribes. The gods have awakened, and the Dragonborn tribes originally scattered on the earth should also gather together and return to the glory of the gods. The Dragonborn was originally the undisputed overlord of this continent. In the past thousands of years, they had managed this fertile land for the gods, but the aliens that suddenly appeared took away everything from them. Although God has never mentioned similar topics to himself in these days and has never taken the initiative to blame himself, Kanda is still tortured in his heart. Even though the enemy is powerful, this is not an excuse for failure. Kanda has realized that he does not have much time left. When he was born, the primitive dinosaurs were bathed in the glory of God and galloped across this vast land. When he leaves, he must drive out all the aliens in this land, leaving no one behind, and leave this God-given land to his descendants intact. The Dragonborn sent by Kandar left this land near the sea. If nothing else goes wrong, when they return, they should lead many complete dragon tribes back. It is said that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the war lasted for thousands of years, countless Dragonborn sacrificed their lives in the tragic confrontation with the aliens. But there are still many Dragonborn people living and thriving in this vast land. Although in the past due to wars or other reasons, these tribes were scattered among each other, and their languages and customs were different. But all Dragonborn share a common belief, coupled with the help of writing. Kanda believed that after the leaders of the tribes knew what great miracles had happened in the gods' awakening land, they would definitely gather together again under his call. However, this continent is vast. Coupled with the raging aliens, it is not easy for those tribes to return, and it will take a certain amount of time. During this period of time, Su Hong was not idle. After he woke up, there were many doubts in his head. Among them, there were two biggest doubts. The first one was the appearance of those aliens, and the second one was the Dragonborn. Evolution. The time I slept this time should not be particularly long. But during this not-so-long period of time, the Dragonborn evolved from primitive dinosaurs to tribal civilization, and coupled with their power to control fire, these things are obviously related to Su Hong himself. These powers should come from me. Su Hong thought, while closing his eyes, using his fine manipulation talent to sense the flow of energy in his body. He shut down all his five senses in the usual sense, such as vision, hearing, and smell, and then his consciousness fell into a deep darkness, but as the extraordinary perception organs in his body began to work, golden light gradually emerged from the boundless darkness. It was a golden sun. I set the wrong timer, I'm very sorry. A golden sun actually appeared in his consciousness. Su Hong was stunned at first, and then immediately realized that this sun-emitting dazzling golden light should represent himself. As the sun's light spread towards the darkness around him, gradually, the scenery and life in Su Heng's surroundings also appeared in his perception in another form. First, Su Hong saw a group of red flames. Those flames represent Su Heng's dependent dragons. Thousands of dragons are scattered around Su Heng. In addition, there are some flames emitting faint light in the farther place, like flickering candles in the darkness, which seem to be extinguished at any time. Those should be dragons scattered in other parts of the continent, and because of the aliens, the living conditions of these dragons may not be very good. Su Hong thought in his heart. At the same time, he was also surprised by his perception ability. From Kanda's description, those dragon tribes scattered in different places are at least hundreds of kilometers away from the location of the volcano. Su Hong can still vaguely perceive them at such a long distance. From another perspective, these dragonborns do have a great connection with Su Heng. Su Heng carefully looked at the flames that appeared in his perception. There are subtle differences between the flames, some are vigorous, some are weak, and the colors range from deep and dull red to dazzling light gold. The size of the flame should reflect the strength of the dragonborn. The color of the flame reflects the depth of the dragonborn's influence by Su Heng. Among the many dragonborn, only Kanda and Adam and his son have a faint golden color in the flames. However, the difference between the two is the flame on Kanda is weak and dim, and it seems that it may go out at any time, because he is about to reach the end of his life. The flame on Adam is burning, obviously in a period of rapid growth and vigorous vitality. At the same time, Su Hong found that the color of those flames is not constant. The flames absorbed the light emitted from Su Hong. As time passed, the color of the flames became brighter and brighter, which proved from another point that Su Hong himself had indeed had a huge impact on the evolution of the Dragonborn. No, not just the Dragonborn. As his perception ability was further strengthened, Su Hong also discovered more scenes in his spiritual world. Some mountain and rock shapes appeared around Su Heng's body. That was the Shinchi volcano where Su Hong had been sleeping for more than 3,000 years. During this period, the lifeless volcano also changed under the influence of Su Heng's power. The specific manifestation of this change Su Hong had not paid attention to before, and now it was unknown. Later, figures of different shapes appeared in the ocean behind the volcano and in the forest in the distance. Among those figures were deep-sea predators, plants, and even many inorganic substances, all of which had changed because of Su Heng's long sleep. This time, Su Hong finally understood. My existence itself is affecting the surrounding natural environment all the time. Su Hong opened his eyes and looked towards the inner wall of the volcanic cave. Sure enough, he found some blood-red, strange stones that looked like mottled blood in the rough rocks. Su Hong stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the inner wall of the volcano. With a click, the hard rock was as fragile as tofu in Su Heng's claws. Without feeling any resistance at all, Su Hong dug out a piece of bright blood-red ore from the mountain. Iron ore? The color of the ore reminded Su Heng of the red iron ore that is very common on Blue Star. Hiss. The color is a bit wrong, and iron ore should not appear inside a volcanic cave. Su Heng's parents are miners. Through words and deeds, he still has some understanding of various or raw materials. The color of iron ore is mostly dull reddish-brown, not as shiny as the ore in his hand. Next, Su Hong tried to heat up the ore in his hand, and the rock layer covering the surface of the ore gradually fell off. The metal elements inside were exposed to Su Heng's eyes. Now the flames released by Su Hong can melt rocks into magma at will, or even evaporate into gas out of thin air, but it still takes a certain amount of effort to melt these special metal elements. Su Hong was secretly surprised, which means that the melting point of these special metals may be quite high, to an incredible level. In addition to being able to absorb a large amount of heat energy, these metals also show various advantages such as hardness, corrosion resistance, and oxidation resistance. If used to cast weapons, it may be a very good choice. However, for Su Hong, such metals are difficult to play any obvious role. His body is the best weapon, and these ores are of no particular use to Su Hong himself. After playing with them for a while, Su Hong casually threw the smelted scarlet metals into the corner of the volcano to eat ash. He left the volcano and dived into the sea to further verify and find those life or non-life substances affected by himself. For Su Hong, it feels good to return to the ocean again. Compared to the distant old days, Su Hong can now swim more easily in the vast ocean, relying on the direction guidance brought by his perception ability. Su Hong soon found a huge leviathan whale in the deep sea. The size of this whale is more than 300 meters, which is an unimaginable giant even in this era of giant beasts. The leviathan whale is covered with a thick layer of white bone armor, and there are many protrusions on the armor that look like sword blades. If you look closely, those thorns are somewhat similar in structure to the fins on Su Hong's back, and they emit dark red light like a bright lamp in the deep sea. Any creature attracted by the light will be swallowed by this mutant leviathan whale after approaching. However, after seeing Su Hong, the whale showed natural friendliness. It was not scared by Su Hong's larger body. Instead, it approached intimately and rubbed Su Hong's rough claws with its huge head. Su Hong continued to move forward. On the island near the volcano, a large toad with a strange appearance was found. The backs of those toads were full of pustules that made people's scalps numb. As the toads breathed, the translucent pustules were constantly expanding and contracting. When the pustules expanded to the limit, they would burst out with a dark red glow. Su Hong actually felt a little radioactive material from those pustules. These creatures seem to be able to carry out small-scale nuclear reactions in their bodies. There are also lush forests on the island. The trees in the forest have also undergone a certain amount of mutation. The huge trees are huge and tough, and they will actively capture small animals and insects passing by. So when Su Hong stepped into this island, he found that the entire island was surprisingly quiet. In summary, Su Hong discovered two characteristics of these creatures. The first characteristic is that the creatures affected by Su Hong will become larger and more aggressive, and some special individuals will also awaken special abilities. The second characteristic is that the creatures affected by Su Hong have a natural favorability towards Su Hong. Su Hong was amazed by such changes, and gradually realized that for a supergiant life like himself, the meaning of existence is not to adapt to the environment and survive. Instead, let the environment adapt to itself, and those who follow me will live and those who go against me will die. Such development has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that intelligent creatures appeared on this land in advance, and the disadvantage is that the evolution of creatures no longer follows natural selection, and will be affected by more factors and become uncontrollable. At the same time, Su Hong did not forget. When he fell asleep 3,000 years ago, he sensed a breath similar to his own in a forest. This shows that supergiant life like Su Hong is rare, but not the only one. There is only one discovered by Su Hong, but in the vast deep sea, on other continents, there may be more similar life, no one can say for sure. Su Hong's short journey took about 2 months. When he returned to the volcano where he once lived, Kanda had recalled all the dragon compatriots scattered on the continent. A war is about to begin. Su Hong returned to the volcano where he had once slept. In this volcano, he met the dragonborn high priest Kanda, who came to see him respectfully. "Kanda, you don't seem to be in a good mood." Su Hong did not deliberately put on airs in front of the dragonborn leader. For him, everything should pursue the original heart, and there is no need to deliberately make certain gestures because of faith or other issues. The reason why gods are gods. It is not because of the faith of believers, but because of the powerful power they are born with. Su Hong has always been very easygoing in his communication with Kanda, but in front of Su Hong, Kanda still knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation, and did not become proud and conceited because of this special preference. "My God, your wisdom is higher than the sky and wider than the sea. Everything that happens in the world cannot be hidden from you." Kanda knelt on the ground and answered respectfully. Su Hong put Kanda's compliment aside and asked with some curiosity, "What happened to make you so angry that you can't hide it in front of me?" In Su Hong's impression, Kanda is a wise old man with a deep mind, who will not easily reveal his emotions. This is especially true in front of him. But Kanda is a little different at this time. The flame patterns on his body are filled with a scorching glow, and the rough and aging scales open and close with his breathing. His anger is obvious. The dragons scattered on the earth have returned, but only 17 tribes have returned. Kanda explained, "Respect my God, in the past thousands of years, the dragons have multiplied and thrived on the land you gave them. There are a total of 36 tribes scattered here. These tribes respect the land of God. The remaining 18 tribes did not come because those children forgot your glory, but because they have all been devoured by the aliens. The proud blood of the dragons was treated as livestock worms by those hateful aliens and sacrificed to the abominable evil god. Kanda's voice was filled with grief and anger that was difficult to hide. In Su Heng's view, although the dragons were wild and primitive, they had developed their own beliefs and culture. For the Dragonborn, those warriors who died on the battlefield should be burned in the flames, and their souls can return to the kingdom of God. But now, those warriors and children have all been sacrificed by the aliens to the evil gods. This means that they can never return to the kingdom of God. Su Heng's face was motionless, but he could still understand Kanda's pain and anger in his heart. Not to mention in this world where there are real gods and extraordinary powers, even in the materialistic blue star, it is still intolerable to desecrate the bodies of warriors. We originally planned to wait for a while to develop and wait for the newborn children to enter adulthood before launching this sacred war, but now we can't wait any longer. Kanda clenched his fists. Dragonborn are losing their lives every moment. We decided to start this war immediately and drive all the aliens from this land, leaving no one behind. At the end, Kanda's old voice was full of resounding power, echoing repeatedly in the dark and huge volcano. Well, since it is the path you have chosen, then go for it. Su Hong nodded. He did not know much about the situation of the Dragonborn and did not intend to intervene in this matter. He thought about it, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He casually took out a huge piece of metal mineral that looked like scarlet crystal from the inner wall of the volcano and threw it in front of Kanda. This is granious steel. Take it away, smelt it in a blast furnace, and make it into weapons. It will bring you victory. In the language of the Dragonborn, grania represents victory and glory. Bang! The huge granious steel collided with the ground. A lot of white volcanic dust splashed down, and the dull sound echoed in the ears. Granious steel was only half the size of Su Heng's palm, but it was taller than Kanda's body in front of him. Kanda has lived on this land for more than 3,000 years. Among the Dragonborn, no one is older and wiser than him. But even Kanda had never seen such a dazzling metal. Just by getting close, he could feel the amazing heat radiating from the pure and flawless granious steel like a ruby. The characteristic of granious steel is its high melting point. The reason for the high melting point is not because of some special structure of this metal, but because granious steel can store a lot of heat. Granious steel itself is a treasure born from nature under the influence of Su Hong, and then smelted by Su Hong, and transformed again after absorbing a huge amount of radiation flames. In Su Heng's eyes, these things may not be worth mentioning, but in front of the Dragonborn, even for an old and wise high priest like Kanda, they are unimaginable treasures. Kanda stared at the granious steel emitting a shining light in front of him. For the first time in his life, he understood what a treasure is, and for the first time he understood what greed is, and wanted to take the treasure in front of him for himself. After a few breaths of time, Kanda quickly came to his senses. He knelt on the ground for a long time, hot tears secreted from the corners of his cloudy eyes, and sighed deeply. How merciful my God is, and how humble the Dragonborn is, to be able to obtain such a treasure bestowed by God. Primordial fire, everlasting God, savior of all creation, all that belongs to the Dragonborn belongs to you. Kandar left the divine volcano. Carrying a piece of granious steel that was almost the same size as himself, he announced to his tribe what had happened in the volcano, and then proudly displayed the granious steel to each tribal leader. The steel called glory is so dazzling that every Dragonborn is attracted to it. It was difficult to look away. In the next 7 days and nights, the Dragonborn forged a blast furnace and remelted granious steel into 19 different weapons, which were presented to Adam, Kandar, and the remaining 17 primitive tribal leaders. Finally, the Dragonborn used the remaining materials mixed with various gems to cast a gorgeous crown. The crown was considered a gift to the gods. Over the past millennia, Dragonborn have learned to use weapons to fight. However, in this era, the Dragonborn have not yet mastered the technology of tempering steel. The weapons are made by polishing certain hard parts of the enemy's body or stones, and their power is very average. In battle, more Dragonborn will choose to use their bodies as weapons to resist the invading aliens. Granious steel is a gift from the gods, and it contains unimaginable power. In the hands of the leaders of the Dragonborn tribe, it can exert astonishing power, and can easily crush rocks the size of its own body. When the leaders try to inject the flames from their own bodies into them, the weapons forged from granious steel will be further strengthened, and the blazing flames will cover them, enough to annihilate all invading enemies. In this vast land, there were originally 36 dragon tribes at the peak. There were tens of thousands of dragons in each tribe. However, with the war that lasted for thousands of years, the forest turned into wasteland, the living space of the dragons was compressed, and they gradually fell into a disadvantage in the war, and the population was also declining. So far, not only have more than half of the dragon tribes disappeared from the earth. Among the remaining dragon tribes, the largest tribe, which is the tribe directly led by Kanda, only has 3,000 strong dragons left. Among the other 17 dragon tribes, the large tribes can barely gather about 2,000 dragons, and those small tribes only have a few hundred people, and the scattered ones are added up. There are only about 30,000 dragons on the earth. Fortunately, adult dragons, both men and women, have strong strength, and they are all natural warriors. In addition to dragons, a larger number of primitive dinosaurs are also a force that cannot be underestimated. 30,000 dragonborn plus 70,000 primitive dinosaurs, a total of 100,000 troops, led by Kanda, set out from the divine apocalypse land in a mighty manner. Waging war against the place where the aliens gathered, Kanda wanted to fulfill his promise in front of the gods and vowed to drive those ugly creatures out of this land. After his death, leave this land intact to his descendants. A few days after the 100,000 dragonborn troops set out, Su Hong opened his eyes and left the divine apocalypse volcano. Through previous exchanges with Kanda, Su Hong knew that there was a godlike existence among those aliens, and that guy was also the key node for the dragonborn to decline from prosperity. As Su Hong woke up from his slumber, although the strength of the dragonborn has increased, it is not a drastic change. If the dragonborn were not the opponent of the evil god 1,000 years ago, then now, the dragonborn should not be able to kill that guy. Su Hong planned to go and see it in person. After all, it was a primitive civilization that slowly grew and developed under his nose. Just as the dragon descendants said, Su Hong still had a preference for these little guys. Moreover, those aliens were invaders who ran out of the falling meteorites. Su Hong had lived on this planet for a long time, and he still had a sense of belonging. He had an instinctive aversion to this kind of biological invaders. If things developed to the point where it was necessary, Su Hong would choose to do it himself. More than 3,000 years ago, when the demon star fell from the sky, Su Hong was able to defeat it. Now, even if there really was an evil god running out of the demon star, Su Hong was still confident that he could kill it and melt it in the hot flames and boiling magma. Rumble! Su Hong stepped forward. His height was more than 800 meters, and his weight might be tens of millions of tons. Even after the fine operation talent came into play, Su Hong could control his power to a certain extent and reduce the damage and impact on the surrounding environment. But even so, after such a huge figure moved on the land, there was still a magnificent thunder-like sound echoing on the ground, and the smoke and dust were billowing, and the direction dozens of kilometers away could be seen clearly. Su Hong was a little speechless. He had originally thought about hiding his figure a little to avoid alerting the enemy. In the end, he thought too much. As long as he was not blind or deaf, he could see himself from a long distance. Su Hong simply walked on the land in a swagger. He let go of his perception, and the figures of the dragonborn in his consciousness were as clear as flames. This feeling was like some kind of super powerful radar. Even from a long distance, Su Hong could check the direction and general status of the dragonborn. In the past few days, the dragonborn had fought several large and small wars with the aliens scattered on the ground. However, those aliens seemed to have noticed the dragonborn's goal and began to actively gather their strength at this time. There were not many aliens scattered on the ground. With the help of grainy steel weapons and the growing rune power after Su Hong woke up, the 100,000 dragon army swept the alien army like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves, and was invincible. Continuous victories also made the morale of the dragon army more and more vigorous. Believe that you can win this 1,000-year war under the witness of the gods. On the other side, Su Hong and the dragons kept a certain distance and strolled on the primitive continent. In Su Hong's memory, this land was already very lively 3,000 years ago. Countless huge trees covered with vines and moss in the forest fell from the sky like layers of dark green curtains, endless and endless. But now, with the rampage of the aliens, the forest is gradually withering and losing life. Many trees have withered, no longer showing dark green, but a kind of black full of dead silence. The rotten tree trunks and branches slanted out like demons with bared fangs and claws. There were few living creatures in the huge forest. Only occasionally could one see some black primitive insects lying motionless on the stones, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Crack! Suddenly, a large number of trees in the forest began to fall, splashing large amounts of smoke and dust. Su Hong heard a strange sound and looked in the direction of the rolling smoke and dust. There, several huge creatures were constantly wriggling, preparing to attack Su Hang. The monsters that appeared in front of Su Hong were 3 giant titan anacondas. Each of them was more than 300 meters long, and their huge bodies were almost as thick as Su Hang's thighs. They were covered with dark red stripes. They could leave difficult-to-heal wounds on the hard ground by wriggling casually. Their bodies seemed huge and clumsy, but they were actually quite fast. They could surge forward several hundred meters in almost every breath, leaving a long gully in the forest. Hiss! The largest titan anaconda had completed its charge sprint. It jumped high from the ground and flew towards Su Hong, opening its mouth in midair, and a foul-smelling poisonous mist came towards him. Su Hong didn't even look at them. The poisonous mist of these guys was at most a little smelly to him, and it couldn't cause any harm at all. He just slapped it with his hand. Bang! In the fierce and loud sound like artillery fire hitting the mountain. The head of the Titan python, which was more than 300 meters long, exploded directly, turning into countless scarlet pieces of flesh that splashed and scattered. The headless body fell to the ground, twitching continuously. But this guy was not dead. Su Hang's pupils contracted, and he saw many strange and brilliant lights from the wound on the neck of the Titan python. The light was pure and vast, which reminded Su Hang of the cosmic nebula he saw in the documentary. The giant snake that was supposed to be dead actually glowed with a bright starry sky-like light. Contrary to the pure vastness and the impression, the light on the giant snake's wound brought Su Hang a series of negative emotions such as madness, distortion, and chaos. Such perceptions even spread to other levels of perception. Su Hangerbien seemed to hear whispers, and the dead forest in his sight was gradually distorting as the starlight dispersed. Little tricks! Su Hong immediately snorted, his body filled with flames, and he broke out of this state in an instant. He opened his eyes again, the vast power in his body ignited and boiled, his pupils were burning like torches, and the whole world seemed to be set on fire by Su Hang. The bodies of the 3 giant pythons were covered with golden flames, and the stars on their bodies were suppressed by the flames. Su Hong didn't know yet. The reason why these poor guys took the initiative to attack him was probably not because of their original intention. Instead, he was controlled by an unknown existence in the starry sky. Let me see who you really are. Su Hong raised his head. Looking towards the sky, sure enough, it was almost noon. The sky is clear. But above his head, Su Hong saw countless stars gathering together, vaguely forming the shape of an eyeball. The eyeball was high above, looking at him. Su Hong opened his mouth, and the extremely powerful thermonuclear breath began to gestate. The eyes made of starlight seemed to be aware of the destructive aura emanating from Su Hang's body, and did not continue to choose to fight against Su Hong. He pulled away and upwards, and the body formed by the starlight in the sky gradually disappeared. He left with the figure transformed by the starlight. Changes also occurred on the messy ground battlefield. The giant snakes that were bathed in the fire and were about to turn into black charcoal, as well as some trees and soil around them. They all flew towards the sky. They flew faster and faster, looking like meteors flying backwards, with a faint crimson arc at the end. Color of stars during the brief encounter. Su Hong learned the other party's name and the characteristics of some of his abilities. Star color looks like a huge eye made entirely of starlight. Its ability is to distort perception and manipulate flesh and blood. When caught off guard, even Su Hong was somewhat fooled. The life contaminated by the color of the stars will turn into those titan python-like monsters, completely losing his will and becoming a puppet dominated by evil gods and madness. And the vitality will become extremely strong, and the body will also mutate to a certain extent. Su Hong silently recorded this information. At the same time, he also had some doubts in his heart. In the past, he had lived on this land for an incalculable amount of time. But during that time, Su Hong had not encountered any creature that could be called an evil god like Xingji Tsai, but it had only been awake for less than a few months. First, there was the alien evil god mentioned by the Dragonborn, and then there was the star color that he encountered. Powerful beings appear one after another. Why is that? Su Hong still doesn't know the specific reason, but he always feels that this matter may be related to the development of civilization and the reproduction and evolution of life. Although the universe is vast, life is still a rare existence in the vast universe. More than 10 days have passed. In the past wars, the Dragonborn advanced step by step and were invincible. After more than 20 cruel wars, large and small, they finally leveled the front to the aliens' home highlands. In front of you is a wide river. The river water is turbid and dark, and from time to time you can see a few ice cubes in the fast-flowing water. For a Dragonborn who worships fire and is born out of fire, This river with a width of more than 3,000 meters is definitely a natural chasm. Passing it hastily will consume a lot of physical strength. There are many alien creatures lurking in the turbid river water. The aliens like cold and humid environments, and even in fast-flowing rivers, it will not affect their performance at all. Although the current Dragonborn is victorious, if they cross the river rashly, they may fall into a quite passive situation. In the past dozens of days of war, although the Dragonborn has won, there have been inevitable casualties. There were originally 30,000 Dragonborn. Now 1/3 of the number has been killed, and even nearly half of the leaders from other tribes have died among the alien minions. The decisive battle is imminent. But now the Dragonborn can no longer pay a higher price. The Dragonborn's vision is quite good and he can clearly see the scene 5 or 6 kilometers away. On the opposite side of the turbid cold water, in front of the dense aliens, stood a sinister alien wizard wearing a black cloak and scars on his face. His head was like a snake, and the upper body was similar to that of a Dragonborn, but he had 6 roots. The arms and the lower half of the body are like sinuous black poisonous snakes, and the dark green vertical pupils are emitting a cold light. The cold wind blew by, and the cloak on the alien wizard also lifted up, smelling of blood. If you look carefully, you will be surprised to find that the cloak on the alien's back is not sewn with hemp leaves or other things. It is pulled from the body of the Dragonborn and comes from the leader of a certain tribe. It has been sewn using secret techniques. After being made, the cloak still looks fresh, with scarlet blood seemingly constantly dripping from the edges. Kanda, the victory you dream of will not appear before your eyes. You will only watch your people being trampled to death by us like worms, and then fall into a cold and desperate hell. Your God cannot give you salvation. The alien wizard is called Simon. At this time, a sharp laugh floated into Kanda's ears along the wind. The two tribes have been fighting for 1,000 years on this vast land. They are very familiar with each other's language. Hearing that the evil wizard on the opposite side dared to insult their gods and chiefs, many people in the Dragonborn team could not sit still. They held the Grania weapons in their hands tightly, wishing to immediately step forward and tear this monster to pieces alive. Father, let me take people to kill this guy, chop off his head, and offer it to the gods. Adam's head burst into flames, and he said indignantly, there is nothing to be afraid of those rivers. The fire given by God will help us clear all obstacles. Kanda stretched out his hand and stopped his child. With an extremely pious expression on his face, he told his child, you must obey the teachings of the gods in the future, protect your people, and let the flames of the Dragonborn burn on this land. Kanda took a step forward and came to the riverside. Looking at the alien wizard on the other side, he restrained his smile and said solemnly, I will let you see the power of my God. A mere river cannot stop the revenge of the Dragonborn, nor can it save your humble and twisted life. The alien wizard Simon sneered disdainfully, do you still want to evaporate this river? Reptile who overestimates his own ability, but it didn't have time to finish its words. As the smoke rose in front of him, the smile on Simon's face gradually solidified. The fast, dark river suddenly seemed to have stopped flowing. Countless bubbles emerged from the bottom of the water. Huge ice blocks that broke off the glacier and drifted down melted at this moment. White water vapor mixed with flames shot up into the sky like an angry dragon. Stand and look from a distance. It was like a huge pillar of fire and an equally huge pillar of cloud rising from the water. Something that was difficult for the aliens to understand happened. The rushing river in front of them really slowly parted in front of Kanda, and the rugged river bottom was exposed to people's eyes, forming a road leading to the other side. The river is about 20 or 30 meters deep. For the Dragonborn, such a height is nothing, and he can easily pass through it. Adam's eyes were faintly red, and the flame patterns on his body bloomed with golden light like molten magma. He panted heavily and looked in the direction of his father. We are the leaders of the Dragonborn tribe, and we are destined to choose to burn ourselves for the tribe. That night, the words his father once said to him echoed in Adam's ears again. His father did it, using his life to ignite the fire of the gods sealed in the Kandalian steel. Now it has turned into a blazing torch together with the glorious artifact, using his life to serve as the Dragonborn. The tribe showed the final way. Adam raised the sword in his hand and chopped it down. The sound broke through the air and screamed. What followed was the roar of the Dragonborn like a tide, repeated over and over again, shocking the heart, as if it could melt brass. The Dragonborn roared, like two streams of crimson flames rushing past their most respected leader, following the smooth path opened by the flames and crossing the wide river in front of them. Until the angry Dragonborn rushed in front of him. Only then did the alien wizard Simon, who was covered in bloody Dragonborn scales, react. You will not succeed. Our God will bury you all in hell. Simon's face was ferocious, and he roared loudly with a sharp and harsh voice, but his exaggerated movements and tone could not hide Simon's inner fear at all. And cowardice. Maybe, but you'll never see the end of this war. Adam responded with an even louder roar. Like an angry titan, he was the first to rush to the river bank, and then blocked an alien hydralisk in front of him and split it in half from top to bottom. Before the blood and twisted organs could fall to the ground, in mid-air, it was turned into ashes by the blazing flames on Grania steel. More hydralisks and aliens rushed towards Kanda, but he pushed them away rudely. With every slash, several powerful aliens were harvested by him. Stop it! Simon waved the staff in his hand and shouted. But to no avail, Adam seemed to have turned into a scarlet hurricane. His power had exceeded the limits of mortals, and he charged in front of Simon with an unstoppable attitude. Are you ready to die? Adam's movements opened and closed more and more, his whole body was bathed in fire, only his two pairs of eyes exuded a chilling killing intent. A sword slashed down, from top to bottom. Simon barely used the staff in his hand to resist, but the staff was cut off from the middle. Adam twisted his waist and spun around, turned around, and struck out with another sword, from bottom to top. Simon only felt a red light flash in front of his eyes, and found that his sight was gradually rising. Then he saw half of his face as if looking in a mirror. He was horrified to find that his head was cut in half. The huge fear instantly overwhelmed him, and the evil alien wizard fell into eternal darkness. Roar! The opponent's commander was killed in battle. The Dragonborn's morale is getting stronger and stronger, and everyone is charging forward. The dark and ugly alien shape is like a prairie full of dead grass in autumn, while the Dragonborn is like a blazing fire. The situation of this war is like a raging fire igniting withered grass. It has shown the potential of starting a prairie fire and cannot be stopped at all. The great massacre lasted for a whole day. Wait until evening. The war slowly ended, and the ground was littered with the shattered corpses of aliens. They were trampled mercilessly by the Dragonborn and the primordial Tyrannosaurus, and were mixed with the dust, indistinguishable from each other. Kanda stood on the battlefield holding the long sword in his hand. At his feet, the alien corpses had piled up into a bloody hill. The mountain of twisted flesh and blood was dozens of meters high and exuded a disgusting smell of blood. Countless broken limbs, countless scarlet organs, countless dead heads, just bloody and exposed in the red light at dusk. Even the Dragonborn felt chilled in their hearts when they saw such a cruel scene, but Adam standing on this mountain of corpses didn't see many scars on his body. The leaders of some tribes tend to be brave. But after seeing this, I also realized from the bottom of my heart that that guy was definitely no match for human power. Even when Kanda was equally young, there was no way he could be Adam's opponent. Adam looked a little tired, but he still looked in good condition, but his eyes looked a little dull. It's not because too many aliens were killed today, but because his father died. In his opinion, being able to pursue one's ideals and beliefs and burn them out in the flames given by God is the best ending for a Dragonborn. Except for gods, every Dragonborn will usher in his own death. His father was like this, and he will be like this in the future. Logically speaking, he should be happy for his father. However, when that kind figure left him, Adam still felt empty in his heart. He understands that he must grow up. Not only must he have the power to protect his people, but he must also possess excellent qualities such as wisdom, decisiveness, tenacity, loyalty, etc., in order to become a qualified leader and a qualified priest. Lord Leader, we found traces of the evil god in the alien's lair. Just when Kanda was struggling in his heart, a young Dragonborn appeared next to Adam. He was young and only about 7 or 8 meters tall, but the eyes he looked at Adam contained emotions as hot as fire. In this war, Adam has won the admiration of all Dragonborn with his own strength. Take me over there and have a look. Adam recalled that stormy night, when hundreds of powerful Dragonborn warriors fell like weeds under the evil god's shining thunder and sharp claws. Only he and his father barely survived. Even so, the evil god left hard-to-heal scars on Adam's body, which still hurts to this day. Now, it's time to face that monster again. Adam said silently to himself in his heart, and then followed the footsteps of the young Dragonborn and walked towards the depths of darkness. In the heart of the aliens, deep in the darkness. It is a pale stone forest full of sharp stalagmites. The black poisonous fog with a foul smell flows back and forth between the cracks of the stone forest like a veil, and the moonlight pours down, illuminating the hideous corpses pierced on the top of the stalagmites. On each stalagmite, at least one tragic dead person is pierced. Most of those corpses belong to the Dragonborn, and a few belong to other races on land. There are hundreds or thousands of densely packed corpses, some of which have gradually dried up and turned into dry bones in the long years. Some are still very fresh, with signs of decay on the corpses, blood mixed with internal organs dripping down the rough stone pillars to the ground, mixed with dust. In the center of this stone forest, it is a huge peak rising from the ground, hundreds of meters high, presenting a regular oval shape. Looking from a distance, the shape seems to be some kind of huge egg. When approaching, with the help of the dim moonlight, it was discovered that it was not a mountain of some strange shape, but a flesh and blood monster entangled with countless dark red blood threads. Countless rotten sores covered it, mixed with broken scales and various bloody bloated fats. Hundreds of scarlet eyes wriggled irregularly on the flesh and blood. It looked chaotic and evil. It made people's scalps numb. The alien evil god was also the most powerful monster born from the magic star. In the ancient myths passed down by the dragon race, the evil god was a monster that only gods could kill and suppress, and was born for destruction. Just the filthy breath emanating from the body was enough to make a strong dragon warrior feel terrified. Hundreds of years ago, it was precisely because of the appearance of this evil god on the battlefield that caused the dragon race, which dominated the entire continent at that time, to turn from prosperity to decline. And now, after almost all the alien servants were slaughtered and destroyed by the Dragonborn, the alien evil god who had fallen into a long sleep finally began to gradually revive. Sizzle! Scarlet electric current flashed across the surface of the meat egg. The eyes covering the surface of the meat egg began to turn back and forth restlessly. Amid the sound of flesh and blood tearing, hideous bone spurs pierced from the inside to the outside, and boundless black poisonous mist sprayed out from the inside of the huge meat egg like an explosion. Bang! There was a loud bang. The meat egg was completely torn apart, and a huge monster appeared where the meat egg was originally. His height was about 700 meters, not much different from Su Hang at this time. Behind him were wide wings like a bat, and 3 flat heads were connected by a slender neck and a slightly bloated body. There were also 2 long tails covered with scales behind him, and the ends of the tails were shaped like 3-edged thorns, emitting dense metallic light under the cold moonlight. Distorted, evil, huge. The evil god deserves to be called the evil god. When seeing this monster for the first time, any life will think of similar emotions. But now, Gagula, who just woke up from his sleep, is still a little confused. He opened his mouth. One of the heads emitted a low infrasound wave that ordinary people could hardly hear, calling on his followers to offer him delicious blood food to fill his hungry stomach due to a long sleep. However, there was no response. What's going on? Did all the slaves run away to other places? Gagula was a little confused. He opened his mouth again, and this time 3 heads emitted infrasound waves at the same time. This sound wave has a strong penetrating ability. It can spread Gagula's information to a radius of 100 miles, but as before, except for the harsh sound waves echoing repeatedly in the stone forest, no alien life appeared in front of Gagula. At this time, Gagula finally found that something seemed to be wrong. He raised his head, and his scarlet and brutal eyes penetrated the black poisonous fog that permeated the stone forest in front of him. A large number of corpses were found on the riverside. Countless slaves were cruelly chopped into pieces, and the corpses were piled into hideous hills. Next to those corpses, the guards formed by the Dragonborn were patrolling back and forth, holding weapons seized from the enemy in their hands. Several Dragonborns who looked like leaders had entered the stone forest and walked carefully in the black poisonous fog. It seemed that they would appear in front of him in a short time. What are these guys doing here? Gagula was a little confused. At the same time, he felt that he seemed to have seen the leading Dragonborn, but he really couldn't remember who it was. Gagula looked at the Dragonborn in front of him, just like a child looking at the ants on the ground, and couldn't tell who was who. Gagula didn't choose to take action, just watching those Dragonborns with bright red flame stripes appear in front of him. I understand. A complete thought flashed through Gagra's somewhat confused mind. These little guys must want to be my servants and slaves just like those aliens. Then just agree to them. Gagra thought to himself that for Gagra, being able to stay in one place and have food to eat all the time would naturally be a very good and comfortable life. If they can't bring me enough food, or enough food to satisfy me, then just eat these little guys. Creatures like Gargula have no clear concept of good and evil, and are driven purely by their simple instincts and emotions. Unlimited power, unpredictable emotions. It is precisely because of this. Existences like Gargula are crowned as the evil god of natural disasters. Unfortunately, Gargula's idea was wrong, and the tallest of the Dragonborn appeared in front of him. Holding a red sword shining with fire in his hand, he mumbled a bunch of words that Gargula couldn't understand at all, and then the Dragonborn holding the sword jumped high, and the giant sword wrapped in fire in his hand stabbed Gargula's chest. "Hey, do these guys want to disobey me?" Gargula was stunned when he saw Adam's action. A dozen meters long flaming giant sword. Among the Dragonborn, only Adam can easily wield the giant god's weapon. But in front of Gagra, it was just a tiny toothpick. He didn't even bother to dodge, standing still. The armored scales covering his body were enough to break the long sword. Swish! However, something happened that surprised and angered Gagra. The hard scales were pierced by the giant sword in Adam's hand like a wooden board, and the blazing flame of God exploded in Gagra's body. The flames rolled, and a huge blister appeared on Gagra's body. Although it healed and disappeared quickly. But the pain caused by the injury was real. Gagra was more angry than ever before, and the chaos brought by his long sleep was swept away. Roar! The mouths on his 3 heads opened at the same time, and the broad black wings seemed to connect the sky and the earth, and golden thunder flashed and wandered on Gagra's huge body. This is the real wrath of God. All the Dragonborn were trembling in fear under the world-destroying thunder. Only Adam held a sword, stood in front of everyone, and stared at the evil god in front of him without fear. Roar! Under the sting, Jagula fell into an unprecedented state of rage. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, covering the sky in the bright moonlight. Thick thunderbolts fell down from the swirling dark clouds like giant upside-down trees, exploding countless dust on the ground. It's the evil god. On the battlefield on the edge of the river. The Dragonborn screamed loudly in panic. The evil god's huge body had appeared in the Dragonborn's field of vision. His broad wings covered the stars and became the only thing between heaven and earth. That is the evil god that destroys the world. Only the original fire can resist and suppress it. There are Dragonborn priests praying devoutly, calling out to their gods. On the contrary, Adam, who was closest to Jagula, stood firmly in front of the evil god at this time, his pupils burning with fire and fighting spirit, and he faced the evil god in front of him without fear. Although my father is dead. But Adam clearly remembered every word his father had warned him. The gods brought us hope of survival under the destroying devil star, gave us prey and pastures to survive on, and gave us light and fire to resist darkness and enemies. But as servants, we have nothing. Things can come back to God. Adam understands. As a servant of God, you should not always pray and ask for things when you encounter danger or difficulty. Rather, we should be grateful at all times, stride forward under the teachings of the gods, and never deviate from the flames and glory of the gods. Therefore, even when encountering an evil god that is almost impossible to defeat, Adam thought of it. He relied on his own strength instead of calling on the gods for help. Unfortunately, even with weapons made of granite and steel, it is impossible to defeat the evil god. The gap is really too big. Adam sighed. Lift your head. Dense thunder, amidst the terrifying sonic boom, gathered in the mouth of the middle head of the evil god Jagula, turning into a ball of shining white thunder light. The destructive power spread out over a distance of thousands of meters. The electric arcs emitted from the ball of light made Adam feel tingling all over his body, as if countless steel needles were viciously piercing his flesh and blood. Roar! A roar, repeated over and over again. A huge ball of thunderous light is about to spurt out, turning everything in front of it into ashes. But at this moment, the black poisonous mist behind Jagula stirred crazily, and giant black claws as rough as rocks stretched out from the poisonous mist, grabbing towards Jagula's middle head. Poof! Amidst the sound of flesh and blood exploding, Jagula's head, together with the thunderball of light that finally gathered in his mouth, were all mixed together and turned into rotten flesh and bones. The bursting thunder burned some of the scales in Su Heng's palm, but that was all. The fire burned blazingly, and the insignificant wound healed again in the blink of an eye. The vitality of the giant beast is terrifying. It's hard to imagine what kind of attack can cause substantial damage to Su Hong now. After Su Hong gained the upper hand in the sneak attack, he didn't show any martial ethics at all. He directly grabbed the monster's head and threw it over his shoulder. He picked up Jagula like a sack and threw it hard to the ground. Bang! In the midst of a huge impact, the ground was constantly undulating like ocean waves. Countless dust and gravel rose into the sky. Thousands of huge stalagmites fell outwards from the inside to the outside. A huge hole appeared out of thin air on the ground. Roar! Su Hong let go of his hand, and his hot and bright thermonuclear breath released destructive power. A huge fireball appeared out of thin air. Its range was large enough to completely cover Jaguele's huge body, and the light produced by the flames turned the entire area of dozens of kilometers around as bright as day. The gods took action. A wave of heat swept over him, making even the Dragonborn feel unbearable. However, as Su Heng's dependents, they were born because of Su Heng's flames. Apart from feeling the sting, they were not greatly affected. Adam no longer hesitated, put the giant sword in his hand behind his back, pulled his companions who came with him, and quickly escaped from this dangerous stone forest. Although the Dragonborn has a strong head. But it's not stupidity. The war between gods and gods is not something that Dragonborn can interfere with. The only thing they need now is to stay as far away from this battlefield as possible, and not to die in the aftermath of the battle between gods. Jagula's flesh and blood melted in the flames. But similarly, the dark red muscle tissue grew rapidly under the melting skin, and in the end, the speed of destruction and healing could barely reach a balance. Su Heng's round of breathing ended. In front of him, the heavily injured and charred Jagula staggered up from the ground. There were dark melted blood scabs everywhere on his body. With Jagula's movements, these blood scabs were constantly falling off from his body, revealing the new and tender scales inside. Within a few breaths, Jagula was completely healed, and his vitality was incredibly strong. Sure enough, creatures of this level have their own unique skills. Su Heng opened his eyes wide. Jagula was not the first superstandard existence he had encountered. A few days ago, the star color that descended from the stars also had incredible power. The monster without a physical body is immune to most physical attacks, and has the power to cause hallucinations and manipulate distorted life forms. The evil god named Jagula in front of him, his power is reflected in the control of thunder and superspeed healing. The old beast has a perception ability beyond human understanding. At the moment of fighting, Su Heng roughly understood the name of the other party and some characteristics of his ability. Roar. Compared to Su Heng's unfamiliarity with Jagula, Jagula had experienced Su Heng's amazing thermonuclear breath 3,000 years ago. At that time, it was still sleeping in the meteorite, and was almost evaporated by Su Heng's thermonuclear breath. Even with the ability related to superspeed healing, Jagula had to slowly repair his broken body in a long sleep. Now, the enemy meets again. Coupled with the sneak attack and a series of beatings just now without any martial ethics, Jagula's 3 pairs of eyes suddenly turned red. How to repay the 1,000-year hatred? In just a few breaths, the terrible wounds on Jagula's body had healed completely. His voice was like rusty steel rubbing against each other, low and hoarse, making people who heard it feel creepy. Original fire, I will tear you into pieces. 2 other lives. What Jagula shouted was just a roar with a slightly different tone. But Su Heng, who was also an old giant beast, could hear the real meaning of Jagula's roar with some special perception ability. Then come. Su Heng responded with an even more amazing roar. The seeds of hatred were completely buried when the demon star descended 3,000 years ago, and in the past 1,000 years, this seed has grown into a lush tree. Hatred is a tumor in the heart, a poison in the throat, which cannot be erased, forgotten, or cured. Only blood can slightly alleviate it. But at least, Su Heng can be sure that it will not be him who bleeds today. Jagula opened the situation with a powerful lightning strike. The 3 heads spewed out golden thunder at the same time. The thunder in the form of branches gathered together and turned into an ocean. Powerful positive and negative charges filled the devastated space. Tens of thousands of broken stones were suspended in the air, ranging from the size of a human head to the size of a house. Su Heng was bathed in the lightning, but the thunder that was enough to melt the rocks still had a limited impact on Su Heng. He did not have the almost immortal vitality of Jagula. But at the same time, Su Heng's resistance to various injuries was surprisingly strong. When he was still very young, hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago, Su Heng had tried to jump into the giant cracks formed by the compression of the Earth's crust, and then climbed out from tens of thousands of meters underground unscathed. Such a strong physical fitness played a role in this war. Jagula's powerful blow did not penetrate Su Heng's defense. Such a thing, Jagula seemed to have expected it. He took advantage of Su Heng's brief paralysis, spread his wings, and flew towards Su Heng with a roaring hurricane like a rolling knife. The battle between giant beasts will eventually return to the primitive stage of fist to flesh. However, just when Jagula's sharp claws and pale teeth were about to bite Su Heng's shoulder, Su Heng had completely recovered from the paralysis caused by the electric current. He took a deep breath, and lines like flowing magma appeared on his body and face. The temperature of the air around him suddenly rose a lot. The darkness and the poisonous fog that enveloped the surroundings were dispelled by this amazing heat, and replaced by dangerous red light. Bang! Su Heng's body was slightly bloated, but he was unexpectedly agile. At this time, after dodging Gagula's attack, he opened his mouth, and the hot flames gathered from the void to the mouth full of sharp teeth. Countless dark red light points gathered in the void, and then gradually condensed into a sphere. It was a dark red, unstable elliptical light ball. The dark red spots on the surface were constantly falling off, making a buzzing sound of astonishing frequency, which frightened all the lives that heard this sound. Gagula, who was closest to Su Hong, even smelled a strange fragrance. The next moment, the dark red spots fell off completely, exposing the unstable core inside. The destructive energy wave was wider than the river that blocked the Dragonborn, and instantly submerged Gagula's huge body, and then left a deep gully on the ground without stopping. Gagula still did not die. But this time, his healing speed was obviously not as fast as Su Heng's destruction speed. Flesh and blood kept melting and falling off Gagula's body, and the internal organs exposed outside were more than those inside the body. Su Hong could even directly see Gagula's complex but efficient light golden bones. Now, tell me, who was torn into pieces today? Su Hong was a little overwhelmed. Feeling the amazing heat accumulating in his body, even the crystallized fins behind him could not discharge this heat in time. Only blood can slightly soothe this vigorous flame. He reached out and grabbed one of Gagula's heads. The irresistible power of a mad dragon penetrated the monster's body, swung him up fiercely, and fell to the ground. Gagula was about to let out a painful howl. But the sound stopped abruptly. The hot breath swept across like a scalpel, and Gagula's 3 heads were all disassembled from his body. Gagula still didn't die, but there was no doubt that in front of Su Hong, this monster had completely lost the power to fight back and became a complete meat sandbag. Su Heng's body was hotter than magma, but his eyes were extremely cold, with a fierce murderous intent. Gagula finally felt fear. He realized that if he continued like this, he would really die. "Let me go," Gagula struggled, and the sound seemed to come from his abdomen. But then a huge and wide foot fell from the air, piercing through Jagger's body like a wooden stake. His spine was completely shattered by the explosive force, and his internal organs were mixed into a ball of red and white hot porridge. Ah! Jagger let out a piercing scream. All nearby creatures heard the monster's painful roar. The Dragonborns covered their ears in pain, but their faces showed excitement. God the Father defeated the alien evil god. Boom! A series of astonishingly powerful explosions were heard on the battlefield, and the rolling thunder roamed across the vast land. The stones suspended in midair all turned into powder at this moment and disappeared. Gagula seemed to have detonated something like a killer in his body. There was a powerful impact in an instant. Even Su Heng's body, which weighed more than 10 million tons, almost lost his balance under the backlash of this force. He staggered back several steps before maintaining his balance with the help of the huge tail behind him. In the center of the thunderstorm, the wings behind Gagula had healed and were flapping, rising rapidly in the strong wind. His tattered body was healing while flying towards the southwest. Is it amazing to be able to fly? The anger in Su Heng's heart was still burning, but the expression on his terrifying face became more majestic. The talent of precision manipulation allows Su Hong to change the structure of the body to a certain extent, but Su Hong has never tried whether it can give him the ability to fly, but the instinct of this body tells Su Hong, as long as you want to do it, there is nothing you can't do. I can fly, too. Su Hong took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The sound of tearing flesh and crackling fire sounded simultaneously behind him. The flames and hurricane were wrapped together, turning into a billowing smokescreen that covered the sky. And in the center of this smokescreen, the nightmarish black giant wings were slowly spreading outwards. The 2 huge wings extending from Su Heng's back were horrifying in shape, with exposed blood vessels and countless hematomas on the scarlet surface to provide power. Scarlet blood dripped from the wings, and was evaporated by the high temperature radiating from Su Hong before falling to the ground. It turned into a red blood mist. The air became scorching, full of the smell of blood and sulfur, as if returning to the distant Genesis. Even though the 2 pairs of barely formed wings were horrifying and weird, they were still enough to carry Su Heng's body to fight against the hurricane and let him soar in the sky. Su Hong shook his head and began to run forward to accelerate. When the speed reached the peak, he suddenly opened his mouth, and a breath of amazing power was detonated under Su Heng's feet. The powerful recoil force pushed Su Heng's heavy body into the sky. When he rose to a high altitude, Su Hong opened the wings behind him and glided forward. At the beginning, Su Hong could not control this skill well, and it would not take long for him to fall back to the ground. But as time passed and the number of attempts increased, Su Hong constantly adjusted his wing structure during the flight and optimized his flying posture. After several attempts, he could easily master this skill. The wide wings were enough to allow Su Hong to stay in the sky for a long time. The wings behind Su Hong were not in the traditional sense, providing upward lift by flapping. His body was too heavy, and it was impossible to fly into the air by relying on such movements alone. There were many conical holes at the end of Su Hong's wings. Hot and high-temperature gases were gushing out from these dense holes, leaving dense cloud lines on the sky, which stayed in people's sight for a long time before slowly dissipating. At this time, Gagula was repairing his body. This poor guy, his heart was completely dominated by anger, hatred, and fear that was like a shadow. Damn you, that ugly monster. How dare you? How dare you? Gagula cursed, his scarlet pupils full of bloodshot that twisted back and forth like earthworms. This matter will never end so easily, just wait, when we meet next time. Gagula's curse did not finish. Then, a hot breath came from behind him, and the tragic psychological shadow made his whole body ache, and he twitched and spasmed uncontrollably. How is it possible? Gagula turned his head back, and when he saw Su Hong chasing him with high-temperature steam all over his body like the sun, his ambition and aspirations fell into the cold abyss. Fear was like the invisible hand of the ancient god, viciously grasping the monster's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. Great void, tell me, this must be my illusion. Gagula looked behind him with the other side of his head, and saw the same scene. Run! This was the only thought left in Gagula's mind. He swore that he would never fight this monster again. Gagula flapped his wings desperately, trying to shake off Su Hong who was following him, but Su Hong was obviously faster than Gagula. After a few breaths, Gagula felt that one of his tails seemed to be wrapped by some hot metal. He looked back tremblingly and found that Su Hong's dark face covered with terrible flames was almost on his shoulder. The grim smile on his face, the mouth full of sharp teeth, and the dark red light particles slowly gathered in the mouth. All of them made Gagula feel terrified. Run! Gagula heard the meaning conveyed by Su Hong's roar, and the two giant beasts lost their balance at the same time and fell towards the lush primitive jungle below. This primeval forest is vast and boundless, with several large mountain ranges wrapped in the green of the forest. The mountain in the center is about 3,000 or 4,000 meters high, which is the sacred place that Su Hong passed by 3,000 years ago. Father God flew away. Beside the fast-flowing river, the scorching flames have not yet dried up. A dragonborn who looks like a leader looked up at the sky and shouted loudly. We can't let Father God fight alone. Adam said loudly, turning over and riding on the back of a huge primitive Tyrannosaurus. He waved the long sword in his hand and said to the descendants of Dragonborn, although we can't intervene in the war between gods, as descendants of Father God, we should stand with Father God. We are witnessing history. 10,000 years later, we are myths. A young Dragonborn shouted excitedly. In this way, under the leadership of Adam, the remaining 20,000 dragons began to rush again in the dark night. After several days of high-intensity fighting, these dragons were already very tired, but under Adam's encouragement, there was still a burning power emerging from the corners of their bodies. Pride in witnessing the glory of the myth drove them to rush to the battlefield tirelessly. In the lush primeval forest, the battle between Su Hong and Gagula fell into a white-hot battle again. Su Hong still firmly occupied the upper hand. Gagula had no power to fight back under Su Hong's violent anger. I will destroy you, melt you in the flames, and turn you into ashes. Su Hong roared. The irresistible force penetrated Gagula's body, almost tearing the evil god's hideous body in half. Roar! Gagula howled in unbearable pain. He struggled and waved his claws randomly, but this time he really hurt Su Hong. A long scratch appeared on the fragile wing membrane, and hot blood spurted out from the wound. The huge and wide wings gave Su Hong the power to fly, but it also became an exposed weakness of Su Hong in the battle. But that was all. The stinging pain from the wound could not change the destined outcome, but made Su Hong even more angry. The violent anger burst down on Gagula's broken body like a meteorite falling from the sky, and the monster's battle lasted almost a whole night. Until dawn the next day. When the sky was light, Gagula let out a miserable howl, and the breath of life completely disappeared from this fertile land. Large tracts of forests turned to ashes in the aftermath of the battle. Ancient trees hundreds of meters high were uprooted by monsters, and mountains collapsed in the collision. The landforms that the planet had shaped for millions of years were so fragile and vulnerable in front of the old monsters. With the fall of Gagra, Su Heng's anger gradually subsided, and then he realized that he seemed to have caused incredible damage. He looked up and saw many human figures with wings growing on their backs floating in the air. On the mountain in the center of the forest, thousands of feet of light bloomed outward through the cracks in the rocks, brighter and more sacred than the sun rising in the eastern sky. The battle is over. But another war seems to be about to begin. Su Hong narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the light bursting from the center of the mountains. His burning eyes penetrated the clouds suspended above the forest, and he found many huge stones floating in the air in the sweeping sea of clouds. Those stones were as small as houses, and the largest was about the size of an island on the sea. Floating islands. There were forests, rivers, mountains, and traces of intelligent creatures on them. They were humanoid creatures with pterosaur wings growing on their backs, slightly pointed heads, long arms and legs, and an average height of about 5 to 6 meters. Their wings and heads were dotted with feathers of different colors. Those feathered people were obviously frightened by the turmoil caused by the battle between Su Hong and Gagula. In the eyes of the creatures of this era, giant beasts of the size of Su Hong and Gagula were the real disasters. When they saw Su Hong, it was like people seeing a storm sweeping the sky, a tsunami that swallowed everything, or a major earthquake that could flatten more than a dozen cities at the same time. They would only think of staying away from him. There are not many people like the Dragonborn who are so stubborn that they dare to rush up and fight with the evil god with swords and guns. And the key is, these Dragonborn can really hurt Gagra. This is partly because Gagra disdains to take the Dragonborn seriously, but it also shows that the Dragonborn are not lacking in courage and strength. They can dominate this continent for thousands of years, and their strength is worthy of recognition. The forest in front of them. Whether it is the huge islands suspended in the air or the special life in front of them, it is obvious that they were slowly formed after being disturbed by the radiation of other extraordinary beasts. Su Hong thought about it and dug out some clues from the depths of his memory. So that's how it is. Su Hong took 2 deep breaths. Although Su Hong had never been at a disadvantage in the battle with Gagula, he had basically pinned Gagula to the ground and beat him up. But he had to admit that Gagula was an opponent of the same level and was not weak. His strong recovery ability and almost inexhaustible physical strength had once caused Su Hong a lot of trouble. Su Hong was now exhausted, and a wave of obvious sleepiness surged into Su Heng's heart. He felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He wanted to lie down and sleep soundly. However, it was not time to sleep yet, and many things had not been resolved. Su Hong thought in his heart, I passed by this forest before I fell asleep last time. At that time, there was no trace of these feathered people in front of me. Is it a newly born race? Su Hong was thinking in surprise. In the center of the mountains, the holy light was so bright that it completely overshadowed the rising sun in the sky. Then there was a huge tremor. Even though Su Hong was very tired, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. In the hazy halo and snow-like clouds, he saw 2 wings with brilliant light slowly spreading out. The wings were so huge that the rolling mountains seemed a little small in front of them, like a background pattern dotted on an ink painting. At the same time, the light on the wings was so pure and bright that it was enough to move every life that witnessed such a scene to shed tears. Su Hong also felt his eyes slightly moist. It was not because of his sensitive mind, but Su Hong found that although the light was beautiful, it was always emitting slight radiation, so that his visual perception organs were somewhat stimulated. The light contained information about the monster. Istaya, the god of feathers. Authority seems to be reflected in light, wings, wind, etc., and he is a young but powerful god. Istaya is a good-tempered old god, and can also be described as a homebody. Since the birth of consciousness and body in this vibrant world, it rarely leaves this vast primeval forest, and spends most of its time sleeping in the mountains in the center of the forest. But now, this vast forest. About 1/5 of the area was completely destroyed in the battle between Su Hong and Gagula. All life turned into ashes or charcoal in the raging fire. The hot flames were still burning and spreading outward. Some feather people were in a hurry to stop the fire from spreading outward, but the high wall formed by the flames forced them to continue to retreat, and they hurriedly flew to a high place and stood with their gods. Seeing this scene in front of them, even the good-tempered Istaya was angry. During her sleep, the aliens had tried to invade this lush land. But after being taught a lesson by the awakened Istaya, they ran away far away, and then this forest was in a peaceful state like a paradise. But now, the flames of war have spread to their homeland. In this case, let's fight on. Istaya fell from the clouds. Her body did not look very large among the strange beasts. It was only about 300 meters long. She looked like a moth magnified countless times, with a round head and a slender body. There were 2 tentacles on her head that extended outward like antennas. The color of her body was as white as jade. Although it was not covered with scales, it still looked quite hard. Compared with its relatively petite body, Istaya has unusually wide wings. The width of the wings is between 6 and 7 times the length of Istaya's body, which is about 2,000 meters. During the dive, Istaya was already calling for the strong wind. The roaring hurricanes gathered together, and even a faint cyan halo appeared, falling from the sky at a speed faster than the sound. The flames spreading outward in the forest were suppressed and extinguished almost in an instant. The roaring hurricane fell on Su Hong, giving him a feeling like the impact of a small stone, although it could not cause any substantial harm to Su Hong. But it still made this monster feel obviously uncomfortable. But even so, Su Hong was still patient, raised his head and roared at Istaya, who was swooping down towards him, "Stop!" Unfortunately, Istaya's speed has been increased to the limit. The round head hit Su Hong's body like a battering ram. Su Hong had to make a dodge gesture, and at the same time, he ducked and charged up a punch to hit Istaya's head. Su Hong's physical fitness is even comparable to that of a giant beast. It also belongs to the super-standard kind. Jagula tried his best to attack, but it was difficult to even tear Su Hong's skin apart and cause real damage to the monster. When Istaya's speed increased to the limit, the 2 monsters collided together, and then separated in less than half a second. Su Hong stood still, and Istaya returned to the sky again. She felt like her head was in a daze, and the forest in front of her was spinning like an hour hand. Unlike Su Hong, who has been running around since he set foot on land, Istaya almost never leaves the forest that is his home. In the long years, Su Hong was the first extraordinary lifeform of the same size that Istaya had seen. Istaya was already somewhat blinded by the brief collision. Her own attacks would hardly have an impact on Su Hong. But the burned forest also made Istaya feel heartbroken and painful. Could it be that we just let this black and hard guy swagger into his garden, spit, and then leave swaggeringly? Istaya felt extremely anxious and confused. At this moment, Su Hong spoke. "That's enough. Stop." Su Hong's low roar sounded over the forest. Istaya no longer continued to attack rashly, but was suspended in the sky. His pure and transparent eyes like gems reflected the forest that had turned into ashes and the dark giant beast standing in the ashes. "I am not your enemy, and I am not here to start a new war." Su Hong stepped on Jagula's broken body, which was bloody and looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Istaya is a young and innocent god. After seeing Su Hong's appearance, he was a little shocked. After calming down, he did not dare to take action easily. In the past thousands of years, you should be able to sense the disasters the sky has brought to this continent. I appeared in the forest to prevent disasters and desolation from spreading on this land. Su Hong reached out and picked up Jagula's head from the ground, then looked around and said to Istaya, "As for what happened in the forest, I am also sorry, but these things are the price that must be paid. I hope you can understand. Thank God that communication between giant beasts does not require language." In other words, the special perception ability allows Su Hong to convey his thoughts to Istaya's consciousness more clearly. After a brief exchange, Istaya didn't know whether he understood or not, but he did not continue to attack, nor did he choose to leave. Instead, he was suspended in the air, still looking at Su Hong with some vigilance. Su Hong stopped talking to Istaya and started to prepare his trophies. When he just woke up, Su Hong had tasted the corpses of alien life forms. Although these guys looked hideous and terrifying, their strong bodies were rich in the various nutrients and taste are quite good, which is still fresh in Su Hong's memory. Jagula is a life form of the same level. After death, the body will always exude a special fragrance. Su Hong once again felt a sense of hunger that he hadn't seen for a long time. The fierce fighting and long-distance running had made Su Hong physically exhausted, and now he could just replenish his nutrition. Under the eyes of Istaya, the monster as tall and terrifying as a magic mountain opened its mouth, and a torrent of flames spurted out, falling to the ground like a waterfall. The flames then turned into a huge ring and spread outward, with a wall of flames hundreds of meters high flying around, until it completely enveloped Jagula's bloody body. The scorching heat further stimulated the fragrance emanating from Jagula's body. Soon, a few minutes passed. The scarlet color of Jagula's exposed muscles has faded, turning to an attractive golden color. The scales have also become golden and crispy, with some burnt marks on them, making a squeaking sound in the flames. Istaya watched what Su Hong did in the sky. All of this was full of curiosity for her. This big guy is so scary, Istaya thought like this in his heart, that big snake is so pitiful. It's obviously dead, but it still has to be treated like this by the enemy. Think so. Istaya couldn't help drooling from the corner of his mouth. Although the big snake is very pitiful, it really smells good and I really want to eat it, a new thought emerged in Istaya's pure heart. However, although he wanted to eat it, Istaya did not choose to act rashly. As the god of the feathered people, with so many descendants watching, Istaya still cared about his own face. Although now Istaya may not quite understand what face is. At this time, Jagula was finally roasted by Su Hong. Su Hong raised his hand and tore off a long piece of golden and crispy meat from Jagula. However, he did not choose to swallow it immediately, but stretched out his hand to eat the piece. The barbecue was raised high in the air and waved in the direction of Istaya in the sky. What does this mean? Do you think I'm one of those tamed wind god pterosaurs? Seeing Su Hong's actions, Istaya's eyes widened, but he became a little angry. As a god, I will not forgive this bad guy just because of a piece of barbecue. Although he didn't speak, Istaya had secretly made up his mind. However, before Istaya made a decision, his body had already made a first move. He flapped his wings and slid down gently in the air. He opened his mouth and took the barbecue in Su Hong's hand, even very intimately. It landed on Su Hong's shoulder. Why is this happening? I obviously don't want it, Istaya was stunned. However, her little heart was immediately filled with the aroma of barbecue. In the thousands of years since its birth, those curious feathered people have used various foods to worship their gods, but the taste of raw meat or fruits and vegetables is really ordinary, and Istaya is not. I like it very much, and I only eat a small amount every time. However, this time it was different. The meat grilled with flames exuded a rich and tangy aroma. The moment the tender but elastic meat entered Istaya's mouth, the rich and warm taste occupied all her senses. It's so delicious. Istaya's eyes seemed to sparkle with light as she had such an idea for the first time. Although he is a god in the truest sense of the word, it is really pitiful that it is just a piece of barbecue without any seasonings. Su Hong thought with some pride in his heart. However, Istaya's body was furry and cool. Even if he lay on Su Hong's shoulder, his light body did not seem to bring too much pressure. Instead, he felt quite comfortable. Su Hong shared his spoils with Istaya. He also had the idea of compensating and apologizing, so he did not wave his hand to drive the young guy away. He continued to remove a whole long piece of muscle from Gagula's body and handed it to Istaya. This time, Istaya did not hesitate at all, and hurriedly stretched out his two front paws to grab the barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. At this time, there were patches of smoke and dust outside the forest. The smoke and dust rolled, spreading from the direction of the northern desert. Standing in the sky and looking from afar, it was like a mad dragon rolling on the ground, which was a spectacular momentum. The feathered people thought they were attacked by the enemy, and made a slightly harsh cry, and rushed out from the floating island with weapons in their hands. Su Hong also noticed the movement outside and looked in the direction where the movement came from. After a whole night of running, the Dragonborn arrived. The smoke and dust that rolled like an angry dragon finally stopped slowly when it approached the forest. Adam rushed forward. At this moment, he had to gently pat the original Tyrannosaurus under him, and turned over and jumped off the broad back of the original Tyrannosaurus. The dragons saw their god standing in the forest that had turned into ashes. Under the feet of the god, the huge and ferocious body of the evil god had become dilapidated. Even at a distance of several thousand meters, they could still clearly smell the strong smell of blood emanating from the evil god. Great, our god has won. The evil god has been killed. An old priest appeared behind Adam. Looking at the scene in front of him, he said excitedly. But Adam frowned tightly and looked up at the sky. The god with huge wings like a butterfly was suspended in the clouds, emitting bright and clear light. Although her body was not as big as the god, but the wings that were several thousand meters wide were spread out in the sky like a scroll. Mountains, forests, clouds, and the vast undulating land all looked small against the huge wings. There was no doubt that it was also a powerful god. This is the territory of the feathered people. Those people with wings are not easy to deal with. Adam slowly retracted his gaze and said in a low voice, "This war is not over yet. We can't be happy too early." The dragonborn priest next to him was already thousands of years old and was Adam's elder, but now under Adam's reprimand, there was no unnatural expression on his face. Instead, he nodded respectfully, "King, you are right. Kanda is dead. Back to the kingdom of fire." But in this war, Adam also won the admiration of the tribesmen. He carried the majesty of a leader in his every move. Even the elders of the tribe would listen carefully to and think about what he said. Look, the god of the feathered people fell from the sky. Does he want to attack our gods? A young dragonborn guard pointed to the sky from a distance. At this time, he suddenly spoke. Hearing the voice of the dragonborn guard, Adam immediately raised his head and looked towards the sky, and indeed saw the feather god falling in the sky. He immediately clenched the Grania great sword in his hand, ready to lead the dragonborn to attack the feather people at any time. But something unexpected happened. The feather god with a huge and gorgeous body gently landed on the broad back of the god, and his round head stuck out along his shoulders. The dragonborn god did not choose to expel the feather god, but stretched out his hand to tear a long piece of meat from Gagra and fed it to the feather god behind him. The feather god also grabbed it with his two front paws without hesitation and ate it quickly with small mouthfuls. Adam was slightly shocked by the scene in front of him. But soon, he came to his senses and said loudly to the dragonborns, "I understand. The great god of primordial fire has reached an alliance with the god of feathers. We should also obey the will of the gods and make friends with the feathered people." The priests and guards around Adam looked at each other and nodded. Although the alien gods have been destroyed. But there are still many aliens left on this continent. There are still many battles to be fought, and the land and pastures given by the gods need to be taken back step by step. In this process, the feathered people are quite tricky guys in the eyes of the dragonborns. They can fly in the air for a long time. The home is not on the land, but on the floating islands above the forest. In the frontal battle, although the dragonborn are not afraid of the feathered people, they have no way to deal with these winged guys. If they can turn enemies into friends with the feathered people, it will naturally be a good thing for the dragonborns. That's it. Jagula's huge body was almost divided up by Su Hong and Astaya. There were only some scattered bones, pieces of flesh and blood mixed with soil, and some broken internal organs on the ground. In addition, Su Hong also saw a lot of white feathers on the battlefield, which were left by the feather god when he was injured during the conflict with Astaya. Su Hong himself was also injured. The wound came from the wings behind him, which were torn by Gagra in the battle. A lot of blood hotter than magma dripped into this fertile land, but now the wound and wings have disappeared. A large amount of flesh and blood was devoured by Su Hong, and the hunger was relieved, and there was a warm feeling in his stomach. The sleepiness became more unbearable. Su Hong saw the dragon descendants outside the forest who were trying to approach him. In the extraordinary perception unique to the old beast, Su Hong had discovered that Kanda's flame had been extinguished. Su Hong felt a little sad for his acquaintance, but that was all. In Su Hong's eyes, ordinary life seemed fragile and short-lived, and only the old could survive in this land for a long time. Su Hong finally left nothing for these dragonborns. He waved goodbye to Astaya, left the forest alone, found a long, dark crack in the wilderness in the north of the earth, and fell into it without hesitation, disappearing from the ground, and began a new round of sleep. This sleep was used to restore physical strength and absorb the nutrients in Gagula's flesh and blood. According to Su Hong's estimation, he should wake up soon. But this concept of fast is for Su Hong. The time spent by Su Hong every time he sleeps must be recorded for at least 1,000 years. When he wakes up from his sleep next time, he doesn't know what the dragon descendants will become. Su Hong has some small expectations in his heart. In the primitive forest where the feather people live, Astaya was originally in a sleeping period, and was awakened from his sleep by Su Hong's disturbance. After the battle, after a good meal, Astaya returned to the huge mountain cave where he lived again, folded his wings and turned into a translucent giant cocoon and returned to sleep. And on the battlefield of the gods, the feather people with pterosaur wings reached a contract with the dragon descendants. The dragon descendants must not invade the forest where the feather people live, but in the subsequent war between the dragon descendants and the aliens, the feather people must provide air support for the dragon descendants. The content of the contract is very beneficial to both parties. The dragon descendants left the forest contentedly to prepare for the next war, and at the same time hoped that his father god would wake up from his sleep as soon as possible. The feather people returned to the sky island where they lived. Just then, the leader of the feather people, a middle-aged feather person with broad and colorful wings named Samor, suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the battlefield of the gods in confusion. In the ashes. I don't know if it's Samor's illusion. The scattered bones, the snow-white feathers falling in the ashes, and the hot blood like molten magma seemed to have life and began to wriggle, gathering towards the center. He rubbed his eyes and found that there were no obvious changes on the battlefield of the gods. Samor was a sensitive leader. He realized that some unprecedented changes might happen on this battlefield. He wanted to ask the gods, but the feather gods were already asleep and could not respond to Samor's call. In the end, Samor could only send a team of strong feather people warriors to guard around the battlefield and observe the movements on the battlefield at any time. Hundreds of years have passed. Under the leadership of Adam, the Dragonborn conquered land after land, slowly removing the disaster brought by the arrival of the demon star thousands of years ago from this troubled land. After Gagra was destroyed by Su Hang, the remaining aliens no longer had the amazing vitality they had shown before, and the ability to continuously absorb genes from the outside world to evolve and improve themselves. On the contrary, the Dragonborn gained a lot of fertile land. Coupled with Su Hang's blessing and the increase in the probability of hatching offspring, the number of Dragonborn has increased at an astonishing rate in the past few hundred years. From the initial population of 20,000 to now, it has exceeded the million mark. In the past few hundred years, the Dragonborn have learned to graze, farm, catch food from the sea, build cities, smelt metals, etc. This is an era of great development. The Dragonborn are united by words, communicating and learning from each other. In the past 1,000 years, the Dragonborn have encountered two large-scale wars. One of the enemies was a fish-headed human monster from the deep sea, and the other was an outbreak from the ice field in the north. However, although the enemies of these two tribes were powerful, but they were still no match for the Dragonborn. Under the leadership of Adam and the help of the feathered people, the Dragonborn defeated these invading enemies and built a fortress city on the border of the continent to monitor the movements of these enemies. The fish-headed human monster called the Deep Diver lives in the deep sea, and the monster from the ice field is a walking corpse that exudes the smell of death and decay. Whether it is the ice field or the deep sea, it is not yet a field that the Dragonborn can conquer, so after winning these two large-scale wars, even Adam cannot completely eliminate these enemies like he eliminated the aliens. He can only choose to build cities and defense facilities on the border of the continent. Once there is any disturbance, the news can be quickly passed to the hands of the Dragonborn priests. After that, there will be hundreds of years of peace and prosperity. And now, on the day when the evil god Gagula died for 1,000 years, the god's revelation land, which had long been transformed into a huge city, was about to be completed. The day of the completion of the temple had arrived. Adam set out from his palace with excitement. He rode a primitive Tyrannosaurus that was more than 20 meters tall, followed by his two children. The slightly older boy was called Donas, which means a gift in the language of the Dragonborn. Donas' birth was a gift from the gods to him. He was less than 200 years old this year, which was considered a recent adult among the Dragonborn, but he was almost as tall as Adam. A strong body and sharp fangs, as well as densely wrapped flame patterns on his body. No one doubted that Donas would become a great warrior or even a great king in the future. Behind Adam on the right side was another younger girl, only a little over 100 years old, who was in the subadult stage of the Dragonborn age. Although she did not have a broad and powerful body like her brother and father, she also had deep red flame patterns on her body, which were even more magnificent than those of her brother, and radiated a ruby-like light under the sun. The girl's name was Hispania, which means hope. Just as her name suggests, Hispania exuded a strong breath of fire and vitality. She was a lively and kind child who could bring hope and happiness to anyone. Both children were Adam's pride. After his wife died of illness, Adam did not marry a new queen. He always remembered every word his father had said to him, every time he warned him that as a servant of God, he should learn to be content. He already had two such proud children, and Adam did not dare to continue to ask for more. Behind Adam and the two princes and princesses was a team of fully armed guards holding bone ceremonial guards. The group set out from the palace. When we came to the wide street, both sides of the street were already full of people. In the distance, various houses were neatly arranged on both sides of the street. We could also see specially divided commercial areas and training grounds. Shinchi City is the largest city among the 18 cities of the Dragonborn. There are more than 100,000 Dragonborn living in it, but it seems to be in order under Adam's management. Perhaps Adam is a natural warrior. He showed extraordinary strength and courage before he came of age. He took his father to escape with difficulty under the terrible wings and violent thunder of the evil god. However, Adam is not a natural king, especially in planning the city and solving various problems among the Dragonborn. These things gave Adam a splitting headache countless times. He would rather face the terrible monsters than sit in the palace and look at the numbers and various disputes recorded on the stone slabs in front of him. But fortunately, when faced with difficulties, Adam did not choose to give in. Instead, he faced the difficulties head-on. After decades of hard work, Adam finally planned the city completely, and the first code of law belonging to the Dragonborn was also in the process of improvement. After the code is completed, the Dragonborn will truly enter the Age of Order. With his own efforts, the flame of the Dragonborn is burning more and more vigorously on this continent. Nothing can be better than this feeling. It's Lord Adam, and Lord Dones and Lord Hispania. That's the king God gave us. When Adam walked on the wide and neat streets, the Dragonborns who had already gathered on both sides of the street began to cheer. Thank you for your praise, Cain. Robert, it seems that you have caught a lot of good things from the ocean recently. Don't leave the shore too far, and be careful of the monsters in the deep sea that are far away from the light of the Father God. Kant, I'm so glad that I can see you again. You came back alive from the ice field. You are a real warrior. Adam smiled and greeted everyone on the street with a smile on his face. Although he was the well-deserved king of the Dragonborn, Adam didn't have any heirs. Everyone whose name Adam called had a look of joy on his face. They respected their king, just like Adam respected his father. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Adam finally led a large team to the new temple. The huge and wide temple. Built at the foot of the Shinchi volcano, although the Father God has not appeared in front of the Dragonborn for 1,000 years, the Shinchi volcano is still one of the most important holy places for the Dragonborn. The temple has no dome, and the central part is a huge statue of the primordial fire. The height of the statue is 300 meters, and dozens of Dragonborn craftsmen spent hundreds of years to complete this outstanding work. In front of the statue, the sculptures of the Dragonborn guards are neatly arranged. From the outside to the inside, there are hundreds of statues, and the two statues on the innermost left and right are the first generation of Dragonborn High Priest Kanda and the second generation of High Priest Adam. The two kings of the Dragonborn, half kneeling on the ground, serving the gods like servants. Further out are the tribal leaders who participated in the Renaissance War 1,000 years ago, and the great heroes who have achieved success in the next few hundred years. In front of the statue, the golden flame is burning on the floor of the temple. Surrounded by the crowd, Adam, wearing a robe, walked to the bonfire with a solemn look and took down the two bloody heads on the stone tray. The two heads belonged to the leader of the ghouls on the ice field and the fish-headed monster in the deep sea. The heads alone were 4 or 5 meters high. It is conceivable how fierce and powerful the owners of these heads were. The monster's head was placed in the flames and then melted like a candle. The flame burned more violently. A strange fragrance gradually diffused and spread outward in the majestic temple. The dragon priests began to chant in the ancient and vast language, and Adam knelt down in the waves of Sanskrit. He first sang praises to the gods according to etiquette, then reported in full what had happened in the past 1,000 years, and finally congratulated the dragons for becoming more prosperous and successful under the glory of the gods. The whole process was cumbersome and solemn. When the ceremony began, the sun was still hanging high in the sky. By the time the ceremony was over, the sun had already set, and the sky was full of stars, but the moon was not visible. Adam slowly got up from the ground, feeling a little sore, and was about to go back to eat a good barbecue to fill his stomach, but at this moment, a cold and evil breath came from the sky. He suddenly raised his head and saw the stars in the curtain-like night sky twisting and flickering unnaturally, giving Adam the feeling that it was like eyes staring at him in the sky. Then, countless slender rays of light fell from the starry sky, falling like raindrops on the temple and the city. The whole city was shrouded in a dazzling light like a veil. Adam felt cold all over and nauseous. He felt like vomiting. But soon, this feeling disappeared from his body, and the light that enveloped the city also dissipated. He asked the old high priest beside him with some doubt, "Do you know what happened just now? Didn't nothing happen just now?" The expression on the high priest's face became extremely stiff, and the scales solidified with a rotten gray. In the next moment, pah! It fell to the ground like rotten fruit. An astonishing and foul smell of blood emanated from the high priest's body, and the high priest's head suddenly exploded, followed by 4 long scarlet tongues full of teeth flying towards Adam, and the sticky saliva even splashed on Adam's body. Adam's pupils suddenly contracted. He was a warrior who had experienced many battles. He was not afraid of this scene, but was a little surprised. He didn't know what happened just now. He dodged the high priest's attack sideways, and then drew the Grania sword from the belt of the guard behind him. The long sword swept across, and the high priest's rotten head fell to the ground, turning into a scarlet worm twisting wildly, and the tall body fell to the ground powerlessly. Ah! In the calm and solemn temple, screams suddenly rang out one after another. Adam put down the grainy long sword in his hand and saw the high priest's eyes staring at him, as if he would not close his eyes in death. And around him, countless people, priests, and even his 2 children, all subconsciously retreated, looking at him with horror. The flames burned fiercely on the candlesticks, bringing flickering light. In the empty hall, Adam sat on his throne, holding his chin with his hand, and fell into deep thought. What does the starlight represent? I am hallucinating, or other people in the city are deceived. Although he didn't figure out the truth of the matter, Adam realized that he might be facing an enemy that was too powerful to be defeated. He was lurking in the void, full of threats, and could even distort people's minds, perceptions and even bodies at will, and degenerate and distort the proud dragon descendants of the original fire into deformed monsters. Moreover, the opponent was very smart. He would not take the initiative to jump out and stand in front of him, but lurked in the crowd and wantonly created divisions. Yes, this is indeed very tricky, but as the leader of the dragon descendants, as a sacrifice to the gods, I can't give up no matter what kind of opponent I face. Adam thought again of what his father had said to him. Sacrifice is to bring light and fire to the tribe in the darkness, and now a darkness more terrible than the evil god Gagula has arrived. In front of Adam's throne, on the tray made of stone, the body of the sacrificed corpse was placed. The pure black pupils belonging to the king were crooked, staring at Adam blankly, making the whole hall filled with a chill. Perception may be distorted, but the fire given by the gods will not. Adam thought of a way in his mind. A sharp light burst out of his eyes. He opened his mouth and spit out hot breath towards his body. The scorching flames instantly wrapped Adam. Ignite the flame runes all over the body and enter the burning state. Even now, it is still an extremely difficult high-level rune technique for Dragonborn. In the entire Dragonborn kingdom, among the millions of Dragonborn, there are only a few who can master this technique. However, as early as 1,000 years ago, when Adam just came of age, he was already able to use this method skillfully. In fact, many Dragonborns in the tribe who mastered this technique were taught by Adam himself, including Adam's 2 children. The flames that were enough to melt stones burned on Adam's body. But the special physique inherited from the original fire made Adam feel no discomfort, only a faint warm feeling like soaking in a hot spring. The power of the original fire has not abandoned me, which means that my perception should not be wrong. Adam breathed a sigh of relief and thought in his heart. Then, he blew out a mouthful of flame again. The flame ignited the sacrifice on the stone tray in front of him, and the flame burned on the corpse, but Adam clearly heard some weird screams. When the Dragonborn was alive, he had a strong resistance to fire, but this resistance would gradually disappear after death, otherwise the Dragonborn would not be able to turn into dust in the flames and enter the kingdom of gods. But at this time, the body of the high priest was slowly melting, and it was also constantly twisting and deforming. When it was about to disappear and could not be seen clearly, Adam saw countless tentacles and sharp teeth spreading out from the bloody body of the high priest, and disgusting dark green liquid was also flowing out, making a dripping sound, and then all was engulfed by the boiling flames. The sacrifice of the gods has become a pathetic monster. Adam thought sadly. Then, he felt an uncontrollable chill spreading. As the starlight fell, there were countless descendants of gods in the whole city who became the same as the sacrifice. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the palace. Adam hurriedly got up and looked in the direction of the sound. In the rolling darkness, he saw a familiar figure, his daughter Hispania. "Why did you come here alone, my treasure?" Hispania looked frightened. Adam subconsciously wanted to reach out and hold his daughter in his arms as usual, gently soothing her little head. But at this moment, Adam suddenly thought of what happened in the temple not long ago. His movements stopped in mid-air. This indomitable warrior who dared to rush up and chop a sword when facing the evil god Gagula, felt great fear for the first time. He was so afraid that his daughter would suddenly become a sacrificial monster, with her head exploded and attacking him with blasphemous tentacles and flesh. "Stop!" Adam's broad palm gradually fell. He spoke earnestly to his daughter on the palace corridor, and even he himself did not notice that there was a little tremor of crying in his voice. Fortunately, Hispania seemed to still have his own consciousness. After hearing Adam's voice, he stayed in the hall obediently. "Father, I am worried about your safety. Some people say that you are crazy, but I think it is this city that is really crazy." Hispania's voice was filled with unconcealed fear. Waiting until he saw Adam, the excitement slowly eased. "Don't be afraid, child. I am your father and your king. I will protect you, just like I always have." Adam used gentle words to soothe his daughter's emotions, and then he said, "Remember the technique I taught you before, try to ignite the fire in your body." Why? Hispania was a little puzzled, but she still did what Adam said. She didn't have a tall and strong body like Adam and his brother, but her body was wrapped with more gorgeous and bright flame patterns, like a bunch of blooming scarlet flowers. As the power of the flame rune was activated, the scarlet flowers bloomed, and the bright and pure flames burned in the hall. The darkness screamed in fear as if it was burned, and rolled away. "Very good, you proved yourself, you are a little guy favored by God." Adam breathed a sigh of relief. Then he walked to Hispania, gently took his daughter into his arms, and stroked the scales protruding from her head. "Tell me what you saw." "I saw the tribesmen wandering outside, as if it was daytime, but there was no sound in the whole city. Those people didn't speak but just wandered stiffly on the city streets. The starry sky was bright and dazzling, like glowing eyes greedily watching us. I don't know why these things happened. Father, I'm scared." Hispania sobbed. "I understand, leave this city with your brother, go to Gatton City to find Cosfo, he is my comrade in arms, he will give you shelter, give you guidance, and train you to become a qualified leader and qualified priest. So, what about you, father?" "I will fight the monsters in the city and win." He watched his two children leave the city and drift away until their figures were swallowed up by the deep darkness in the wilderness and disappeared from his sight. Adam reluctantly withdrew his gaze from his descendants. The entire palace was empty. He didn't know if it was Adam's illusion, but he always felt like he could hear footsteps moving around in the palace, the sticky sound of wet worms crawling, and the sound of flesh being torn apart like murder. He walked through the palace's wide corridors. "Return to your throne." The fire was still burning vigorously on the candlestick, and the oil collected from whales could keep the flame burning all night long. It's just that the fire ignited by whale oil showed a faint white color. Usually, Adam didn't think there was anything wrong with such a flame. But now when he saw the pale flame on the candlestick, Adam always thought of those wandering outside the palace. The Dragonborn, and the high priest who fell in front of him before. Call. Adam blew hard into the candlestick. The flame went out. The palace fell into darkness, with only the all-pervasive starlight shining through the gaps in the windows, and the whispers in the darkness seemed to become more dense. My perception was blinded by that monster, and what I saw was not necessarily what really happened. Adam thought, since my perception is blinded, my thoughts may also be disturbed by monsters. This is absolutely not allowed. As a priest, I cannot betray my people, and as a king, I cannot betray my people. I should record what is happening, use stones and fire to fight against the evil god hidden in the darkness and starry sky. Adam took a deep breath and his expression gradually became firmer. This is the first day of the disaster. The light from the stars falls from the night, but what brings the Dragonborn is not a blessing but a disaster. A terrible plague spreads in the city. The servants of the primeval fire are infected by the plague. Twisted into a monster by the evil power carried in it, as the king of the Dragonborn, I am determined to fight against this terrible plague and blockade the city until the evil god is completely driven out of this land. This is the third day of the disaster. I am hunting in the dark those descendants who have fallen into madness. Those descendants infected by the plague have become crazy and terrifying, and even I have to face them. I was cautious, but fortunately I sent my children out of this city. I hope they can arrive in Gatton safely, and I hope Cosfo can teach them well. I am not a qualified father, and maybe I am not a qualified king either. This is the 7th day of the disaster. I was injured in the battle with the monster. Something terrible happened. I saw clusters of tentacles and teeth growing out of the wound. I even saw a tooth deep in the flesh. The eyes kept twisting and looking at me with joy. I tried to dig out the eye, but more mutations appeared in the wound, and I could only choose to give up. Fortunately, the flame given by the gods is still there burning in me. Thank you, God, for your blessing. You are so generous and merciful. Even though my body has fallen, you still have not given up your blessings to me. 3 months, maybe longer, have passed. I have never felt the passage of time be so painful. There are more and more changes in my body, the stars have become brighter, and sometimes I can see people in the sky during the day. I saw the brilliant stars in the sky and the eyes hidden in the stars. It became increasingly difficult to understand what was happening in the city. My poor descendants were holding blasphemous rituals in the square, praising the evil god. I rushed forward angrily and took down the altar. Destroyed, but those heirs knelt down and prayed to me. What happened? The brilliant stars appear in the sky regardless of day or night. I can no longer feel the passage of time. I woke up from the nightmare and saw the deformed people under the throne praying to me. Our gods only have the original, the god of fire, that is the original and only god, but when I drew my sword angrily and slashed at them, the blade passed through the monster like a phantom. I sadly realized that I saw the thing is no longer believable, that monster has completely distorted my perception. Fortunately, I still have clear thinking. I am an embryonic egg born among the stars, and I am the gospel of the color of the stars. Loneliness struck me faster than evil spirits. I can't remember how long I haven't had a real rest. I don't remember the last time I had a sincere conversation with someone. I started trying sculptures, and that it's a craft I learned from a tribal leader when I was young. Fortunately, I still remember some of it. I used the stones in the palace to carve out the appearance of a trance. The god opened his eyes in the starry sky and stared at me silently. It took me a few days to complete the sculptures of my father, wife, and 2 children. They stand next to my throne. It's so nice. I still have my family with me in the dark. Fire, starry sky, primordial chaos, the wine of night flows in the sky again. Starry sky's eyes opened again in deep sleep. Golden flames jump in the air, try to smile at people. Oh ignorant people, please don't panic, follow the colors of the stars and join this grand show. Ah! I have committed an unforgivable blasphemy, and that terrible being is about to descend from the starry sky. I saw the land desolate, the city collapsed. Millions of dragonborn twisted into terrible monsters under the starlight. I must find a way to stop this from happening. Only gods can defeat gods. Although the original fire god has left for 1,000 years, there is still the power left by him in this city. If I can do that, maybe. What is this? Why am I carving words on these stone slabs? Who am I? The primeval forest below the floating island. The sea of clouds rolled, and the golden sunlight fell. After passing through the lush shade of the trees, it turned into bright golden beams. Fine dust and pollen rose and fell in the beams, looking like flying elves. Several tall feather people held iron weapons in their hands and wore light leather armor made by forging. They were patrolling in the forest. Unknowingly. Thousands of years have passed since the War of the Gods. The feather god Istaya is the god in charge of wind. The climate of the primeval forest has always been very good, with abundant rain and suitable temperature. After the war, it only took more than 10 years for the forest that was burned to ashes by Su Hong to recover its vitality. After another 1,000 years, most of the traces left by the gods in this forest had disappeared without a trace. However, there was only one exception. In the center of the battlefield, a huge white cocoon stood like a lonely stone. This white creature is nearly 300 meters tall, much larger than the 1,000-year-old trees around it. Bathed in the gentle breeze, its color ranges from slightly azure to almost as transparent as water. Under the sunlight, it reflects beautiful colors that are enough to make people shed tears, and it looks extremely sacred, and exudes a faint fragrance that permeates every corner of the forest. That's right. At the beginning, only a little blood of Su Hong, the feathers of the feather god Istaya, and part of the bone marrow in the huge body of Gagula were left on the battlefield. However, as time passed, the blood left by Su Hong on the battlefield began to slowly devour Gagula's broken limbs, and then the feathers of the feather god Istaya. After devouring all the flesh and blood left by the gods on the battlefield, the blood turned into a blood-red giant egg that kept beating like a heart. For 1,000 years. The strange giant egg kept dividing like a cancer cell, and it was unknown where it absorbed energy and kept growing. From only 10 meters high at the beginning, it has grown to nearly 300 meters high now. The color of the giant egg has also changed from the scarlet red like lava at the beginning to the almost transparent flawless white now. The first person to discover the changes on the battlefield was the leader of the human tribe at that time, a powerful warrior named Semer. He sent his guards to keep an eye on the battlefield that was gradually changing. If a disaster occurred, he could notify the rest of the human to respond in time. However, the lifespan of the human people is not as long as that of the dragonborn. Their average lifespan is between 200 and 300 years, and a few powerful warriors can live to 400 or 500 years old. 1,000 years, for the dragonborn, some old people may still be alive and kicking in the world, and even a fierce man like Adam is still in his prime, but for the human people, it is a relatively long time, and 2 or 3 generations have completed the rotation in this forest. Although time has passed. But the tasks entrusted by the first generation of human King Semer are still passed down. The changes that occurred on the battlefield of the gods were observed and recorded by the feather people. At the beginning, when the bloody remains gathered together and turned into a scarlet giant egg that kept beating like a heart, the feather people were indeed in a state of panic. Some powerful feather people even proposed to wipe out this freak on the battlefield in advance. The feather people have wings that can fly for a long time and long distance, which means that compared with the dragons, the feather people actually know more and more about what happened on this continent. As for the disaster caused by the rampage of the aliens, the feather people also know something. All life on the continent is afraid that the lingering black shadow will come again like the night. The evil god Gagula and Su Hong are powerful and destructive gods in the eyes of the simple feather people. Their powers are combined with each other, and it is hard to imagine how terrible monsters will be born. However, the steady king of the feather people still chose to report the news to his god Istaya. Unlike Su Hong, who could not find anyone after falling asleep, Istaya spent most of her time in the magnificent mountains in the center of the forest. She was a gentle and kind god who loved her people more than Su Hong and had a closer connection with them. In the call of her people, Istaya woke up from a long dream and saw the scarlet giant egg growing in the forest. For Istaya, this life was also a novelty. But Istaya keenly realized that there was also some of her power in the giant egg. Although the newly born embryo looked a little scary, it was essentially innocent and harmless. Istaya tolerantly accepted this little life and told her people not to disturb the growth of the embryo. The human faithfully carried out the tasks assigned by their gods. And now, 1,000 years have passed. This giant egg in the forest is constantly growing, and its color is slowly fading. In some places, through the sunlight, you can even see life swimming lightly under the giant egg. It looks like an angel in the legend, with wings covered with gorgeous feathers and a body like a dragon. He is my father, my king, my pride, and the one I vowed to follow and surpass in my life, but those are all things of the past. Doni said to his sister Hispania, now, he has become an abominable monster, openly worshipping evil gods and slaughtering people wantonly, bringing disaster and shame to the proud Dragonborn. As the third king of the Dragonborn tribe, I have the responsibility to kill and bury that ugly monster. To this day, it has been 30 years since Hispania and Donis left the city of God. After 30 years, Adam's two children returned to their hometown again, but compared to the embarrassment when they left in a hurry, Adam brought a coalition of up to 100,000 people when he returned this time. The coalition includes 30,000 Dragonborn and 70,000 original Tyrannosaurus. You know, every adult Dragonborn is more than 10 meters tall, while the original Tyrannosaurus is between 15 and 20 meters long. 100,000 troops walked on this land, the smoke and dust stirred up like an angry dragon connecting the shining sky and the earth, and the sound of broad feet stepping on the ground was dull like thunder. No, you don't understand how terrible the evil and invincible enemies are hidden in that city. You also don't understand what kind of monsters our father has been fighting all these years. Hispania stretched out his arms, blocking his brother, and said in an almost pleading voice, please, please don't go forward, don't bring disaster to yourself and the tribe. What nonsense are you talking about? Doni stared at his sister angrily, his tone unconsciously raised a little. Do you know how much I paid to gather this army? Do you know how many dragons have traveled thousands of miles and experienced countless difficulties and obstacles to come here to gather with us? That is the city of divine revelation, a holy place in the hearts of all dragons. Only by accepting the audience and blessings of the chief priests and the divine revelation can you become the true king of dragons under the witness of the gods. And now, everything is about to succeed. But you told me that you let me retreat just because of some crazy rumors and dispensable bubbles. At the end, Donis had already roared unconsciously. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and the dark red flame patterns intertwined on his body also emitted a flickering light. Donis was riding on the tall primitive Tyrannosaurus, half a body taller than his sister Hispania. His beast-like roar and blazing flames made him look violent and intimidating. Of course, Hispania knew that her brother would not really attack her. Just like her father. But, in the past 30 years, living under someone else's roof and all kinds of rumors in the tribe made his mind sensitive and irritable, and the desire to take back the city of God was constantly whipping and driving his heart. I understand. Hispania looked at her brother sadly, but she did not give up. Can you wait a little longer? Let me enter the city first. If I can come back alive, I will tell you what I saw in the city. If I don't come back, it means that there is a terrible disaster hidden in the city. Whatever you want, you are an adult and should be responsible for your own choices. Donis paused, looked at his sister, and then suddenly laughed again, saying in a joking tone, according to reason, the honor of being the first to step into the divine revelation should belong to me, but who makes you my family? My honor is your honor, and vice versa. Okay. Hispania did not take her brother's words to heart. If nothing goes wrong, I will come back as soon as possible. Be careful. Finally, Donis looked at his sisters gradually receding back, and couldn't help shouting loudly, pushing open the ancient and heavy door. Hispania carefully stepped into the city where he had lived for hundreds of years. 30 years is not a long time for the Dragonborns who have a lifespan of thousands of years, but when Hispania returned to his city again, the city that should have been familiar to him seemed to have become dilapidated as if it had experienced thousands of years. The air was filled with a strong smell of dampness and decay. The tall stone buildings around the streets had collapsed, and the streets were full of dust. It was clearly morning now. Outside the city, you can see bright sunshine, and the sun is hanging high in the sky. But just stepping into a dilapidated door, the scenery in front of you suddenly changed dramatically. The bright and warm sunshine disappeared, replaced by cold darkness and brilliant and distorted starlight. Hispania raised his head. Seeing a string of shining stars passing through the sky, stars of various colors spinning and flashing in the vast sky, Hispania seemed to see shining eyes staring at him in a trance. There was a whispering voice in her ear. The voice was inaudible and extremely harsh, but Hispania couldn't help wanting to sink into it. A huge fear spread in the heart of the dragon girl. But thinking of her father and her persistent brother, Hispania finally gritted her teeth and walked towards the direction of the palace with determination. Along the way, Hispania saw many twisted shadows on the road. The dragons were no longer visible on those rotten and bloated monsters. Their scales were broken, replaced by twisted limbs and rotten sores. Some lives seemed to be cut in half by some sharp weapon, but they were still alive, wailing in pain, and the broken bodies crawled aimlessly on the ground. Hispania held her breath, carefully avoiding those rotten monsters. When passing the corner, Hispania suddenly looked up and saw a pair of pure and brilliant eyes staring at her. The eyes seemed to belong to a newborn baby, without any impurities or filth. In fact, it was true, but the head of the baby was as big as a house, and the huge eyes were enough to cover most of Hispania's body. Hispania was terrified. The huge fear seemed to have turned into a substantial big hand, grabbing her heart fiercely. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. In the next moment, the monster with huge pupils opened its mouth and let out a series of piercing screams. The sound waves spread outward like waves, rippling obvious ripples on the dusty ground. In an instant, the originally calm monster seemed to be awakened. One after another, screams rang out in the city. In the strange screams, the long-dead city seemed to come alive. The bloated monsters rushed towards Hispania at an extraordinary speed. That appearance reminded Hispania of a hungry primitive Tyrannosaurus. There were too many monsters rushing around, and the terrifying appearance made Hispania have little idea of fighting. She ran towards the palace without hesitation. The once sacred city has fallen and twisted into this state. Hispania dared not imagine whether her father, the great King Adam, is still alive now. If he is still alive. Relying on her familiarity with the surrounding environment, Hispania used the path to get rid of most of the fallen monsters following behind her. After more than 10 minutes, Hispania finally arrived in front of the palace. The floor of the palace was paved with white marble, but now it was full of cracks, and the color had turned into a strange dark green, which looked slippery and wet as if covered with tiny moss. The entrance of the palace was empty, and the real darkness was revealed from it. Like a giant beast that chooses people to devour. Hispania forced herself to endure the inappropriate fear in her heart and stepped into the palace. The runes on her body were activated in the darkness, and the flames brought light to the decaying palace. In the flickering firelight, Hispania saw many terrible sculptures. The gods were shaped into wriggling meat bags covered with tentacles, and his worshippers were twisted creatures that looked like worms with wings growing on their backs. What a blasphemy, Hispania murmured, unable to hide her shock. Just by seeing these sculptures, Hispania felt that her eyes were hopelessly polluted. And at this moment, heavy footsteps came from the corridor behind the throne. Bang! 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 As the footsteps sounded, the entire huge palace was shaking. Wisps of dust fell from the worn ceiling. Hispania held her breath and looked towards the darkness behind the throne in horror. She covered her mouth tightly, but her trembling body and her pupils that couldn't help but shrink still filled the dragonborn girl's heart. Of fear exposed. Finally, the footsteps that sounded like a reminder stopped. Monsters in the darkness also appear in the firelight emanating from Hispania. What a twisted and terrifying creature that was. Hispania couldn't help but sigh in her heart, staggering back. There are still some traces of the dragonborn on the dark green monster that exudes a rotting stench. The facial features on its face have completely disappeared, replaced by octopus-like tentacles. The body is covered with incomplete scales. The numerous scars on the scales have countless scarlet tentacles twisting and spreading outwards, and the mucus is dripping. It fell along the tentacles, emitting an unbearable stench. In addition, the monster's body is also unusually tall. Most of the dragonborn were between 10 and 15 meters tall, but the monster in front of them was at least over 20 meters tall. Hispania felt that his body could only reach the opponent's rotten waist, and his ugly and bloated body was constantly approaching Hispania like a huge mountain of flesh. The moment he saw the monster, all sanity in Hispania was almost gone. She couldn't help but scream, but after thinking that the sound might attract more monsters in the dark, Hispania quickly reached out and covered her mouth tightly. She looked at the monster that appeared in front of her in horror. Fortunately, the monster seemed to be in some kind of confusion and did not attack him immediately. Hispania finally came to her senses. She had completely lost her courage. At this time, she just wanted to leave this terrible city as soon as possible and tell her brother everything she found here. However, just when Hispania was about to turn around and leave, outside the palace, under the bright starlight, more monsters have been attracted by the movement Hispania brought when he entered the palace. Like a green and corrupt tide gathering together, when Hispania appeared in front of the palace gate, what he saw was such a desperate scene. The deformed monsters let out ecstatic howls, clustered together, stretched out their twisted claws and sticky tentacles, and swarmed towards Hispania like hungry beasts. And behind Hispania, in the long corridor of the palace, the swollen monster like a mountain of meat is getting closer and closer. She was completely blocked here, and the cold death was coming in an instant. Compared to the tragic death, Hispania was more afraid of whether she would become such a twisted creature in front of her. Bang! Before the monster gets close to him, Hispania still mustered up the courage and tried to attack with fire. The flame that could originally melt the rock seemed to fall into the green ocean. It only lasted for a moment and was completely extinguished amidst the sound of hiss. The monster made a mocking sound and was about to tear apart the defenseless Hispania. Aha! Just between life and death. The roaring and piercing sound broke through the air, just like the howling of beasts. Hispania only felt a cold feeling on the top of his head, and with the flash of crimson light, all the deformed and miserable monsters in front of him fell into the splattering blood. Hispania, my child, is it you? Indistinct murmurs came from behind. Hispania stood up in a hurry and looked at the tall and swollen figure standing behind her, as well as the red grania sword in the monster's hand. She felt that her heart almost stopped beating. A terrifying conjecture appeared in Hispania's mind. Father, she opened her eyes wide, and then repeated in a louder voice, Father, is that you? Get out of here, and don't come back. There was a moment of tenderness and memory in the monster's eyes, but soon as the brilliant starlight spread, the human emotions were once again replaced by madness and despair. The monster named Adam slowly raised his palm. Like countless times before, he wanted to hold his daughter in his arms and gently stroke her scales, but this time he stopped in midair, and the deformed palm covered with dark green scales was slowly retracting. I will continue to fight, until the last moment of my life. The monster returned to the darkness. He left resolutely. The bloated and rotting monsters, the starry sky above the city, and the roars coming from the darkness. Donius picked his ears and was somewhat disapproving of the news from his sister, and said with a sneer, These are just like bubbles. There is nothing to be afraid of. We are the dragonborn favored by the original fire god. We are born with the power to control flames, and the flames given by the gods will devour everything unknown. With that said, Donius opened his mouth. A cone-shaped flame covered the land in front of him. The moist soil quickly became dry and hard, and then turned into crimson lava in the flames. Those twisted monsters have strong vitality, and flames may not have any effect. Hispania said anxiously. Okay, let's not talk about this. Donius waved his hand casually, his rough eyebrows raised upward, looking a little satisfied. Although Hispania has been repeating the fear and danger contained in the city, judging from the information revealed by Hispania alone, the monsters in this city have nothing to fear. The city is inevitable for Donius. Right. Donius's frivolous expression turned slightly serious. Since you came back from the city, you have been looking lost and absent-minded. What's going on? Did you see our father in the city? No, Hispania thought of the bloated monster. He did not tell his father what happened in the palace. Before leaving the land of divine enlightenment, his father was such a wise and mighty king. But now, tortured by darkness and madness, he has completely turned into a monster. Hispania did not want to spread the news, nor did he want his father to be shamed because of these things. But Donez and his sister have been dependent on each other for decades, and he still doesn't know what his sister is thinking. He still has a smile on his face, but he looks a little cold. Don't lie to me, Hispania, you were sure I saw him in that city? He used to be the person I admired the most, but now if she has really degenerated into a monster, then I will defeat him mercilessly and then take his life. Now, prepare to open the city gate. After Donez finished speaking, he raised his hand, and then suddenly dropped it. Teams of dragonborn soldiers armed with spears and arranged neatly walked towards the city, and all 8 gates in different directions were opened. The huge city gate was like a decaying giant, wailing and falling in the blazing flames. The fire spread in the city, and thick smoke billowed. Even from a long distance away, Grania could smell it. The smell is pungent and pungent. An army of dragonborn and primitive tyrannosaurs began to carry out Donez' orders. Gates and walls were knocked down. The army entered the city wall through these huge cracks like a tide. In Donez's expectation, the army might encounter some obstacles in the process, and might even encounter some troubles. But the powerful dragonborn will use the flames given by the gods to burn away the evil in the city. Although Donez seems reckless, it can even be described as arrogant. But Donez is not stupid. And he has arrogant capital. When he was just an adult, Donez had a body as tall as Adam. And Donez is now nearly 20 meters tall. Among all the dragonborn on this continent, no one can surpass him. He also has another Granian weapon in his hand. That weapon is a gift from Kobos, the leader of Gatton City. It can be said that Donez now is just like Adam in the past, one of the most powerful warriors in the entire dragonborn tribe. And as time goes by, Donez has continuously accumulated experience in battles and wars during his long life, and this one may still be crossed out. Besides, Donez also understands that whether he can take back this city beautifully is related to whether he can become the next dragonborn king. So before the action, Donez sent many people into the city to explore information. Some people came back from the city and brought back their own experiences, while some dragonborn were forever lost in the brilliant starlight of the city. The changes in the city aroused Donez's vigilance. He did not hesitate to spend more time traveling in many cities, expanding the originally prepared 10,000 dragonborn army to 30,000, plus a large number of primitive tyrannosaurs. An army of this size. Like an irresistible mountain torrent, it is enough to be invincible on this continent. However, the situation of the war was not as devastating as Donez imagined. The battle had just begun. The dragonborn army encountered tenacious resistance before they could even cross the city wall. Countless foul-smelling monsters emerged from every ruin in the city. Their bodies were swollen, like dead corpses that took on the appearance of giants. There were all kinds of sticky tentacles and extra eyeballs that definitely belonged to the dragonborn on their bodies. The sharp spears pierced the monsters' bodies, as if they were plunged into the mire, unable to cause any harm at all. The flames that the dragonborn are so proud of play a very limited role on the battlefield. The monsters' huge bodies continuously secreted sticky liquid. When the flames and the dark green liquid touched each other, they quickly extinguished and turned into a thick, hot mist. Damn it! What the hell is this? Donez's brows furrowed. Seeing their own army slowly retreating, some of the dragonborn who were charging on the front line went crazy and began to attack without distinguishing between friend and foe. There were also other companions who were unfortunately injured on the battlefield. Their wounds had begun to secrete foul-smelling pus, and then turned into rotten sores, with scarlet eyeballs growing unbridled from the wounds. Die! Donez rushed to the front line, brandishing the Granian sword in his hand. The long knife split a deformed monster in front of him into two, finally causing real damage, but what happened next made Donez panic. The monster that was split in half was still squirming on the ground. No blood came from the wound. Countless pink flesh buds were intertwined with each other, and then completely divided into two brand new individuals, still attacking Donez tirelessly and painlessly. Donez was stunned, and for the first time he felt fear spreading in his heart. He finally understood. In the past 30 years, what kind of monster has his father faced alone? He also knew that he might have done something stupid and he shouldn't have disturbed these monsters, but it was too late now. I see my daughter again. Hispania has grown up, but she barely recognizes me, in the palace in the center of the city. On the decaying throne, surrounded by countless statues of evil gods, Adam, who had completely transformed into a monster, was sobbing, and tears fell from the monster's swollen eyes. But soon, Adam's emotions slowly came under control. He raised his head and looked outside the palace in confusion. Although he could only see darkness, Adam could feel the faint vibrations coming from the ground, as well as the continuous shouts of killing. "It's Donez, does that kid want to come and take back this city?" Perhaps because of Hispania, Adam, who had been confused for more than 10 years, briefly regained his senses. He knew both of his children very well. It was easy to guess what happened outside the city. "Donius will not be a match for those monsters, and I don't want him to look like me," Adam murmured to himself. "However, since Donius is here, the evil god should also come today." Alright, Adam walked out of the temple with the Grania giant sword in his hand. He looked up at the sky. Countless brilliant stars seemed to be moving in the sky along a certain trajectory, gradually turning into huge eyeballs, overlooking the tiny human world in the starry sky. When the stars return to their positions, the evil god descends. Whenever certain stars appear in a certain direction, the power of the evil god will be strengthened, and when all the stars appear in the original position, it will truly descend on this continent. It's time to execute the plan. Adam walked through the empty streets and headed towards the temple. More than 30 years ago, when Adam walked through the same street, the city was so prosperous, 2 cute children gathered around him, and people cheered around him. And now, 30 years later, like a nightmare. The originally prosperous streets are covered with dust, and the buildings on both sides of the streets have collapsed. There are still dead bones buried in the ruins, and those infected people died under his blade. And his 2 children also left him, and one of them even wanted to take his life with his own hands. How sad it was. But Adam no longer had any extra emotions and rationality to think about these things. Now, he only had one thought in his mind, one idea, that is to make the evil god who destroyed everything pay the price. Anger and faith allowed Adam to contend with the madness and despair within him for a short period of time. He walked alone through the long streets and finally came to the huge temple under the Shinchi volcano. This tall temple once took the Dragonborn decades to build with difficulty. It is the most breathtaking temple on the entire continent. Magnificent building. It's a pity. The temple today has suffered even greater corrosion. The white marble floor was already full of cracks, and moist and sticky moss grew wantonly on the ground and surrounding pillars. The Dragonborn sculptures are still lined up on both sides of the temple's corridors, but a thick layer of dust has accumulated on them, and their appearance has become a little unclear. Adam's heavy footsteps echoed in the temple. Final. Adam reached the end of the temple. The tall figure of the god stood in front of Adam, and under that figure were 2 servants prostrate on the ground. The one on the left is his father Kanda, and the one on the right is himself. But now, Adam looked at the heroic and smooth statue, and then at his now rotten and bloated self, and he couldn't help but feel more sadness and anger in his heart. The sculpture of his father was kneeling in front of the god, but his pious eyes seemed to be looking at him. That gaze penetrated time and space. Adam was reminded again of that rainy night thousands of years ago. "Father, you once told me, being the leader of a tribe means responsibility and faith. No matter how difficult and desperate the situation is, you must bring fire and light to the tribe," Adam said to himself. "I did it to the best of my ability." Boom! A huge sound, like the creation of the world, came from the sky. In the center of the brilliant eye of the starry sky formed by the gathering of stars, a bright and dazzling beam of light fell from the sky. It landed squarely on the statue of the god in front of him. Click! Cracks spread across the tall idol. In just a few moments, the sculpture that had taken decades of hard work by the Dragonborn fell apart and turned into pieces scattered on the ground. Starlight flowed on the ground like mercury, and everything around him faded from color. Adam felt like he was surrounded by brilliant starlight. It was not as if he was standing on the earth, but as if he was in the endless dark universe. There was silence. Only a huge and majestic eye like a god slowly appeared in front of him. "You are the mastermind behind all this." Under the overwhelming pressure, Adam couldn't help but take a step back, but his will soon allowed him to overcome his physical fear and awe. Adam glared at the slightly unreal pupils in the starry sky and roared in an angry tone. "Not what I meant." The eyes formed by the gathering of stars showed a little confusion after seeing Adam. It seems that in his long life, it is extremely rare to be able to be corroded and distorted to this extent and still maintain a certain degree of sanity. A strange language came from the stars. The language sounded so harsh that it made people go crazy. But Adam could understand the meaning. "I just passed by this planet, taking away some things and leaving some things behind, that's all," Shinjitsai explained in a calm tone. "But you turned my people into depraved and twisted monsters," Adam and evil god accused. "Yes, it is true." Shinjitsai did not deny it, but continued to say in a calm tone, who cares about your life or death? I don't care, and neither does the God you believe in. You are angry, but what's the point? Your people will twist and perish in front of you, and before these things happen, you will fall into the dark and lightless abyss. You are angry and even want to disobey me. But how can you do this with that ridiculous weapon in your hand? When he said the last thing, there was even a little confusion in Xing Jitsai's voice. Adam understood that the cold and ruthless eyes in front of him could not only distort his body and perception, but could also read his thoughts to a certain extent. Perhaps, he already understood the plan that he had been preparing for decades. But the other party doesn't care. But, I care. We are the children of the original fire, and we will not change our beliefs because of corruption and distortion. The noble life of the Dragonborn is not your toy. So, prepare to meet my wrath. When the anger reaches the extreme, Adam calmed down instead. This was not the first time he raised his blade towards the evil god. But what is different from the past is that this time he no longer has his companions and father around him, but the power left by the gods can still be used by him, and Adam does not feel lonely. Laugh. The Grania giant's sword in his hand was firmly inserted into the floor. First there was a thick black smoke, and then the hot scarlet flames burned feverishly, shrouding Adam's tall and deformed body. Over the past few decades, Adam has been corrupted into a complete monster by the evil forces in the city, and the Dragonborn's strong resistance to the power of fire has also disappeared from Adam. At this time, the fire contained in Grania's great sword burned fiercely on Adam's body, which was tantamount to torture for him. But there was no pain at all on Adam's face. Instead, he looked relaxed and happy. Starlight flowed in the huge eyes transformed by the star color, causing a series of ripples on the temple. This mysterious existence that descended from the starry sky seemed to finally have a slightly violent emotional fluctuation. The fire was surging. It spread along the cracks under the temple and pierced into the volcano. Although the Grania weapon was powerful, it was still a pipe dream to hurt the evil god or end this disaster. But Adam knew that there was a huge amount of Grania steel hidden in the Shinchi volcano. Because of the belief in the gods and the difficulty of forging, the Grania steel was still well preserved in the volcano. Now, those scarlet minerals with terrible power are like a huge gunpowder barrel. It only takes a little spark to burst out the terrible power of destroying the world. And this fire will be ignited by Adam. Boom! After hundreds of thousands of years of silence, the Shinchi volcano erupted again. Hot smokescreens appeared over the city, the brilliant stars in the sky were completely obscured, the hot magma danced wildly on the ground like a golden-red angry dragon, thunder galloped in the dark clouds, and the huge sound of the creation of the world was deafening. The city was swallowed by huge cracks, the temple collapsed, and the magma swept everything like a prehistoric beast. Huge rocks fell from the sky with magma and thick smoke. There is no doubt that this is a doomsday scene. But Adam was laughing loudly. See, this is the anger of mortals. Adam stood up proudly from the ground and roared at the astonished evil god in front of him. His tall body was swallowed by the boiling magma in an instant. He fulfilled the promise he made to his father and tribesmen, and walked towards the end of his life heroically in the flames. Huge amounts of volcanic ash formed a smokescreen in the sky, and lightning poured down like a torrential rain. Dark clouds rolled in the dark sky. Huge rocks burning with flames fell from the sky. The entire city was ignited like a decaying giant, making a horrifying howl. The flames burned and spread in the air, in the damaged houses, and on the decaying ground. To every corner in sight. For the Dragonborn. Although such a flame is hot, it is not fatal. Even some Dragonborn whose wounds were deformed gradually healed with the help of flames and regained their sanity. And the enemies of the Dragonborn. The completely depraved residents of this city melted like candles under the burning flames, and eventually turned into fly ash and disappeared. No matter what, this war is over. It ended in a process that no one expected. Donis watched helplessly as the city he once dreamed of collapsed, burned, and completely disappeared in front of him. There was a sense of reluctance in his mood, but more importantly, he was happy. The monsters in the city were so terrifying, giving Donius a huge mental impact, a strong body, immortal vitality, and powerful pollution capabilities like a plague. In less than an hour since the battle began, more than half of the 30,000 Dragonborn have completely lost their combat effectiveness, and the remaining ones have various injuries on their bodies. Those minor injuries. For the Dragonborn, there is almost no feeling at all. But within the scope of this city's influence, no matter how small a wound is, it will worsen over time, eventually leading to inevitable corruption. There is no doubt that if this war continues, The team led by Donez will be completely wiped out. 30,000 Dragonborn, even for the current Dragonborn tribe, it is a huge number. If such a tragic thing really happens, there is no doubt that Donez himself will definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame of the tribe. Fortunately, although the current situation is bad, it has not developed to the point of irreversibility. Retreat! Donez issued an order. The city had been destroyed and there was no point in continuing to fight. His men began to collect the remaining troops and evacuate to the rear in an orderly manner to safety. Donez! Hispania's voice came from behind. Donez turned around and looked at his only relative. He saw Hispania's eyes were slightly red, as if she had just cried. This is the last gift from father to you. Hispania said coldly to his brother. Although Hispania didn't know what happened in the city just now, it was conceivable that this matter must be related to his father Adam. Even if he is turned into a monster, Adam still has not forgotten his children or his mission. I see. Donez's expression was full of loneliness, and he did not argue with his sister this time. He looked at the burning city in front of him and recalled the years when he and his father competed and practiced martial arts in the martial arts field when he was a child. Ever since he came of age, Donez's dream has been to surpass his father and become the best king in the history of Dragonborn. But now, Donez has figured it out. It is no longer possible for me to do this. Then what are you going to do next? Hispania's tone finally became softer, and he raised his head and looked at his brother, asking with some worry. I want to bring the army back to Gatton City first, and then prepare for a war with the deep divers and ice monsters. Donez forced a smile on his face. I originally wanted to be crowned king in Shinshi City, but now it seems that I have no chance. In the future, I hope that I can participate in more wars, accumulate merits, and then in this land the city of God was rebuilt on the ruins. That's good. Hispania comforted him softly. Although the Dragonborn's life is long, it is still limited. Your power is a gift from the gods. Don't waste it, use it on the right path. The same goes for you. Donez rubbed his sister's head. When Donez sent to Shinshi City, he brought a total of 30,000 Dragonborn and 70,000 primitive Tyrannosaurs. And in the short war, over 10,000 Dragonborn were directly contaminated by monsters, completely losing their minds and falling into madness. The primitive Tyrannosaurs without intelligence were more susceptible to the influence of the evil god's power. More than 40,000 primitive Tyrannosaurs turned into twisted and squirming monsters. These mindless aberrations were reduced to ashes in the fire that swept through the cities and wilderness. When leaving, Donez's troops suffered heavy losses, with less than 20,000 Dragonborn and less than 30,000 primitive Tyrannosaurs left. The morale of the entire army also seemed quite low. After walking for half a day, the sky turned slightly red. Donez docked his army in a beautiful and fertile coastal forest. The Dragonborn and primitive Tyrannosaurs, who were already hungry, relaxed and began to hunt. Soon there were Dragonborns dragging huge dinosaur carcasses towards the camp. The campfire was burning brightly, and the rough singing of the Dragonborn warriors mixed with the sound of the tide of the sea. Brother and sister Donez and Hispania stood on a green hill. Compared to the relaxation of the Dragonborn warriors, the brother and sister were a little nervous, their muscles tightened, and they looked around at their surroundings. Wouldn't it be a little too risky to do this? Hispania looked towards the sea. The sun was setting in the west, red light was everywhere, and the calm sea was sprinkled with countless pieces of gold-like light, which looked calm and peaceful. But Hispania was not relieved. Will those deep divers take this opportunity to launch an attack? Ever since the discovery of those monsters with fish heads and human bodies, the sea and ocean coasts are full of hidden dangers and dangers for the Dragonborn, so much so that Adam had to build special cities in coastal areas and send guards to ensure that the deep divers would not attack the pastures and Dragonborn near the coast. It's possible. Donez replied with concern. However, I received news that a guard patrolled the area 3 days ago and found no traces of large-scale activities of deep divers in the shallow sea area. We are at risk of being attacked by deep divers. It's not that big. The next journey will pass through 2 high-risk areas. Our soldiers are exhausted and have low morale. They must get adequate rest. I see. Hispania sighed. She knew that her brother was in a dilemma, so she didn't say anything more, but looked around cautiously. When the Dragonborn went out to hunt, they found no trace of the deep divers. Bonfires stretched along the shore. The Dragonborn and the original Tyrannosaurus began to cook food, singing and dancing around the burning campfire. Seeing such a scene, Hispania gradually felt relieved. Under normal circumstances, The most dangerous moment is undoubtedly when the Dragonborn disperse to hunt, but now this moment has passed. She looked up to the sky. The stars are bright, and the starry sky in the natural wilderness is completely different from the starry sky in Shinchi City. The former is bright and peaceful, giving people a sense of silence and distance. The latter is overly bright and noisy, as if you are in a large theater. Each star represents the gaze of an ancient existence. Incomprehensible noises are swirling in your ears, making people want to fall completely crazy. The prehistoric continent was full of dangers of all kinds. Even for a Dragonborn, traveling long distances is still not an easy task. Dones planned to wait until dawn the next day to lead the team to continue setting off. The night was uneventful, and Dones found his sister on the mountain peak in the middle of the night. "You go and take a rest. I'm sorry to trouble you today." Dones could feel the fatigue and sadness radiating from his sister, and he comforted her in a soft tone. But at this time, a rustling sound came from under the sea, and Dones's eyes suddenly became sharp, like two torches burning brightly in the darkness. Hispania also quickly stood up from the ground and looked nervously in the direction of the sound. They were monsters with fish heads and human bodies. Their bodies were gray-green and their bellies were white. There is a high bulging spine on the back, the body is covered with gray-green scales, and the two pale eyes protrude high outwards. It is either on all fours or jumping on its legs and rushing towards the shore. The size of the monsters was about 3 to 5 meters, but they were numerous and densely packed together, dyeing the seawater a disgusting dark green. "Those are the deep ones, they're coming." Hispania tried to sound as calm as possible, but her trembling voice still exposed her nervousness. The cold wind blew from the dark sea and extinguished the bonfires on the shore. There was darkness between heaven and earth, with only starlight falling from the distant sky. Donius looked at the monsters rising up from the deep sea like dark green tides, and gradually felt a blazing flame surge in his chest. "Roar! Damn alien monster!" Dones roared. A low roar like thunder seemed to be the prelude to the war. Although the Dragonborn army is tired, Dones has been guarding against deep divers or other terrifying monsters attacking at night. There is a team of primitive tyrannosaurs and Dragonborn soldiers patrolling back and forth on the edge of the coast. With the roar of Dones echoing off the edge of the shore, fiery flames lit up the darkness, soaring into the sky. Each pillar-like flame represents that a Dragonborn has entered the fire state and begins to fully mobilize the God-given fire hidden in his bloodline. As long as the blood of the Dragonborn continues to circulate in this land, the flames given by the gods will continue to grow. The sleeping Dragonborn quickly woke up amidst the roars of their companions. The deep divers in the sea and the alien monsters in the ice fields are the two main threats faced by the Dragonborn now, and among these two threats, the former attracts the Dragonborn's hatred more. This is because the monsters in the ice field like the cold environment, rarely found on tropical continents. Therefore, even if there is a conflict between the Dragonborn and the ice monsters, the conflict is not violent and can be controlled. After all, the Dragonborn does not like the cold Arctic ice. The living spaces of the two do not overlap. But deep dives are different. Those monsters destroyed the fishing grounds of the Dragonborn in the ocean, and also harassed the pastures on land greedily. The deep divers are numerous and covert. The viscous liquid covering the body with a layer of tape can resist the Dragonborn's fire breath. Although these monsters look stupid, they have their own civilization and beliefs. They use materials from the deep sea to make weapons. Some individuals among the deep divers are also deformed, either possessing supernatural power to control the dark tide, or awakened a body as strong as the original Tyrannosaurus. And now, among the deep divers who attacked the Dones army in the dark, there were obviously wizard-like beings. The black, cold tide was spreading towards the shore. Gradually the Dragonborn's camp was submerged. Deep divers have frog-like flippers that make them more agile in the ocean environment. On the contrary, the cold sea water at night will continue to take away the body temperature of the Dragonborn and weaken the power of the Dragonborn's blood fire. At the same time, physical exertion will also increase significantly. Retreat toward the forest. Thanks to Dona's careful consideration, the patrol guards immediately discovered the traces of the deep divers. When the first round of hand-to-hand combat began, most of the primitive Tyrannosaurus and Dragonborn had already woken up from their sleep and entered in combat mode. The Dragonborn gathered under the command of Dones and fought and retreated from the deep ones. A single Dragonborn can often stand up to 4 or 5 deep ones. But at a glance, the number of monsters in the deep sea was more than 10 times the number of Dragonborn. Coupled with the disadvantages brought by the environment, the dragonborn soldiers quickly fell into a disadvantage in this war. The Granian weapon in Donez's hand is a sharp machete. He charged forward. He dived deep into the tide, tore a bloody path through the endless divers, then swung his machete, and fire suddenly exploded on the sea surface, illuminating the ugly and horrifying face of the Deep One wizard. The great wizard's head fell into the seawater, and dark green blood spurted out. Unfortunately, the seawater was still spreading upwards, continuously submerging the land. It was only then that Donez discovered that the black tide had unknowingly engulfed thousands of meters of coastal land. There are more wizards hiding in the deep sea. Donez looked around with blazing eyes like a torch. It was not easy to accurately find a deep diver in the dark and cold water. But Donez is a descendant of Adam, and the flame totem on his body gives him extraordinary heat perception. In Donez's field of vision, the temperature of deep-sea wizards is lower than that of ordinary deep divers. Relying on this slight difference, Donez discovered two other deep-sea wizards hiding under the sea surface. When he chopped the third deep-sea wizard's head in half from top to bottom, a blazing fire rolled and expanded not far away. Donez looked towards the coast and saw his sister Hispania panting violently. Among today's talented dragonborn, they can project flame runes in the form of fireballs thousands of meters away. The only one who can cause certain damage at a distance is his sister, not even his father Adam. Hispania seemed to feel his brother's gaze. She reached out and used the flames to turn into simple symbols in the air. The symbol means retreat. I did go a little too deep, Donez thought in his mind, and his eyebrows frowned unconsciously. Unconsciously, he had rushed to the enemy's hinterland, and the nearest dragonborn was more than 300 meters away. The cold sea water was about to flood Adam's chest and abdomen, and deep divers were rushing towards Donez from all directions. And the long-term battle had made Donez's physical strength quickly disappear. He felt obviously tired. The wound was bleeding all the time, and those deep divers were attracted by the smell of blood like sharks. This is a bit bad. Donez tried to retreat, but there were dozens of deep divers surrounding him. Donez waved the sharp blade in his hand to put an end to these hateful and twisted monsters. When his physical strength was about to be exhausted, there was always a flame that expanded and exploded on the nearby sea surface. That was the long-range support given to him by his sister. While the blazing fireball ruthlessly harvested the lives of monsters, it also pointed out a clear way for Donez. Finally, when the fifth fireball fell in front of Donez, Donez finally saw the figure of his companion. "We have to leave here." A tall dragonborn tore the deep diver in front of him into two halves alive, bathed in the stinking organs, and then carried the almost exhausted Donez on his shoulders. Because of the large number of deaths of deep-sea wizards, the seawater no longer spread upwards, and the dragonborn were able to withdraw from the sudden attack with their strength preserved. The team gathered on a high ground in the forest. Donez saw that his sister Hispania was almost exhausted, and the hot blood could not stop flowing from the gaps between the scales. "You almost died in the hands of the monster." Hispania roared at her brother with anger. "I'm sorry." Hispania gave everyone the feeling of being gentle and soft. It was the first time that Donez saw such an angry expression on his sister's face. He was stunned for a moment, and felt a little scared. However, Donez learned to change the subject without any instruction. He showed a serious look on his face and said to Hispania, "I suspect that this attack was not an accident, but a premeditated one. Deep-sea wizards are high-level deep divers. If it was just an accident, it would be impossible to dispatch such a large number of them. What I am more worried about is that the war may have spread to the entire coast. Those monsters are not satisfied with occupying the vast ocean and want to invade the fertile land given to us by God. Our father just died, and those monsters couldn't help but take action." Hispania linked the two things together. "I'm afraid they have already started preparing for this war, but when our king was alive, those monsters didn't dare to take action." Donez lowered his head and remained silent. Nothing can prove one's strength better than the recognition from the enemy. Donez understood this, and at this moment he clearly realized how far the gap between him and his father was. "Don't think about it anymore." Hispania seemed to have seen through Donez's thoughts. She looked towards the sea. "The battle is about to start again. We have to find a way to survive first." The bright moonlight fell from the sky. The quiet forest seemed to be bathed in a white frost. Zark was tall, wearing armor made of dinosaur skin, holding a spear, and a pair of snow-white wings spread out behind him. He was the patrol captain among the feather people, and his task was to guard the huge holy cocoon that was growing in the forest. This task was arranged by the feather god himself. It was extremely sacred to the feather people. Only the most elite and powerful warriors among the feather people could be responsible for carrying out this task. And he could become a captain-level existence. Zark was almost one of the strongest people of his generation. In fact, this was true. Most of the feather people were between 5 and 6 meters tall, but Zark was nearly 10 meters tall. He was broad-skinned and serious-looking, with long and powerful wings. With both agility and strength, and mastering the wind rune bestowed by God, even some tribal leaders among the Dragonborn are no match for Zulk. Zulk is now over 270 years old. For the feathered people, whose average lifespan is only 300 years, Zulk is already an experienced veteran. But such an experienced veteran can't help showing a nervous and serious expression on his face at this moment. Besides Zulk, there are many feathered people warriors wearing leather armor and fully armed, constantly checking back and forth near the forest. Anyone who wants to approach privately without permission will be ruthlessly expelled by these warriors. Even the royal family is not allowed. In the center of the feathered people's patrol range, the originally calm pure white holy cocoon began to beat violently. Inside the holy cocoon, there is a sound of fiber tearing. After 1,000 years of growth, this giant cocoon seems to have finally reached its limit, and the life nurtured inside is about to be born. When the giant cocoon was first formed, the Yu people had different opinions about it. Some believed that a new god would be born in the cocoon, while many people also believed that a terrible demon of destruction was being bred in the cocoon. But with the words of the Yu god, as time passed, gradually, the Yu people formed a unified opinion. Almost everyone regards this giant cocoon as a sacred object. Every year, many feather people come to worship it. It is considered the most romantic thing for young feather people to become partners under the witness of the sacred object, and they will be blessed by the gods. And now, this sacred object that has stood in the forest for thousands of years is finally about to hatch and be born. The huge movement has already spread throughout the forest. As the cracks spread on the surface of the giant cocoon, beams of bright and warm light rushed into the clouds like swords. The originally clear sky suddenly sounded dull thunder, dark clouds gathered, and golden lightning rolled in the thick clouds. The wind whistled past, and the whole forest rustled. At the same time, the temperature of the giant cocoon seemed to be rising continuously, showing a sacred white representing high temperature. In the end, the land under the giant cocoon began to melt into rolling magma. The power of the three gods, the original fire, Gagula, and the feather god, was actually reflected in this giant cocoon at the same time. 1,000 years ago, the dragon-born god, the primordial fire, fought against the mighty destroyer, Gagula. The war lasted for 10 days and nights, and in the end, the body of the demon god was crushed by the primordial fire and our mother goddess. A young feather man next to Zerk imagined the myth of 1,000 years ago, and said romantically in a chanting tone, "It is said that the primordial fire and our mother goddess made a sacred contract in the forest, and this pure white giant cocoon is the witness of the sacred contract." "You are right." Zark nodded. This is a mythological story that has been passed down in the Featherman tribe for thousands of years. And now, after being passed down for thousands of years, the ancient myth seems to bear rich fruits. Even a battle-hardened warrior like Zerk feels unprecedented tension. He raised his head. Although the area near the holy cocoon has been cleared by the patrol team. But above the clouds, there were still many feathered people standing on floating islands, standing on the branches of ancient trees, or flying directly in the air. There were at least tens of thousands of feathered people witnessing the birth of miracles. No one can sleep tonight. Zulk thought so. He then saw a golden thunder, like an angry dragon falling from the sky, falling directly above the giant cocoon. The wind whistled past, the forest and the earth disappeared, and only the dazzling golden light like the sun was left in front of him. Zulk's tall body was inevitably blown away by this force, and it was not until this time that he heard the roar of thunder. Light! The incomparable light appeared in the forest. In an instant, the whole forest seemed to have returned to noon, and under the stimulation of the strong light, the eyes of the feathered people secreted tears. In the blurred vision, a dragon-like creature covered with gorgeous feathers, with broad wings and a long tail like flames, soared into the sky, and the dragon's roar resounded through the sky and echoed back and forth in the entire forest. 2 chapters in one, the evening chapters are released together. It was clearly midnight. But the forest where the feather god lived was shrouded in warm and bright light. The creature with gorgeous wings was huge and beautiful, flying quickly from the sky covered with dark clouds. A series of golden beams pierced through the gaps in the clouds like a sharp sword, sprinkled over the forest, and shone on the feather people. The golden light was warm and peaceful. When it fell on their bodies, they felt warm and the feather people felt that their bodies seemed to be growing again. Amazing vitality and strength emerged from the muscles of their bodies. This is the birth of a new god. A feather people royal family knelt on the ground and said devoutly, "Hula la." With the leadership of the royal family, the feather people above the floating island knelt down one after another and prayed devoutly on the ground. Those feather people suspended in the air also fell along with the light and bowed to the feathered serpent dragon with 1,000 feet of light in the sky. Similar to the dragonborn, the feather people have the power to control the wind. But not every feather tribe member can awaken this power. Only a small number of feather tribe members can possess such special runes. In the feather tribe, these people are regarded as warrior leaders or royal family members. Now, with the birth of the feathered serpent dragon, the light on its body falls, and the feather tribe members bathed in this pure light, many of whom have grown up and are thought to never be able to awaken the power of the wind element, have gradually gained relevant insights, and complex light blue patterns are lit on their wings. This surprised many feather tribe members. On the contrary, Zark, the captain of the patrol guard, saw what happened in front of him. He was really relieved. Although the tribe members worshipped this giant cocoon in the forest as a sacred object. But Zark knew that this giant cocoon was a life born from the power of the great god of destruction, Gagula, and the god of primordial fire. It possessed a powerful force that mortals could hardly imagine. Now the feather god was in a critical period of sleep. If evil things were hatched in the holy cocoon, the whole forest would be in a crisis of no return. Fortunately, the final result seemed much better than expected. In the worship of the crowd, the Quetzalcoatl slowly fell from the sky and appeared in front of Azak and others. Only when he saw this beautiful creature head-on could Azak fully appreciate the beauty and majesty emanating from it. The body of the Quetzalcoatl was 300 meters long, with no scales on its body, but instead gorgeous feathers. The colors of the feathers ranged from pure white to colorful, and all kinds of colors seemed to be found on the Quetzalcoatl. His pupils were golden, and there was a feather crown on his head. Various colors clustered together, but it didn't look messy at all. Instead, it is full of coordination and gentleness. Like the mother goddess, this god will also be a gentle and powerful god. Although there was no communication, Azak already had such a first impression in his heart. "Hello, Lord God, I am Azak, the captain of the patrol guard of the feather people. Is there anything I can help you with?" Azak held a spear and knelt on the ground. He spoke respectfully to the Quetzalcoatl in front of him. The head of the Quetzalcoatl with a feather crown fell from the layers of treetops in the forest. The friction between leaves and feathers was like a gentle tide. The Quetzalcoatl seemed to be looking at the small lives around with some curiosity. The Quetzalcoatl was actually not unfamiliar with the feather people. As early as hundreds of years ago, the Quetzalcoatl, which was still in the cocoon, had already given birth to its own consciousness. The Quetzalcoatl could hear the prayers of the feather people around the holy cocoon. Even later, as the Quetzalcoatl's strength grew further, he gave feedback to a certain extent. "My name is Quetzalcoatl, you can call me Quetzal, or Quetzalcoatl." Although Quetzalcoatl's consciousness has been born for hundreds of years. But during these years, he has been staying in one place and has experienced very limited things. Therefore, although he has a complete and mature mind, his way of thinking is not much different from that of a child. Even at this time, Quetzalcoatl did not realize the essential difference between himself and the feathered people around him. "I understand." Azak's face was still full of respect. "Lord Quetzalcoatl." Some brave young feathered people sneaked into the tree canopy, stretched out their little heads, looked at the conversation between Quetzalcoatl and Captain Azak, and were shocked by the huge and slender body of Quetzalcoatl, as well as its incomparable nobility and beauty. The light flowed on the body of Quetzalcoatl, and the two huge wings closed slightly behind the Quetzalcoatl. The newly born Quetzalcoatl was full of curiosity about the world around it. But when he really got out of the holy cocoon and gave birth to a complete body, Quetzalcoatl was a little confused and didn't know what to do. However, Quetzalcoatl inherited the powerful life born from the three old gods after all. He was quick-witted and soon had a new idea. "Can you take me to visit the feather god, Lord Astaya?" Quetzalcoatl said to Azak. Feather god Astaya, the original fire. Quetzalcoatl's power came from these two gods, and as early as 100 years ago, Quetzalcoatl had communicated with the feather god Astaya who had awakened briefly. In the mind of Quetzalcoatl, feather god Astaya is actually not much different from his mother. Awakening after a long gestation. Quetzalcoatl wants to meet the two old gods who created him. Perhaps with their help, he can grow quickly and find his future goals. However, after hearing this sentence, Azak's face showed a hesitant look, and he answered bravely to Quetzalcoatl, Master Quetzalcoatl, the god is sleeping now, and it may not be convenient to be disturbed. That's it. Quetzalcoatl raised his head and looked towards the mountain peak in the center of the forest. His golden pupils bloomed with light and penetrated the space. Relying on the special connection with Quetzalcoatl, Quetzalcoatl was able to determine that Azak was not lying. Now Yushin has indeed entered a critical stage of growth. In this case, I plan to find my father, the original fire. Quetzalcoatl said to Azak. Mother is sleeping. Then go find your father. Quetzalcoatl's idea is very simple. Azak and the guards beside him looked at each other and hurriedly begged, of course, but please allow us to go with you. Azak is a little selfish at heart. Now, anyone who sees the strong and huge body of Quetzalcoatl and the light flowing around it like an elf will not deny that Quetzalcoatl is a powerful god. Even if there is no way to completely keep such a god among the feather people, it is still important to maintain a good relationship with him. No problem. Quetzalcoatl didn't think too much. Take the feathermen on the road together, and have a guide on the way. With this idea in mind, Azak brought a 10-man guard to follow the Quetzalcoatl and flew towards the sky. The Quetzalcoatl has a huge and slender body, with wide wings. This image seems to have quite good flying ability. Azak is a little worried that his flying speed will drag down the new god, and he is full of panic. But soon, when Azak flew into the sky, he realized that his thoughts were too much. Quetzalcoatl seems to have already considered this issue. A gentle wind wrapped around the feathermen, carrying their bodies at the same speed as the Quetzalcoatl. The forest, land, and rivers flashed past in the field of vision, surrounded by soft golden light. Even the hob-like storm caused by the rapid flight turned into a gentle breeze under the power of the Quetzalcoatl. What a gentle god this is! Azak's heart was filled with emotion. Although he is a powerful warrior who controls the power of hurricanes, he has never experienced such a rapid flying speed. The key is that the Quetzalcoatl not only carries them flying, but also considers a series of troubles caused during the flight and actively shields them. This kind of care can be said to be meticulous. Relying on the blood connection with Su Hong, the Quetzalcoatl accurately found the huge crack where Su Hong fell, but when the Quetzalcoatl slowly landed on the ground carrying the feathered people. After some careful exploration, Quetzalcoatl was stunned. Su Hong did indeed fall here, but the breath he left behind showed that after falling into this canyon, Su Hong disappeared out of thin air from this world. Even with the close connection between blood, Quetzalcoatl could not detect Su Hong's presence at all. Under the crimson sky, dark and dirty rivers flow through petrified woodlands. Huge steps lead into the sky and merge at the bottom, forming an endless circle. Bone castles and pus-filled fortresses stand in the wilderness, and shining pillars burn on the horizon. Every dream and nightmare, every crazy and chaotic scene can be found here. This is the land of dreams, this is the land of despair. This is a dangerous area that is completely opposite to the real universe. And in this area, in the wilderness where the Black River flows, surrounded by endless chaotic buildings, a huge beast is waking up from his 1,000-year sleep. Su Hong opened his eyes and stretched. He felt that his condition was better than ever, but his good mood only lasted for a few seconds. What the hell is this place? Su Hong was stunned. His consciousness was still stuck in the moment when he fell from the huge crack on the plain. His body was wrapped in warm magma, and sleepiness grew in his consciousness like vines. But wait until I wake up. In Su Hong's consciousness, it was almost just a moment. The surrounding scenery has changed completely. This is a completely unfamiliar place, and Su Hong can feel that it is not very suitable for life. Not only are the laws of space and time distorted, but there is no water and oxygen for life. The smell of filth and decay is pervasive. It is obviously quiet around, but you can hear maddening whispers. Those are two completely opposite perceptions. The evil power is like a river that constantly washes Su Hong's physical form. If it is an ordinary life, even an extraordinary existence, entering here will be assimilated by the evil power stored in this vast space in just a few seconds, and consciousness will disappear completely. But Su Hong is different. After adapting to the distorted and strange patterns around, as well as the noise and smell that make people feel slightly uncomfortable, Su Hong even has a feeling that he first stepped onto the land from the deep sea millions of years ago, as if some huge burden has fallen off his shoulders. Su Hong has flames on his body, burning forever. The golden flame spread outward, the fortress covered with pus and the building made of bones disappeared, and the crazy illusion turned into a fragile bubble in the flame. Finally, a clean and tidy plane appeared in front of Su Hong.
The flame symbolizes Su Heng's authority and power.
The expansion of the flame means that Su Hong can leave his own mark in this strange space, just like corroding the physical universe. And unlike the real universe, where it takes thousands of years to change the landform, the speed of corrosion in this space has been increased to only a moment. In this process, Su Hong also obtained more information about the nature of this world.
This is a special energy interface called subspace. The subspace and the physical universe are like two sides of a mirror.
They are parallel to each other, but they also have a special connection with each other.
The subspace is a special environment without the concept of time and space. Its function is somewhat like a reservoir in Su Heng's impression.
When the real universe is short of energy due to some reasons, a crack will appear in the real universe, and the energy in the subspace will flow into the physical universe through this crack.
The same reason, when some powerful life in the real universe dies,
its soul will not perish, but will return to the subspace and be stored in this special environment in the form of energy. The rivers, blood-red plains, bone castles, burning flames, etc. that Su Hong saw in the subspace all came from the strong consciousness of life in the physical universe, representing life, war, death, fear, etc. Only the purest and most ardent emotions
can have an impact on the environment of the subspace.
At this time, the subspace was quiet and peaceful. Compared with the vast void, even the blood-red plains under Su Heng's feet and the magnificent buildings that exceeded people's ultimate imagination were just dust that was not worth mentioning.
The top priority.
Su Hong still wanted to find a way to return to the physical universe from the subspace. However, at this moment, Su Hong suddenly noticed a familiar breath appearing in the subspace. He was full of curiosity and looked in the direction where the breath came from. On the dark crimson sky, he saw a glittering, fragile flame like a golden firefly.
This flame represents the soul of a certain life.
He has a soul strong enough and a firm belief that after death he can cross the gap between the real universe and the subspace, allowing his soul to appear in the subspace in a relatively complete form.
But that's it. The subspace seems calm, but the actual situation is not so.
The energy of the subspace is constantly flowing. Although in Su Heng's perception, the flowing energy is not much different from the breeze, but for the fragile souls of mortals, it is no less than the surging tide or the roaring mountain torrent that swallows everything.
It only takes less than a moment to completely engulf and assimilate the life of a mortal. Fortunately, he met Su Hong here.
Su Hong extended his flames to the distance, isolating the surging energy torrent in the subspace, and replacing it with warm radiation. The small soul, like a golden firefly, seemed to have sensed a familiar power and took the initiative to fly towards Su Hong.
God!
The firefly transmitted a spiritual will.
Su Hong saw Adam's figure in the flames. He had stayed in the city of the Dragonborn for a while and had an impression of Adam. He was the tallest warrior in the Dragonborn tribe. Kanda once proudly told Su Hong that Adam dared to wield a blade with the evil god on the battlefield.
Such a fierce man is almost at the top of mortals. But now he died tragically, leaving only a few souls in this strange subspace.
What happened during my sleep? Su Hong asked curiously.
Unfortunately, Adam's soul was too weak at the moment. The brief mental fluctuations just now seemed to have exhausted all his strength.
Now Adam's consciousness has fallen into a coma and can no longer continue to revive Su Heng's consciousness. But it doesn't matter.
Su Hong then discovered that his power and radiation had changed the life form of the Dragonborn from the soul aspect. So much so that in the subspace, Su Hong has absolute control over the Dragonborn, including life and death, and can even directly read the Dragonborn's thoughts and memories.
Su Hong used fire to maintain and strengthen Adam's fragile soul structure.
At the same time, he used his own power to carefully explore what happened in Adam's spiritual will in the past 1,000 years.
Everything developed in an orderly manner.
Until when the memory was about to reach the end, Su Hong found a familiar starlight.
Starcolor, you dared to come back.
The subspace setting comes from Warhammer 40k thanks to the boss of the card man who drew the magic for the 1,500 points of reward, and thanks to the monthly ticket of Lone Star Nanoha. Under the crimson sky, the flames burned silently in the wilderness. Su Hong slowly placed the soul in his hand into the warm flame radiation, and his ravaged face became much gloomier. For any life on this land, Su Hong, who possesses destructive power comparable to natural disasters, unlimited life, and is extremely ancient, is a god in the true sense. However, for such an existence,
is there anything in this world that we value and care about? The answer is yes.
This fertile soil that Su Hong regards as his home and has nurtured countless lives is the reverse scale on Su Heng's body. Any interference and destruction from external gods will inevitably arouse Su Heng's anger.
And such anger. Often only destruction can calm it down a little. This was the case with Jagula, who wreaked havoc on the continent 1,000 years ago, and now, the same is true with the star color that descended from the starry sky again. Su Hong suppressed his anger, but his pupils were still shining with light as bright as the sun. He looked in the direction where Adam's soul appeared in the subspace just now. Subspace. This special energy plane is always flowing. Since there are changes, there is a difference between closeness and alienation in the connection with the real world. If only these differences could be found. Then, maybe we can find a way to return to the real world. The great god of original fire disappeared from this crack. The Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and flew out from the abyss-like crack in the earth. Its gorgeous feathers were covered with a little dust and looked gray. Obviously, in order to find traces of Su Hong, Quetzalcoatl tried to dig into the earth's crust and penetrate deep into the mantle. The original fire is not here. Azak and the feathered warriors beside him were stunned for a moment after hearing the news. Within 1,000 years, both Feathermen and Dragonborn often send people to patrol the area. If the primordial fire awakens, with a body as huge as a magic mountain, it is impossible not to notice any movement. Don't worry. Quetzalcoatl saw the surprised expressions on the faces of the feathered people, and comforted him. Primal fire is an extremely powerful god. He must have had his own plan when he disappeared from this world. Maybe he will come back after a while. Quetzalcoatl has never met Su Hong in any sense. However, for Su Heng's power, Quetzalcoatl has the most profound experience. This is because the body of Quetzalcoatl is composed of the flesh and bones of Su Hong, the feather goddess Daya, and the alien evil god Jagula. Among these three parts, Su Hong has the least blood, but he has the least blood. However, the power of the two took the dominant position, controlling part of the power of Jakura and Istaya. After being combined and molded like a furnace, the current Istaya was formed. Yes, the great god of original fire must have his own considerations. Azak nodded. After a brief moment of panic, Azak accepted the facts stated by Quetzalcoatl. Since the alliance between the Dragonborn and the Feathermen, some people among the Feathermen have worshipped the original fire. However, because no one among the Feathermen can awaken the abilities related to fire, this kind of worship is not many and does not occupy a mainstream position. However, the primeval fire is a powerful and ancient god. Has a record of killing gods. His sudden disappearance will have a profound impact on the current situation on the mainland. So, Lord Quetzalcoatl, what are your plans next? Azak raised his head, looked at the feathers in front of him that had been cleaned and regained its luster, and asked. I plan to go to Shinchi City to take a look. I heard you said that it is the largest and most spectacular city on the continent, and it is also the place where the primeval fire once appeared. In the process of rushing, Quetzalcoatl had communicated with Azak and others, plus what he heard in the holy cocoon state. Although he was only born less than half a day ago, he still understood the situation on the mainland relatively well. Although he was a little frustrated by not being able to see his mother and father successively. However, he quickly regained his composure and made plans for the next move in high spirits. Of course, but, a trace of worry appeared on Azak's face. Shinchi City has been closed for more than 30 years, and there seems to be an unknown force entrenched in the city. Azak is well informed. He told Quetzalcoatl about what happened in Shinchi City in the past few decades. Of course, he still didn't know that Shinchi City had been destroyed less than a day ago. That's it. After Quetzalcoatl heard the news about Azak, the expression on his face became more serious. Then we have to hurry up and take a look. If there is really evil entrenched in the city, I can try to city people save. Quetzalcoatl was born in the forest of Quetzalcoatl. In terms of character, he also inherited more of Yushin's simplicity and kindness. In his consciousness, Yushin is equivalent to his mother, so there is no doubt that the original fire is his father. As for the Dragonborn, they were the ethnic group that his father favored. Now that he suddenly heard that the Dragonborn's royal city was in danger, the Quetzalcoatl, of course, couldn't sit idly by and just wanted to go over and take a look and try to help. Yeah, no problem. Azak nodded and agreed without hesitation. Being able to accompany a true god to travel the continent is a great reward for every feathered person. It is enough to be engraved on the stone slab and passed down to future generations. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Well, let's set off again. The gentle wind and golden streamer appeared around the feathered serpent again, gently lifting the feathered people. The feathered serpent spread its wings, controlled the storm,
and flew towards the direction of Shinchi City at a speed faster than sound. When the feathered serpent was just born, it showed terrible talent. The authority and power of the feather god, the primordial fire, and the alien evil god Gagula can all be reflected in the feathered serpent. Such a god, although young, is undoubtedly extremely powerful. So, whether the feathered serpent can solve the disaster facing Shinchi City. Azak had great confidence, but what he didn't expect was that when they arrived at the godly land across thousands of miles with golden rays of light rippling on the sea, they saw a hot ruin.
The city of godly revelation was submerged by magma. What happened here?
Seeing the city that had been completely reduced to ruins, Azak could no longer hide his shock and screamed. In just one day, the primordial fire disappeared first, and then the city of godly revelation was destroyed. The explosive news made Azak feel unacceptable and he gasped.
There are footprints left by the Dragonborn on the ground.
Another featherman pointed to the messy footprints on the ground and said, a large army appeared near the city not long ago.
They left along the coast towards the east. Let's chase them and see, maybe we can figure out what happened before. Azak suggested to Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah.
Quetzalcoatl nodded, sensing the tension in the team, and led the team to chase in the direction of the footprints in the east.
The scarlet tide laps on the shore, leaving behind a trail of bloody foam.
Countless fragmented corpses were randomly thrown on the shore and in the tide. Although these corpses were swollen and incomplete, you could still see the scales of the Dragonborn and the deformed tentacles of the deep divers. After fighting all night, finally came a moment of respite and rest.
Warm sunshine falls from the sky, and dawn finally arrives. Donis was bathed in the light of dawn, but he felt cold all over, panting heavily, and edema wounds were all over his body, from the severe pain at the beginning to numbness now. Hallucinations have appeared in front of Donius.
Dizzy.
He was exhausted and was now close to his limit, but looking at the remaining Dragonborn soldiers around him, Donis kept telling himself to persevere.
Everything is a test for me from the gods. Put yourself in his shoes and think about what choice your father Adam would make if he were in such an environment. Donis muttered to himself, cheering himself up.
After a few minutes, Donis felt that his physical strength had recovered a little. He opened his mouth, looked towards his sister, and called, Hispania, tell me how many warriors are left now. Hispania staggered to Donis's side. Handing a baked deep diver tentacle to Donis, she also had fatigue written all over her face, but she still answered seriously, the situation is very bad. There are only less than 10,000 Dragonborn left. Moreover, sea levels are still rising. I heard my sister's words.
Donius looked around and realized that the forest highlands originally occupied by the Dragonborn had unknowingly turned into an isolated island in the ocean. They were already surrounded by water. A large number of Dragonborn died in the war, and the remaining Dragonborn were injured and exhausted. We have to be ready to break out, Hispania said. I'll cover you, just like I always do.
No.
Donis refused.
He understood his sister's thoughts and wanted to lead a small group of Dragonborn to break out of the encirclement, while Hispania led the remaining Dragonborn to attract attention and create conditions for Donis. Although Donis was exhausted now, after hearing his sister's words, he couldn't help lowering his voice and roaring angrily, don't make such jokes with me anymore, I am your brother.
How can the king's children leave my family and warriors here and escape alone?
It is precisely because you are the king's child that you deserve to live.
Hispania looked into his brother's eyes without fear and repeated, Donis, now is not the time for you to be willful.
This is not an unexpected incident, but an action that has been planned for a long time. The monsters in the deep sea want to invade the land given by God, and now only you can bring the tribe and the city back together. No, I did something wrong and I am no longer qualified to lead my compatriots.
Donis's face turned gloomy and he gasped, but, Hispania, you still have a chance. You and I share the same blood, boom. Donis didn't have time to finish his words. In the next moment, a huge explosion sounded from the sea.
Water splashes. A huge dragon turtle covered with armor emerged from the sea. Water dyed pink with blood. The monster was nearly 100 meters long, like a shield dragon magnified countless times, with an oval turtle shell and armor on its body. There are densely packed spikes and tentacles, and green moss grows vertically and horizontally on the monster's huge body, giving it a trace of ancient atmosphere.
It's a super giant sea monster.
Donis's pupils suddenly shrank. He stood up from the ground, and held the Grania sword beside him in his hand. As soon as the supergiant dragon turtle appeared, it roared like a giant steamroller and rushed towards the isolated island where the dragon descendants were. The ground shook along the way, the roar was deafening, and the ground rippled like waves. Those ancient trees that were hundreds of meters high were directly hit by their roots under the weight of the giant dragon turtle's huge body. They fell to the ground amidst bursts of wailing sounds and smoke and dust billowing.
Many dragonborn along the road were taking the time to rest. A whole night of fighting.
All the dragonborn fell into exhaustion, and their reaction speed inevitably dropped a lot. Although they had noticed that the dragon turtle was running towards the camp, there were still many dragonborn who failed to dodge in time and were killed by the dragon. The turtle's weight of tens of thousands of tons was directly crushed into a pulp, which was mixed with the moist soil and became indistinguishable from each other.
Damn it!
A dragonborn warrior who was able to follow Zidonasai thousands of miles away and come to the land of divine enlightenment regardless of hardships and dangers. For Donius, every one of them is precious and is his brother's confidant. But now he saw dozens of brothers die tragically in the hands of monsters.
Donius's eyes instantly turned red.
Anger squeezed more strength out of his exhausted muscles. The flame streaks covering the scales lit up.
Donius charged forward, the long knife in his hand drawing a perfect arc in midair.
The dragon turtle's thick muscles were unable to withstand the sharpness of the Granian weapon in Donius' hand, and it was cut open easily, leaving a long and narrow scar on the monster's neck.
It's a pity.
The size of the dragon turtle was too huge, and the Grania weapon, which was more than 10 meters long, stabbed the monster's vital part.
But it could barely avoid the arteries in the neck.
Blood spurted out from the wound, staining the ground red. Under the severe pain, the supergiant dragon turtle became even more angry, and began to rush back and forth among the crowd without distinguishing between friend and foe.
Now,
an alien deep dive wizard wears a hat, and his chin is covered with black wriggling tentacles. He had a stooped figure and a gloomy temperament, but huge energy fluctuations were rippling around his body. He jumped out of the water, landed on the dragon turtle's hard carapace, and waved the scepter in his hand. Children, kill all the creatures on the land and fill every corner of the world with the glory of my god.
Roar!
The alien wizard responded with roars one after another. A superhuge deformed deep diver emerged from the depths of the ocean, followed by a huge, deformed body. Even Adam felt a huge pressure with a body that was more than 20 meters tall.
Surrounding these supergiant deep divers, there are densely packed and countless ordinary deep diver soldiers. The sea water keeps rising.
Obviously, there are powerful Deep One wizards lurking in unseen corners.
In an instant,
the Dragonborn was in a desperate situation, and the encirclement was completely formed. Even in the heyday of this team, they would not have any chance of winning against such a huge swarm of monsters. What's more, the current team is already exhausted and has very little remaining combat effectiveness.
Donius panicked for a moment.
But he quickly calmed down, and he kept repeating it in his mind, thinking for a moment.
If my father were here, facing the same situation, what choice would he make? Boom!
There seemed to be thunder exploding from the sky, dark clouds rolled and gathered, and strong winds howled from the west.
Between lightning and thunder, Donius has made his decision.
He held the Grania sword in his hand, his tall figure stood in front of his sister, and said in a tone that could not be refused, Hispania, leave the battlefield.
I will protect you.
The dark tide, the huge and ferocious sea monster, the giant deep diver emerging from the dark sea, all were blocked in front of Hispania by a tall figure.
She was stunned. In a daze, Donius's back and Adam's back seemed to gradually overlap. Boom!
A golden lightning staggered down from the cracks of the rolling dark clouds, pulling Hispania's thoughts back to the real world. The golden lightning instantly illuminated the sky and the sea. The thick lightning, like a huge pillar, enveloped the 100-meter-tall dragon turtle. Even the Grania weapons could not break the thick armor of the defense, and under the power of thunder, it only gave the evil monster a few seconds of breathing time.
As the dazzling lightning rolled on the monster,
the power of the angry dragon roared and pierced through the thick armor on the monster, piercing into the monster's flesh like a sharp knife. The internal organs and muscles were roasted by the heat carried by the lightning in an instant.
And on the back of the monster,
the terrible alien deep diver wizard. At this time, he was directly transformed into a blurry charcoal in the lightning.
What happened?
Hispania was stunned, and so was the entire battlefield. Although the Dragonborn and the Deep Ones were enemies that could not get along with each other, they all put down their weapons and looked up at the sky.
The golden thunder. Although Hispania had never participated in the battle with the evil god Gagula in person.
But in the past, Hispania had heard about the war from his father many times. The thunder shining with golden light was the embodiment of the destructive power of the evil god Gagula.
And now, this power seemed to appear in the world again. Could it be that the evil god is not dead yet?
This terrible thought emerged in Hispania's heart, making her feel a chill in the depths of her blood, but then Hispania realized that this was not the case. Because, in addition to the huge thunder that fell from the sky, groups of blazing fireballs, dragging long tail flames, wrapped in a crimson light curtain, also fell from the sky and bombarded the battlefield. The power of the flame was so amazing that even if Hispania used all his strength to mobilize the flames, it would never exceed 1/10 of it. Each flame could take away the lives of dozens of deep divers. When the flames expanded and exploded on the sea surface, a huge pit would appear in the seawater, and a large amount of thick smoke would rise from the turbid sea surface like a high wall, and it would turn into a huge vortex and slowly disappear after a few breaths. And such a powerful fireball! Every moment, hundreds of them fell from the sky, and the lives of deep divers were ruthlessly harvested. Then came the strong north wind, which fought against the evil power controlled by the deep divers' wizards, and occupied an absolute advantage at the moment the confrontation began. The turbulent sea was suppressed by the strong wind, and the scarred coast once again appeared in front of Hispania.
Run! It's divine punishment, it must be the opponent's god who made the move.
The number of deep divers was huge, and they were coming fiercely, but now they were under a huge blow, and their morale was completely defeated. In just a few minutes, the deep divers suffered heavy casualties, and the corpses of monsters were everywhere on the coast. The remaining deep divers began to retreat to the deep sea, and even the deep-sea wizards tried their best to stop them, but they were powerless.
And at this moment,
the god mentioned by the deep divers finally emerged slowly from the dark clouds.
He was extremely beautiful, with a slender and agile dragon-shaped body wrapped in brilliant light, and two huge wings spread out behind him, covering half of the sky. The feathered serpent dived down at a speed faster than sound. At the moment of contact with the sea surface, the feathered serpent turned around with an agility that the dragon descendants could not understand, and slid along the turbid sea surface with its winding body. The surging hurricane and the sea water collided with each other. Under the huge kinetic energy carried by the Quetzalcoatl, the invisible air became like solidified jelly, and suddenly exploded outward, forming a white shockwave visible to the naked eye. The shockwave swept across, and the supergiant deep diver standing on the sea level seemed to be caught in a roller meat grinder. The huge body exploded instantly, turning into scarlet flesh and blood whose shape could not be seen clearly. The Quetzalcoatl flying close to the sea surface was still slaughtering those deep divers with precise and deadly methods. The slender body and the giant deep divers collided with each other, seemingly in gentle contact, but any monster attacked by the Quetzalcoatl turned into scarlet flesh and blood flying all over the sky like fireworks in the next moment. The body of the Quetzalcoatl was so beautiful, and his movements were so graceful. But the scene of the battle was so bloody. There was a strange contrast between the two. The cruel battlefield seemed to have become a kind of work of art, which amazed all the dragonborns who witnessed such an amazing scene. For the deep divers, this was a complete nightmare. With the complete death of the giant deep divers and a large number of deep-sea wizards, the deep divers completely collapsed, and the remaining monsters retreated to the deep sea crying. After the Quetzalcoatl chose to harvest the lives of a wave of enemies with lightning again,
he did not continue to pursue.
He saw Donis in the crowd. His figure was so tall that he was a whole head taller than the tallest dragonborn warrior next to him. His heroic face and resolute temperament need no further explanation, proving that Donis was the leader of this army. The Quetzalcoatl slowly landed in front of Donis, and at this time, Azak, who finally had the opportunity to intervene, also led his feathered comrades to fall from the clouds. They were scattered on both sides of the Quetzalcoatl like guards. Azak is the warrior leader of the feather people. He has fought against powerful dragonborn warriors many times and has a great reputation. Donis and Azak have met before and they know each other. Donis felt the power from the primordial fire from Quetzalcoatl.
But at the same time, there are several other strange powers that are also reflected in the other party. His father Adam's encounter in the City of Gods sounded the alarm for Donis. Although he was moved and shocked by the beautiful and noble posture and powerful and elegant power of Quetzalcoatl, Donis still maintained his determination.
He kept calm and did not choose to act rashly before confirming the origin of the other party.
Lord Quetzalcoatl is a creature created by the original fire god in Quetzalcoatl.
Azak explained proudly beside him.
That's it, Donis breathed a sigh of relief.
He relaxed after hearing the origin of Quetzalcoatl.
There is no doubt that the other party is a real god with noble blood and powerful divine power.
Donis immediately knelt on the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help."
You are welcome. Quetzalcoatl used the gentle breeze to pull Donius's body up from the ground, and then asked curiously, I saw Shinchi City turned into ruins, can you tell me what happened in that city? Donius and Hispania respectively described their encounters and what they saw in front of Quetzalcoatl, the new god. What was revealed in the mouths of the two princes and princesses? Not only did it attract the attention of the Quetzalcoatl, but even the nearby dragonborn warriors couldn't help but come closer and listen attentively. Although the sudden volcanic eruption destroyed Shinchi City, on the other hand, it saved the soldiers in distress from the quagmire of death. But no one knows exactly what happened during this process. Although Hispania and Donez also had no personal experience. But, between the two, the former was the last dragonborn to enter Shinchi City, while the latter was the commander-in-chief of this war. The information they revealed was combined to piece together the truth of the matter. Finally, in the statements of Hispania and Donez, the full picture of the matter was gradually restored. More than 30 years ago, strange starlight descended from the stars in the universe, the gaze of evil gods, the city fell into chaos, and Adam chose to close the city and face it all alone. When people heard that Adam, who had completely turned into a monster, was at the last moment of his life, he still chose to protect his children and people, and used his life to trigger a volcanic eruption. All the dragonborn present were moved to tears. What loyalty! Azak, the captain of the Feathermen, also had red eyes, slashed the ground with a knife, looked up to the sky and roared with emotion. Your father is a true hero and a noble elder. I believe he will definitely return to the kingdom of gods after his death. Quetzalcoatl also comforted him softly at this time. Among the people present, only Donus looked a little downcast. He came this time to destroy his father who had fallen into madness and turned into a monster. But what Donius never expected was that at the most dangerous moment, it was still his father who had turned into a monster who used his last will and strength to save him. Donez clenched his fists. It seems that a certain decision has been made in his heart. So, why do these monsters appear here and attack you? Quetzalcoatl asked again. Although he was just born, his mind is sensitive and delicate, and he can smell the conspiracy from this war. We camped here to rest, and those monsters suddenly emerged from the deep sea and launched a fierce attack on us. Donez said, they dispatched a large number of deep-sea wizards, supergiant deep-sea monsters, and aberrations. These enemies are rare even in the vast deep sea, but so many appeared in this war. Quantity. Donez said with a serious look, this war is no coincidence. I'm afraid it is more of a long-planned all-out war. Lord Donez is right. If Donez hadn't taken the initiative to go deep into the enemy's position at night and kill those deep-sea wizards, we might not be able to hold on now. A tall dragonborn warrior's eyes were red. He was saved by Donez in a brutal battle. At this time, he took the initiative to intervene and spoke kindly to his leader in front of the Quetzalcoatl. If that's the case, then what should we do next? Quetzalcoatl asked again. Perhaps the violence factor in Su Heng's bloodline was reviving. Under the flawless appearance of Quetzalcoatl, there is also aggression and a desire for war. He wants to join this large-scale war that is destined to sweep the entire coast. Thank you for your help. You are as compassionate as the original fire god. The power of Quetzalcoatl is obvious to all. If we can get help from this god. Donez became excited and he hurriedly said, my father had seen the greed of those deep divers many years ago and predicted that a large-scale war would eventually break out in the future. He established a fortress city named Costa between the plains and the coast. If the deep divers want to occupy the vast plains, they must find a way to break through the fortress, and we can get there. Okay, let's set off now. The Quetzalcoatl helped the people to the end, without delaying at all, and planned to set off directly. However, Quetzalcoatl and feathered people can fly in the sky, and their speed is far beyond what dragonborn on the ground can catch up with. Although it is less than 300 kilometers away from Costa Fortress, it is still not an easy journey for the exhausted dragonborn. Then let's get there as soon as possible. Donez said with some embarrassment. They had to spend time repairing it. Coupled with the time spent on the road, I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 days to reach the fortress city. Do you want to join this war as soon as possible? Quetzal, the feathered serpent dragon, seemed to understand Donez' inner hesitation, and said, I can help you, but I can only take away 100 dragonborn at most. Dragonborn are more than twice the size of feathermen. Quetzalcoatl himself didn't know where the limit of his ability was, so he could only try to come up with a safer number. 100 dragonborn are enough. Thank you for your generosity. Donez could hardly contain his joy. He kowtowed to the Quetzalcoatl, and then selected 100 of the strongest and best-looking Dragonborn from the team to join the Quetzalcoatl's team. Under the authority of Quetzalcoatl, the soft and invisible air began to flow, and finally turned into a solid gelatinous substance that wrapped the Dragonborn and the feathered people. The brilliant golden light also flowed on his gorgeous feathers as the power of Quetzalcoatl was manifested. The huge Quetzalcoatl seemed to be integrated with the golden glow in the sky, appearing sacred and powerful. Finally, the Quetzalcoatl effortlessly carried 100 Dragonborn and 10 powerful feathered people warriors into the sky, rushing towards Costa Fortress at a storm-like speed. The remaining Dragonborn and the original Tyrannosaurus repaired on the spot, and then led by the adjutant arranged by Dones, continued to chase slowly along the coast towards the Costa battlefield. A distance of 300 kilometers. It took less than half an hour, and the shadow of Costa Fortress appeared in front of them. The huge fortress was completely built of stones, and the city wall was 50 meters high, like a wild beast crawling on the ground. Towers stand on the city walls. In the city are restless primitive Tyrannosaurus and various tools for war. The whole city is home to more than 10,000 dragon warriors who are born for war. At this time, the wild beast has fully revived and is caught in a bloody war. Countless deep divers emerge from the dark sea surface and attack the fortress regardless of their lives under the blessing and expulsion of the wizard. In the distance, the figure of the giant sea monster is looming. Every huge tentacle like a pillar, or the vortex generated by the sea monsters swinging their limbs, is terrifying. And in the sky, there are dim stars twinkling among the rolling dark clouds. In the north, some huge spiders exude cold air, and their pale bodies are like corpses that have been dead for a long time. Although they are watching from a distance, there is a sense of oppression that cannot be ignored. The war in Costa Fortress has become white-hot. But as time went by, the Dragonborn began to fall into decline. However, it is foreseeable that with the addition of Quetzalcoatl, the fragile balance will inevitably tip in another direction. But there is more than one evil god's power spreading on the battlefield, and these things should not be underestimated. Hispania keenly collected every piece of information worth paying attention to from the battlefield, and at the same time passed his thoughts to the Quetzalcoatl beside him, and now with a thunderous roar, Quetzalcoatl fell from the sky. No matter what, this war must end before Costa Fortress. The sound of the sea tide and the roaring sounded one after another, the limbs were scattered all over the ground, the ancient city was bathed in the flames of war, and the vast land was covered with khaki dust. In front of the fortress city of Costa, the war had already fallen into a white-hot state. But at this moment, Quetzalcoatl descended from the sky with a strong living force. His body was so huge that even those deep-sea monsters that were generally known for their supergiant bodies could not be compared with it. There was golden light flowing on the body of the Quetzalcoatl, and each feather seemed to be cast from brilliant metal, which looked brilliant in the sun. The storm brought by the high-speed flight turned into a huge ring and swept outward. Some smaller divers were even directly shattered by this force, turning into blood-red limbs and flesh, which were blown away in all directions. In the deafening roar and the brilliant light, Quetzalcoatl has arrived. Such a high-profile and unconcealed appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the lives present. The deep divers felt the destructive power hidden under the huge and elegant body of the Quetzalcoatl, and a large number of deep divers soldiers instantly fell into extreme panic. The black tide-like camp began to panic and collapse. The deep-sea wizard sitting in the rear had to spend a lot of energy and abuse to barely maintain this army, so as not to cause large-scale trampling en route. Compared with the deep divers, the morale of the Dragonborn was high because of the arrival of the Quetzalcoatl. This was also the first time that the Quetzalcoatl appeared in front of the Dragonborn. But unlike the deep divers, the Quetzalcoatl was accompanied by the siblings Dones and Hispania. They were the children of Adam. Dones was famous among the Dragonborn for his excellent control of fire and his strong and tall body. Being able to come with the king's child, there is no doubt that the sacred and beautiful Quetzalcoatl must be a friend of the Dragonborn. When the Quetzalcoatl descended, the Dragonborn and Feathermen who rushed to the battlefield with the Quetzalcoatl also joined the war. The place where the Quetzalcoatl descended was exactly the center of the battlefield, at the front line of the deep divers, so the war had just begun, and the Dragonborn were caught in a bitter battle. Enemies were everywhere. However, under the leadership of Dones, the Dragonborn still put up a tenacious resistance. Like a reef under the waves, no matter how desperately the enemy attacked, this reef still firmly held in place without moving. Open the gate. The lord of Costa Fortress was named Dalcan. Dalcan was the descendant of one of the 18 leaders who participated in the final battle in the past.
He held the Grania weapon named Jiayu Changda in his hand. He was famous among the Dragonborn for his tall body and superb combat skills. After seeing Donis and the Quetzalcoatl descend, Dalkin immediately made up his mind and took the initiative to lead his troops to attack, wanting to completely defeat the enemy on the front battlefield. Creak! The hinges creaked as they turned. The thick suspension bridge was slowly lowered by the dragons, followed by a huge tremor. Hundreds of primitive Tyrannosaurus had already been restless, rushing out of the caged city like bloodthirsty gods. Countless deep divers were torn to pieces by these primitive Tyrannosaurus, or directly trampled into pieces and blended with the dust of the earth. And when Quetzalcoatl saw that the situation was gradually becoming stable, he spread his wings again, and his huge body flew towards the sky and the sea. As a descendant of the blood of the old giant beast, Quetzalcoatl also has extraordinary perception. Although he did not find the other party's trace, Quetzalcoatl could sense that there was a god under this black sea. Is it the god believed in by these deep divers? The fighting spirit in the Quetzalcoatl surged, and his pupils became more and more fiery from the original light gold, like two bright suns. Boom! Finally, when Quetzalcoatl hovered on the surface of the sea, the huge tentacles suddenly exploded, attacking Quetzalcoatl like a titan python. Each tentacle was hundreds of meters long and extremely fast. There were bone barbs and suckers growing on the uneven surface. It is conceivable that if you are scratched by these tentacles, the consequences will definitely be unpleasant. Although the body of Quetzalcoatl is huge, its movements are much more agile than people imagine. He walked in an elegant posture in the sudden attack, like a dragonfly dancing in a rainstorm. None of those wildly dancing tentacles could cause damage to Quetzalcoatl. Roar! Quetzalcoatl's counterattack came in an instant. The strong wind was wrapped in flames, and the furious thunder roared in the golden light. Since the birth of Quetzalcoatl, he has never tried so hard to release his power. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the originally clear weather suddenly became dim. Lightning and flames rolled and raged in the swirling dark clouds. Quetzalcoatl spread its wings with all its might and slowly fell from the sky. Countless crackling golden thunders spread from each of Quetzalcoatl's feathers that flashed with metallic light into the thunder, interweaving into a twisted and brilliant giant net. The thunder rolled on the vast sea and plains, and the huge sound of the creation of the world made every living being feel trembling. In the brilliant thunder, Quetzalcoatl was slowly descending, and the swirling dark clouds were also lowering with him. Such a scene, in the eyes of ordinary people, looks like a feathered serpent pulling down the sky with a rope made of thunder. And at this moment, the monster hidden under the Black Sea, the owner of those tentacles, finally couldn't hold back. Huge waves rose on the sea surface, and black whirlpools emerged. With the twisting of the tentacles, a huge deep diver monster with a black body slowly emerged on the sea surface. Its height reached an unprecedented 500 meters. Those huge tentacles spread outward from both sides of the monster's high and deformed back. The appearance of the monster is roughly the same as that of an ordinary deep diver, but the difference is that the monster's body is taller and smoother, and there are many white sharp bone spurs protruding outward on the elbows and hands, which looks like a meat mountain that is indestructible and irresistible. Dagon! The god of the deep diver, or these deep divers are degraded lives created based on the life in front of them. Under the clouds in the sky, the monster slowly emerged from the black seawater. It was a twisted monster that only appeared in nightmares. But there is no denying it. This is a true ancient god with a body and strength that is absolutely unmatched by mortals. There is only one other old god who can stand up to the old gods. Boom! Dagon let out a strange roar that could make everyone lose their mind. At the same time, he called for the seawater, which condensed around him and turned into a huge black waterspout. It wrapped its ferocious tentacles and swung towards the Quetzalcoatl in the sky to grab it. A collision between the past and the past. Between the lightning and thunder, the seawater shattered, and the thunder collapsed at the same time. The place where the two collided with each other was drowned by the extreme light. Some dragonborn on the frontal battlefield in the distance tried their best to open their eyes and see clearly what was happening on the battlefield between the gods. But even people with the best eyesight, he could only barely find the swollen and twisted bloodstains in the dazzling light. Boom! The deafening loud noise caused damage to the hearing organs of everyone present. However, deep divers are life forms that have grown in the deep sea for a long time, where there is no light, only boundless darkness. This also means that the auditory perception of deep divers will be more sensitive. And when the violent explosions spread outward, the deep divers who were closer suffered a huge blow. They covered their ears and let out ear-piercing screams. Some deep divers fell directly into the seawater and fell into fainting. Dragonborn are also affected.
However, they were further away from the center of the explosion, and the main strength of the Dragonborn was that their special visual structure allowed them to clearly see prey moving 4 or 5 kilometers away. The hearing of the Dragonborn is generally average, and the sound waves spread by the explosion have little impact on the Dragonborn. They recovered quickly. Then he happily reaped the lives of his enemies. The originally stalemate battlefield instantly became one-sided, and with the death of a large number of deep divers, the surging thunder and storm in the center of the battlefield gradually subsided, and the scene that happened there finally appeared in front of the Dragonborn. The Quetzalcoatl stretched its wings to the outside and was suspended in mid-air, breathing heavily. The shiny feathers on his body fell from the sky like falling snow, and a long and narrow wound appeared on his chest and abdomen. Although the wound was quickly locked by nearby muscles and was healing rapidly, there was still a little golden blood falling slowly along the traces of feather growth.
And on the sea,
the supergiant deep diver god Dagon, who is more than 500 meters tall, is solidified in all his glory.
A huge penetrating wound appeared in its chest area.
Fire and thunder mixed together, turning into the ultimate destructive power, piercing the monster's chest like a spear thrown by the gods. The terrifying force shattered the monster's deformed bones and most of its organs, creating a huge wound that was enough for the Quetzalcoatl to pass through intact. However, the vitality of the old gods is extremely powerful. Although the deep diver's father god was seriously injured, he was still alive. He looked fiercely at the Quetzalcoatl in the sky with vicious eyes, as if he wanted to remember it firmly in his heart. In the end, Dagon left the battlefield. If the entanglement continues, maybe it will really be ended by such a young god. Quetzalcoatl thought for a moment and did not choose to continue the pursuit. On the one hand, the reason is that Quetzalcoatl's current condition is not particularly good and it is already somewhat exhausted. On the other hand, the reason is because Quetzalcoatl senses another, older and more terrifying aura lurking in this ocean. This ocean is much wider than the land, and obviously there are more than one person living in it. An ancient god. Quetzalcoatl has no authority related to water or the ocean, and fighting in such an environment is very disadvantageous for him. As Dagon retreated, the remaining deep divers on the battlefield were completely routed. They all hurriedly fled towards the depths of the sea. Of course, most of the deep divers fell into a coma due to the huge explosion that resounded throughout the battlefield. Before they had time to wake up, they were beaten by the Dragonborn who came from the city. Cut off a person's head and there is no way to go back. The battle has entered its final stage. The monster heads were piled up into a huge pyramid, and thick ink like blood flowed on the ground. Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and saw the two brothers Donis and Hispania calling him from a distance. He originally thought about flying back to the shore. But suddenly, I found that the surrounding scenery was changing. The distance that I could reach instantly with a flap of my wings now became out of reach, and everything in my sight was distorted by a layer of void and evil power. Quetzalcoatl fell into a brief daze, not knowing what happened on the battlefield. But then, he discovered something unusual. Those mutilated corpses, including giant sea beasts, deep divers and dragonborns, all began to fly towards the stars in violation of the laws of nature. Then, even some weak dragonborn were attracted uncontrollably. An invisible and terrifying black hole seemed to appear in the sky. It devoured the lives within the battlefield mercilessly, and even when this power continued to increase to a certain extent, even Quetzalcoatl felt that his body was somewhat out of control. Color of the stars. Quetzalcoatl instantly thought of the words that Hispania had shared with him. The evil god who descended from the starry sky 30 years ago was the culprit that caused the destruction of the city of gods and the deaths of more than 100,000 dragons. Now, when the war had just ended and he was at his weakest, the evil god descended again. Quetzalcoatl tried his best to resist this power. At the same time, he summoned lightning and storms to cut off the connection between the starlight and the dragons. The dragons flying in the air fell to the ground in a daze. The dragons were thick-skinned and had no obvious external injuries even after falling from a height of dozens of meters. At this time, the situation had completely become a struggle between Quetzalcoatl and Color of the Stars. When the situation was at a stalemate, Xing seemed to be unable to bear the desire for Quetzalcoatl any longer. The flesh and blood corpse in the sky softened and turned into a swollen and bloody meatball, and then gave birth to life under the power of Xing. A huge hand with a dark blue color and a strong corpse odor stretched out from the meatball. It grabbed the Quetzalcoatl.
The power of the Quetzalcoatl was almost exhausted, and it was almost difficult to resist. It could only watch the hand continue to expand in front of it, until it filled every corner of its sight like a sky. Boom! At this moment, a flash of fire passed by. Some kind of extremely destructive violent force appeared out of thin air beside the Quetzalcoatl. The Quetzalcoatl opened its eyes wide and was so excited that it almost forgot to breathe. A terrifying figure appeared on the battlefield, with an unparalleled majesty like a star. All life on the battlefield fell into a dead silence at this moment. Only the hissing sound of the flames devouring the sea echoed repeatedly. The mist was diffused, and then gradually dissipated under the even hotter flames. The air expanded due to the heat and turned into a raging wind surging in all directions. Countless scarlet cracks flickered faintly in the mist. The original fire. This ancient god who had disappeared for 1,000 years appeared on the battlefield again. Moreover, compared with the record left on the final battlefield last time, his strength and body have become stronger. Today, Su Hang is more than 1,200 meters tall, with overlapping scales on his body, ancient and heavy. The flame patterns on his chest spread to every corner of his body, and the deep scorching flames like magma carried a trace of brilliant golden light. He stood in the shallow sea. But his head went deep into the sky with rolling dark clouds. Even the feathered serpent dragon floating in the air only appeared on Su Hang's chest. In the eyes of the Dragonborn, the feathered serpent dragon was already a huge monster, but compared with its father, it was still a little slender and tiny. The curled-up feathered serpent dragon was completely covered by the shadow cast by Su Hang. Even in the eyes of the feathered serpent dragon itself. At this time, Su Hang stood in front of him like a lofty wall, with no end in sight, and could only feel the heavy majesty like an iron curtain. Perhaps because of the fierce battle between the two old gods, the feathered serpent dragon and Dagon, Su Hang appeared on this huge battlefield right after he broke away from the subspace. And, just right. The color of the stars was suspended above Su Hang's head. At this time, Su Hang didn't know what had happened in the forest in the past 1,000 years, and naturally had no idea how the feathered serpent dragon was born. However, the Quetzalcoatl has the same power as himself flowing in its body, which cannot be concealed. Although it cannot be confirmed, Su Hang's guess is roughly close to the truth. In a sense, Quetzalcoatl, which inherited Su Hang's blood and power, is indeed Su Hang's offspring. After enduring millions of years of loneliness alone, family, civilization, emotions, etc. are indeed what Su Hang expected. There is a hint of tenderness in his eyes when he looks at Quetzalcoatl. Even in Su Hang's eyes, Quetzalcoatl is indeed beautiful and impeccable, like an elf-like life. However, in the next moment, Su Hang raised his head and looked at the twisted flesh and blood creature in the sky with a fierce face. Starcolor, I didn't expect you to dare to appear in front of me. Su Hang did not speak. But the destructive power emanating from his body has completely conveyed his thoughts. Su Hang began to breathe slowly. The crystal fins on his back lit up from the tail to the top of his head, emitting a destructive red light. Golden particles emerged from the void, pulled by some inexplicable gravity, and gathered in Su Hang's mouth. Many years ago, Su Hang and Xing Jikai had a brief fight. After Xing Jikai left this land, Su Hang did not choose to chase. However, the momentary kindness was regarded as weakness. During the time when Su Hang was sleeping, Xing Jikai acted recklessly on this continent, provoking wars, destroying cities, and changing the course of civilization. Even this time, he wanted to abduct Su Hang's offspring. If Su Hang had not woken up from the subspace in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. The long life made Su Hang's emotions quite indifferent, and he rarely had violent fluctuations because of something. But this time, Su Hang did reveal a strong murderous intent from his soul to his body without any concealment. Destructive power was brewing in Su Hang's huge body that covered the sky and the sun. The light of the whole world seemed to be swallowed up by Su Hang at once. The world was dark, and only destructive ripples were rippling in the void, which was the road to the subspace. The material universe could no longer bear Su Hang's full-strength attack. It had to draw energy from the subspace to maintain stability. In this process, the terrible illusion in the subspace emerged only in pieces, like a nightmare of hell in the depths. The physical universe on the verge of collapse let out a low and painful howl. In the next moment, roar! Along with Su Hang's roar like an angry dragon, a golden light like the creation of the world appeared in people's vision. At first, there was only a simple beam, and then it slowly expanded outward until it became the only one between heaven and earth. Destruction is the ultimate aesthetic. When the light disappeared, the twisted flesh and blood creature had disappeared out of thin air. Instead,
there was a cracked star core like an asteroid. The cracked part in the center of the star core formed an eyeball, which vibrated unnaturally and then uttered a low laugh, as if mocking Su Heng's powerlessness. Star color was not a physical old life. Su Heng's power could indeed cause damage to star color, but it was not fatal. It only needed to return to the starry sky to recuperate for a few hundred years to recover again. In the low laughter of the evil god, star color, with only one star core left, slowly rose upwards, trying to break away from this vibrant planet. However, at this moment, a wholly pure white glow descended from the sky, and two huge wings slowly spread out in the clouds, looking magnificent. The feather god descended. The star core vibrated at high speed, but in the end it was still bound by the delicate light. It was like a bug in amber solidified in mid-air, unable to escape from it. After doing all this, the feather god descended from the sky, retracted his wings, and landed on Su Heng's broad shoulders as usual, rubbing the rough scales on Su Heng's face with his round head, and then made a clear hissing sound. Well done. Su Hong reached out and patted Istaya's head. Istaya completed his critical period of sleep, and it seemed that his body had grown a lot, and the color of his body seemed to become more transparent. Obviously, during this period of sleep, the feather god controlled some new power. Su Hong retracted the two flame wings that had just condensed behind him and disappeared, then stretched out his hand, and the star-color protonucleus that was bound by the flame fell into Su Heng's hand. But even so, star color still looked fearless, and the eyeball in the center of the protonucleus looked at Su Hong fearlessly. Let me guess, this should not be your body either. Su Hong scratched his chin. If it was the last time he fought with star color, he was indeed a little helpless with this guy. But this time, Su Hong noticed a certain connection between star color and the subspace. Obviously, the opponent's real power and will are hidden in the subspace. And what appeared in the real world is just a projection. This feeling is like playing a game across a computer screen. No matter how many times the character in the computer screen dies, it will not affect the real star color. It only takes time to condense a projection again. However, if we can enter the subspace and follow this connection to find the other party's body. Looking at the increasingly cold smile on Su Heng's face, Xing Jitsai inexplicably felt a palpitation. I'll take care of you later. Su Hong turned his hand and controlled the remaining core of star color in his own flame, and then stuffed it into a raised scale outside his body. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the Quetzalcoatl in front of him. Quetzalcoatl. Relying on the connection between bloodlines, Su Hong penetrated some information on the Quetzalcoatl. The other party inherited part of the power from himself, Yushin and the dead Jacula, and after remelting, he gained new life, which is an amazing power. After I woke up, I tried to find you, but the clues were interrupted and disappeared in the big crack. In front of Su Hong, Quetzalcoatl began to act a little timid. However, after seeing Quetzalcoatl next to him, Quetzalcoatl gradually became familiar with it and shared some of the things he had done after waking up with Su Hong. I see. Su Hong nodded, with what could be described as a kind smile on his face. You did a great job. Su Hong reached out and patted the feathered serpent dragon's head gently. He noticed that Quetzalcoatl's wounds had not fully healed, although they were now scabbed over. Su Hong thought for a while and put the feathered serpent's body on his other shoulder. The more than 300-meter-long Quetzalcoatl is actually not that big because of its snake-shaped body. He is not in the same weight class as Su Hong at all. The size comparison between the two is like an adult and a little fox. It is very easy to put it on the shoulder. On the contrary, the Quetzalcoatl lying on Su Heng's shoulder is a little embarrassed. However, it is more of a feeling of intimacy. Within the Quetzalcoatl's body, Su Heng's bloodline and strength dominate, and there is a natural affinity between the two. After temporarily dealing with the star color, the air was filled with a series of violent explosions, and the sound gradually spread outwards and disappeared. The surging storm and diffuse clouds gradually subsided as time passed. However, because of the destructive power, the countless subspace cracks like crimson ribbons still remain in the middle of the sky. This is a tragic battlefield. In the fierce battle that lasted for several days, both the deep divers and the dragonborn suffered a large number of casualties. The subspace is the destination of the souls of the living after death. Therefore, when the rift between the subspace and the real universe was forcibly opened by Su Hong, the subspace that could only be entered by extremely powerful souls like Adam became relatively easier. From the outside it looks like such a scene is extremely shocking. Souls shining with golden light emerged from the body of the dead dragonborn, appeared in midair, and then flew towards the sky sluggishly. And in the crimson sky, the majestic plains burning with golden fire, the huge pillars, and the magnificent marble palaces bathed in flames are all clearly visible.
In the eyes of ordinary life, this scene is almost the same as the legendary hell. But this is not the case for the Dragonborn. The place where the flames burn is heaven for the Dragonborn. Especially, Dragonborn's eyesight is particularly good and can easily see scenes several kilometers away. Look at the figure in the golden flames on that plain.
Among the scarred crowd, Hispania suddenly shouted in a surprised voice. She shook her brother's tired body almost crazily. Quickly look, that's our father.
Donez was stunned.
Lift your head. Thousands of meters of distance, coupled with the obstruction of the mysterious power in subspace. The phantom in the crimson sky was actually quite vague, but the moment Donez saw the figure, he was already sure.
That's his father, Adam. That's right.
Donez stood up suddenly, his whole body trembling uncontrollably because of his excitement, and murmured, Hispania, that is our father Adam. After death, he entered the kingdom of God, and everything will be as described in ancient myths and legends. The most devout believers and most loyal warriors of gods will enter eternity on the road paved with fire.
Dragonborn have had the custom of cremation after death and related myths and legends since ancient times.
However, for thousands of years.
Whether there is an afterlife after death, and what kind of dragon descendant can enter the kingdom of God?
Even the most skilled priests cannot tell the answer when faced with this question.
But this time,
Adam appeared in the kingdom of God and moved toward eternity in the divine fire. Even though this incident was just a coincidence to Su Hong, it was of great significance to the Dragonborn and was destined to have a profound impact on religion and customs.
In a sense,
death will no longer be a tragic end, but another beginning for the pious.
Moreover, it was not just Adam who appeared in the phantom on the sky.
With the spread of subspace rifts, the warriors who died on the battlefield and the Dragonborn who were not qualified to step into the subspace with their intact souls were also. He condensed his own form and appeared in the flame mark left by Su Hong in the subspace. The flames maintain the stability of the Dragonborn's bodies, and the sacred light pours down, making it look like loyal believers entering eternity after death. Primal Fire, Master of the Dragonborn. Your power is so powerful, and your mind is so broad.
An old dragon was crying on the ground.
Both of his children sacrificed their young lives in the war against the Deep Ones, but now the old man's heart is not sad at all, but full of great gratitude. Some poets and scholars reacted in time and recorded the magnificent scene in the sky on stone tablets. This will be a treasure passed down from generation to generation. A priest looked at the painting in front of him, his heart full of emotion. Only the most powerful warriors can have the qualifications to serve the gods after death. Darkan, the lord of Koster Fortress, clenched the Jiaolonggu in his hand, and this thought emerged in his mind after seeing Adam's figure. Being able to guard this vital city, Darkan's combat and war skills are impeccable. Even the current Donis will not be the opponent of this powerful dragon. But Adam is still in front of Darkan, a mountain that is difficult to match. Seeing Adam in the eternal kingdom of flames of the gods, Darkan was very convinced. At the same time, he had to hone himself more firmly and constantly improve his combat memory until the end of his life.
On the battlefield at this time,
tens of thousands of Dragonborn witnessed such a magnificent landscape, and there was a flame burning in the heart of each Dragonborn.
Original, is there really a kingdom of God after death? Istia looked at the narrow cracks that appeared in the sky and couldn't help but fall into distress.
She was thinking, if the original believers could enter the kingdom of God after death, then where did her believers go after death?
Istia frowned and looked very distressed.
Su Hong shook his head. That is not the kingdom of God in the true sense, and the close connection between the subspace and the real world may not be a good thing.
Hey! Istia didn't quite understand Su Hong's thoughts.
In her opinion, it is naturally a great thing to be able to welcome a new beginning after death.
But Istia didn't understand that the warp was by no means a peaceful place. Behind every gift there were traps and costs. It's just right. I can take you to the warp to have a look. Then you will understand. Su Hong laughed.
He was now very familiar with how to enter and exit the warp. It was not a big problem to bring two burdens with him. Moreover, whether it was the souls of the Dragonborn believers that flowed into the warp or the body of the Starcolor, it would take time to deal with them. The battle between Su Hong and Xing Jitsai caused a subspace rift to appear in the sky. The subspace, which was full of dangers, was worshipped by the Dragonborn as the kingdom of heaven. This was indeed something Su Hong had not expected at the beginning. The battlefield was in chaos at this time. Some Dragonborn were worshipping in the direction of the gods, some were looking for the bodies of their brothers and relatives, and some were looking up at the sky hoping to find familiar figures among those golden souls. The sounds of crying, chanting, and bowing and worshipping were mixed together. It was a mess. Countless emotions and voices were sensed by Su Hong and poured into his consciousness. Suddenly, Su Hong felt a little bored. He sighed and disappeared from the battlefield with Feather God and Quetzalcoatl. Traveling from the physical universe to the subspace was like a shock in the soul. Su Hong reacted from this negative state in a trance, but Feather God and Quetzalcoatl, who entered the subspace for the first time, needed longer time. Wait for them to come back to their senses. Looking at the strange and bizarre energy space in front of him. Everything around him was crimson and chaotic. Under his feet was a rough continent, bare and empty, with only the flames that symbolized Su Heng's authority spreading and burning outward. This continent was vast and boundless. You couldn't see the end at a glance. It felt like it was even bigger than the continent where the Dragonborn lived. In the sky, where the flames had not covered, some twisted buildings were forming or collapsing, huge fortresses were bathed in blazing flames, and twisted human faces fell from the sky. Is this a dream? The feather god Istaya felt a little cold for no reason. He didn't like it here. Even for a supergiant creature with a body length of hundreds of meters, this space was too empty and dead. However, apart from that, Istaya didn't show any special discomfort in the subspace. This showed that her body and soul were strong enough, and she would not feel the erosion of the chaotic power of the subspace even if she was in the subspace. In comparison, although Quetzalcoatl can also stay in the subspace for a long time, his face clearly showed a trace of anxiety and pain. Su Heng's body burned with fire, isolating the chaotic power in the subspace. Quetzalcoatl looked better and recovered from that anxious state. I think I heard a voice, calling me, but I can't hear it clearly when I listen carefully. Quetzalcoatl lay on his father's shoulder and said softly, "Yeah." Su Hong nodded. The subspace is a strange and special environment. Even I know very little about it. You have to be careful. After a brief exchange with his friends and descendants, Su Hong began to work on the matter in front of him. In his flame field, there was originally only one soul, Adam, emitting pure golden light, standing in it. But now, with the subspace rift appearing above the battlefield, in a short period of time, nearly 1,000 dragon souls penetrated the rift between the subspace and the physical universe and came to this chaotic field. Under normal circumstances, those souls from the physical universe, even if they are lucky enough to enter the subspace, they will be worn out and corroded by the ubiquitous energy turbulence in the subspace, and cannot exist for a long time. But unfortunately, Su Hong had entered the subspace in advance, and turned his authority or erosion into flames, left here, and turned into a stable flame field. Those souls from the Dragonborn entered Su Heng's flame field at this time, and were able to continuously absorb power from the field to maintain their own stable existence. As time passed, perhaps these soul seeds can really give birth to special subspace life. However, even with Su Heng's help, plus various conveniences by chance, this process is still full of setbacks. A large number of souls that are not strong enough have been swallowed up by the surging subspace energy before entering Su Heng's flame field, and the remaining part is only some incomplete fragments. Those who are lucky enough and have strong souls themselves, only 1 in 10 survives. There are only more than 100 people. Some golden soul fragments appeared in the flames, as if attracted by some force, flying towards the direction of Adam's soul and merging with it. Su Hong was a little surprised. He was observing what was happening in the subspace. Just as Su Hong and Quetzalcoatl said before, everything in the subspace was actually very unfamiliar to Su Hong. However, as more and more soul fragments merged into Adam's soul, the phantom and the golden flame became clearer and clearer. A brand new life. Perhaps it will be born in the subspace. At this moment, looking around in the subspace, leaving aside those ancient gods, Adam may be the first life born purely from the subspace. Although millions of years have passed. But Su Hong still vaguely remembers that in the Christian mythology, the first human created by God was Adam. Adam. This is really an interesting coincidence. Su Hong had a hunch. As the first life born in the subspace, Adam must have a close connection with the subspace, and his future achievements are boundless, not weaker than some ordinary old gods. However, what makes Su Hong even more curious is, will Adam, who was born again with the power of the subspace, still be the same Adam as before? Su Hong feels that he will no longer be the same person. Adam's soul suffered inevitable losses in the process of entering the subspace, and was also reshaped in the process of gestation, leaving only some of the most firm characteristics in the soul. In addition to the smelting and completion of the other dragon soul fragments just now, Adam was born again. At best, it is just another individual with some memories of Adam. And in Adam's soul, the most firm characteristic is really loyalty that shines like gold. It's amazing to be able to face the old gods alone with a mortal body. Su Hong placed Adam's soul in the hottest part of the flame, and then took out the remaining pronucleus of star color from the gap between the scales. He looked at Xing Jitsai's horrified and twisted face and sneered, "I gave you time to escape and a chance to struggle, but from the moment you came to my kingdom, your fate was already determined. Now, struggle with all your might and show me." In the subspace, a tragic war broke out. Even though Xing Jitsai tried his best, struggled desperately, and used all kinds of methods, Su Hong still inevitably found his true form and was completely destroyed. Su Hang's own strength far exceeds that of ordinary gods of the past. However, star color itself is not an existence that is good at fighting. Plus, the help of Quetzalcoatl and Quetzalcoatl. The result of the battle can be imagined. As a massive explosion appeared in the subspace, the battle came to an end, and a broken protocore that looked like a planet shrunk countless times appeared on the battlefield. Su Hong held it in his hand. Is this the corpse of Xing Jitsai? It's so small. Yushin fell from the sky and curiously looked at the sphere in Su Heng's hand. The sphere showed a gray-blue brilliance, with pits and pits on its surface, about the size of half of Su Heng's palm. Not delicious. Yushin looked at it carefully for a long time and gently touched it with the furry tentacles on the top of his head. Finally, I came to this conclusion with a disappointed look on my face. This guy is much more difficult to deal with than Jagula. After all, subspace is the home of star color. It has been studied here for a long time. Su Hong, Yushin and others also spent a lot of effort to successfully find him and kill him. Killed. It took so much effort. Yushin was very disappointed to get such a gray stone. At this time, he was pulling Su Heng's head with his forelimbs. "I don't care, you want to treat me to a big barbecue?" Yushin said angrily. "Okay, no problem." Su Hong put Estaya on his shoulders. "When we get back, I will take you to the sea to catch seafood. The fish-headed man named Dagon is very good. It's meaty and tastes delicious." The Quetzalcoatl on the other side heard the conversation between his parents and quickly put his head over to fan the flames. "Good." Su Hong nodded casually. In fact, he was thinking about something else. Regarding the birth of Quetzalcoatl. Jacula's mutilated bones, his own blood and the feathers of the feather god Estaya. I don't know if this process can be copied and used to create the rest of the mythical life. Besides, after eating Jagula, Su Hong could clearly feel additional changes in his body. Jakura's power is reflected in three aspects: huge wings, golden thunder, and super recovery ability. Among the three aspects, Su Hong has already tested it. His current physical strength is indeed much better than before he fell asleep, and his flying ability has also increased to a certain extent. However, Su Hong has not inherited Jacula's power to control thunder and changes in the first two. Whether it is because of the natural growth he gained while sleeping, or because of the changes caused by swallowing Jacula, it is still unclear. During this period of slumber, did you gain any additional abilities from Jacula? Su Hong touched his chin and asked Estaya. Estaya was thinking about his barbecue. When he suddenly heard these words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly raised his head and swallowed the saliva in his mouth. He thought about it and said seriously, "Probably not. Every once in a while, I will fall into a cocoon state and fall asleep. After waking up, I will gain some extra strength." Estaya demonstrated it in front of Su Hong. Strands of pure light appeared out of thin air in the subspace, with the power to calm people's thoughts. These methods of manipulating the stream of light are the new abilities I gained from this sleep. Well, it should have nothing to do with Jagula. Su Hong nodded. Looking at the broken star core in his hand, after some hesitation, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit it. What Su Hong didn't expect was, there was a click. Although Xing Jitsai was not very good when he was alive, after he died, what was left behind was really hard. With a bang, one of Su Heng's teeth left a deep mark on the original nucleus and then broke inside. Woo, Su Hong rubbed his mouth. I instinctively felt a sense of repulsion, and it was obvious that it was not very reliable to steal the rest of the old rites purely by eating. Are you okay? Estaya originally thought about taking a bite, but when he saw Su Heng's appearance, he suddenly lost his mind. She asked with some concern. Su Hong covered his mouth and shook his head. His teeth, like sharks, can regrow.
There are hundreds of teeth in his mouth. The loss of one tooth will not have a big impact on Su Hong. It will grow back in a few days. On the contrary, this star core, I wonder if it is put down like this, an existence similar to Quetzalcoatl will be reborn. Su Hong was very curious. However, this time he just woke up from his deep sleep. It can still be active for a long time, but it can be kept nearby for careful observation. If necessary, Su Hong also thought about harvesting some wool from other old gods to conduct experiments to see if he could create some new species like Quetzalcoatlus. Of course, Su Hong also understood. The birth of life is a miracle. The birth of Quetzalcoatl was more of a coincidence. It would be very difficult to replicate the success of this kind of attempt. Fortunately, the last thing Su Hong lacked was time. An infinite life meant infinite opportunities for Su Hong. Any one thing. For Su Hong, as long as there is a probability and possibility of success, then he will definitely succeed. This is the confidence of the immortal. Let's go, let's leave the subspace first. Su Hong saw that the feathered serpent dragon was a little sluggish. It was obvious that its current strength was not enough for it to stay in the subspace for a long time. Okay. Yushin nodded. Although the subspace could not affect her, it was desolate and full of strange and ever-changing scenes. Yushin did not like the environment here. Su Hong once again found the weak point in the connection between the subspace and the physical universe, tore a crack from it, and appeared in the physical universe again. When they left, it was a castle near Scott Fortress. And when they returned again, they were not in the same place. It was an island on the Azure Ocean. This island appeared alone on the sea surface, surrounded by endless azure sea everywhere. The area of the island was not large, probably only a few dozen square kilometers. There is a protruding mountain on the island, and the two sides of the mountain are covered with lush primeval forests. Some primitive life grows in the forest. This place is not too far from the shore. Su Hong saw that the trees on the island were particularly tall, and some trees had dark red lines on their roots. These special tree species would set traps with distorted flowers to catch small insects passing by. This kind of tree is obviously a new species born under the influence of Su Hong's own radiation. After returning to the real space, Quetzalcoatl regained vitality, lying on a high place, looking towards the sea in the distance, and then said happily, "There are traces of a large number of deep divers' activities here, which seems to be the location of the palace of their tribe. Quetzalcoatl has good eyesight." Standing on a high place, a faint golden light flashed in its pupils, as if it could sense the scene in the deep sea. After hearing Quetzalcoatl's reminder, Su Hong was also stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face, with an expression of eagerness to try. "This is not bad, it saves me a lot of trouble." When in the subspace, Su Hong was thinking about how to find other gods of the old days and find a way to replicate the operation of Quetzalcoatl. Unexpectedly, it came without any effort. The old days have a perception ability beyond the five senses. This ability is temporarily named super sense by Su Hong. The existence of super sense can make the gods of the old days perceive some things that ordinary life cannot see, and it can also make the gods of the old days communicate regardless of language barriers. To put it simply, ordinary people need to use their eyes to see the scenery with the help of the propagation of light. If the light is blocked by some obstacles during the propagation process, then the things behind the obstacles cannot be seen. But Su Hong is not like this. Even with his eyes closed, he could still perceive everything within a certain range around him. This feeling was a bit like the transparent world or white eyes mentioned in previous anime works, but the effect was obviously much more exaggerated. Su Hong was clearly standing on the island. It was thousands of meters away from the deep sea below. However, when Su Hong calmed down and fully released his super sense, all the scenery of the entire sea area appeared in Su Hong's brain in detail. At the bottom of the deep sea, it was an old and dilapidated city, with huge pillars standing in the dark and cold trench, covered with a thick layer of blue-black filth. Cold, dead, and ancient. In this broken city, it seemed that an ancient existence was sleeping. The surrounding sea water vibrated greatly with the breathing of the ancients, and formed a vortex with a diameter of thousands of meters on the sea surface. Interesting. Su Hong grinned. There was also a gap between the old ones. Just like the giant deep diver named Dagon that fought with Quetzalcoatl before, it was a lower-level existence among the old ones. And in front of him, the life that could change the flow of seawater and stir up waves in such a large range just by relying on his own breathing was obviously a higher-level existence among the old ones. "I'll go down and take a look." Su Hong planned to get some wool from this guy.
Anyway, it was the deep diver who took the initiative to attack the territory on land before, and it seemed that there was no problem for him to take retaliatory actions directly now. Be careful, Feather Goddess Dia said with some concern, and Quetzalcoatl also flapped its wings and flew to Su Heng's side. These two guys are both landlubbers. Although they can enter the water. But in the deep sea environment, their combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly reduced, and they can't follow Su Heng. It doesn't matter, I spend more time in the ocean than on land, Su Hong waved his hand, and this sentence was true. However, Su Hong himself was also a little confused. Millions of years ago, he stayed in the deep sea environment for a long time. Why didn't he meet this guy at that time, since he was invincible? Did the deep diver also come from outer space like Jagger? It doesn't seem to be the case. This question, Su Hong couldn't figure out the answer, so he just put it aside for now. After a brief conversation with Feather God and Quetzalcoatl, Su Hong dived into the cold seawater. Splash! Waves hundreds of meters high splashed outwards at once. Fortunately, it was in the deep sea, otherwise, the giant waves would probably swallow up a city directly. Even so, Feather God and Quetzalcoatl who stayed on the shore had to join forces to call on the power of the wind and use the strong wind to calm the surging sea level, otherwise, the life on the entire island would be devastated. Su Heng's huge body gradually sank into the deep sea. During this period, some deep divers seem to have discovered Su Heng's trace, but these guys ran away without taste, leaving their gods behind. As the saying goes, there is a gap only when there is a comparison. As for the Dragonborn, the followers created by Su Hong, he couldn't say that he liked them very much, but he didn't hate them either. More often than not, Su Hong regarded himself as an audience, watching the Dragonborn civilization evolve and develop under the impetus of time, feeling like watching a large-scale TV series with thousands of years as the unit. It was one of the few pleasures for Su Heng. Unless it was necessary, Su Heng would not take the initiative to intervene in the internal affairs of the Dragonborn. However, the Dragonborn did have some special qualities that left a good impression on Su Heng. At least, Su Hong could say with certainty that if other old gods dared to invade Su Heng's domain, those Dragonborn would definitely fight with those invaders, and would not run away directly like these deep divers in front of him. Thinking like this, Su Hong had fallen to the deepest part of this sea. He stood on the bottom of the sea. The light of the stars had been filtered out in the thousands of meters of seawater, but with super sense, Su Hong could still clearly see every detail of the city in front of him. In the center of this city, it is a collapsed ocean basin, with a dark green ball of flesh sleeping inside. This guy is almost 700 or 800 meters in diameter, like a hill, and its body is dotted with countless suckers, tentacles, teeth, messy eyeballs, rotten sores, etc. It looks uneven and makes your scalp numb. Cthulhu, the sleeping god, the lord of Raya, one of the beings that symbolizes water. The moment he saw the monster, Su Heng's super sense gave him this information. At the same time, Cthulhu in his dream also sensed the danger and quickly woke up from his sleep. It was a little different from what Su Hong remembered. The current Cthulhu was not that kind of ancient life that resembles a humanoid with wings. From the outside, it was really just a supergiant octopus that had been enlarged countless times. It slowly woke up from its thousands of years of slumber, and was a little confused when it saw the giant octopus in front of it. He rubbed his eyes hard with two tentacles and realized that he was not dreaming. Ouch! Cthulhu suddenly became angry. It is unacceptable for any old god to be invaded by another old god into his own domain. Moreover, Cthulhu is a symbol of the water element, and the big black guy opposite clearly exudes the aura of the fire element. This is your home court. How dare the fat guy opposite come here to fight with me? Cthulhu is furious. Cthulhu grows his teeth and claws. Cthulhu is unstoppable. Su Hong launched the flat Aobang. With a slap, Cthulhu's plump body shriveled up to a large size visible to the naked eye. He bounced back faster than when he came. On the opposite side, Su Hong looked relaxed and at ease, just like a handsome boy in black and white suspenders shooting a ball. Cthulhu finally stopped the car. Stand still. Confused. For a young old god, the damage caused by the slap just now was so huge. Cthulhu rubbed his eyes with his tentacles. There was obvious doubt and confusion in his dark green pea eyes. Everyone was the ruler of the old days, and that was right. And this is the deep sea, my home turf. That's right. But why is the result wrong? The posture just now must be wrong. Yes, it must be like this. Cthulhu took a deep breath, his eyes became sharp, and his fat body unconsciously exuded an inexplicable serious aura. Even Su Hong seemed to be shocked by such aura, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Actually, Su Hong was also a little confused now. Since waking up, he has not made a move with all his strength, and he does not know to what extent his current strength has increased. The height of the body has increased from 800 meters to more than 1,200 meters. In terms of visual effect, it has increased by 1.5 times, but in terms of body shape and weight, it has more than doubled.
Leading Su Hong so far. I haven't fully adapted to my current body yet. In his hasty battle with Cthulhu just now, he probably only used less than 50% of his strength. But the result? Now seeing Cthulhu looking so menacing, Su Hong planned to use 70% of his power this time. After all, just as Cthulhu himself thought, this was his home court after all, and Su Hong himself was indeed suppressed to a certain extent. Bang! The two behemoths collided together again. Su Hong still slapped Cthulhu on the face. It was clearly in the deep sea, but Su Hong's slap had an effect similar to a sonic boom. A huge vacuum pressure wave twisted and spread outward from the place where the two collided. Cthulhu's soft skin shook crazily, and finally exploded. This time, he was almost blown away by Su Hong. A big bloody hole appeared on his body, and many tentacles fell to the ground. Cthulhu's fat and soft body slammed into a large raised mountain on the bottom of the sea in the distance, with an expression of doubt about life written on his face. Su Hong shook his head. Finally, I have a clearer understanding of my own power. Although this guy looks ugly, his actual strength has reached the average level of the old gods, or even better. The reason why he was beaten so miserably by Su Hong. Not because it's too weak. It's because Su Hong is too strong. It can be clearly felt that Su Hong is growing at a faster rate than before during this period. Looking at the tentacles and bloodstains scattered on the ground, Su Hong's goal had been achieved. He does not intend to kill an ancient god like Cthulhu. Cthulhu spends most of his time sleeping, and the proliferation of deep divers has no direct relationship with him. Moreover, it's like Su Hong can affect the surrounding environment. Cthulhu and Istaya, the feather god, both have similar powers, or radiation. For this world, supergiant life forms like Cthulhu are themselves part of the ecosystem. It is precisely because of the existence of these lives that intelligent life has entered the stage at a faster speed. This makes this ancient planet more and more vibrant. Su Hong came to visit this time. On the one hand, the reason is to take some mythical substances from Cthulhu to try to create new mythical life. On the other hand, it is also a show of strength to let the old rulers of this world know who is the real boss. It turned out that Su Hong was a little too harsh and almost frightened the child. He saw Su Hong's huge body walking towards him step by step. The seawater twists and sinks, the surface of the earth trembles, and the mountains collapse. Cthulhu turned around and raised his pink-spotted butt. This posture, an unpleasant feeling emerged in Su Hong's heart. He remembered that some soft-bodied creatures would spit out foul-smelling ink from indescribable positions when facing invincible enemies. Could it be that? Are the dignified gods of the past going to be forced to this point by themselves? Poof! The next moment. Accompanied by a thundering sound. A liquid that exudes a foul smell rolls and spreads in the seawater like an explosive arrow. Su Hong's expression suddenly froze, and his huge body suddenly burst out with incredible agility. After a few flickering ups and downs, he appeared in the sea tens of thousands of meters away. Looking at the turbid sea water in front of him, and the dead fat boy of Cthulhu disappearing into it. Rao is based on Su Hong's millions of years of cultivation. At this time, he was also shocked and dumbfounded, and almost uttered a curse word. Cthulhu just slipped away. Looking at the foul-smelling secretions that filled the seawater, Su Hong had no intention of continuing to pursue him. He left the deep sea. Fortunately at the last moment. Su Hong still collected some tentacles scattered around him. In the previous sea area, if nothing unexpected happens, there should be other mythical substances left, but Su Hong did not plan to continue searching in the cesspool. He left the deep sea. Returned to the original small island again. Istaya and Quetzalcoatl were still waiting on it, and they were relieved when they saw Su Hong return safely. Original. Istaya asked crisply, "How is it? What is in the deep sea? You are not injured?" At the beginning, they could still perceive some scenery at the bottom of the deep sea. But as the battle broke out, the scenery on the battlefield became very blurred, but they keenly noticed that Su Hong disappeared from the battlefield in the previous moment, and then appeared more than 10 kilometers away. It can make Su Hong so cautious. The enemy's strength can be imagined. Istaya had been worried, but now that Su Hong had returned safely, he gradually relaxed. So that's how it is, Su-hong nodded, and then he briefly told a few words about what he had encountered in the deep sea. Obviously, Istaya and Quetzalcoatl were speechless. Forget it, let's not talk about these things, let's see what I got this time. Su-hong put a few tentacles on the flame and roasted them back and forth. For the rest, he tried to blend his blood, teeth, broken scales, and other things into it. During this period, Su-hong also took a small part of feathers and blood from Quetzalcoatl and Feather God to try. At the beginning, the tentacles did not react at all. But when the last and largest octopus tentacle was inserted into a tooth by Su-hong, a strong breath of life suddenly emanated from it. Can it really work? Su-hong was shocked, and Istaya and Quetzal, who were watching the roasted tentacles on the side, hurriedly put their heads over, wanting to witness the birth of new life with their own eyes. Istaya and Quetzal, who were cooking the barbecue, also felt the strong breath of life emanating from the tentacles. They hurried over. Each of them held a roasted tentacle in their mouths. Su-hong was also somewhat attracted by the aroma of the food. It must be said that although the green fat boy in the deep sea looked dirty, it tasted really good as food. Su-hong stuffed the last remaining tentacle into his mouth. The octopus tentacle was several hundred meters long. In Su-hong's mouth, it was like a noodle. Almost one bite was completely swallowed into Su-hong's stomach, and he couldn't taste much flavor, which was a pity. Su-hong shook his head. He focused his attention again on the tentacle in front of him with his teeth embedded in it. There were a total of 9 octopus tentacles used for the control experiment, which were integrated with Su-hong's blood, scales, teeth, and part of the flesh and feathers of the feather god and the feathered serpent dragon. In the end, only the tentacle that was integrated with Su-hong's teeth changed. It can be clearly seen. The temperature of that huge tooth was constantly rising. From its original snow-white color, it finally became a golden red as hot as magma, and then melted into liquid and merged into the octopus tentacles below. As the liquid merged, the surface of the octopus tentacles became smooth, and the raised suckers and pus disappeared. Instead, there were some golden red patterns. Those patterns are somewhat like the patterns on the Dragonborn. Quetzal suddenly spoke, with uncontrollable expectations on his face. As a second-generation god created by Su-hong, he is a special existence between the old days and ordinary life. Although the newly born Quetzalcoatl has a huge body of more than 300 meters, which is comparable to the old rulers. But now it is just a child. Instinctively, Quetzalcoatl hopes that more brothers and sisters will be born to accompany him. Therefore, seeing the new breath of life bursting out from the tentacles in front of him, Quetzal was very excited. His 2 dark golden eyes were shining, and he stared at the tentacles on the ground that were undergoing drastic changes. That's right. Su-hong nodded. Comparing the two, there are indeed many similarities. But it is obvious that the patterns on the tentacles are more dense and gorgeous, far from being comparable to the Dragonborn. Then, a narrow crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the newly formed pattern, and then cracked to both sides, and a narrow figure was born from the tentacles. It's a snake. Feather god Istaya opened her eyes and murmured. It was also the first time for her to see the birth of a second-generation mythical creature. At this moment, her heart was filled with unprecedented feelings. The newly born snake-shaped mythical life was about 200 meters long, covered with smooth black scales, and the dark red stripes on the scales were interwoven into various patterns, looking beautiful and dangerous. Swish! This snake was just born. It put its upper body in an attacking posture, roaring, and its scarlet eyes burst out with a fierce look like a beast. Even when facing Su-hong, it was the same. No wisdom? Su-hong's brows slightly raised, and he found the problem. The mythical life was indeed successfully bred, but the birth of life did not mean the emergence of wisdom, which was indeed something it could not have thought of at the beginning. It seemed to have sensed the oppression emanating from Su-hong. The little snake gradually lowered its body. Then it began to devour the remaining tentacles on the ground used for control experiments. There were a total of 8 tentacles, and the total size was at least 4 or 5 times that of it. But even so, it was still swallowed up by this little snake. Its size also increased to nearly 300 meters visibly with the naked eye. What's more exaggerated is that 8 ugly pustules like tumors appeared on the top of the little snake's head. As the nutrients in the bulging snake belly were gradually digested, the pustules became larger and larger, and the epidermis became dark red and transparent, like a thin film. Finally, with a puff, accompanied by the bloody juice spilling, the pustules finally burst. Born from it, it was another 8 slightly smaller heads. Relying on his own super sense, Su-hong read some information from this monster.
Hydra, vitality, fire, toxins, black seawater. Obviously, Hydra inherited some of the power of Cthulhu and Su Hong, and had quite good strength when it was just born. Unfortunately, Hydra did not give birth to wisdom, and could only be regarded as a powerful beast. The birth of life is a miracle, and wisdom is a miracle among miracles. Su Hong sighed. He finally understood it at this time. The birth of Quetzalcoatl is not so easy to replicate. At this time, Su Hong thought of the star core in his hand that came from the color of the stars. He took the star core out from the gap between the scales. After a few days, there was still no change on the star core. The sharp tooth was still alone on the surface of the star core, leaving twisted cracks on it. Star color is a terrible old god. Its power is reflected in the control of consciousness and the distortion and reshaping of life, and its main body is hidden in the subspace, which makes it invincible. If it hadn't happened to meet Su Hong millions of years later, the star color might have really grown to a terrible level. And now, if a similar monster is born again from this protonucleus, there will be a lot of trouble at that time. In a moment, Su Hong even had the idea of destroying the things in his hand and throwing them away, but this idea was rejected by Su Hong, and he decided to continue trying. Even if there is really a monster born from the star core, Su Hong also has the confidence to deal with it. Putting the star core in his hand back, looking at the nine-headed Hydra in front of him, which was waving its claws and attacking again, Su Hong had a headache again. How to deal with this little guy? Istaya leaned on Su Hong's shoulder and asked softly. Just kill the disobedient guy. Su Hong wanted to say this, but when he turned around and saw the Quetzalcoatl on the other side looking at him eagerly, and the monster in front of him was born from his blood after all, Su Hong's heart softened a little. Exile him in this sea. Su Hong said, anyway, this is the territory of the deep divers, and they will still be the ones who will have a headache when the time comes. As he said this, Su Hong grabbed the Hydra lying on the ground in his hand. The huge and irresistible force instantly suppressed the Hydra. Although it had no wisdom, the dark fear was still firmly imprinted in the heart of the Hydra. Plop! The Hydra of more than 300 meters was caught in Su Hong's hand like a little chicken. Then it was thrown into the deep sea in the distance. The Hydra fell into the cold seawater, and the nine heads looked in different directions. When they saw Su Hong standing on the island, they shuddered obviously, dived into the trench, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You can see it. Creating a monster made Su Hong feel a little unhappy. Su Hong's face was a little gloomy, and I don't know what he was thinking. Original. Istaya flapped his wings above Su Hong's head, and the crisp sound attracted his attention. What are we going to do next? Su Hong withdrew his gaze from the rolling sea. After thinking for a while, he smiled and replied, thousands of years have passed, and many interesting things have appeared in this world. We can go and see them together. In the past millions of years, Su Hong has left his footprints in almost every corner of this world. However, at that time, life had not yet covered the entire planet, and there were bare and monotonous scenery everywhere. Only those terrible natural disasters could bring some fun to Su Hong. Later, he slept much more than he was awake. However, in these thousands of years, as different intelligent life forms such as dragonborn, feathered people, and deep divers appeared in the world one after another, the whole world became full of vitality and particularly interesting. In just 1,000 years, many changes have taken place. A place I've been to before. Now, I can set foot there again. Especially on the other side of the sea, there is an equally vast continent. After tens of thousands of years, I don't know if there is any new life on that continent. Moreover, according to the information provided by Quetzalcoatl before, there seems to be traces of another old one's activities on the Arctic icefield. Even during the attack and defense of Coster Castle, the followers of the old ones watched coldly from a distance, but did not choose to take the opportunity to attack. Okay. After hearing Su Hong's description, Feather Goddess Staya immediately became interested. She flapped her wings, happy like a child. It's strange. Istaya has huge wings and strong flying ability. If she wants, she can easily reach any corner of the world. Even flying into space is not too difficult for Istaya now. Unfortunately, Istaya is a typical homebody. It's normal for Istaya to stay in a forest for thousands of years. She was not very interested in the outside world, but if she could go out with Su Hong, Istaya would be very happy. After some discussion, Istaya, Su Hong, Quetzalcoatl and others determined the next action plan. Their bodies were too large. If they walked on the ground, they would cause far-reaching vibrations and have a devastating impact on the surrounding natural ecology. Fortunately, the emergence of the subspace solved this problem. As his understanding of the subspace gradually deepened, Su Hong could use the subspace to transfer to a certain location in the real universe.
Very convenient. After ending a long sleep, the old gods entered an active period. At the same time, with the end of the attack and defense of Koster Fortress, this full-scale war that could have had a far-reaching impact and swept the entire continent ended quickly before it even started. Even so. But in this war, Dones and Hispania led an elite army and the descendants of the gods, the feathered serpent dragon, to the battlefield, and the figure of the former King Adam appeared in the kingdom of the gods' flames. These two things, each one is like an ancient myth. In just a few days, it quickly spread among the cities and tribes of the dragon descendants. The reputation of Dones and Hispania has also reached a peak. In a palace in Koster Fortress, Hispania said to her brother with some excitement, "Dones, you will be an excellent king like your father." She carefully took out an iron box that she had treasured for decades. After opening it, you can clearly see that there are fine white fluffs in this ancient iron box, and in the center of these fluffs is a grania crown inlaid with various precious gems. Thousands of years ago, on the eve of the final battle, the gods gave Kanda grania precious steel. The first king of the Dragonborn, Kanda, used these grania steels to make 18 grania weapons, and used the remaining materials to make the grania crown, which symbolizes the Dragonborn kingship. This crown was then passed to their father Adam. On the night when the star color descended, Adam had already anticipated the outbreak of the crisis and secretly gave the crown to Hispania. Now, although the city of divine revelation has become a ruin, however, this extremely precious crown has been carefully treasured by Hispania. For so many years, Hispania has always dreamed of being able to wear this crown on his brother's head, watching him become a real king. And now, the news sent back from various tribes and cities tells Hispania that the time has come. Hispania's eyes are shining with crystal tears. The delicate crown is very light, but the authority and responsibility it symbolizes are heavier than a real mountain. Hispania slowly raised the crown in his hand, stood on tiptoes, and was about to place it on Dones' head. But at this time, no! Dones suddenly held Hispania's arm and looked at his sister with apologetic eyes. "I'm sorry, Hispania," Dones said, "my people can forgive me, but I cannot forgive the mistakes I have made. And compared to me, I think you are more powerful, qualified to wear this crown." "What on earth are you talking about?" Hispania was stunned for a moment, almost wondering if he heard correctly. "Becoming a king, isn't this your dream all along?" "Yes, this was indeed my dream." Dones breathed a sigh of relief. Making such a decision was not an easy thing for him. However, when these words were spoken, all weakness and hesitation disappeared from Dones' eyes, leaving only the calm and clarity like the blue sea. "Hispania, you are absolutely right. But my father told me that the glory of a king should not be inherited, but accumulated through tragic wars. I can take over this crown from you now, but after 1,000 years, when I die and enter the kingdom of God, I can't imagine how I will face our father, nor how I will face those who have caused me to die. The soldiers who died for me, I am even more unable to face our gods, Hispania. You know, in front of the gods, all our secrets and darkness cannot be hidden." Dones took a step back and gently pushed Hispania's arm away. He took the crown from Hispania's hand and gently placed it on his sister's head. His eyes were full of tenderness. "Look, Hispania. You are more suitable to be a dragonborn than me, the king. It's so beautiful." Dones personally put the crown on his sister's head, took 2 steps back, and said softly, "My sister, my king." Hispania was completely stunned. This is not what I want," she murmured. Under the huge shock, it was almost difficult to formulate a complete sentence. "Don't doubt yourself, Hispania." Dones sighed. "You are closer to the flames of the gods than anyone else, even our father, and you are smarter than anyone else. More than 30 years ago, when the evil god descended from the sky, you were the first to realize that something was wrong. Not long ago, you were also the first to risk your life to enter the poison city and awaken it of our father's consciousness. If it weren't for you, I and many dragonborn might have died in the war." Dones paused for a moment, then looked into his sister's eyes with burning eyes and said seriously, "You will become a qualified king." "But if I become the king, what about you?" Hispania asked rhetorically. "I have already thought about my way back." Dones said, "I want to go to Winterland City, where I will guard the Great Wall and resist the monsters and evil corpses on the ice field to repay the sins I have committed in the past. I hope that in 1,000 years, when I meet my father again in the kingdom of God's fire,
I can hold my head high and my noble soul free from any impurities.
Hispania fell silent.
From the destruction of Shinchi City to the end of the offensive and defensive Battle of Castor Fortress.
Less than a month before and after.
It's only a short month, which is nothing to a dragonborn who can live for 1,000 years. But in this short period of 1 month, his brother has undergone earth-shaking changes. He is still the same as before, but he has become more mature and steady, just like his father. Hispania saw the steadfast light of a saint in Donez's pupils. She knew she could no longer persuade her. Hispania stretched out his hand, and finally lowered it weakly, saying softly, "I wish you good luck in martial arts, my favorite brother. I also wish you can bathe in the glory of the gods forever."
Donez knelt on one knee and saluted, "My sister, my queen." Donez left from the fortress of Castor,
heading alone to the cold winterland city in the north.
And not long after, a grand celebration was held in Castor Fortress. Queen Hispania became the third-generation king of the Dragonborn and the third-generation high priest. On that day, Dragonborn came from different cities and across long mountains and rivers to celebrate the queen's accession to the throne.
Even, on that day, the Quetzalcoatl came in person. This incident has also become a legend. Castor Fortress is in the south of the continent, while Winterfell is almost in the northernmost part of the continent.
There are thousands of kilometers between the two. This is not an easy road. There are countless difficulties and obstacles in it.
Even for a dragonborn, it is full of fatal dangers.
If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Donez, on the other hand, relied on his courage and superhuman physical fitness. Kill all the monsters you encounter on the road.
In the end, after spending more than half a year, Donez finally arrived at his destination covered in dust. What appeared in front of us was a huge city that looked like a sculpture of ice and snow. Walls more than 300 meters high rose from the ground like mountains, spreading outward to the end of the line of sight.
Castor City and Winterfell are two famous fortress cities among the Dragonborn tribe. Donez had already seen the former half a year ago. But the latter seems to be even more shocking when I see it for the first time.
Under the huge city, the city lord of Winterland City, an old dragonborn named Nidalen, seems to have received the news and is waiting under the city wall.
Nidalen was wearing a black linen robe, with ravines on his face. The most obvious thing was the black tattoo on his left cheek that symbolized sin. Because the city of divine enlightenment was destroyed, the Dragonborn's first code was stillborn. Each city has different regulations and penalties. But there is no doubt that the Dragonborn is proud of the flame patterns on his body. Those tattoos that destroy the pattern are undoubtedly a huge humiliation for the Dragonborn. What's more, it's tattooed on the face.
Donez frowned secretly, and at the same time saw some ragged young Dragonborns looking at him with evil intentions near the old city lord.
The 6-month-long journey made Donez feel exhausted.
He originally expected to receive hospitality and welcome when he arrived in the city, but things didn't seem to be what he imagined.
Just as Donez was looking at the city and the Dragonborn in the city, a black-robed and tattooed Dragonborn named Nidalen slowly stepped forward.
His tone was full of vicissitudes of life and said, "Donez, the eldest son of King Adam, you are indeed as tall and heroic as the legend says."
The average Dragonborn is between 10 and 15 meters tall.
And Donez was nearly 18 meters tall.
Even the tallest Dragonborn present could only reach Donez's chest.
Nidalen changed the subject and continued, "But, Donez,
this city is a place of exile. It is not suitable for you. Leave here as soon as possible." Nidalen persuaded.
Donez looked at some of the Dragonborn around him, with a playful look in his eyes. He shook his head. "The people in this city are no more dangerous than the monsters and aliens in the wilderness. I am here just to temper myself."
Well, Nidalen sighed deeply, seeing Donez looking so stubborn. He stopped trying to persuade him and took Donez into the city.
A huge city, cold and desolate, with dilapidated and leaky houses scattered on both sides of the street. Huge skeletons and dinosaur carcasses were carelessly placed on the roadside.
Donez did not expect that such a majestic city would have such a dirty scene. Suddenly he couldn't help but frown. "This is your future residence." Nidalen led Donez to a gathering area in the city.
A huge bonfire was burning in the square, dispelling the coldness of the north. What appeared in front of Donez was a simple stone house.
The adobe room was obviously designed according to the body shape of an ordinary Dragonborn. It was not big. Donez estimated that he could not even straighten up in it.
Fortunately, the gaps between the stones are fairly tightly sealed, so the thermal insulation effect should be pretty good, and it's much cleaner than other surrounding rooms.
Donas said nothing and placed his weapons and the food he carried with him in the room. Tomorrow, I will take you to visit the city tomorrow. You can have a good rest here today. Nidoran said to Donas. The old dragonborn seemed to have other things to deal with. After a few brief explanations, he turned and left, watching the old city lord leave.
The surrounding dragonborn with ill intentions immediately surrounded him with sneers.
What do you want to do?
Donas walked out of his room, holding an iron rod in his hand. His original Grania long knife had been left to his sister.
When he left the city of Koster, he just took away an iron rod.
Compared to weapons such as swords,
although blunt instruments like iron rods are much less lethal, the advantage is that they are durable and will not be easily broken.
On the contrary, they are more suitable for long distances.
You are Donas, the son of King Adam, why are you here?
A dragonborn with a scar on his face guessed badly. Let me see, you must have made a mistake and been exiled. Adam is a cruel king, and his child is also a bad species.
Another older dragonborn said numbly.
I heard that your sister has become the queen of the dragonborn.
Will she rely on her body to satisfy the greedy big city lords? A dragonborn with a mouth full of fangs teased.
With the sound of his voice,
the dragonborn around him suddenly laughed.
Only Donas, who was surrounded by the prisoners in the center, looked increasingly ugly.
That's enough. Donius said loudly, you have never even seen Hispania, how do you know that she will not become an excellent king?
Whether she will become an excellent king or not is not important to us. The smile of the young dragonborn with shark-like sharp teeth gradually turned cold. His name is Passos, and he is the leader of a gang in this city. He continued, more importantly, Donas, you are here, and we will return to you the pain your father inflicted on us.
Nidoran is right.
Winterfell is a city of exiles and a huge prison. In various cities, only those dragonborn who have committed unforgivable sins will be exiled here. Donas's father Adam reigned for more than 1,000 years, and his dominance and prestige were unrivaled among all the dragonborn.
Most of the dragonborn in this city were exiled by Adam. They hated Adam. Likewise, Donas, the child of Adam, was hated. That's it. Donas understood the relationship between them and laughed instead. Looking at the dozens of dragonborn exiles surrounding him, Donas just held the long stick in his hand and walked forward with his head held high. In that case, I am here, no matter if they come one by one, or along the way, I won't back down. Arrogant.
Passos sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding dragonborn surrounded him at the same time.
A fierce battle broke out in the cold city. Donas only had a long, rough metal stick in his hand.
After traveling thousands of kilometers, he was already exhausted. But even so, Donas' strength was still unmatched. He is like a tyrannosaurus walking in the pasture. Vertically and horizontally, he is invincible. In less than half an hour, nearly 100 exiled dragonborns were all knocked to the ground by Donas. In the end, when Donas stepped on Passos' chest and inserted the long bloody stick into Passos' mouth, there was only unconcealable fear in Passos' eyes.
Get away! Donas releases Passos.
After a long time, Passos climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He hid his cold and resentful eyes in the shadows, waved his hand, and waved his companions to leave the gathering area.
Donas had no idea of continuing to wander around the city. Go back to your room.
Sitting cross-legged on the cold floor, he began to close his eyes and reflect on his past. During the long journey of thousands of miles, even a dragon like Donas, who could fight 1 against 100, had encountered many life and death crises, and every time he survived such a crisis, you will feel that your power is being further explored and released.
The flames on his body became even hotter. Such changes made Donas realize that although the dragonborn's flame was given by the gods and was innate, it was not static and could be continuously tempered, tapped, and strengthened through certain methods.
If this method could be summarized,
well, no doubt about it. All dragonborn will benefit from this. After many days of thinking, Donas has gradually found some clues. The next step is to constantly try and verify to turn this idea into reality. In the blink of an eye, night falls.
The sound of ancient horns came from the city walls. Donas opened his eyes, walked out of the room, and saw many dragonborn starting to run towards the city wall.
Is the enemy attacking?
Donas didn't think too much, took his iron rod by his side, and followed the people around him to the city wall. There are traces of the activities of an ancient god in the Arctic icefields. A kind of alien called the white skeleton demon spider lives and breeds in this icefield. Every time it is extremely dark or when they don't have enough food, these monsters will invade the dragonborn's pastures and even cities, bringing many of casualties.
Only then did Winterland City come into being.
The white skeleton demon spider looks like a wolf spider enlarged countless times. They are pale white and have 8 spider legs like black spears. They are about 15 meters in size.
Most of the Dragonborn are no match for these monsters in close combat. Those sharp spider legs can easily penetrate the scales on the Dragonborn's body.
This is not the first time Dones has seen the white skeleton demon spider. But this was the first time I saw such a large number of monsters, hundreds to thousands, densely gathered together, attacking towards the city wall like a sea wave.
The fierce fighting lasted all night.
One after another, the white skeletal spiders were killed by Dones. He could no longer remember how long he had been fighting. But in his hand, the iron rod that had accompanied him for thousands of miles had been bent during this war.
Dones had to cut off 2 spider legs from the enemy and use them as spears.
In this way, the fierce battle continued until dawn. Dones was injured all over and exhausted, but he managed to defend the city wall. The remaining demon spiders slowly retreated towards the depths of the ice field, leaving behind pieces of corpses.
Dones stood on the city wall, breathing heavily.
But at this moment, a huge force suddenly came from behind Donius.
Donius fell from the city wall under control.
His face was filled with disbelief, and he twisted his body in midair. The last thing he saw in his eyes was the silent smile of Passos on the city wall. I stopped recommending it, and the follow-up reading almost couldn't be put on the shelves.
It's very sad. Everyone, please help click the latest chapter every day. If there is no recommendation, the follow-up reading can't be put on the shelves, then it will definitely be a failure.
To be honest, I feel that this book is written well compared with the previous books, with giant beasts, group portraits, and civilization evolution. But I don't know why the collection is not increasing. If there is anything that is not well written, you can point it out in this chapter or in the comment area. I will read it carefully. It's a matter of life and death, brothers and sisters. Please remember to help click the latest chapter every day.
Update at 12 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the evening. Thank you everyone.
The whole night's war is over, and the dawn of victory is about to come.
But Dones would never have thought of it.
At such a juncture, the fatal blow would come from behind. He was pushed off the high city wall. The more than 300-meter high city wall of Winterfell is quite dangerous even for the rough-skinned Dragonborn, not to mention the countless ferocious aliens entrenched outside. The cold wind whistled in my ears.
Sister, father, God.
One after another figures appeared in front of Dones's eyes, and then disappeared like bubbles.
At last.
It was a violent impact.
The unbearable pain only lasted a short moment. The ensuing darkness dragged Dones into the abyss like spreading tentacles. Dones thought he would never wake up from the darkness.
However, maybe the gods are really looking after him.
10 days, a month, maybe longer. Donius opened his eyes from the endless darkness, and bright light shone in.
He was lying in a clean stone house, with golden sunlight shining through the gaps in the windows.
There was a burning stove in the corner of the house. Furry animal skins were spread under Dones's body.
You're awake. The old city lord Nedelin stood next to Dones with an apologetic face, holding a piece of processed barbecue in his hand. Donius opened his mouth, his consciousness still a little unclear. He stared at the light outside the window in confusion, and saw dust floating and flying in the golden beam of light like elves, and the air was filled with the scent of fruit trees being burned by fire.
Dones raised his hand.
Some were horrified to see that their arms had become as thin as firewood. The flame pattern that originally covered it became dim at this time. If it weren't for the bright sunlight outside the window, it would be almost impossible to distinguish the pattern on the arm.
What happened? Dones felt weaker than ever before.
This kind of weakness comes not only from his extremely thin body, but also from the innate connection between the Dragonborn and the flame that has been severed by some strange force.
Terribly sorry.
Nedelin, the old city lord with tattoos on his face, lowered his head and repeated, I have tried my best. Those aliens of the white skeleton demon spider are the descendants of Mordigin, and the poison they secrete will be continuously absorbed. The Dragonborn's power of fire will cause the Dragonborn who are injured by the poison to become weak and no longer be able to enjoy the blessings of the gods.
Donius lay on the bed with eyes blank.
The moment he heard the news, he felt as if he had been abandoned by the whole world.
A few days later, things are a little better for Dones. He was able to walk around, albeit with a cane.
Over the past few hundred years, Dones has been most proud of two things. The first thing is Dones's family, and the second thing is Dones's own powerful body and the flame gifted by the gods.
And now,
Dones was alone in a strange city.
His father was killed by the abominable evil god, and his sister was as far away as a world away from him. The powerful physique that he was once proud of, which allowed him to gallop across the vast plains, has also disappeared. Now he even has to rely on tools to avoid falling to the ground. Dones sat on the stone in front of the house. Looks gloomy. In the past few days after waking up, Dones tried countless times to feel the connection between himself and the flame. But just as the city lord Nedeland said, every time he felt a little bit of warmth, the spider poison remaining in his body would mercilessly absorb that power. Although he is still alive. But he could no longer feel the warmth of the flames, only endless coldness surrounded him. Look! Passos's sharp voice sounded again. The exiled dragonborn with sharp teeth surrounded Dones with his men, and teased, "Isn't this our great hero Dones? Now I don't know if you can still stand on your own strength, stand up." Dones was leaning on a cane, his head lowered. Don't bother arguing with these guys. He felt that the person behind pushing him off the city wall was one of Passos's group of people. But the light was too dim at the time, and Dones was still unable to determine who pushed him off the city wall. As for telling his sister what happened here, Dones directly vetoed it. He was afraid that his sister would be heartbroken if she found out what happened here. If everything that happens here is destined, then let me bear this pain alone. Dones said to himself in his heart, Hispania, I don't want to be a burden to you. Passos obviously didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity to humiliate his enemy. The gods have abandoned you. Dones, you are not qualified to continue to bask in the glory of the gods. The lines on Pausa's arms lit up, and the flames burned on his claws. Originally, such a flame would only make Dones feel warm and comfortable. But now, when the remaining demon spider toxin in the body was stimulated, the stress reaction caused Dones to feel fatal pain. His body twitched uncontrollably, and he fell to the ground, his limbs dancing erratically, foaming at the mouth, and uncontrollable pain written all over his face. Look, Dones, you are a monster now, how ugly you are. Passos finally saw a picture he was satisfied with, and the exiles around him laughed together. Immediately afterwards, Passos used a poisonous paint to leave ugly tattoos on Dones's body. The tattoo brought Dones great mental and physical pain and torture, and then he was beaten and insulted unilaterally. He waited until darkened Dones was covered in bruises and was about to lose his life before he laughed and gathered in the area. Leave in the ground. You should have died outside the city. At least you could be considered a hero. Before leaving, Passos spat on Dones. Chapter 59 The Pursuit Beyond Time and the Battlefield of Gods After a long time. Only then did the old city lord Nedeland find Dones from the city. Seeing Dones's miserable appearance, hot tears flowed from the old city lord's eyes, and his whole body trembled with anger. Those bad guys, how dare they? How could they do this? The old city lord ignored the blood and dust on Dones's body, hugged him in his arms, and kissed his forehead. Those people are not worthy of bathing in the gods' glory. Nedeland is the nominal lord of this city. But in fact, he is too old and weak to restrain the lawless prisoners in the city. The reason why he can become the city lord. On the one hand, it is because Nedeland is a descendant of the Grania family, and on the other hand, it is because of Nedeland's superb medical skills. Many Dragonborn in the city have been saved by Nedeland. Dragonborn respect Nedeland, but that's about it. In the night, Nedeland moved the dying Dones back to his home and carefully cleaned his wounds. Although frail, Dones remains young. The injuries can be recovered, but the insulting tattoos on his body cannot be removed and will stay with him throughout his life. Dones lay numbly on the bed, the pain in his body tormenting him, but the torment in his heart made Dones even more intolerable. He repeatedly thought of the words Passos said before leaving. Perhaps, he really should die directly under the city wall, instead of being rescued. Don't think so, child. Nedeland seemed to have guessed Dones's thoughts. He faced the stove, and his old voice came along with the warm firelight. To evaluate a Dragonborn's achievements and glory, it should be what he did, not what he looked like. Just like your father, he turned into a monster at the end of his life. But all the Dragonborn respected him, and even appeared in the god's kingdom after death. Do you know about my father? Dones was surprised. Yes. Nedeland nodded. Thousands of years ago, I fought side by side with him. Dones was even more surprised. This meant that the old man in front of him had personally participated in the final battle against the aliens and survived. A living legend. Dones thought in his mind, and looked at the old man with more admiration and respect in his eyes. He was silent for a moment, and then asked doubtfully, but what kind of mistakes did someone like you make to be exiled here? Nedeland was silent. His old back faced Donis, and a sad emotion appeared on his furrowed face. If it is a mistake to give up killing each other with my brothers, then I am indeed an unforgivable sin. In the flickering firelight, Nidalenn told his story. Thousands of years ago, the evil god Jagula descended on the earth, aliens wreaked havoc, and the earth dried up, leaving it desolate as far as the eye could see. Under the witness of the gods, Kanda, the first king of the Dragonborn, led 16 leaders of the large tribes to start the final battle with the alien race. During that war, 16 tribal leaders were given the Granian weapons by the gods, which symbolized glory and power. The descendants of these tribal leaders became the Grania family. And Nidalenn is a member of the Grania family. After the war, Nidalenn was supposed to inherit his father's Granian weapon, but Nidalenn was a Dragonborn who didn't like fighting. Compared to endless wars, Nidalenn preferred to study the laws between heaven and earth. He observed the stars and flowers and plants all day and night, and tried to use herbs to treat the wounds on the Dragonborn. He didn't think he would be a good fighter. Nidalenn gave up his rights and left his father's Granian weapons to his younger brother. But humility was rewarded with betrayal and jealousy. Because he had participated in the final battle, Nidalenn enjoyed a high reputation among the family. Nidalenn's younger brother was jealous of his brother's honor and reputation, so he accused Nidalenn of poisoning his father with herbs, betraying the gods, and banished him to this icy wasteland. Glory, status, Granian weapons, my brother already has everything that Dragonborns dream of, but he still can't tolerate me. Nidalenn sighed longly. After listening to Nidarenn's story, Donis thought of his sister. They depended on each other in a strange city. She was always so gentle, handling everything in an orderly manner but always standing behind her. Compared with Nidalenn's brother, her sister was simply an angel. It's a pity that I can never see her again, and I don't dare to see her again. Donis looked at his ugly and thin self in the bronze mirror and thought sadly. Then you hate him? Donis asked again. I used to hate him so much that I wanted to grab his throat and kill him. Nidalenn's voice calmed down, but what can I do? I know I can't do it, but life and the flame must continue. Both fell silent. In the room, there was only the crackling sound of burning flames. The next day, before dawn, Donis walked out of the room alone. The surrounding city was empty, desolate, and dilapidated. It snowed last night, and the surrounding area was covered in silver and completely silent. In such a large city, most people are hostile to Donis. Nidalenn was old and frail, and could not always provide him with shelter. Donis looked at the surrounding streets with a feeling of bewilderment. Winterfell is a large city. But now, Donis can't find a place to stay. He walked aimlessly back and forth on the streets of the city, his body gradually becoming numb in the cold winter. When Donis came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that he had walked out of Winterfell city. Arrive at the northern icefield. Is all this an arrangement of fate? The vast and boundless ice fields are endless, and the eyes are silvery white. At the end of the field of vision, you can see several huge glaciers undulating in the clouds and mist. This is a dangerous area for alien activity. But at this time, Donis was in it, and he felt that the irritability and depression had disappeared without a trace. The pain and hatred were also peeled away from Donis' body, leaving only peace. With such a vast and magnificent ice field, it would be a good idea to die here. Donis suddenly had such an idea, and he walked towards the depths of the ice field alone. Compared to dying on a hospital bed or being beaten by a Dragonborn, Donis preferred to die on the battlefield. With this idea in mind, Donis moved forward. He thought that his death was coming, but he did not feel any emotion such as sadness or hesitation, and his heart was as peaceful as ever. In this state, Donis began to think about his past. There is no doubt that the moment I was born, I possessed unimaginable rights and honors for dragon descendants. My father is the high priest of the gods and the king of millions of dragon descendants. His prestige is unmatched by anyone, even if he is the demon spiders on the ice and the aliens in the deep sea will tremble when they hear my father's name. I long to surpass my father, so I have always held myself to the standards of a king. But, I made a mistake. If it weren't for Hispania and my father, I might have died among the claws of the aliens. Even 30,000 Dragonborn soldiers would have died in my hands. I would have to bear an unprecedented burden. Infamy. My people can forgive themselves, and my sister can tolerate my stupidity, but I can't bear it, so I came to Winterfell alone, wanting to pay for the sins I committed in the past. But I was too naive. My time was running out. When I came into this world, I was full of glory, and all the Dragonborn were cheering and blessing me for my birth. But when I left, I was unknown. Weak and ugly, burdened with unpaid sins,
Donis walked alone in the empty ice field. He couldn't remember how far he had walked or how long he had walked, and he was a little curious as to why he didn't even encounter an alien along the way. It was quiet all around, you could only hear your own footsteps. There is still an endless expanse of ice in front of us. Behind him, the tall walls of Winterland City had disappeared. He came to the wilderness far away from human habitation, and any monster could easily kill Donis. Cordonius kept moving forward, and there was an unprecedented joy in his heart. That is the joy gained from constantly getting closer to the truth. Dragonborn have to face many choices since they were born. There are many choices and many pursuits in this world. The lowest is food and clothing, then glory and wealth. Then there are fame, power, and status, Donius said to himself, but these things are temporary. Once you have them, you will be afraid of losing them. But you are destined to lose them. From the moment the Dragonborn is born, death is already the destined ending. But there must be something beyond these. That thing even transcends time. What could it be? That's wisdom. Donis stopped and suddenly raised his head. He saw on the glacier in the distance, tens of thousands of white skeletal spiders gathered densely together, like a wriggling white blanket covered with death. Among those abominable monsters, there are still dozens of ice trolls standing hundreds of meters high, like giant apes covered with white hair. The ghosts of distorted space shuttle through the array, moving their bodies restlessly. Body. And among tens of thousands of monsters, a mountain-like figure stood on the glacier. His figure was majestic and boundless. Donis raised his head to the limit and could not even see the face of the monster. The surrounding undulating icebergs seemed dwarfed in comparison. Suffocating pressure emanates from these monsters and alien gods. Donis has already put his own life and death aside. Don't care. He was just curious as to why these monsters gathered here. Are they waiting for someone? If so, who are you waiting for? Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise like the beginning of the world. The flames danced wildly on the ice sheet, and the white water mist like a sea wave swept and spread in all directions. A taller and majestic figure appeared in the flames. The boundless ice field seemed to be unable to bear the majestic body of the visitor. It let out a miserable wail at its feet and continued to be damaged and sinking. The heated and expanded gas spread outwards under the surging pressure, emitting a piercing scream like the roar of all beasts. The visitor finally arrived. That is the god that Donis believes in. Ho ho ho! Su-hong once again tore apart the barrier between subspace and the real universe and appeared in the ice field. Although in the cold Arctic ice field. But Su-hong didn't feel too much coldness. Instead, the ice sheet began to gradually collapse and melt due to Su-hong's appearance, and flames spread and burned on the ice. That look. It looked like a monster formed by flames devouring the ice sheet. Su-hong didn't notice that there was a dragonborn watching the battle in the distance. His attention was focused on the giant beast in front of him. In the center of the endless ice monsters, surrounded by an old god full of chaos and coldness, he looked like a giant nearly 1,000 meters tall, and his size was not much different from Su-hong. But the weird thing is, the giant was pale and had no head. The place where the head originally was has become 8 huge tentacles that are twisted and separated. 8 huge tentacles spread outward like petals, and in the center is a terrifying abyss formed by countless teeth and tendrils. Su-hong has seen many gods from the past. Among these ancient gods, Istaya, the feather god, has the best appearance, and this guy is considered the ugliest. Mordigin, the god of void and ice, the power he controls is void and energy devouring. From the information given in the super sense, there is no doubt about it. This guy's ability is somewhat restrained by Su-hong. Sure enough, as the god of the void exerted his power, the flames spreading outward were gradually devoured and absorbed. Layers of ice once again covered the battlefield, even gradually spreading to Su-hong's feet, trying to crawl up his body along his soles. Su-hong glanced down. After a long absence, I felt a hint of coldness in my body. I really miss it. Su-hong's complexion gradually turned cold, and his pupils flickered with flickering fire. This is not the first time it has come to the ice field. After the battle with Cthulhu, Su-hong took Quetzalcoatl and Quetzalcoatl to the ice field to find traces of another old god here. However, Mordigin did not appear at that time. Just leaving a message in the ice field. Hope to meet Su-hong alone. Now, Su-hong comes for an appointment. But the other party was obviously not prepared to talk about martial ethics, and wanted to besiege Su-hong with tens of thousands of younger brothers and dozens of heirs with the power of the evil god. Now with the power of Mordigin. The frost continued to spread upwards, gradually reaching Su-hong's waist. In the distance,
Donius came back to his senses from that state of enlightenment. At this moment, he looked towards the battlefield with worry. Did the evil god's frost suppress the father god's flame? Such an idea emerged in Donius's mind, but he quickly shook his head and rejected it. No, that's not the case. The father god's power is incomparable, and the evil god is absolutely he will not be a match for God the Father. Although I think so in my heart. But Donius still clenched the iron rod in his hand. Even though he was alone and even though he was now a little unsteady, Donius was still ready to join the war. You shouldn't have come here. Mordigin looked at Su Hong greedily. The power he held was rare and powerful. As long as you continue to absorb energy from the outside world, you can grow stronger endlessly. In Mordigin's eyes, Su Hong is simply a piece of walking sun. If he can swallow it, he will definitely grow to unimaginable heights. Situation. That's why he set a trap here. But now, Su Hong finally took the bait. Frost covered Su Hong's body with a thick layer, spreading upward to Su Hong's short and thick neck. This way. Su Hong's body was covered with only one head hanging out. The food has been cooked, it's time to taste the delicious food, Mordigin said, while walking cautiously towards Su Hong. Tens of thousands of white skeleton spiders, ice trolls, ghosts and ghosts around them all swarmed greedily, opened their big mouths, and gnawed at the ice on the surface of Su Hong's body, trying to absorb the original fire within them. That nearly endless heat energy. Seeing that Su Hong had no reaction. It's like being really trapped in the ice. Mordigin then relaxed and strode forward, arriving directly opposite Su Hong. He has no head, but 8 huge tentacles and an abyss-like feeding mouth appear on the top of the monster's head, which seems to symbolize Mordigin's greed and thirst for heat. Now, tentacles stretch out and bloom. Then it extended towards Su Hong's head, trying to wrap it up and squeeze out Su Hong's flames. Click. As a result, at this time, tiny cracks appeared on the ice, and Mordigin saw the increasingly ferocious smile on Su Hong's face. There was a sudden rush in my heart. He realized something was wrong and wanted to run away. Unfortunately, the distance between the two was too close. The thick ice layer was like a blooming epiphyllum, shattering in an instant, and countless ice fragments splashed outward. Stab! 2 big hands like sky pillars strangled the monster's ring-shaped mouthparts. The flesh-colored tentacles on Mordigin's mouth were still waving and struggling, but were torn off by Su Hong's mouth, and thick cracks appeared on his mouthparts. The flames burned on Su Hong again, from bottom to top, not like gas or light, but like sticky magma. Tens of thousands of ice monsters were killed and injured in this instant, and there were few left. Su Hong stared at Mordigin fiercely. I wanted to be friends with you, but why did you choose death? Su Hong opened his mouth, and the crystal fins behind him lit up one by one, and the roar of lightning sounded on the ice. Countless dangerous dark red lights collapsed and gathered in Su Hong's mouth. In an instant, the light on the entire ice field disappeared, and the world seemed to fall into a chaotic darkness. Now let me see where your limit is. The next moment, the light like a star explosion filled the sky above the ice field. The hot breath was injected into Mordigin's swollen and broken body in a mouth-to-mouth manner, just like blowing a balloon. The monster's body was expanding unnaturally rapidly. In the end, it was even slightly larger than Su Hong's own body. Dazzling rays of light, like sharp swords, shot out from Mordigin's cracked body, melting the ice field in an instant, producing a series of powerful explosions. Bang! The balloon burst. Mordigin's body disappeared from Su Hong's sight. A huge mushroom cloud appeared above the ice field. The ice field, which took millions of years to form, was severely damaged. It was constantly twisting and sinking, making a tragic wail, and cold sea water gushed out of the huge cracks. Su Hong had to move his body and transfer to a harder ice block. Although he won. But Su Hong's brows were tightly furrowed. He saw clearly that Mordigin did not turn into a pool of broken meat after the explosion, but turned into countless gray-white mists, surging in all directions and disappearing. Perhaps, this is also part of Mordigin's void power? Su Hong guessed. He felt that this guy still had some life-saving tricks, and there was a high probability that he was not dead. However, at this moment, Su Hong felt a chill in his chest. He searched there for a long time and took out a dim star core from the interlayer of the scales. The star core came from Xingji Tsai. At this time, it was flashing with silver-white light, and the gray fog that was originally flying in all directions seemed to be attracted by something and was absorbed by the star core in Su Hong's hand. This is? Su Hong was a little surprised by the changes in the star core. This star core has been in Su Hong's body for some time. During this period, Su Hong tried to feed it with his own blood, fire, or the blood of other old gods. Nothing has changed.
Su Hong once thought that this star core was some kind of inanimate prop. Su Hong also thought about swallowing the star core to see if he could gain some new power.
It's a pity. Star cores are much harder than they appear.
Su Hongfei did not swallow it, but one of his teeth was broken off and embedded in the surface of the star core.
These days, Su Hong was planning to give up.
I just carried this star core as some kind of collection, but I didn't expect that when facing Mordigin, the god of the void, this special star core showed the breath of life again.
The cold gray mist transformed by Mordigin was partially swallowed and absorbed by the star core.
As the energy was exhausted, the silver-white glow flashing on the surface of the star core gradually disappeared and returned to its original appearance. Su Hong put the star core in front of his eyes and observed it carefully.
I don't know if it's an illusion.
On the surface of the star core, some white light spots like the starry sky appeared. Moreover, Su Hong's tooth was originally inserted into the star core, but now it seems to have grown together. Even if Su Hong used force, he could not pull the tooth out of the star core. Interesting, Su Hong realized that if this star core was truly conceived, it might be something extraordinary. Whether it is Star Color's manipulation of wisdom to distort life, or Mordigin's energy devouring and void, they all sound quite powerful, and the actual combat effectiveness is also very good.
At the very least. If Cthulhu was average among the old ones, then Star Color and Mordigin are obviously more superior beings than Cthulhu.
Even Su Hong will have some troubles if he wants to deal with them. If we can find another ancient god who is not an energy body, we may be able to cultivate this star core. Su Hong thought in his heart. It is a pity that the gods of the old days are extremely rare. The old gods in the form of energy bodies are even rarer.
I have never heard of them. There is no place to look for them. I can only rely on luck.
Su Hong stuffed the star core in his hand into the gap between his scales again.
This time, the connection between subspace and the real universe is once again severed. Quetzalcoatl and Quetzalcoatl rushed over and appeared beside Su Hong. Are you okay?
Yushin asked. She sensed the war breaking out on the ice field and was afraid that Su Hong would be ambushed, so she hurried over with Quetzalcoatl.
It's okay.
Su Hong said lightly, I have solved the trouble.
That's good.
Yushin puffed up his mouth and said fiercely to Su Hong, don't take such risks in the future. If something happens to Su Hong, he will never be able to eat delicious barbecue again. Istaya thought in her heart.
Okay. Su Hong didn't know Yushin's thoughts, so he just nodded happily. The Quetzalcoatl circled around the battlefield, squeezing the living ice monsters to death one by one.
Only then did they realize that there was a comatose dragonborn not far from the battlefield.
Is it Donez?
Quetzalcoatl carefully turned the dragonborn over and carefully identified it for a long time before screaming in surprise.
Donez was the first dragonborn that Quetzalcoatl met. He was still impressed.
However, the difference between Donez now and when they met before was so great that Quetzalcoatl was afraid to recognize it at the first time.
Donez was affected by the aftermath of the battle between Su Hong and Mordigin. Unconscious.
Quetzalcoatl fought for a while, bit off a clean and pure white feather from its own wing, and gently covered Donez's body like a quilt. Then it flew onto Su Hong's shoulder.
Father, I found a dragonborn on this ice field. Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and said.
Oh, maybe he ran away from the surrounding cities. Su Hong's mind was still immersed in the changes taking place on the star core, and he didn't care much about the news about Quetzalcoatl.
The battle is over.
A long, narrow crimson crack appeared in front of Su Hong. The breath of subspace spurted out from the cracks, rolling up thousands of piles of snow. Su Hong, Quetzalcoatl Istaya, and Quetzalcoatl disappeared from the ice field one after another. As their bodies and powers grew stronger, the world they originally grew up in was gradually unable to accommodate the current Su Hong. Compared to the world called Norland by the Dragonborn, the vast subspace made Su Hong feel more comfortable.
Soon after Su Hong left, Donez gradually woke up while lying on the ice field.
First, the fingers covered with frostbite were trembling slightly, and then Donez's thin body. He slowly got up from the ground, thinking that he would become very weak after staying on the ice field for such a long time.
But the reality is the opposite. A warm feeling brewed in Donez's body.
He was stunned for a moment, and then discovered the white feathers covering his body. The pure white feathers were flowing with pure light, and the warm cyclone was flowing from the feathers into his body. Although Donez still couldn't feel the power of the flames, his injuries had recovered a lot, and he would not be frozen to death by the harsh natural environment on the ice field.
This feather was given to me by Lord Quetzal. Donis had fought side by side with Quetzal. He recognized the origin of the feather. The scene he saw before he fainted also slowly appeared in front of Donis. So, all this is God's will? Donis didn't see Quetzal join the battle, so he naturally attributed all this to Su Heng's will. He was moved in his heart, and an unprecedented determination emerged. I am a sinner, even God has not given up on me, how can I give up on myself because of this little difficulty? Donis's skinny hands, like dry wood, tightly grasped the feathers covering his body. At this time all the hesitation, pain and even hatred disappeared from Don's heart, and what remained was only light, sincerity and the determination to pursue the truth. It will be available at midnight tomorrow. Finally, I have come to this step. Thank you for your continued support. Although the performance of this book is not very good, it has finally improved a little. The pace of the book is relatively slow. After it is available, it will be updated faster while ensuring the quality. I hope that friends can continue to support it after it is available. The war between the void god Mordigin and the primeval fire is over. The battlefield was a mess. The icy seawater rolled and gushes out from the melting cracks. The ice sheet was sinking, and the ice cubes collided with each other, making a crunching sound. The melted seawater turned into smoke and rose into the sky like a high wall. Donis sat cross-legged on an iceberg in the distance, his hands gently stroking the feathers given by the Quetzalcoatl. He felt that his soul was extremely peaceful at this moment. Countless wisdom and auras emerged. The best time to plant a fruit tree was 10 years ago, the second best time is now. Donis said to himself, I have made many mistakes, selfish and ignorant, and wasted the talents given to me by the gods. Now I am alone, and it seems that I have nothing. But I still have the two most precious things. Something of the blessing and wisdom of the gods. Donis said, we come into this world ignorantly. Only when we understand wisdom and find our own pursuit can we truly live. So, what is my pursuit? Donis kept reflecting on himself in his heart. Gradually, his thoughts became clear. I want to open up a complete path of spiritual practice and light a bright light for the millions of dragon descendants in the world of Noland. Donis opened his eyes, as if there were torches burning in his eyes. Thousands of years ago, Kanda, the first king of the Dragonborn, created writing under the guidance of the gods. Since then, many Dragonborn tribes scattered on the earth have been able to unite under the leadership of Kanda, and finally won the final battle. The research on Rune Road also started from that point in time. However, Donis is a direct descendant of Kandar and a child of Adam. But he was keenly aware that the rune path could not actually intuitively enhance the Dragonborn's power. In fact, when studying and using runes, you can only turn flames into different forms, for example, turning the simplest breath into a flame armor covering the body, or a fireball that can be used for long-range attacks, or even covering the body. Increased lethality on weapons. However, no matter how it changes, the essence and total amount of fire are unchanged. Dragonborn believe that fire is a gift from the gods that only grows over time and begins to weaken with age. It's all destiny. But after experiencing many life and death crises, Donis could clearly feel that the total amount and quality of the flames in his body were changing. Although the magnitude of this change is not large, it is a real improvement. God is generous. He has already given us the seeds of fire. But we don't know how to use them. We can only use the seeds to hit people instead of letting the seeds take root and sprout and grow into big trees in the sky. This realization came to Donis's heart. He closed his eyes and carefully observed the changes taking place inside his body. The flame patterns that originally covered the skin were destroyed by the poison of the white skeleton spider. Those demon spiders have similar talents to their father god. The toxins left in Donis' body will continuously absorb the heat in the runes. Cordonius had seen it with his own eyes. The sight of his own god, the primordial fire, bursting the evil god Mordigin into pieces. There must be a limit to how much heat this toxin can absorb. The flames are still burning in my blood. As long as I can burn the shackles with the flames, I can hope to embrace the flames of the gods again. Donis clenched his fists. In that case, let the fire in my body burn even more fiercely. He found a way to overcome the poison and embrace the path of fire again. In an instant, I felt like there was a vast sea and sky in front of me. At the same time, Donis also had a premonition. If this road can really be opened by himself, the flame in his bloodline will rise to an unprecedented level. The power of blood can be enhanced in some way. At this time, Donis was still in the abyss. But there is no doubt about it. In front of him, an avenue to the sky was slowly taking shape. This is the story of Donis, the original seeker of the Dragonborn. And on the other side, Su-hong led Quetzalcoatl and Quetzalcoatl back to the subspace.
The blazing flame continent is covered with Su-heng's radiation mark, which is equivalent to a coordinate in the chaotic invisible space, preventing Su-hong from getting lost in the vast subspace.
A huge continent of flames.
Compared to before, it is much more interesting. The most eye-catching thing is the hundreds of golden lights and shadows floating in the flames.
Each light and shadow represents the pious soul of a dragonborn warrior. At the beginning, there were thousands of dragonborn souls entering the subspace.
But as time goes by, most souls, even with Su-heng's help, were unable to withstand the erosion and corruption of the chaotic power of subspace, and turned into unconscious energy fragments. Only the strongest warriors and the staunchest believers can resist the erosion of the power of subspace and regain their lives. Among these soul lights and shadows, Adam's soul is undoubtedly the brightest and clearest. His figure was clearly visible in the dazzling light. He was a tall humanoid creature covered in black armor, with a solemn face and broad wings. The shadow of Adam can be vaguely seen on the ferocious face. As time passed, the angel's chest seemed to be rising and falling gradually, and every breath was drawing power from the external subspace and integrating it into itself.
This is very powerful. Even the current feathered god Istaya and Quetzalcoatl can't do it.
Adam's body has basically been constructed under the nourishment of the flame. But if he wants to breed a complete soul in this body again, Su-hong estimates that it will take hundreds or even thousands of years. Of course, for Su-hong, who has an infinite lifespan,
this time is nothing.
Su-hong took his eyes away from Adam. He squatted casually in the center of the flame continent, his eyelids drooping, and fell into a long-lost thought. Almost all the old gods have a talent called super sense. The existence of super sense allows the old gods to communicate without language, and can see through each other's name and some related authority at the moment of meeting.
In Su-heng's view, super sense is undoubtedly a very practical ability.
But what makes Su-hong curious is, his name comes from his self-name in his previous life. At the same time, although Su-hong has a powerful strength that is enough to crush ordinary old ones, his own authority and talent seem to be unclear. Su-hong can control fire, but fire is only one of the external manifestations of Su-heng's power.
What is the essence of that power? Su-hong is not sure. He thought for a long time and couldn't come up with a standard answer. After a little hesitation, Su-hong looked into the distance and gently called the name of the feather god, Istaya. "Can I ask you a question?" "What's going on?" The feather god Istaya and Quetzalcoatl were playing a game of building blocks on the flame continent not far away.
The energy of the subspace is chaotic and invisible, and it is easy to manipulate. The energy, under the power of Quetzalcoatl and Istaya, formed various different phantoms, tall buildings, endless forests, groups of dragon beasts, etc. In between, each of them was arranging their own venues in giant beast soldiers.
It looked like a fierce offensive and defensive battle. I heard Su-heng's voice. The feather god Istaya abandoned the venue he had just built.
Without the support of the feather god's power, the chaotic waves of the subspace hit like surging sea water hitting the beach.
Those lifelike phantoms disappeared from the subspace. The characteristic of the subspace is instability.
Even the vast and boundless flame continent under Su-heng's buttocks often erupted with huge earthquakes, volcanic eruptions stretching for thousands of miles, etc. If Su-hong had not used his own power to maintain the existence of this continent, it would have been swallowed up by the omnipresent chaos in the subspace like a bubble.
I want to ask you, what do you think I look like in your perception?
Su-hong raised his head. Looking at Istaya floating in front of him, he asked softly. Istaya flapped her wings and seemed a little confused when she heard this. However, she still opened her eyes wide, trying her best to release her super sense, and carefully perceived the true form of Su-hong hidden under the surface. The first thing Istaya saw in her super sense was a flaming sphere that was as magnificent as a star and emitting light. The light on Su-hong was so bright that Istaya, who was also in the past, felt burned when she looked directly at it.
Istaya wanted to observe the sun that represented Su-hong further. In the blazing light like a star.
Istaya found something different. They were silvery white silk threads that wandered in the sky. At first glance, they seemed to be connected to the stars of the entire universe. The light was shrouded in an illusory light and shadow condensed by a white light. When Istaya wanted to further explore the essence of the light and shadow.
Ah! Istaya let out a small scream.
Her eyes were injured, and 2 bloodstains dripped from her clear and transparent pupils.
Are you okay?
Su-hong felt a little sorry when he saw Istaya injured because of him.
Fortunately, Istaya's own vitality was quite strong, and her injuries healed quickly. She shook her head and felt that her consciousness was a little heavy, as if she had been hit hard. I saw a golden sun and a white shadow. Istaya described what she saw to Su Hong, and then the two fell into silence at the same time. The golden sun. It was obviously the external manifestation of Su Heng's power of fire. The white light and shadow and the flames seemed to have a deeper secret hidden, even those light and shadows seemed to symbolize the true nature of Su Heng. In general, the scene seen by Istaya was consistent with Su Heng's own guess. However, Su Hong still could not fully infer the power he possessed from the information now known. He only knew that his current power was far stronger than that of ordinary gods of the old days. Whether it was Cthulhu or Mordigin, they were all very powerful beings in the old days, but they were like children in front of Su Heng. There was an order of magnitude difference between them. However, Su Hong still did not know the source and nature of this power. Of course, even if Su Hong had the upper hand in the fight with several old days, Su Hong still did not think that he was really invincible. To put it bluntly, the world of Noland is just one of the infinite stars. In the boundless universe, no one can say what kind of terrible existence is hidden. After listening to the description of Yushin, Su Hong closed his eyes and used his super sense to check his current state. In Su Heng's super sense, the golden sun still exists, but the light and shadow in the sun cannot be detected. Whether those white light and shadow are illusions caused by the burns of Yushin's eyes, or whether they are really the manifestation of some special ability, it is still impossible to speculate. However, this time he calmed down and summed up himself. Su Hong did make a new discovery. In addition to his own sun-like light, there are two spheres emitting light. They revolve around Su Hong like stars around the sun. They are Su Heng's lower-level followers. One of the spheres should be Quetzal, the feathered serpent dragon, and as for the other sphere, Su Hong looked inexplicable and took out the gray-blue star core from his scales. Su Hong originally thought that the second sphere was Hydra, which he had abandoned in the deep sea. But in fact, it was not the case. Relying on the special connection in perception, Su Hong took out the star core hidden in his scales. Although this star core has not been hatched, there is no doubt that it has begun to emit a true breath of life. After realizing this, Su Hong tried to focus his spiritual power on the two spheres that were emitting a faint light. Then, a close connection appeared in Su Heng's consciousness, and the feeling was as easy and casual as controlling his own hands. Su Heng's mind moved. A strong wind and thunder suddenly emerged in the void. Then, starlight and the black hole of nothingness that swallowed all energy were also born and annihilated. That's right. These two forces came from Su Heng's two descendants. Although Su Hong now cannot directly seize the power and authority of other old gods by swallowing. But he can rely on his own power to create new old gods, and control his descendants with his own will, so that he can control these powers. However, after going through various procedures, these powers have been significantly weakened and cannot be compared with the original owner. These powers can enrich Su Heng's means, but the real improvement of strength is negligible. By the way, Father, Quetzalcoatl noticed the movement of Su Hong and flew over from a distance. He grew rapidly and can now stay in the subspace for a long time, shuttle, and move freely. Didn't we agree to go to the Western continent? When are we going to leave? Quetzalcoatl was born not long ago and is in the stage of being curious about the outside world. Now, Su Hong and Yushin are both in the active period. Quetzalcoatl wants to go out more. Well, since it has been proposed, let's go now without delay. Su Hong touched his chin. The Western continent and the Eastern continent where the Dragonborn are bred are separated by a vast ocean. However, for Su Heng, this distance is nothing at all. With the help of the subspace, it can be reached quickly without any additional preparation. The last time I set foot on the Western continent was 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, there were only a few low-level plants landing on the Western continent. It was a barren land with nothing interesting. And now, the Eastern continent has already spawned intelligent races such as Dragonborn, Deep Divers, and Feather People. The Western continent, which has the same climate, is unknown now. Su Hong himself is also very curious. The world of Noland has an area of billions of square kilometers, which is several times larger than the blue star in the previous life. However, for old behemoths like Su Hong and Yushin, the land on a planet is nothing. To know, Su Hong now has the physique to survive wandering in the void of the universe for a long time. The ever-changing subspace, full of chaotic power, is far more dangerous than the cold and dead physical universe. After Quetzalcoatl put forward the idea, Su Hong, Yushin and others quickly set off. The vast and boundless ocean was easily crossed by Su Hong with the help of the instability of subspace. Every flicker in subspace meant a jump of thousands of kilometers in the physical universe. After a few flashes, Su Hong and other ancient beasts came to the western continent.
They emerged from a vast plain near the coast. The huge plains are endless, and only from very far away can you barely see the tall mountains shrouded in clouds and mist. Forests, wetlands, and turquoise lakes are scattered across this land like jewels of various colors. Groups of herbivores galloped across the vast land like great carpets. Predators with sharp teeth were staring at them not far away. So beautiful. Seeing the magnificent scenery in front of him, Quetzalcoatl couldn't help but sigh. Generally speaking, the western continent has more plains and forests than the eastern continent where the dragonborn live. The climate is suitable and it seems to be more suitable for survival. Yushin also flapped his wings. Well, the changes here are really big, tens of thousands of years ago. Quetzalcoatl has also been here before, but at that time there were only plants and insects on the earth, which was far from such a vibrant scene. Father, look! Quetzalcoatl seemed to have seen something extraordinary, and his clear voice suddenly rose in pitch. In that forest, there are ape-like creatures hunting in groups with weapons. Su Hong was excited and looked in the direction of the feathered serpent's wings. Sure enough, on the border between the forest and the grassland, there was a large group of primitive people chasing some herbivorous triceratops. Really human. Su Hong was surprised, even though they were hundreds of miles apart. But when Su Hong concentrated his attention, the powerful super sense still made the figures of those primitive people appear in Su Hong's consciousness. Long-standing memories slowly emerged in Su Hong's mind. In general, there is not much difference between those primitive people and the terrifying ape erectus in Su Hong's memory, except for their protruding mouths and slightly downward nose bridges, which give them a sense of ancient times. After thousands of years, humans were actually born in the western continent? Su Hong was surprised and at the same time felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. Go over and have a look. Su Hong, Yushin and others set off and walked in the direction of the primitive tribe. After getting closer, Su Hong discovered that there was actually a huge difference between the primitive people and the humans in his memory. This difference was mainly reflected in the size of the primitive people. The size of these guys. It's actually more than 10 meters long. That is to say, Su Hong's current height is over 1,000 meters, which is why he didn't realize it at the first time. The appearance of Su Hong and other ancient behemoths immediately attracted the attention of primitive people. It's like several big mountains suddenly appearing in front of you. Only by raising your head, and then raising your head again, until your chin and neck are at a level of 180 degrees can you barely see the majesty of the gods of the past, looking down at all living beings. Look! Wow, Kabbalah! The primitive people immediately threw away the spears in their hands, waved their arms, and fell to their knees. If it were before, Su Hong really couldn't understand what these primitive people wanted to express. However, the star core in his hand allows Su Hong to directly read the will of these primitive people. This was originally the ability of star color. But now, it can be used by Su Hong. Although it cannot exert the full power of the star color, it is not a big problem to communicate with a few little guys. We dedicate the prey we capture to the gods and pray for their forgiveness. On the western continent, there are also supernormal life forms. When these primitive people encountered these monsters, they would dedicate their captured prey to them in exchange for the chance of survival. These primitive people obviously regarded Su Hong as a similar existence. Of course, we know it from the memories of primitive people. The monsters that were served were only about 100 meters in length. They could only be said to be deformed forms of the original behemoths, not the real gods of the past. This also made Su Hong feel a little disappointed. Su Hong did not accept the prey captured by primitive people. He looked towards the primitive tribe and saw a lush primitive man crying on his wife's body. What happened? Why does it make you so sad? With the power of star color. Su Hong's voice sounded directly in the mind of the primitive male. The primitive man was frightened by the sudden sound. He looked around, and when he saw the giant beast standing on the plain, he hurriedly kowtowed and told his story in a blaring voice. Things are also very simple. His wife ate poisonous food, fell ill, and remained in a coma. The ability of star color is quite easy to use. During the conversation, Su Hong had unknowingly checked all the memories of the entire tribe. These human beings are still in a very primitive stage, eating raw materials and drinking blood. They are ignorant and can only use materials such as stones and bark to make some simple tools.
However, these humans have physiques comparable to those of Dragonborn. Coupled with the suitable climate and superior geographical environment of the Western continent, the life of these primitive people was not bad, but some people often died because of eating the wrong food. In that case, an idea flashed in Su Heng's head, and he immediately did it. He packaged the method of using flames to process food and the simple making of some tools into a memory and passed it on to the leader of the tribe, the primitive man who just cried on his wife, and gave him a name, Prometheus. The primitive people accepted the memory and knowledge conveyed by Su Hong with some sluggishness, and it took a long time for them to react. When he looked in the direction of Su Hong again, the old god who suddenly arrived had disappeared without a trace. Those primitive life forms definitely did not evolve naturally. While walking on the ground, Su Hong said to the feather god next to him, "Just like the feather god and the dragonborn, those erect apes are also dependents of a certain old god." "So, who is this old god?" Yushin asked curiously. "Not sure." Su Hong shook his head. He looked into the distance and saw a huge mountain peak rising from the ground at the end of the plain, as if floating in the clouds, connecting the sky and the earth. It was majestic and vast, and the atmosphere was amazing. "But," Su Hong smiled and said, "if we reach that mountain, we may gain something new." "Why is that?" The young Quetzalcoatl flew on the other side of Su Hong and heard the conversation between the two old days. "It feels weird." Facing Quetzalcoatl stouts, Su Hong just smiled and did not explain. However, at this time, Feather Goddess Daya was keenly aware that the muscles on Su Heng's body began to tighten one by one. In her super sense, the sun symbolized by Su Hong was shrinking its light and seemed to become somewhat dim. This does not mean that Su Heng's strength has declined. Instead, Su Hong began to gather and mobilize all his strength and fully entered the fighting state. For the original guy to be treated so seriously, I am afraid that there is a very powerful old god living on that mountain. Such thoughts emerged in Estaya's heart, but as long as he stands with Su Hong, he will not be able to face any powerful enemy. There is nothing to be afraid of. Across the vast plains, Su Hong, Yushen and others came to the big mountain. Huge mountain peaks rose from the ground, and a sense of oppression hit him. Even at this time, Su Hong seemed a little dwarfed in front of this mountain. This mountain is at least tens of thousands of meters high. Su Hong thought in his mind. In the entire eastern continent, such a majestic mountain has never been seen. And such a huge mountain. Suddenly rising on the vast plain, it doesn't look like it was formed naturally. Looking up, on this huge mountain peak, the swirling clouds lingered, the terrifying thunder was like an inverted giant tree, and the shining thunder light illuminated the whole world. "Hey, this mountain seems to have some characteristics similar to those of the past." Estaya said that a terrifying scene appeared in her perception. The mountain in front of her seemed to be an extended limb of an ancient existence. The holy mountain of Olympus. Estaya read out the information detected by his super sense word by word. Su Heng's heart moved slightly. This was another familiar name, a representative of a complete divine system. This mountain symbolized the pinnacle of power and held a lofty status. However, the holy mountain of Olympus is majestic today. But there was deathly silence above, with no breath of life emanating from it. Are those gods not born yet? Just when such thoughts emerged in Su Heng's mind, the surrounding physical universe was suddenly cut open by some arrogant force, and huge and narrow cracks appeared around Su Heng. Estaya and Quetzalcoatl are frightened. Flapping its wings, a bright halo appeared on its body, and it had subconsciously entered an attack state. Only after seeing that Su Hong still looked like an old god, did he gradually relax and did not act rashly. I have to say, even among the gods of old, Su Heng's tall and majestic body can always bring a sense of stability like the vast earth. Stab! In the sharp and harsh breaking sound, the real world was collapsing little by little, and those long and narrow cracks were spreading outwards, and finally connected together to form a huge canopy, completely enveloping Su Hong, Yushin and others. Vision changes. When the scene in front of him became clear again, Estaya found that he had actually returned to the subspace. Such power, Estaya was a little surprised. Whether one can freely enter the subspace can be used as a measure of the strength of the old gods. If Su hadn't taken the initiative to help, Estaya might still not be able to discover the essence and connection between subspace and the real universe. Entering the warp is not an easy task for the current old gods. What's more, he directly and arbitrarily connected the subspace with the physical universe, and unknowingly brought himself from the physical universe to the subspace. Look up. The huge Mount Olympus still stands in front of you.
However, on the peak of this 10,000-meter-high mountain, a huge amorphous figure stood on the holy mountain of Olympus like a god king on his throne, sizing up Su Hong and these uninvited guests. The figure looked like a black cloud that was constantly rolling and reorganizing. From it, one could vaguely see the majestic faces of men and women that were difficult to distinguish. Caius, god of chaos, Su Hong has already released his super sense. But what I got was only 2 short sentences. Just as Yushin could not pry into Su Hong's essence not long ago, Su Hong now could not pry into the essence of the mysterious god of chaos in front of him.
It's interesting.
Su Hong shook his head, feeling that something in his body that had been suppressed for a long time was being released and burned. The crystal fins on his body were lit up little by little, and the terrifying and dazzling golden light stirred in the gaps between the scales like ocean waves. Dark red lines crisscrossed and spread from the chest to every corner of the body.
Pure and extreme destructive power was brewing in Su Hong.
His already huge body looked even bigger now, with shadows covering the sky and the vast subspace seemed unable to contain Su Hong at this moment.
Is this going to fight? Quetzalcoatl finally realized it. After all, he was still young, and his perception was not as good as that of Feather God. In Quetzalcoatl's perception, his father was a dazzling golden star, and what appeared on Mount Olympus was a large amorphous black fog. The specific power and name of the god could not be detected. Quetzalcoatl had no way of knowing what happened between the two, when he could not perceive it.
Well, from the time they were aware of each other's existence, this battle was inevitable.
Istaya said.
She did not intervene rashly, but flapped her wings and retreated with Quetzalcoatl. At this time, she had already vaguely realized that Su Hong had a completely different essential power in his body, and that power was obviously a level higher than hers. And the enemy that Su Hong cherishes so much must have the same strength. Such a battle is bound to be extremely amazing. Sure enough, the development of things is just as Yushin imagined. Not long after she flapped her wings and left, the dazzling light and the majestic roar flooded the entire subspace. 4 chapters will be released first, and I will continue to work hard after getting up tomorrow. Thank you for your subscription and support. Ask for monthly tickets. Boom. The thunder in the dark clouds became the backlight on Su Hong's body, hiding Su Hong's ferocious face in the darkness. Only the particle beams bursting out of his mouth were decomposing the entire battlefield and stirring up the changes in the subspace. Quetzalcoatl was observing everything happening on the battlefield from a distance. He didn't know what words to use to describe his father's power. Powerful, terrifying, spectacular, all wrong, pure destruction. Even the subspace, which represents chaos and disorder, is somewhat unable to bear the fully erupted Su Hong. The subspace is like a piece of glass with ever-changing brilliance, collapsing and disappearing piece by piece, forming a black hole that is difficult to look directly at. And in front of Su Hong, the dark shadow entrenched on the holy mountain showed the same strength as Su Hong. The amorphous black shadow on the holy mountain suddenly became higher than the sky and wider than the earth. Among the endless shadows, a heartbreaking howl could be heard. A tall, strange giant stepped out of the darkness. It has the heads of 100 giant dragons, its broad shoulders hold up the sky, and its head stands so high in the starry sky that the stars look like a monster's crown. The monster walked out of the body of chaos god Caius, wielding thunder in his hand, and threw it towards his father. But it was instantly destroyed by the surging particle breath. Then, giants with 100 arms and 50 heads walked out of Caius's body in groups. Each monster was nearly a kilometer tall. Walking together, they looked like they were galloping on the earth. Like the mountains, the sound rumbled. Those ferocious giants created by Caius. Even the current Quetzalcoatl is feeling bursts of pressure. However, Su Hong tore those terrible creations apart as ruthlessly as a storm. Until later. Su Hong, who was exuding golden light all over his body, even rushed directly into Caius' body. The surging torrent of light and particles flooded the battlefield, and black holes that swallowed and distorted everything were formed in the subspace one after another, and then in the energy. Under the infusion, it disappears and becomes invisible. This is so spectacular and so terrible. The war between Caius and his father has exceeded Quetzalcoatl's ultimate imagination. He looked at the battlefield in front of him. Although he could only see energy fluctuations at the edges, he could already feel indescribable heroic emotions burning in his chest. Original, is this your real power? Feather Goddess Daya was also surprised. It was also the first time in 1,000 years that she had seen Su Hong mobilize his power with such exhaustion. Compared with other gods of the past, Su Hong was more like a monster born purely for destruction. The battlefield was flooded by waves of chaotic energy. To the end.
Even Quetzalcoatl and Quetzalcoatl can no longer glimpse the battle between the two. As the tide of chaos intensified, Quetzalcoatl could only retreat backwards with Quetzalcoatl, and return to the place where the flame continent was to wait silently. Will father be in danger? Quetzalcoatl raised his head and asked Tonyushan a little worriedly. Ugh, Yushin thought for a while, patted the Quetzalcoatlus on the head with his wings, and comforted him in a gentle voice. Don't worry, if you were not sure, Yuanshu will not take risks easily. We just need to wait quietly for the results. At this time, Yushin no longer wanted to play around, lying down in a twisted jungle formed by the power of subspace, and closed his eyes. Quetzalcoatl nodded as if understanding. However, he did not fall into a deep sleep like his mother. Instead, he landed on the flame continent created by Su Hong, looking around vigilantly, trying to protect this home during his father's absence. Only, what both Quetzalcoatl and Quetzalcoatlistaya didn't expect was, the battle between Su Hong and Caius actually lasted for more than 300 years. During this time, the chaotic power of subspace became more and more intense, and in the end it even directly affected the environmental changes in the real universe. Terrifying storms raged back and forth on the sea, volcanoes erupted, and geological movements became more frequent. Fortunately, today's Dragonborn has entered the extraordinary era. Otherwise, such drastic changes will definitely lead to a new round of mass extinction of species. At this time, the connection between subspace and the physical universe is not close, and it can still cause such a drastic impact. One can imagine if the battle between Su Hong and Caius broke out in the physical universe. By then, I am afraid that just the aftermath of the battle will be enough to mercilessly tear apart the earth, evaporate the sea, and turn the vibrant world of Norland into a desolate wasteland. Finally, when Istaya and Quetzalcoatl have gradually become accustomed to the unpredictable lights and shadows and the huge roar, the source of change suddenly stopped. Istaya, who was in a light sleep, was keenly aware of the changes in the outside world. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the holy mountain of Olympus. In the light and shadow that fills the sky, a dark figure is rapidly enlarging in Istaya's gaze. Su Hong is back. Istaya breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had considerable confidence in Su Hong, she had to admit that Caius was also an unimaginably powerful god, and it was hard to say who would win between the two. How do you feel? 300 years is nothing to the old gods, just enough time to take a nap. While greeting Su Hong, Istaya looked at Su Hong at the moment. His figure looked wider and taller, and was shrouded in a layer of smoky chaotic energy. The golden glow between the scales and the blazing flames covering his chest disappeared. Only the two dark golden pupils were still emitting scorching light. Not bad. Su Hong grinned, and there was no visible injury on his body. In this battle, Su Hong could not cause real and effective damage to Caius, but at the same time, Caius's attack could not hurt Su Hong's extremely strong body. At the same time, both of them have almost infinite endurance. It can be said that this battle was not for the purpose of determining the winner from the beginning. Instead, he wanted to constantly realize his own essence in the process of fighting hard and releasing his power. Su Hong held this idea. He estimated that Caius's ideas and his starting point should be similar to his own. Destruction, domination, creation. Su Hong had a deeper understanding of his own power and essence. However, if he wanted to verify it, he needed to try a few more times. And Su Hong took out the star core hidden in his scales. The star core was flashing with chaotic light and shadow, like the rarest treasure in the world. The star core formed after the fall of star color has the property of absorbing non-physical energy. This property, it was also reflected in the fight with Caius. When Su Hong realized this, during the 300 years of fighting, Su Hong had been consciously intercepting some of Caius's power essence and integrating it into the star core. The star core absorbed Caius's power. And relying on the close connection between himself and the star core, Su Hong was able to control part of Caius's authority. Moreover, with the influx of Caius's power, the last part of the energy required for the incubation of the star core was also satisfied. The complete life and soul have been bred inside the star core, but it still takes some time to wait for the complete birth. However, Su Hong noticed another possible hidden danger. The star core can absorb energy from the external environment. This is naturally a powerful talent, but it also has hidden dangers. For the star core that is still in the process of gestation, the energy from the outside world may cause abnormal changes in life. This is what Su Hong absolutely does not want to see. So, the key is where to hatch the star core. Su Hong stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The first thing that was ruled out was the subspace.
The energy in the subspace was chaotic and disordered, too dangerous, and not suitable as a place for hatching. Then, it cannot be too close to other old gods, otherwise it will also be contaminated by the radiation emitted by the old gods.
The western continent is not a good choice.
That is not the territory of Caius.
After some thought,
Su Hong decided to put this star core on an island in the outer sea of the Norland world.
There are two old gods in the sea, namely Cthulhu, the master of Raya, and Dagon, the god of the deep.
The former was just beaten up by Su Hang and was sleeping most of the time. And the latter is almost the weakest existence among all the old gods, and even the newly born Quetzalcoatl is enough to suppress and severely injure it. The vast ocean is just right to be the home of the star core.
After some careful consideration,
Su Hong gradually came up with a plan in his mind, and he immediately set off. Quetzal, come with me.
Okay.
Hearing his father's call, the feathered serpent dragon sleeping on the flame continent woke up instantly. He shook his head and danced in the flames for a while, then flapped his wings, surrounded by streamers, and flew towards Su Hong.
300 years.
Quetzal's size has grown a lot again. From 300 meters when he was just born, it is now more than 500 meters, and the gentle flapping of wings can bring strong wind pressure. However, compared with his creator and his father, Quetzal is still a little small now. In the battle with Caius, Su Hang's size and strength have increased significantly, and Quetzal can no longer feel where his father's limit is now.
He simply stopped thinking about it. He is the heir of Su Hang's bloodline.
As Su Hang's power increases, Quetzal's power will also be improved. The feather god seems to have ushered in his own sleeping period again. Now it is no longer as active as usual.
Su Hong took Quetzal out of the subspace and appeared in the vast ocean.
After several days of searching, Su Hong found an island standing in the far sea. The island is not large, but it has lush vegetation and rich species.
Some harmless small animals and migrating pterosaurs live in it.
There are no traces of deep divers and deep-sea monsters around. It is perfect for hatching star cores. It's right here. Su Hong saw the lush forest stretching in the mountains, and the light mist like white gauze flowing between the valleys and forests. He suddenly sighed in his heart, it's really a good scenery. As time goes by, the mountains and seas change. The world of Noland has become more and more magnificent, and many natural scenery are so beautiful that people linger.
Su Hong opened his hands.
The star core shrouded in the chaotic light fell into the depths of the island and began to quietly wait for the gestation and birth of divine life. At the same time, Su Hong mobilized his power again, and a storm suddenly arose on the island, and clouds gathered.
Gradually, the entire island disappeared from the sea.
Unless it was an old god with a strong supersensory sense, even if an intelligent creature crashed into the reef outside the island, it would not find any trace of the island.
Will new brothers and sisters be born in that star core? Quetzalcoatl opened his eyes wide.
It took a lot of effort to withdraw his attention from the star core, and now he leaned on Su Hong's shoulder, asking impatiently.
Maybe. Su Hong thought for a while, and added, but everything has the possibility of failure, and I can't say for sure what will be born in that star core.
Chaos god Caius, god of nothingness Mordigen, god of wisdom Starcolor, and himself as the original fire. The power of the four old gods merged together.
Su Hong himself didn't know what kind of life would be born. I brought you here this time because I have another thing to tell you.
Su Hong said to Quetzalcoatl beside him.
What is it? In Quetzalcoatl's view, his father assigning him a task was a sign of trust and affirmation of his ability.
Quetzalcoatl was very happy, and then said to Su Hong like a child asking for credit, during the time when you were gone, I took good care of the souls in the flame continent, and no soul was eroded by the power of the subspace chaos.
Yeah.
Su Hong nodded, with a smile on his face, you are a good child, and you have done a good job. Please continue to take care of the growth of Xingjit Sai. If there is any danger, solve it in time. If it cannot be handled, then notify me in time. Su Hong assigned such a task to Xingjit Sai. It was not because he wanted to be lazy. But after the fierce battle with Caius, Su Hong inevitably felt sleepy at this time. He needed to spend time and energy to review what he had gained in this battle, and at the same time prepare for his next plan.
No problem, leave it to me. Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and circled around Su Hong.
He loved his family and his younger brother or sister who had not yet been born. Even the Hydra that Su Hong had abandoned, Quetzalcoatl had secretly met with Hydra several times in the past few hundred years, and brought him some small snacks.
Hydra was an ignorant beast in Su Hong's eyes.
But in the past few contacts, he gradually became familiar with Quetzalcoatl.
At least now Hydra will not take the initiative to attack Quetzalcoatl. This is a small progress. But in the eyes of Quetzalcoatl, it is a great achievement and something worth being happy about. Su Hong named this beautiful island used to incubate Star Core's Calixis Island. In the language of Dragonborn, Calixis means paradise, so this island can also be called Paradise Island. Father, what are you going to do next? The Quetzalcoatlus, which had grown to more than 500 meters in size, emerged from the sea, causing huge ripples. His body was wet, and the water droplets splashing down from the smooth feathers refracted the sunlight, forming a meandering rainbow in the sky. During the period just now, Quetzalcoatl dived into the dark deep sea and circled in a large circle to ensure that his brother or sister would not be in danger when they were at their weakest. Although Quetzalcoatl can move in the sea, it doesn't like the feeling of being wet. At this time, he was shaking his body and looking a little uncomfortable. You do have a heart. Su Hong sighed. No matter what, the character of Quetzalcoatl is really lovable. Being able to have such an heir made Su Hong feel very happy. It was one of the few times that he could give birth to a feeling of home in this strange universe. Let's go to the far north ice field and have a look, Su Hong said. He understood the need to eradicate this matter. Mordigin, the void death god, was a terrifying and ambitious old god. In the last confrontation, there was basically no possibility of resolving the conflict between the two sides. In this way, you can only completely kill the other party. Su Hong felt furious. Good. Quetzalcoatl said excitedly, there are many monsters on the ice field. Once we get there, we can fight again. Fighting with Caius for more than 300 years. Su Hong has become increasingly proficient in mastering his own power. His current power is mainly reflected in 4 aspects. The most conspicuous is the control of flames and the various types of ray breath extending from it. Secondly, there is a strong body and endless endurance and vitality. Then there's control. Su Hong can indirectly steal the authority and power of the other old gods by cultivating heirs. Although the power obtained in this way cannot be compared with the original version. But one thing worth noting is, Su Heng's descendants will also improve in all aspects as time goes by. As long as time lasts long enough, the power of these authorities may not be inferior to those of the old gods who originally possessed them. Moreover, it only took less than 300 years. The size of the Quetzalcoatl has increased from the initial 300 meters to the current 500 meters. Su Heng is not sure how much other talents and abilities have improved, but it can be imagined. This kind of improvement speed is not slow, but rather exaggerated. As for the last and most critical power, Su Hong thought of the scene he saw millions of years ago when he was still the terrifying ape Erectus when he traveled through time. Billions of stars collapsed and destroyed, and at the same time, there were more stars in the void. Born in. The last image in this memory is a beam of light without any impurities. That represents the end of everything and the beginning of everything. Click. As Su Heng's power surged, the physical universe in front of him cracked like glass, and chaos surged out of the subspace. Su Hong stepped into it, and Quetzal, the Quetzalcoatl, flapped its wings and followed closely behind his father. He was still unable to travel well between subspace and the real world. If you lose track at this time, it may really cause a lot of trouble. The figures of the 2 majestic beasts disappeared from the sea. When they appeared again, the sea had turned into a vast ice field. The scene is exactly the same as it was 300 years ago. Su Hong looked at the ice field in front of him and let out a sigh. The passage of time was already a bit blurry to him. I remember that we had clearly killed all the ice monsters, but now there are still so many. The Quetzalcoatl flew in the sky and saw many white skeletal demon spiders hunting or resting on the ice field. Life is always so tenacious, and that's part of his charm. Su Hong said casually. He is looking for traces of the activities of Mordigin, the void body. Unfortunately, this god has the gift of absorbing energy from his surroundings. This means that he can hide himself very well. As long as he wants to, there will be no traces of any activity. Even Su Heng's super sense can't detect the slightest trace. But, looking at the active ice monster in front of him, Su Hong was now almost certain that Mordigin was definitely not dead, but he just didn't know where he was hiding. This actually gave Su Hong a headache. He is not afraid of thieves, but is afraid of being missed. Su Hong is not afraid of Mordigin taking action against him, but he is a little worried about whether the Quetzalcoatl will be attacked by this guy when he is out and about. Although the void god Mordigin was not found. However, Su Hong still made other discoveries. Look! The Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and fell from the sky. His eyes widened and his tone was full of surprise. That's Donis. He is still on this ice sheet. Could it be said that he has been fighting here for 300 years? 300 years is nothing to Quetzalcoatl and Su Hong. However, for the Dragonborn, it was undoubtedly a long time. The maximum lifespan of Dragonborns is about 1,000 years, but in fact, most Dragonborns are lucky to live to 600 years old. 300 years, for Dragonborns, it is half a lifetime. Hearing the exclamation of Quetzalcoatl, Su Hong found the little life that he had ignored on the ice field. It was a tall, lean, strong warrior who looked like cast iron. He was naked on the cold ice field with only a white cloak on his shoulders. Scars covered his body, new scars overlapped old scars, dense and moving. At this time, this warrior was fighting with an entire tribe and hundreds of white skeleton spiders. His body shuttled through the enemy group like a hurricane, with bare hands, but every attack could accurately take away the lives of one or even several enemies. That posture. It didn't look like he was facing a terrible enemy, but rather like a butcher slaughtering his own livestock. Half an hour later, a whole tribe of white skeleton spiders fell at the feet of the warriors, including an ice troll with the blood of the god of the void who came to rescue them. I remember this person. Quetzalcoatl landed on Su Hong's shoulder. At this time, Su Hong used the power of the star color to shield himself and the Quetzalcoatl. Although they were not far from the battlefield, neither the warriors nor the enemies he faced noticed the traces of Su Hong and the Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl said, "His name is Donis, the child of Adam." Adam's child, no wonder he is so powerful. Su Hong thought of the young Dragonborn who dared to raise his blade towards the evil god more than 1,300 years ago. At the same time, Su Hong noticed the difference between Donis and ordinary Dragonborn. In Su Hong's super sense, most Dragonborns are like small and weak flames, dim and lacking in brilliance. Anyone who can be called a candle is considered the best among Dragonborn. And people like Adam and Kanda. The Dragonborn, whose body exudes bright golden light, is unique among the tribe, and is a natural leader and king. But Donis is somewhat different from his fathers. The flames on Donis' body were red. Judging from the color alone, there is no doubt that the power of Donis' bloodline is not as powerful as that of Adam and Kanda. It is normal for the power of blood to weaken over time. But the abnormal thing is, the flames burning on Donis were too strong. If ordinary Dragonborns were like candles, then Donis felt like the flames of a prairie fire to Su Hong. So much so that Su Hong, who sensed the existence of Donis for the first time, was a little surprised. He figured out a way to keep the power of his blood growing. The source of the Dragonborn's power was Su Hong. In just a moment, he understood the reason for the changes in Donis. Dragonborn was originally a Tyrannosaurus that lived on the ice sheet. Because of exposure to the radiation emitted from Su Hong's body, some genes mutated, and wisdom was born and he became a Dragonborn. Starting from birth, part of Su Hong's power is hidden in the Dragonborn's bloodline. This part of the power gives the Dragonborn the power to control fire and a body strong enough to fight against various monsters. However, the proportion of these forces is very weak. But Donis was able to figure out a way to make this part of the blood continuously replicate and spread in the body until it filled every corner of the body, thus gaining power far beyond that of ordinary Dragonborns. This is a great thing to do. At the same time, he is destined to pay a lot of price and experience life and death hardships. Only by pressing yourself to the extreme can you mobilize the gifts hidden in your bloodline. Only by constantly wandering on the edge of life and death and using suffering as nourishment can that small gift continue to grow. Like his father, both are great. Su Hong's raised eyebrows gradually relaxed, and finally he let out a sigh. If there were more Dragonborn like this, the world would become a lot more interesting. Quetzalcoatl lay on Su Hong's shoulder and added in a low voice. Su Hong laughed. However, in the years to come, Su Hong will devote more eyes and attention to Donis. There is no doubt that Donis has found a way to strengthen himself. Donis's grandfather Kanda lived for more than 3,000 years, and his father was still in his prime when he was more than 1,200 years old. It can be said that the lifespan of this family has exceeded the limit of Dragonborn. Donis is more than 500 years old this year and still has a long life. How far can he reach with his mortal body? Su Hong was also curious. The power of star color directly modified Donis' cognition. Donis didn't notice that the god he believed in devoutly appeared beside him just now, nor did he notice the god leaving. At this time, the battle is over. Donis sat cross-legged on the cold wilderness, surrounded by mutilated corpses. Although the Dragonborn controls fire, he is essentially afraid of cold. In a sense, the
the white skeleton demon spider can be regarded as a natural enemy of the Dragonborn.
This boundless ice field is even more of a torture to the Dragonborn. Even Donis couldn't isolate himself from the pain caused by the ice field.
But unlike other Dragonborns, Donis is now used to such pain.
Fight, reflect, and use the results you gain in the next battle. For 300 years, Donis has been repeating this process. The endless battles made Donis single-handedly balance the ecology of the entire ice sheet. In the past,
Winterfell is a bitter cold place, and the war with aliens is a shadow hanging above every Dragonborn's head. But now, Winterfell has not experienced a war for hundreds of years. The original flame came from the gift of the gods. This gift has been passed down with the blood of the Dragonborn from ancient times to the present. Donis reflected on his gains today. The original manifestation of fire is runes, and with the help of runes, flames can be released in different ways.
Most of the runes are innate, but they can also be learned with the help of acquired efforts.
But what goes further is muscles, bones, blood, internal organs, Donis murmured. During these more than 300 years, I have spread the power of fire given by the gods deeper. It started with muscles.
When the muscles transformed, the toxins left by the monsters could no longer restrain me.
Then there's the skeleton. After the skeleton metamorphoses, even the 100-meter-tall ice giant is no longer my opponent.
Then came the blood and internal organs.
The blood gave me strong endurance and recovery power, and the changes in the internal organs improved my physical fitness in all aspects.
Donis shared his experience of spiritual practice. Remember it bit by bit and keep the memory in your heart.
However, my internal organs have been transformed, but they still feel imperfect and have not been fully integrated into the flames of the gods.
Donis stared blankly at the endless ice field in front of him, thinking with some distress. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration. I understand.
Donis opened his eyes wide. It's my brain and senses, which are also part of the body's organs.
Donis solved a problem that had been bothering him for a long time.
But soon, he fell into new doubts again.
How the brain and perception should transform, and what changes will occur after the transformation. Donis doesn't know either. The road to pioneering is not always smooth sailing, and you will encounter all kinds of unexpected setbacks. Although the process of discovering and solving problems is boring, Donis enjoys it.
He found his life's purpose. And as we move towards this goal step by step, even if we fail, it will give Donis a feeling of abundance.
Thank God for guiding me to the right path. After the meditation, Donis began to pray. But soon,
he discovered something unusual on the ice field in front of him. On the vast ice sheet, two huge footprints appeared at some point. The huge footprints were hundreds of meters long and looked like two huge collapsed craters. The gods came here just now. Donis realized this and murmured in disbelief.
The center of the continent.
Gatton City, the place where the gods descend. In the huge palace, Hispani sat on his throne, looking a little sad.
Queen. The young guard beside him stepped forward, knelt down respectfully, and asked, "Are those city lords making you unhappy?"
Hispania nodded. They still refuse to hand over their military power, and they start a war without authorization, ignoring my orders.
IMHO.
The young guard said, "Power is a tempting poison.
Once you have it, no Dragonborn will choose to give it up."
I understand, but endless internal fighting will only lead to the death of the Dragonborn. Hispania let out a long sigh.
Exhaustion was written on his face.
Since the end of the Battle of Fort Coster, the deep divers have been hiding in the deep sea and no longer harass the land. Even at the edge of the coast, traces of these monsters are rarely seen.
In the past 100 years, I don't know why.
The number of monsters on the northern ice sheet has also been reduced on a large scale and no longer poses a threat. When external conflicts are reduced,
conflicts within the Dragonborn gradually began to break out.
The root of the conflict can be traced back to the crucial final battle thousands of years ago, in order to honor the contributions of outstanding warriors and tribal leaders in the war. The gods gave Grania weapons. Those warriors and leaders formed the Grania family, and then each established a city on the vast and fertile land. When Adam was on the throne, he had high prestige and unparalleled power among the Dragonborn. The Grania family and the warriors who participated in the final battle admired him and obeyed his orders.
So, Adam became the first Dragonborn, the true king.
Although Hispania now inherited the throne and crown from Adam, the powerful Grania family did not respect her. Those great lords. It has Granian weapons, the glory passed down from its ancestors, as well as land, soldiers, and population.
Each gathering place is more like a small kingdom than a city. Hispania's order can only be effective among several surrounding cities.
Not long ago, a war broke out between the two cities, and thousands of Dragonborn sacrificed their precious lives in this conflict. The lives of those Dragonborn can only belong to the great primordial fire. But it became a tool for competing for interests between the Grania family. All of this made Hispania feel extremely angry and even more powerless. How short-sighted and how stupid and greedy are the elders of the Grania family. Thinking of this, Hispania couldn't help but cursed angrily in a low voice. They don't understand at all that peace is short-lived. War is the eternal theme on this continent.
The monsters on the ice sheet may come back at any time.
Those deep divers have never given up their greed for this land, but only accumulate strength in the dark deep sea. The reason why we can gain temporary stability is just because the gods happen to wake up from their long sleep.
That's all. Donius said that his sister was wiser than all Dragonborn. He's right.
Hispania believes that this rare period of peace should have been a golden time to reclaim wasteland, build new cities, and develop the population, but it was due to the greed of the Grania family. As a result, the overall population of Dragonborn has not grown in the past 100 years, but has actually declined.
I have to end this.
Hispania's emotions gradually calmed down, and a terrible plan that had been prepared for a long time resurfaced in her mind. She was hesitant at first, but now, after seeing the stupidity and greed of those Grania families,
Hispania has gradually made up his mind.
However, before I do this, I must get someone's help. Hispania thought of his brother, and finally showed a little tenderness and nostalgia in his eyes.
300 years have passed, and I don't know what my brother is like now.
Why hasn't he replied to my letters for so many years? Hispania murmured. In that case, let me go to Winterfell in person.
When Hispania told the guards beside him what he thought,
the young guard named Hayes suddenly had an expression of shock that could not be concealed on his face. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and earnestly persuaded, "My queen, my moon.
Count from Gatton City to Winterfell City.
It's 1,000 kilometers away, and it will probably take at least several years to make this trip, and there are many dangers on the way, so you must think carefully. You only need to carry out my orders, there is no need to question them." The tenderness in Hispania's eyes disappeared. Her eyes were sharp and her deep voice echoed in the palace.
300 years are enough time to turn the shy Dragonborn girl into a powerful queen. What's more, Hispania, who also has the blood of Adam, is an extremely outstanding warrior in his own right.
Clear. Hazel shuddered and lowered his head deeply. His face was hidden in the shadows under the throne. He did not dare to say anything more and slowly left the palace.
What?
Passos, who had become the Lord of Winterfell, slapped his palm heavily on the solid wood table in front of him, his face full of surprise and panic. Is that bitch Hispania crazy? She actually wants to come here in person to find her brother. The news is true, and if nothing goes wrong, Hispania should arrive here in 2 or 3 months.
A middle-aged dragon with a cross-shaped scar on his face added.
As far as I know, Hispania's brother Donis just came to this city not long ago, and he disappeared inexplicably. The middle-aged dragon had a sneer on his face, holding his hands in front of his chest and looking at the people in the house in front of him.
He.
Passos sneered, "Are you threatening me, Corin?"
The middle-aged dragon's name is Corin, and he is the heir of the Enerbi family.
The Enerbi family established the fertile city of Lota in the resource-rich forest in the south. The size and population of this city are second only to the city of Gatton, which is directly under the queen. This is also due to the fact that for hundreds of years, the population of Gatton City has increased several times under the leadership of the Queen. For a long time in the past, after the destruction of Shinchi City, Lota City controlled by the Enerbi family has always been the largest and most populous city, without a doubt. I came here this time to seek your cooperation. Seeing that he had put enough pressure on the other party, Colin lowered his attitude just right.
"Oh, what do you want to cooperate on?" Passos asked.
"Ha!" A cold wind blew in from the window, and the fire flickered.
Colin said, "Let's cooperate and kill the queen." Hundreds of years passed. Winterfell is still desolate, and the streets outside are dilapidated and empty.
The cold wind blew through the alley, making a whistling sound. The candlelight flickered in the room, and it suddenly fell silent.
No one spoke. Passos stood up from his seat, looked at Colin in front of him seriously, and swallowed. "Do you know what you are talking about?" "Of course I understand." Colin repeated, "You cooperate with us to kill the queen."
"I know that you have always wanted to leave this cold city and return to the rich and warm forests and grasslands of the south.
The Albi family gives you this opportunity.
We can even help you build a city of your own on the plains with abundant water and grass.
Corin said slowly, looking into Passos' eyes without fear. Passos was somewhat moved by Colin.
He is now the Lord of Winterfell, and he seems to have a high status, but in fact, more Passos, like everyone in this city, are just prisoners exiled here.
If I could go back to the south.
The faces of Passos and the companions around him showed expressions of yearning.
However, Passos quickly reacted, so, what about the gods? Gods know everything.
If we do something treacherous, the gods will punish us.
Passos said.
God and the kingdom of God truly exist. Only people with high moral character or loyal and powerful warriors can enter the kingdom of God after death.
Under such belief and understanding, most dragonborn people have higher self-requirements. One can imagine.
Betrayed the queen and participated in the murder. Such a thing would certainly not be allowed by the gods.
Yes.
Passos' words were like pouring cold water on everyone, and everyone present suddenly woke up.
If we do this, we will never be able to step into the kingdom of gods again. One of the dragonborn said. Before coming, Colin had obviously considered this issue. Everyone, you know what you have done. You touch your heart and ask, can you still go to heaven after you die?
The people around him were silent again, and even Passos felt depressed.
He once fled in the battle against the Deep Ones.
Although he survived by chance, he was exiled here by Adam.
No matter what. Passos asked himself that he was not even a true warrior anymore.
What's more, 300 years ago, Donis fell from the city wall. Although Passos did not directly do it, he was planning the matter behind the scenes.
After thinking about this, Passos was inspired and suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. Yes.
Anyway, I can't go to heaven anymore, so I might as well break the jar and break it, so that I can still have a good second half of my life.
Corin looked at the subtle expression on Passos' face and knew that this guy had been persuaded by him.
He struck while the iron was hot and said, God is powerful, God is noble, God is sacred. There is no doubt about this, but it is precisely because of this that he is too far away from us. Only heroes like Adam and Donius will be favored and praised by the gods.
We are just bedbugs on the ground.
We are not qualified to receive God's attention. Naturally, we will not be punished for doing evil things. What Colin said was ruthless.
With self-deprecation.
But when the people around him heard it, they all thought it made sense and couldn't refute it. Passos was shaken. He raised his hand and said to Colin, I need to discuss this matter with my companions.
No.
In the flickering firelight, Corin's face was hidden in the darkness. His voice became colder and colder, with a majesty that could not be refused. Passos, I am leaving here soon. You must give me the answer now, cooperate, or become an enemy of the Albi family, and there will be no choice but to die.
Very ill place.
Passos didn't expect that Colin, who looked kind just now, would become so cold now. He was stunned for a moment, but finally gave in and gritted his teeth and said, Colin, you are really a devil who deserves to go to hell. I promise to cooperate with you.
Colin left Winterfell. Passos continued to stay and began intensive preparations.
He thought that no more people would know about the cooperation between him and Colin, and the gods would not care about what happened on the earth. But what Passos never expected was,
in subspace, on a continent burning with flames, Su Hong sat cross-legged on the ground, and the Quetzalcoatl sat cross-legged on Su Heng's shoulders.
In front of them, the power of star color turned into a huge projection screen, like a television, playing the conspiracy of Passos and Colin. Su Hong found it very interesting. These dragonborns are not good at learning, and their brains are as stupid as elm lumps, but they are self-taught when it comes to conspiracy.
He is already very proficient in coercion, inducement, and murder.
Su Hong was amazed when he saw it.
That's too much.
Quetzalcoatl was very angry, and his fists became hardened when he looked at the scene in front of him. I just want to rush into the physical universe and crush all these bad guys to ashes. Those guys almost killed Donez, and they also wanted to kill Donez's sister.
Quetzalcoatl begged Su Hong, can I teach them a lesson? There is no need to interfere in the internal affairs of the Dragonborn.
Su Hong shook his head. In a way, Quetzalcoatl represents Su Hong himself.
Its rash actions will definitely cause an uproar among the Dragonborn. It is better to let things develop naturally.
But, Su Hong changed the subject and said to Quetzalcoatl, when necessary, you can notify Donis.
Okay. Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and became excited.
On the other side. A few months later.
Hispania's team finally arrived at Winterfell. The entire team consists of more than 100 people. All the way here, every dragonborn is exhausted and dusty. What a spectacular city. Hispania looked at the huge wall rising from the ground in front of him. The wall seemed to be cast with ice and snow, and it sparkled with a beautiful crystal luster under the sunlight. It was as beautiful as a huge sapphire. This was a scene Hispania had never seen before, and it made her feel relieved. Hispania was very tired now, but she was excited when she thought that she would see her brother Donis again soon. 300 years. I don't know how her brother is doing now. Hispania looked towards the city wall and saw the mayor of Winterfell, who was already waiting outside with a large group of people. What surprised Hispania was that she didn't see her brother in the crowd. What Hispania didn't know was that, in this city, assassins of the Albi family had long been lurking, and Passus also led those greedy exiles ready to rebel against the queen at any time. However, the queen is still an excellent warrior. She also carries the long sword Grania named Dragon Slayer in her hand, and her strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, this matter must be carefully planned and settled once and for all. My queen, my bright moon. Passus led the exiles forward, knelt on the ground, and said devoutly, "Your arrival makes this city glorious." Well, thank you for your contribution to the Dragonborn. Hispania smiled and said, "I wish you can move towards eternity in the kingdom of God." Under the leadership of Passus, Hispania entered the city. She walked at the front of the team, and Passus lowered his head and followed Hispania respectfully. Tall, beautiful, and with a hot smell. Passus was a little excited. At this moment, Hispania suddenly said, "Where is my brother? Why didn't I see him?" Passus' heart jumped. However, he had expected the queen to ask this question, so he was not surprised. He just replied with a calm tone and expression, "Lord Donis is a powerful warrior. He is hunting in the wilderness outside. But after receiving the news of your coming, I have sent warriors to find him. It shouldn't take long for you to meet your brother." No reply was heard. Passus raised his head bravely and saw Hispania's gray-blue pupils. Such deep pupils reminded Passus of the sea. What, did I do something wrong? Passus felt a huge sense of oppression from Hispania, and almost exposed himself. At this time, his voice was slightly stuttering. No, nothing. Fortunately, Hispania didn't say anything after all. He shook his head and led the team into Winterfell. Winterfell was no longer as bleak and cold as before. The streets had been specially cleaned up, and both sides were full of exiles who came to watch the excitement. The cheers were deafening. Hispania smiled and greeted every dragonborn, and soon integrated into the city. Crossing the long street, they soon arrived at the city hall. It was called a hall. But in fact, it was just a wide stone house. This house was used for war meetings. As a result, because there had been no large-scale wars for hundreds of years, it had been abandoned for a long time. Although it had been repaired, it still looked quite simple and had some leaks on all sides. The room was not big. It could only accommodate more than 100 people at most. Passus then said, "We have prepared another room for your soldiers to eat." Okay. Hispania nodded, but before Passus was happy, she continued, "Let Hezes and the others come with me. They are not only my guards, but also my assistants. You can take this opportunity to get to know each other and communicate." There were a total of 10 dragon guards, each of whom was more than 15 meters tall and strong. They looked fierce and could tear their own people in half. Passus felt bitter in his heart, but he didn't say anything more. After entering the room, Passus took the opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, we can put the weapons on the shelf, so that our atmosphere can be more harmonious." Okay. Carrying weapons at the banquet is disrespectful to the host. Hispania agreed to Passus' request again and asked his guards to put the weapons on the shelf. However, the extremely sharp Grania Dragon Slayer in Hispania's hand was still carried by her. Grania weapons symbolized the glory bestowed by God. Being able to witness this weapon, for the Dragonborn, it was an honor in itself. As the queen, Hispania carried Grania weapons at the banquet, which was a respect, and Passus could not say much. The banquet began. The cooked food was placed on a huge stone slab and brought to the house. The accompanying guards had been hungry for many days and began to enjoy the delicious meal in front of them, but Hispania looked gloomy, as if she had noticed something strange and did not eat too much. On the other side, on the ice field, Donis did not know that his sister had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers to come to this cold city to find him. He was happy for his progress. Finally, I have finally taken the last step. Thank God. Donis had a smile on his face. It was a humble smile at first.
Then, Donis's smile grew wider and wider, and he finally couldn't suppress the surging joy in his heart. He opened his arms and laughed loudly at the vast ice field in front of him. Ha ha ha! The hearty laughter echoed on the ice field. Spreading outward, snowflakes flew all over the sky. In the distance, some icefield trolls and white skeleton spiders heard the movement from afar. One after another emerged from the ice and snow, but when they saw that it was Donis who laughed, these monsters immediately trembled and did not dare to disturb anymore. Instead, they actively gave up their territory and moved deeper into the ice sheet. Evacuate. During the more than 300 years since Mordigin, the god of the void, disappeared, Donis is the real king of the ice field. The snowflakes all over the sky were blown away and fell by the airwaves formed by the sound. But in front of Donis, those snowflakes seemed to solidify, and a feeling of perfect harmony was born in Donis' body. Give him a new lease of life. Yes, this is the intuitive impact brought about by the transformation of the brain and perception under the gift of the gods. When Donis focused his attention, the flow of time seemed to be slowed down 10 times, so that it looked as if the snowflakes were frozen in midair, motionless. And, what's even more amazing is, Donis can see things behind obstacles and can even sense energy flows that he has never seen before. This is already equivalent to a weakened version of supersense. With the complete transformation of Donis, this kind of power that could only belong to the old ruler actually appeared in Donis. Certainly. Compared with true supersensory perception, the effect of this kind of perception is quite limited. But even so, this means that Donis has embarked on an unprecedented path. Donis's heart was filled with joy. But at this moment, he saw pure light falling from the sky, and a huge dragon-shaped creature loomed in the clouds. That's the Quetzalcoatl. Donis stood up suddenly and looked towards the direction of the light, as if he realized something. It's the direction of Winterfell City. Is something happening in that city? I have to hurry back and take a look. Winterfell. In the hall, figures swayed and firelight flickered. The banquet representing the celebration was in the middle of the process. At this moment, Passos suddenly stood up and walked to Hispania with a huge solid wooden cup in his hand. Great Queen, may I offer you a glass of wine? Passos said earnestly. That's right. In this ancient period, there was a fruit similar to grapes. The wine that Paus mentioned was brewed from this fruit, with a slightly sour taste. Thank you for your generous gift, Hispania said politely with a smile on his face. She stretched out her hand, lifted the wineglass from the table, and raised her head to drink it down. But at this time, aha! Sharp cold light suddenly burst out from Passos's wrist and flew towards Hispania's neck. The heavy wineglass fell to the ground, and the turbid wine spilled all over the floor. The sound was like a switch being pressed. The atmosphere at the banquet changed instantly. The Dragonborn who were drinking and enjoying the food together with Chi-Chi suddenly turned against each other. The weapons were placed on wooden shelves next door. But for Dragonborn, their strong bodies and sharp claws are natural sharp blades. Even, for many Dragonborn, fangs and claws are far more useful than weapons forged from steel and bronze. When Hispania entered the city, he vaguely sensed something was wrong. Passos was a vicious man, but he couldn't hide his ambition very well in front of Hispania. But Hispania never expected that this guy would dare to attack him. Bang! It's a pity. Passos underestimated Hispania's strength. He did not expect that after ruling for more than 300 years, Hispania is still an excellent warrior to this day, just like her brother. In the nick of time, Hispania dodged the blade hidden in Passos's wrist. The sharp blade only left a shallow scratch on the queen's neck, and a little blood seeped out from the scales. The queen is still alive. But her guards were not so lucky. Eating a large amount after being too tired will cause blood to concentrate in the stomach. This leads to a decrease in the brain's reaction speed, not to mention the slight toxins mixed in those foods. There are 10 guards in total in the room. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them collapsed in a pool of blood. Do you know what you are doing? Hazel roared angrily and kicked over the square table filled with food in front of him. The food was mixed with wine and spilled everywhere. The guards who survived by chance gathered around the queen. I'm sorry, Queen. Passos stood in the crowd and looked at the queen without fear. He had completely broken his face and said with a smile, your brother died in that ice field 300 years ago, and this matter has nothing to do with us. We know that you are a wise king, and this matter cannot be hidden after all, so, Passos stared into Hispania's eyes. I want to see anger, sadness, despair and other emotions in her pupils. It's a pity. He was disappointed. Hispania's expression was clear and indifferent, with a noble compassion. You will not receive my forgiveness, nor will you enter the kingdom of God again. The world will cast aside you, and your bad reputation will spread throughout the ages. History is always written by the victors. Passos interrupted Hispania's words angrily. Instead of irritating Hispania as he wished, he seemed a little hysterical. He knows. If you do this yourself, you are ultimately violating the teachings of the gods.
But does Passos regret it now?
He had no regrets, he had nothing since he came to this city.
You have to fight for what you want.
Oh!
Hispania looked at Passos's hysterical appearance and sneered disdainfully.
The long sword in his hand slowly unsheathed. So, do you think you can defeat me just by relying on a bunch of people like you?
How will you know if you don't try?
Passos and others took out the weapons hidden in the house, and the sound of sharp blades being unsheathed was heard.
Fighting breaks out.
Space is limited in small houses. The numbers of the two parties are also completely unequal.
There are only 5 people in total on the Hispania side.
But there are hundreds of people here in Passos, and each of them is equipped with sophisticated weapons. But the battle scene was quite anxious.
Hispania charged forward, the Granian sword in his hand just like its name. Every swing can take away a Dragonborn's life. Passos became more and more frightened as he watched.
The battle lasted only more than 10 minutes and came to an end. 3 people fell on Hispania's side, and only the guard named Hazel remained. On the other side, Passos's companions were also killed and injured, and blood flowed into rivers. Even one of Passos's own arms was cut off by the sharp dragon-slaying knife.
The dragon-slaying sword was gently placed on Passos' neck. Hispania lowered his head and squinted. Now, do you have any last words to say?
Are all the children of Adam monsters? The severe pain caused Passos' muscles to spasm uncontrollably, and he heard his heart beating violently like a war drum. Hispania in front of him and Dones, who disappeared 300 years ago, the two figures seemed to gradually overlap.
God, how unfair you are.
All the talents and treasures were given to the children of Adam, but they never favored the exiles in Winterfell.
Passos sighed.
At the same time, he cursed in his heart.
Why didn't those people ambushed by the Albi family take action now? Did they say that they were betrayed? Those damned Grania families are really bad seeds that go to hell. What they said is like farting. Can't believe it at all. Puff. Just when Passos tried his best to beg for mercy and even reported the Albi family,
the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh and blood suddenly came from in front of him.
Passos opened his eyes wide.
Seeing the scarlet burning blood staining the queen's waist and abdomen, a sharp dagger pierced through the queen's back, pierced through the soft internal organs, and pierced out from the abdomen.
This.
Hispania felt weak all over, and felt that all the strength in his body flowed away with the blood.
He looked at the guards behind him, and his indifferent expression finally showed an unbelievable look. Why? He didn't answer her, but in the next moment, boom!
The surrounding walls were pushed down from the outside at the same time, and fully armed assassins of the nearby family appeared in the dust.
Feel sorry, Hazel's face was hidden in the shadows. My queen, I once told you.
Power is a seductive poison.
Once you hold it in your hands, you will give everything you have for it, even your life and belief. Hai slowly withdrew the blood-stained dagger and stepped back.
You did well. The mature dragonborn with a cross scar on his face walked out of the crowd, came to Hai's side, and patted his shoulder, as expected of my brother.
Are you from the Albi family? Hispania suddenly understood.
Hai's was adopted from the battlefield by Hispania when he was very young. Since then, he has shown extraordinary wisdom and war talent, and is therefore reused and trusted by Hispania.
It's a pity.
All of this was planned hundreds of years ago by the Albi family.
Hispania looked around at the well-equipped assassins of the Albi family.
There was obviously some kind of toxin on the short knife. Hispania felt waves of itching and coldness emanating from his wound.
Feeling.
At this time, inexplicably,
Hispania thought of his father, Adam. In that dark night more than 300 years ago, in the ancient and decaying city, was his father also facing thousands of monsters alone? It lasted for decades. Pity. After all, he is far inferior to his father.
Now, I am fighting alone, Hispania said to herself in her heart.
If you are willing to put down your weapons, we can spare your life. Colin looked at the crumbling queen in front of him and said with a smile, after all, you are Adam's daughter, and the Albi family needs your blood. Have you ever seen a real dragon surrender to a reptile? Hispania interrupted Corin's speech coldly, with arrogance and anger on his face. Very good. Corin's smile gradually faded.
He was about to wave his hand and call on the soldiers around him to rush forward and chop the ungrateful queen in front of him into pieces. But at this time, Heiai suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance in confusion. "Did you hear anything?" "Whatever, let's deal with the matter in front of us first." Korin was about to say this, but the vibration became more and more obvious. Looking up and looking out of the city, he could still see a rapidly rising wave. White smoke. Could it be that the monsters on the ice sheet are going to attack the city? A look of fear appeared on Passos' face. It happens to be at this time. Those monsters on the ice sheet. It has disappeared for hundreds of years, and the long and comfortable life has not made Passos forget the fear of being dominated by monsters. Boom! There was another loud noise. At this time, people could clearly see a huge fire expanding and exploding at the top of the city wall. Countless fragments of ice, snow, bricks and stones spread rapidly outward like bursting black flowers. Do it! Korin had a feeling that something was terribly wrong. He would immediately wave his hand and order the soldiers around him to charge forward and kill the queen in this icy city. But something happened that terrified Colin. In just that moment, Korin could no longer feel his palm. He noticed that his vision suddenly flew into the air, spinning uncontrollably. In a trance, Korin saw his arms, as well as his butt and thighs in free fall in another place. He realized something terrible. Just now, his head flew into the air, and his body was torn apart by some unimaginable force. However, it was too late. Countless darkness appeared before Korin's eyes, and the abyss swallowed his consciousness completely. What happened? Heiai was stunned, as a big living person suddenly disappeared from in front of him. A blazing fire burned in the broken houses. A tall figure stood in front of Hispania, blocking all the Albi family assassins in front of him. The figure walking out of the flames. Hispania stared blankly. She stretched out her hand forward, but she was afraid that everything she saw in front of her disappeared like a phantom. Until that familiar voice came from the flames. "Hispania, you still make yourself miserable as before." Donez turned around and greeted his sister with gentle eyes. He was bathed in flames. But the flames could not cover the overlapping wounds on Donez's body, which was shocking. Hispania felt that his heart was exuding bursts of cramping pain. "My brother, it's great that you're alive." Final. Thousands of words, only this sentence remains. Donez. Compared to the warmth between brother and sister, Passos acted as if he had seen a ghost. After Netelin's death, Passos became the lord of the city. If Donez came back secretly during this period, he would never hide it from Passos. But this is the person who should have disappeared 300 years ago. At this moment, it appeared in front of him again. "Passos, are you still alive?" Donez looked a little surprised when he saw Passos, who had broken an arm. Immediately, Donez smiled. "That's just right, the grudge between us has not been resolved yet." "Solve it? How ridiculous." Passos's face turned cold. "Donez, you are still alive now, but so what? What can you do on your own? The exiles in the entire city hate you, and you can't protect your sister, you can't even protect yourself. Everyone, we have no retreat. Adam is a monster, and so are his children. If Donez or any of the queens are allowed to leave today, our entire city will be buried with them." The news of fighting attracted many exiles. They were watching and remaining neutral. But after hearing what Passos said, he gradually became shaken and joined the ranks of the rebels with weapons in hand. At the same time, the assassins of the Albi family also began to move forward slowly. Compared to those in exile, there is no doubt that these well-equipped and rigorously trained warriors are the real threat. In order to assassinate the queen, the Albi family made a heavy effort and sent a total of 400 soldiers to ambush the city. Hispania looked towards the room where his guards were with Chi. Unfortunately, it turned out to be true. The remaining guards ate poisonous food and lost their lives. "Brother, take this knife and leave this city." Hispania coughed, feeling himself getting weaker. "If it was just you, you could definitely escape from this city." Donez took the dragon-slaying sword from Hispania's hand, but rejected his sister's proposal. He slowly pulled out the sword blade and faced the enemies in the entire city alone. If it is to protect your family, even if you face 1,000 enemies, there is nothing to be afraid of. Don't worry, there will be more tonight. The smell of blood permeated the city, and the atmosphere became increasingly solemn. "Donez, you are too arrogant," Passos said loudly. "To fight 1 against 1,000 is something that only gods can do." Donez said nothing. Choose to answer with action. He suddenly surged forward, swung the blade, and then returned to his sister's side. Poof! 3 streaks of blood spurted out.
In Passos's eyes, Donez's body only shook slightly before returning to its original position. But this is just the blink of an eye.
Then 3 dragonborns covered their necks and fell to the ground full of fear.
They are dead.
What's even more frightening is that from beginning to end, no one could clearly see Donez's movements.
Only Hispania barely saw a fiery red phantom.
That is the superb skill that Donius has accumulated in countless battles in the ice field over the past 300 years.
His swordsmanship has become like a ghost. He is obviously just one person, but the aura emanating from Donius is like a ghost.
A huge mountain made everyone present breathless and afraid to move forward easily. No matter how strong he is just a dragonborn. From a distance, Hazel said in a cold tone, he still needs to distract himself from protecting the queen.
As long as he attacks the queen, he can be restrained. Hazel's name among dragonborn means mire. But now, Hayes is like a poisonous snake lurking in the mire. If he doesn't take action, he will reveal his deadly fangs. Aha! Donez unsheathes himself again.
Hayes felt as if he was being targeted by a giant beast from the deep sea, and a cold sweat broke out instantly. He retreated quickly, but the throats of several guards beside him were slit.
Quick, do it! Accompanied by Hazel's hysterical roar.
The surrounding exiles and Albi family assassins finally woke up from their dreams and began to press forward.
The assassins and exiles attacked the weak queen, which indeed limited Donez's speed.
Unfortunately, in the face of the absolute strength gap, such techniques are ineffective.
Burn it! The long knife in Donez's hand vibrated in the air, and the bloodstains on it disappeared.
The flame patterns on his body lit up with Donez breathing.
This was a completely bloodstained state. Even among the current dragonborn tribe, there were only a few warriors who could master this technique.
But for Donez, this is just the first step.
The flames spread instantly like wildfire.
From the skin to the muscles, from the muscles to the blood, then to the internal organs and bone marrow, until it spreads to every corner of the body. Tens of meters high flames erupt like a volcano.
The overwhelming waves of air centered on Donez's body and continued to beat in all directions.
Against the background of flames and smoke,
Donez's figure is so tall, almost like a demon. Supersensory activation.
Those expressions of madness or fear were frozen in front of the enemy, and the whole world seemed to have stopped flowing in Donius's perception. He only needs to wave the blade in his hand to harvest the lives of his enemies.
10, 100, 200. When 300 dragonborn died at the hands of Donez, the enemy's morale began to collapse.
When 500 dragonborn died in the hands of Donez, no one dared to stand in front of Donez anymore. When 1,000 dragonborn died in the hands of Donez, all the survivors in the entire city knelt on the ground tremblingly, looking at Donez as if they were looking at gods.
I gave you a chance. Once, but now there won't be a second chance at final.
This one-sided massacre slowly came to an end as Donez pierced the Granian sword in his hand into Passo's heart. The surviving exiles in the city knelt on the ground shivering. The assassins and betrayers of the Albi family fell into a pool of blood. Only Hazel was holding his throat and still breathing hard, but his remaining life could only be calculated in seconds.
Monsters, Adam's children are monsters.
Hayes trembled and pointed at Donez with his finger, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fear.
Looking at the same kind of people lying around him, Donez was silent and did not choose to refute.
He stuck the long sword in his hand on the ground, turned around and walked towards his sister. The Dragonborn's strong physical fitness began to take effect at this time, and the Albi family initially entertained the idea of controlling the queen.
The poison on the dagger is not fatal.
At this time, the toxins had been suppressed by the queen's body, and the wounds on her abdomen began to heal gradually.
Hispania, are you okay now?
Donez strode forward and stretched out his hand to help his sister stand up.
I'm fine.
Hispania looked at her brother blankly, her eyes filled with a fiery look that Donez had never seen before. Hispania took Donez's arm. Brother, do me a favor, she pleaded.
Quietly tell him the plan that you have been preparing for a long time.
You want to concentrate all the power and the army in your own hands.
This is something even our father could not do.
Donez was full of surprise, even though he had been in seclusion in the ice field for 300 years. But the society of Dragonborn developed slowly, and the outside world did not change much in 300 years.
At the same time, Donez's wisdom is also growing with practice.
He knows how to do it. It will inevitably trigger unprecedented fierce conflicts among the Dragonborn, and thousands of Dragonborn will lose their lives in such conflicts.
If it were you, we could do it, Hispania said excitedly.
But Donez looked at the corpses on the ground around him.
looking at the shivering dragonborn, kneeling in the ice and snow. He didn't feel as happy as he felt after displaying his power. Instead, he felt that his mouth was full of bitterness. Compared to glory, pleasure or other things, Donius actually prefers to practice hard in the desolate ice field. He knew it clearly. He does not like to kill his own people, nor does he like to interfere in the internal struggles of the dragonborn. But Donius knew even more clearly that if he rejected his sister now, I'm afraid this would be the last time they would see each other for the rest of their lives. And the murder that occurred in Winterfell City also proved that Hispania's guesses and preparations were indeed justified. The ascetic monk who was as powerful as a god and demon was rarely hesitant. But in the end, looking at his sister's expectant eyes, Donius nodded. I promise you that I will use all my strength to help you realize your ambitions and dreams. My sister, my queen. Please take half a day off to sort out the follow-up plot. I didn't expect Donius to grow to this point. In the subspace, Su Hong and Quetzalcoatl are watching what is happening in the city through the power of the star color. With the power of one person, he can rival an entire city. Such power has exceeded the ultimate imagination of all dragonborns. At the same time, Quetzalcoatl was a little shocked. The creativity of intelligent races should not be underestimated. Su Hong nodded and agreed casually. He could feel that with the purification of Doni's blood power, the connection between him and himself has obviously increased a lot. At the same time, Su Hong is thinking about another thing. That is, since the dragonborns have mastered a certain method of cultivation, they can try to improve their strength. So, such an improvement. Will there be a limit? If there is a limit, where is the limit? Even, in the end, after thousands and tens of thousands of years of development, will the power of these dragonborns be enhanced to the point of surpassing their creators? Su Hong suddenly had such a thought in his mind. But soon, he found that he was overthinking. The power of the dragonborn comes from Su Hong himself. The stronger the power they control, the closer they are to Su Hong. In a sense, if this ancient and primitive world is interpreted with the concept of cultivating immortals, Donius is a so-called cultivator, then Su Hong represents spiritual energy, heavenly way, etc. If the scope that consciousness can project and control is regarded as a part of one's body, then whether it is Quetzalcoatl or Dragonborn, it can be regarded as a certain incarnation of Su Hong. Just a thought. Su Hong can bring his consciousness to his followers. The power of domination. It is so powerful. And similar powers, Su Hong has only felt in himself. Feather Goddess Daya, Cthulhu, Mordigin, these traditional old ones, although they all have their own followers, obviously do not have such a strong control as Su Hong. However, Caius. In a sense, that existence is of the same status as Su Hong. It is not easy to say whether he has similar authority. There is no doubt that Caius is powerful. In the 300 years of fighting, neither of them could determine the winner. But on the other hand, Caius also gave Su Hong a strange feeling. He rarely showed the emotions of intelligent life, but was more inclined to the characteristics of some rules. But in the process of fighting, Su Hong could also perceive that Caius was constantly and consciously improving himself, digging into his own strength and essence, so the other party was not completely without self-awareness. It's just that this consciousness is too neutral or chaotic. So it's hard to detect. But, what has Caius been doing these days? Caius is a rare opponent, and Su Hong has been paying attention to him. However, Caius has been out of character these days. I don't know what he has done in the subspace. Chaos surges, and even the place where he is submerged by disordered energy turbulence. With Su Hong's super sense. At this time, he couldn't detect Caius's specific whereabouts. Su Hong's power can leave marks in the warp, and Su Hong's perception can easily spread to the places where the marks are. Moreover, the chaotic characteristics of the warp make the spatial and temporal characteristics here not obvious. Sometimes, two old gods stand together, and it seems that they are only one step away. But in fact, they are separated by a distance of several planets. And at other times, the distance that seems unreachable is actually within reach if you take a step forward. If you can perceive the laws in the warp and use this characteristic, you can cross the long distance in a very short time. Even sailing in the vast starry sky is not a difficult thing. But at the same time, if you can't find out the laws of the warp, then, these distorted laws of space and time will become the most dangerous maze, and even the old masters may be trapped alive in the warp. After all, the old masters are also a huge group. Among them, powerful beings are such as Su Hong, Mordigin, and Caius. And the weak ones also had such a shameful performance as Dagon. Su-hong even felt that if Donies was given a few thousand years to grow to a complete form, Donies might not be Dagon's opponent.
With the help of the characteristics of the subspace and his own authority. Although there was a long distance between him and Caius, Su-hong could still peek unscrupulously. Anyway, this old man has no temper. Su-hong was still a little wary at first, but later, Su-hong became casual. Every day when he was free, he would look at Caius carelessly to see what he was doing. What Su-hong didn't expect was. This look really made Su-hong see some good things. The disordered chaos turbulence subsided, and Caius disappeared. Su-hong said in surprise. What happened? Quetzalcoatl rarely saw such obvious emotions on his father's face. After hearing Su-hong's mumbling, Quetzalcoatl was immediately curious, and flapped its wings and moved its head closer. Even the feather god, who had just finished a round of slumber on the other side, opened his eyes dazedly and looked at Su-hong. TSK, Caius has disappeared. Su-hong repeated. At the same time, he used the power of the star color to project the picture he perceived into the chaotic space in front of him. You can see it clearly. In the subspace corresponding to the western continent, the tens of thousands of meters high Olympus Sacred Mountain still stands like a Dinghai Shenzhen, but the shadow entrenched on Olympus Sacred Mountain has disappeared. Caius is a powerful god who can rival you, father. How could he suddenly disappear? Quetzalcoatl seemed a little worried. He must be plotting something. Let's go and see. Su-hong was also very curious, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable emotion in his heart. Originally, his power was enough to run rampant in this world, and no old one was Su-hong's opponent. Until he encountered an evenly matched existence like Caius. And now, I don't know what Caius is doing secretly. Su-hong was thinking, if Caius's power grows faster than his, then the balance will be broken in the next fight, and he will be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Su-hong suddenly became a little nervous. He took Quetzalcoatl and the newly awakened feather god to shuttle quickly in the subspace. After witnessing what happened on the holy mountain of Olympus, Su-hong was even more surprised. Is that guy committing suicide? Quetzalcoatl shouted directly. About chaos god Caius. Su-hong actually didn't know much, but he vaguely guessed that his authority should be related to creation. Those chaos creations that extended from Caius's body had considerable combat power, and sometimes even brought some pressure to Su-hong. In terms of combat power alone, Caius's creations may not be weaker than some of the old ones. You know, more than 300 years ago, when Su-hong fought with Cthulhu, he could easily injure him even in the opponent's environment. But when facing Caius' endless monsters, Su-hong must take it seriously. And now, in front of Su-hong and Quetzalcoatl, in the roaring thunder and the blazing light that illuminated the entire subspace, Caius began to create those original chaos gods again. Unlike the last time when he created them briefly for battle, this time, Caius even took the initiative to cut his own original power and bestowed those powers on his creations. As more and more origins were cut out, Caius's presence was also decreasing, and in the end, Su-hong felt that he was about to disappear in this subspace. For an old one like Su-hong, it is almost difficult to imagine what kind of power can kill him. Even if a being of the same level and status uses all his strength, he cannot cause substantial damage to another being of the same level. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, Caius is indeed dismembering himself, and such an action is no different from suicide in a sense. No wonder Quetzalcoatl screamed. Is this creating a god, or changing the state of one's own existence? Compared to Quetzalcoatl, Su-hong seemed much calmer. He then realized that Caius was making some kind of attempt, and it was definitely not suicide as Quetzalcoatl said. Light and shadow intertwined with darkness. The surge of chaotic energy became stronger and stronger, and the energy like a tide swept in all directions. The existence of the subspace is inherently unstable, and under the influence of Caius' power, it feels even more boiling. Time and space are constantly changing, and countless strange scenes appear under the crimson sky around them, but disappear in the next moment. Boom! Finally, thunder rang out on the holy mountain of Olympus. Su-hong opened his eyes wide, and in his supersense, he sensed that a new life was born from Caius' body. It was a woman with a vast and magnificent body. Her body seemed to be made of countless huge stones. It was majestic and heavy, thousands of meters high. The organs on her chest that represented the power of female reproduction were like the undulating mountains on the vast land. The size of the god was even bigger than Su-hong. After the birth of the first female god, the second, third, and fourth followed. Gaia, the mother goddess of the earth; Tartarus, the god of the abyss of hell; Orbus, the god of darkness; Nyx, the goddess of night; and Eros, the god of love. The names of these chaotic gods and their related priesthoods appeared in Su Heng's supersense. Chaos gods created by Caius. Possessing powerful strength, even not inferior to some of the old ones. Su Heng thought that he had not found any old ones in the equally vast western continent, and he was still confused at the time. But now it seems. The disappearance of those old ones may be related to Caius. After the birth of the 5 original chaos gods, they began to intertwine and embrace each other without paying attention to others. In the terrifying sound of lightning and thunder. The second generation of chaos gods was born by these creations of Caius. There are a total of 12 second-generation chaos gods. In Su Heng's supersense, these chaos gods are called titans. Among the 12 titans, the most powerful one is the god named Uranus. His authority symbolizes the sky and has a body as vast as the Mother Earth, but his body is composed of amorphous clouds. Why did Caius create these lives? Su Heng fell into thinking. Some of these titans or chaos gods are very powerful, not inferior to the old ones. But some are relatively weak. Although they are all creations of Caius, there is a huge gap between them. Should we catch 2 and take them back for research? Su Heng felt a rare curiosity in his heart, and there was nothing to worry about, so he took action directly. 12 titans, 5 chaos gods. He picked one of each to take back. Su Heng felt that he had given Caius a lot of face by not catching all of them. Gaia, the mother goddess of the earth, and Uranus, the god of the sky, were the creations chosen by Su Heng. The flames on his body turned into a huge palm like the sky, rumbling down and falling into the chaos surging in the creation of the world. The violent friction exploded with brilliant light. Those heavy clouds like metal were pushed away by Su Heng's power, burning, and then grabbed Gaia and Uranus with unquestionable power. Although these 2 gods have vast bodies, the size of their bodies is not directly related to their own strength. Especially in the subspace. The space laws distorted by the subspace will also be reflected in biological bodies. Some life forms that are only a dozen meters tall in the physical universe may be distorted into projections hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters tall by the chaotic power in the subspace after entering it. This does not mean that their power has increased, or that they are gifted by the subspace. Instead, it means that their own structure is unstable. The blazing flames fell from the sky, and both the chaos gods and the 12 titans were horrified. They tried their best to release their power and authority to resist the burning sea of fire in the sky. But they were powerless. All resistance and attempts disappeared in an instant after falling into the flames. Compared with the power of Caius himself, both the chaos gods and the titans are much weaker. Such thoughts emerged in Su Heng's mind. However, his actions did not succeed after all. The chaos clouds that were originally separated by Su Heng began to gather again at this moment, gathering together again like the separated seawater. The chaos power and the primordial fire leaned against each other, and finally disappeared at the same time in the violent explosion. In an instant, Su Heng seemed to have noticed something and looked up. A towering shadow appeared on the holy mountain of Olympus. It was an old man wearing a golden crown and a white robe, holding a huge eagle in one hand and a golden scepter made of thunder in the other. Chaos god Caius. Or rather, one of the thousands of Caius's appearances. A tall figure appeared on the holy mountain of Olympus. It is Caius, the god of chaos. Long time no see. Su Heng grinned and said hello to Caius. Compared to Su Heng's casualness, the chaos gods and titan gods created by Caius seemed much more nervous, and could even be said to be trembling, with their majestic faces full of uncontrollable fear. That look. It wasn't like meeting their father, their creator. On the contrary, it was like seeing his natural enemy. It seems that Caius's family relationship is not very good. Su Heng noticed this and thought about it in his heart. Get out of here and don't bother me. Caius spoke for the first time. The sound mixed with thunder came from the top of the mountain. Compared to the last time they met, it had only been a few months. Caius didn't know what he had done during this time, and he became more humane. Easy to say, Su Heng waved his hand. Caius's strength was severely reduced due to the creation of the god. However, Su Heng is not willing to take action at this time, taking advantage of others' danger and forcibly interfering. After all, although the god of the old times is powerful, he usually will not take action without any reason. Su Heng took Yushin and his heirs and left from this subspace area. Because Caius intervened. Su Heng's plan to bring back the 2 titans failed, but this operation was not without success. He learned about Caius's plan and status,
and at the same time collected part of the chaotic energy left over from the creation of the gods, which was directly injected into the body of the star core by Su Hong, turning it into nutrients for incubation. Creating gods, dividing himself, why did Caius do this? Return to the flame continent. Su Hong thought about this, but unfortunately, every old day has its own unique authority and wisdom. Even Su Hong cannot be omniscient and omnipotent. He thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason why Caius did this. Could it be because he is too lonely? Quetzalcoatl seemed to see Su Hong's distress, and came over and said, I have seen some intelligent beings become depressed and even commit suicide because of loneliness and unsociability. There are very few intelligent beings like Dones who are completely isolated from the outside world and torture themselves. Quetzalcoatl is lively and active. Since the day it was born, it has been silently observing the world. However, Quetzalcoatl also knows that his power is unbearable for most intelligent creatures. Moreover, he also represents his father, so Quetzalcoatl is only observing, not intervening. Even so, Quetzalcoatl has grown a lot and learned many interesting things. Can dragonborns also be depressed? Su Hong was a little surprised. This was the first time he heard about this problem. What Kukulkan said makes sense. Feather Goddess Dia nodded as if he had a deep understanding. I didn't feel it when I was alone before, but now if you are not around, I will feel it. Boring. Why do I sound a little moved? Su Hong patted Estaya on the head with a kind smile on his face. Of course. Maybe the old ones really do have mental problems. But Su Hong didn't believe that Caius would split himself for this reason. He was more inclined to believe that Caius was making some kind of attempt to enhance his authority or achieve a specific purpose. Western continent, it seems that we need to pay more attention to it in the future. Su Hong thought so. However, he noticed a faint drowsiness brewing in his spirit. After all, the fight with Caius had an impact on Su Hong. The period of sleep seemed to be coming early. Every time he fell asleep meant a substantial improvement for Su Hong. From this point of view, the impact of the confrontation does not seem to be a bad thing. Anyway, for the old ones, time is the least valuable thing. Because of the authority of star color, Su Hong can observe various things happening in Nolan's world without leaving home. From then on, Su Hong spent most of his time in the subspace and rarely came to the physical universe. There were even fewer dragonborns who witnessed the arrival of gods with their own eyes. In the Western continent, the chaos gods and titans created by Caius descended from the warp. It will definitely bring about earth-shaking changes in that land. In the Eastern continent where the dragonborn grew up, although the gods were less active during this period, the far-reaching cloud of war still hung over every dragonborn. It has even affected other intelligent life forms. The Albi family unites with the exiles of Winterfell to assassinate the queen. This incident was like a bomb dropped in the water, causing an uproar in an instant, and the entire dragonborn tribe was shaken by it. Assassination. It became the trigger for the dragonborn's all-out war. Queen Hispania returned to Gatton with her brother Donis, and immediately declared war on the Albi family. In the past hundreds of years since the queen ascended the throne, Istaya has been known in many cities for its gentleness and forgiveness, but now when the queen shows her fangs and claws, people were surprised to realize. Gatton City, this originally medium-sized city-state in the central part of the country, already has nearly 150,000 dragon descendants. Such a number of dragonborns has exceeded the peak of the City of God's Revelation, and it is the most populous dragonborn city in history. At the same time, the Anurbai family was not to be outdone. They desperately exaggerated the threats posed by the Queen and Donis, and promised various benefits, and sent people to lobby in various cities. In the end, 10 cities agreed to form an alliance and put pressure on the Queen under the persuasion of the Anurbai family's lobbyists. In this way, there are 18 cities on the East continent. Except for the City of God's Revelation, which was completely destroyed hundreds of years ago, the remaining 17 cities. The two fortress cities, Winterfell and Coster, remained neutral. Only 4 cities, including Gatton, were willing to devote all their strength to support the Queen, and all the remaining cities stood on the opposite side of the Queen. This is a huge pressure. When everyone thought that the Queen would succumb to these Grania families and the royal power was destined to decline, unexpectedly, the Queen responded with a strong attitude. I am bathed in the glory of God. Anyone who dares to stop me will be destroyed. The Queen declared under the huge statue. The representatives of the Grania family, led by the Albi family, sneered at the Queen's arrogance mercilessly, but soon they could no longer laugh. In the next month, Donis led the army and captured 5 cities in a row with thunderous momentum.
The bloody bodies of the rulers were hung on the city walls, which was terrifying.
Let's talk about how we should choose now, whether to surrender or to resist to the end. Deep in the southern rainforest, in the palace of the Albi family,
Patriarch Haas looked at several other representatives of the Grania family nearby.
Haas is 18 meters tall.
Although he is more than 1,000 years old now, he is still in good spirits.
There is a faint dark red light in his eyes. He looks around.
Among the many representatives of the Grania family present, no one dares to look at him.
Whether we surrender or resist to the end, won't our fate be the same? A plump dragonborn said with a bitter look on his face.
To cut the grass, we need to get rid of the roots. Since we chose to stand against the queen, our outcome is already doomed.
Tandara is right.
In the house, another elderly representative of the Grania family spoke up and echoed, if the queen really adopts a tolerant policy, she will not choose to hang the patriarchs of the Grania family after conquering the city.
Damn Hispania.
She betrayed our glory, and she is destined to be betrayed by the gods.
In a closed room,
a representative of the Grania family said angrily. Although he was furious, his trembling voice still exposed the fear hidden in his heart.
It's not too pessimistic now. Everything will turn around before the end of the matter.
Haas gently swept his gaze from the faces of the dragonborn present, after the voices in the room calmed down.
He spoke calmly. Hearing these words, Tandara was immediately curious. He opened his eyes wide and asked excitedly, Master Huas, since you said so, there must be a solution to the problem. That's right. Haas nodded and sighed inwardly.
These fat-headed guys are unreliable just counting on them. In the end, you have to rely on yourself.
In this case, you might as well tell us and let us listen. We are all in the same boat and will not leak the news. Another elderly dragonborn said steadily.
I received news from the front line that the Queen's army is actually inferior to ours in terms of total strength and equipment.
Haas said,
but the reason why we are losing ground on the frontal battlefield is just because there is a powerful presence in the Queen's army that we cannot compete with.
Could he be a messenger from the gods? Tandala suddenly screamed, panic written on his face. If it were a messenger from the gods, this war would have ended long ago.
Our soldiers would have taken the initiative to hang us alive.
The gods will not interfere in the struggle between the dragonborn, Haas said.
Although he said this, Haas actually wanted to comfort his allies more. As for the authenticity of this sentence, Haas was not sure.
Since it's not the messenger of the gods, who could it be? No matter how powerful the dragonborn is, there will be limits. How can he influence the entire war situation with one person's power? Tandara asked doubtfully.
Everyone nodded and turned their searching eyes to Haas.
It's Donez,
the brother of Queen Hispania and the eldest son of King Adam. Haas shared the information he knew with everyone. He once disappeared on the ice sheet for 300 years, and everyone thought he was already dead, but not only was Donius not dead, when he appeared again, he showed terrifying power. The soldiers of our Albi family were easily slaughtered by him like livestock.
Hoth didn't even hide from his allies that he was trying to assassinate the queen in Winterfell. So, let's put it this way.
We only need to find a way to target or kill Donus, and we can win this war. Tandara thought that he had grasped the key to the problem, and a happy smile appeared on his face.
That's right.
Haas nodded, finally forcing a smile on his serious face.
But since Donus is really as powerful as you described and has no opponent among the Dragonborn, how can we get rid of him?
A representative of the Grania family interrupted and asked worriedly. Since I dare to raise it with you, I am certainly sure of solving the problem.
Haas smiled.
Then he lowered his voice. We have no choice, but we can use the power of aliens. A few days later,
in the queen's tent,
the flickering candlelight illuminated the face of the queen, who sat on a soft throne covered with animal skins.
Standing next to the queen, holding the Granian sword, is her brother Donus.
Further outside are several dragonborn guards holding long swords. The atmosphere in the camp was dull, and the queen was expressionless, looking towards the door curtain, as if waiting for something.
Soon after, the door curtain was lifted. A tall young dragonborn wearing a black cloak walked in from outside the camp.
He untied his cloak to indicate that he did not carry any weapons, then knelt in front of the queen's throne and said loudly, "The eldest son of the Elby family, Howard, has an audience with the queen."
Hispania nodded.
No words were spoken, and the suffocating pressure still lingered in the tent. Howard raised his head slightly and saw the majestic and beautiful queen on the throne, and then saw the purgatory Shura standing next to the queen. He was tall and thin, with dense scars on his rough skin. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were full of fascinating light. When Howard and Donis looked at each other inadvertently, Howard felt as if he had fallen into an endless ice field of despair. His body was stiff and his soul seemed to be screaming in fear. Fortunately, the gaze only lasted for a short moment before it moved away from Howard. He was far more terrifying than the legend said. He was simply a monster and an enemy that could not be defeated. Howard had such thoughts in his mind. Whether the plan that was originally a sure thing could succeed or not, many changes had occurred at this time. However, since he had come to the throne of the Queen, Howard still gritted his teeth and brought his message. The sweet fragrance lingers in the battlefield, Queen. I bring you the wish for reconciliation. The Inurbai family is willing to surrender in front of you and atone for the mistakes they have made, but before that, we need you to prove that this war is the will of God and not your greed. How can I prove it? When hearing the first half of the sentence, Hispania smiled. However, after Howard finished speaking, the smile on the Queen's face gradually disappeared. This group of damn blood-sucking worms will not surrender easily. She looked at Howard with a serious look. The dull atmosphere in the hall became more and more tense, but Howard calmly stated the plan he had prepared. Your defeat is already doomed. Even if we don't negotiate terms, do you think there is nothing you can do about me? Hispania's eyes were cold, and his tone revealed undisguised hatred. Of course you can do that. With a smile on his face, Howard slowly stood up from the ground, as if he had already expected the Queen's reaction. But what you will get is a burning city, and the hatred of countless Dragonborn. You will be being called cruel will be remembered by the Dragonborn for thousands of years. History is written by the victors. Also, I don't like to be threatened, Hispania said. She stretched out her hand. He had to order the guards beside him to drag Howard down and chop him down. After seeing the Queen's actions and reactions, the smile on Howard's face gradually solidified, and he finally showed a look of fear. As the eldest son and heir of the Albie family, Howard still cherishes his life. Wait a moment. At this moment, Donis, who was standing next to Hispania, spoke. Let him finish what he said and let's listen. As he said that, he turned and looked towards Hispania. Violence is always the last way to solve problems. Well, I respect you, my brother. After hearing Donis's voice, Hispania's eyes softened. In the primeval forest in the south, there is the descendant of the evil god who survived the final battle thousands of years ago. It is a titanoboa that is more than 100 meters long. It has 3 heads and extremely strong vitality. The poison he spits out the fog has continued to spread in the past years, eroding the fertile land given to us by God, so if you really act in accordance with God's will, we would like to ask Lord Donis to help us get rid of this monster. 3 giant pythons? Hispania had also heard the legend about this monster. Although the 3-headed giant python is powerful, it is indeed a hidden danger that must be eliminated after unification. Is this the only requirement? If we can do it, will you choose to give up resistance? Hispania asked. No, it's just one of those things. Howard rushed out the Queen's anger and stated his conditions in one breath. This test is divided into 3 parts, and the 3-headed titanoboa is the first test. The second test is to kill the unicorn dragon beast on the plain. It is a terrifying monster with the power to move mountains. It is also moody and sometimes even takes the initiative to attack the city. In the past 1,000 years, there have been no less than 1,000 dragons. He died under the claws of this monster. The third test is the Scylla Siren entrenched outside the Castor fortress. It is the descendant of the old god Dagon. It once participated in the offensive and defensive battle of the Castor fortress. It has been active since the end of the battle and continues to the Harrisers fortress, and nearby ranches have caused huge damage to the Dragonborn ranches and continue to pose a threat to the lives of loyal soldiers. 3 trials, 3 tests. Howard said, we are willing to initiate an oath under the witness of God. If the 3 trials can be completed, then the Albie family and the remaining Grania family will voluntarily give up their resistance and let the Queen handle it. Damn! Are you fooling me? After hearing several of Howard's demands, Hispania became furious. If the 3-headed titanoboa at the beginning were still opponents that could barely be defeated, then the one-horned dragon head and Scylla Siren that followed were completely mythical existences, and were by no means a terrifying thing that the Dragonborn could defeat. Natural disaster. You want to use such a conspiracy to kill my brother, and I won't let you succeed. Hispania opened his mouth and breathed out a stream of scorching fire. Howard lowered his head. He said no more and quietly waited for his fate. Take him away, I don't want to see this annoying guy again. After the Queen's anger subsided slightly, she ordered the guards beside her. She originally thought that these Grania families would sincerely surrender, but she did not expect that they would still be so pedantic and resolutely resist.
This actually made the queen feel even worse. Wait a moment.
At this moment, Donis suddenly said, "Let me go and complete the 3 trials alone, but I hope that you can abide by your oath after completing the trials."
Donis looked at Howard coldly and said in a serious voice, "Certainly."
Howard lowered his head, not daring to look into Donis' eyes. "Anyone who lies in front of God will pay the price with his life."
"Good." Donis nodded heavily.
Holding the Grania sword in his hand, he looked like he was about to go out and make preparations.
"Brother." Hispania pulled Donis' arm with some annoyance and said anxiously, "This is a complete conspiracy."
"We have already seen what the Albie family is like when we were in Winterfell. They are so insidious and cunning that they have never thought about the possibility of reconciliation. They just want to use this opportunity to take your life."
"Maybe,"
Donis shook his head, "but I believe that Dragonborn worship the strong. If the Albie family breaks their oath, they will be spurned by the Dragonborn and lose the favor of the original fire god."
And
a look of pain appeared on Donius's face. "Under the guidance of the gods, I have practiced for hundreds of years before I achieved what I have achieved today. My martial arts should have been used to kill foreign enemies, benefit the Dragonborn, and open up a new path of cultivation for the Dragonborn.
But now, I am constantly killing my compatriots.
The number of compatriots who died in my hands is even more than the number of aliens who died in my hands.
I can't continue to endure this torture. Enough blood has been shed, Hispania," Donis said to his sister. He left the queen's tent. After a little preparation, he began to look for the 3-headed Titan python in the rainforest. At the same time, under the simultaneous promotion of the queen and the Anirbai family, the content of this trial was also quickly spread among the Dragonborn tribe, and the originally fierce battle was temporarily stagnant at this time. All the Dragonborn's eyes were focused on Donis. What Donis did even attracted the attention of the gods in the subspace. He entered the rolling poisonous fog and miasma in the forest alone for 7 days.
After that, as the fierce flames emerged from the forest, the poisonous fog that had enveloped this place for 1,000 years began to dissipate gradually.
Some Dragonborns bravely sneaked into the depths of the forest.
In the center, 3 huge snake-like heads were found. Each head was more than 10 meters long, enough to swallow an adult Dragonborn whole.
And Donis's figure had disappeared from the forest.
The first trial was completed, and he had already started the second trial. The protagonist of the second trial is the giant unicorn living in the wilderness of Mostar. The size of the unicorn behemoth exceeds 100 meters, just like a triceratops enlarged many times in proportion. It is covered in thick heavy armor. Whenever it charges forward, the whole earth will tremble, and earthy yellow smoke clouds will rise. Even from a long distance, you can feel the impact of the giant beast.
A strong sense of oppression came. In this era,
the Dragonborn is already the true overlord of the old continent.
But it doesn't mean it's invincible. This unicorn monster living in the wilderness can pose a huge threat to the entire city. Donis spent several days. The monster is found in the wasteland at the edge of the wilderness. Then there was a fierce fight.
To the monster, Donis, who had turned on his super sense, was as fast as a roaring hurricane. The monster's attack could not hit Donis, let alone cause damage to Donis. But similarly, Donis cannot cause effective damage to monsters wearing thick and heavy armor. Although Grania's sword is sharp, the armor on the monster is too thick and it is difficult to penetrate the monster's thick armor. So, the battle ultimately turned into a contest of endurance. In the past, Donis, who had been alone in the ice field for 300 years, lacked endurance and patience.
The war between the monster and Donis made the mountains tremble and the earth shook.
It lasted for 7 days before the monster fell to the ground. There were long and narrow scars all over its body, but the cause of death was due to exhaustion. Then comes the third trial. The third trial was arranged in the sea near Koster Fortress, which was still some distance away from the city-states in the middle.
Traveling back and forth takes extra time.
This period of time was the plan of the head of the Albie family, and he originally thought that such a trick would not be used.
However, in the secret room of the Albie family,
the meeting was held again, and representatives of each family gathered in the narrow house. The candle burned faintly. Haas, the patriarch of the Albie family, looked at the faces of the Dragonborn beside him with a heavy expression. After a long time, he said, "We have no time, it is time to prepare for the next plan."
Haas took a deep breath and said, "Donius's power has far exceeded our expectations, and his bravery is unstoppable.
However, now that Donius has left the queen's side, there is still a chance for everything."
"What do you mean?" The chubby dragonborn leader named Tandala suddenly understood the hidden meaning of Hoth's words. Do you want to take advantage of Donis's absence to launch a full-scale war? That's right. Hoth nodded, his eyes bloodshot.
Like a gambler who puts everything he has on the gambling table.
No, we can't do this.
A tall and thin representative of the Grania family suddenly stood up from his chair and said loudly, the content of the oath has been circulated throughout the country. If we violate the oath, we will be punished.
Despised by all dragonborn. I certainly would have expected that.
Hoth smiled slightly and said, but it was Howard who swore the oath in front of the queen, not us.
There was silence in the hall. Howard is the heir to the Albie family. In a sense, it naturally represents the Albie family. This is a conventional thing, but sometimes, what is a conventional thing does not mean that it is the reality. We can take this opportunity to kill the queen and seize the throne.
When the time comes, we can push Howard out to take the blame.
As long as we move fast enough, even if Donis can come back alive, he can't do anything. Hoth described his plan in full. In a closed room.
There was silence. On the one hand, these dragonborn were shocked that Hoth could be so ruthless. You must know that Howard is the most valued child in Hoth, but at this time, he can be thrown out. Judging from Howard's performance, the poor young man obviously didn't know that his father had sold him.
Recently, I feel quite proud because I have completed my mission. He has completely regarded himself as the next generation head of the Albie family.
On the other hand, the Grania family shines with the glory of their ancestors. No matter how much Hoth tried to quibble, they had actually broken their promise to the queen, and such a thing was obviously not related to glory. Although the representatives of the Grania family want to survive from the queen's claws, they also do not want to lose the glory passed down by their ancestors. That's good. Hoth seemed to see the hesitation on the faces of the dragonborn. He smiled and clapped his hands and said, we still follow the old rules and vote. Now, those who oppose this plan can raise their hands.
Among the 11 dragonborn present, only 4 dragonborn raised their hands hesitantly. One of them looked around and then silently put his hand down.
So, if you support this plan, please raise your hands now.
This time,
including Hoth, a total of 6 representatives of the Grania family raised their hands.
6 representatives chose to support Hoth's plan, chose to oppose it, and the remaining 2 abstained from voting. Then, that's what we've decided.
Hoth said with a smile, the expression on his face gradually relaxed.
In fact, the role of meetings is not to discuss issues, but to pass on the results.
Before this meeting was held, Hoth had already attracted all the dragonborn he could win over to his side to ensure that his plan would not be too hindered.
The meeting was dissolved.
The dragonborn representatives walked out of the room one after another and left in a hurry with their heads lowered.
Only Hoth was walking alone in the family's beautifully landscaped garden.
Tall yarrow trees rose from the ground, and the trees cast heavy shadows. Bundles of golden sunlight fell through the gaps in the shades of the trees and fell on Hoth's slightly old and tired face. Above, surrounded by the tinkling of running water and the fragrance of blooming flowers, Hoth raised his head and stared at the bright sun in the sky. The gods have given us a lot, but it is not fair.
Some dragonborn are born as kings, while some are born as slaves. Some dragonborn choose, but I don't want to accept this fate.
I can only choose to fight, even if it means going against God's will.
Hoth's expression became more determined.
He left the flower garden and immediately gave the order.
The next day,
an army numbering as many as 100,000 launched an attack on the Queen City, and the largest war in Dragonborn history was about to begin. Without any warning, more than 100,000 Dragonborn troops began to gather and attack Gatton City where the Queen was located. There are hundreds of thousands of Dragonborn and dragon beasts, each of which is more than 10 meters long,
weighing several tons. It is continuous and boundless on the earth.
Such an action could be detected from dozens of kilometers away, and there was no way to cover it up.
Moreover, after experiencing the assassination incident in Winterfell City,
Queen Hispania is also instinctively skeptical of the credibility of the Albie family.
There are always spies arranged by the Queen to conduct investigations around Albie City and the rainforest.
When armies from several big cities began to gather, the Queen in the far central city of Kanda had already received the news.
Although she was shocked that these Grania families would openly violate their original oath,
but he still managed to assemble his army in a very short period of time. The number of the Queen's army is smaller than that of the Grania family, but it still numbers about 70,000. Moreover, they stick to the city and take advantage of their geographical advantages.
It is difficult to say the direction of this war. It's unclear who will win and who will lose. However, in this war, a large number of dragonborn casualties are certain. These people from the Grania family are so abominable. In the subspace, the Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and was watching the scene happening on the earth with the power of the color of stars. He bared his teeth and looked angry. How can they bear the name of Grania? Even the despicable deep divers keep their promises better than them. Quetzalcoatl said angrily, moreover, they have turned their backs on the glory you bestowed upon them. That's always the case with mortals. Su Hong looked at the Quetzalcoatl next to him and shook his head gently. Su Hong did not feel angry about the choice made by the Elby family, but was just a little emotional. The things that our ancestors fought for through hardships and experienced life and death will always be easily discarded by their descendants. This is true for glory, wealth, power, etc. To put it bluntly, some things are obtained too easily, so naturally they will not be cherished. Father, are you just going to watch these people break their oaths and watch these innocent dragonborns throw away their lives for the selfish interests of those in power? The Quetzalcoatl made a circle above Su Heng's head and floated in front of Su Hong. I want to stop this war, he said seriously. If you want to do it, then go ahead. Su Hong smiled and nodded. Except for a few outstanding beings such as Donis and Adam, the rest of the Dragonborn would not cause Su Hong to pay much attention. Su Hong would not feel drastic emotional changes because of certain things about Dragonborn. But apparently, Quetzalcoatl has a higher status in Su Heng's mind. Although the birth of Quetzalcoatl was an accident, the close connection in the bloodline still made Su Hong treat Quetzalcoatl as his heir. Moreover, Quetzalcoatl is thoughtful, lively, and enthusiastic. He is indeed a lovable child. As long as the request is not too excessive, Su Hong will satisfy it. Is it really okay? Seeing Su Hong agreeing so simply, Quetzalcoatl was a little surprised. Su Hong didn't like to interfere in Dragonborn's internal affairs, and would only take action when the entire continent's ecology was threatened. Over time, even Quetzalcoatl came to believe that intervening in matters in the physical universe was a taboo established by Su Hong. But now it seems that is not the case. You are my child, you can do what you want. No matter what happens in the future or what difficulties you encounter, I will stand behind you. Su Hong rubbed Quetzalcoatl's head. Okay. Quetzalcoatl cheered, and a long and narrow crack appeared in front of him. He flapped his wings, a beautiful stream of light wrapped around his huge body, and disappeared from the subspace in the blink of an eye. This is the final full blow. Haas personally participated in this war. He was covered in thick armor and held a scarlet spear made of Granian steel in his hand. Under the sunlight, it exuded a light as clear as crystal. Luster. In front of Haas, the boundless Dragonborn army was like a gray blanket. Spread over the entire vast wasteland, they are terrifying waves capable of swallowing up everything, even if some huge ancient trees and rocks stand in front of these waves. It will also be swallowed up and destroyed in an instant. Smoke billowed into the sky, the rumble was deafening, and countless Dragonborn troops sacrificed their lives for Hoth. Standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the scene in front of him, was suddenly had a grand fantasy in his heart. He can possess such magnificent power just by ruling a city. If he could rule all the Dragonborn in the future, the entire continent would be trampled under his feet. When the time comes, what will it be like? The army of 100,000 was like a sea tide, swallowing everything, but at the end of the wave, there was still a huge dark rock standing still. That reef is the Gatun city commanded by the Queen. During the past 300 years, under the leadership of the Queen, Gatun city has developed rapidly and is now the largest and most populous city in the Dragonborn tribe. In contrast to the huge size of the city, Gatun city has thick walls, which are more than 200 meters high, and its war potential is second only to the two fortress cities. As long as his army can engulf this city, then, at that time, he will be able to become the king of all dragons. What he once dreamed of is only one step away from him. Haas felt his breathing heavy, and the flame patterns on his body were also emitting a faint light. It was almost there, almost there. The dream he had always dreamed of was about to come true. But at this moment, roar! A loud dragon roar seemed to come from the sky. This is the battlefield where hundreds of thousands of troops are about to fight, the roars of the dragons, the explosions of the shattering fireballs, the collisions of the metal spears, and so on. All kinds of sounds gathered together, magnificent. But at that moment, they were completely suppressed by the loud dragon roar, so that in the end, all the dragons seemed to be deaf, and could only hear the roar of the feathered serpent dragon, as if they were stripped away from the battlefield in an instant. Bright and warm light fell from the sky.
Against the backdrop of white clouds, it looked like a light golden curtain. At the moment before the most tragic war in the history of the dragons broke out, the feathered serpent dragon appeared, and both sides of the war put down their weapons and knelt on the ground devoutly. This war disappeared before it broke out. And a few days later, when the wounded Donis dragged the head of the siren back to the Coster fortress, it also announced the end of the war, ending with the queen's complete victory.
The war came to an end. All cities and power fell into the hands of the queen.
Among the families and dragonborn leaders who had opposed Hispania, all the masterminds were killed, while those with lesser crimes were exiled to desert islands overseas to reclaim land and be wary of the deep divers.
3 years after the war ended, a new, unified kingdom was founded on the plains of the east.
This country has Gatton City as its capital and covers the entire eastern continent.
All 18 cities have surrendered. The total number of dragonborn under the queen's rule exceeds 1 million.
For a whole country, a population of 1 million does not sound like a large number. But each dragonborn is a behemoth with a size of more than 10 meters, and their staple food is meat.
Millions of dragonborn are on the verge of reaching the limit that the ecological environment can bear.
If you want to reproduce further, increase the population.
We must find ways to further reclaim those dangerous wastelands. The unified country was eventually named Hint by the queen. In the language of dragonborn, Hint means slave.
The implication of this country is that the slaves of God established a kingdom on earth to warn the dragonborn not to repeat the mistakes made by the Grania family and to remember the majesty and teachings of God.
In subspace,
Su Hong fell asleep, feeling that his sleep period was much more intense than expected. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the burning flame continent, and a corner of the real universe appeared in front of Su Hang. Then the Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and squeezed in through the crack.
"Father, father," Quetzalcoatl said anxiously, his voice echoing in the subspace. "What happened?"
After hearing the voice, Su Hong opened his eyes and found that the light on the Quetzalcoatl seemed to be more brilliant and dazzling, and it was like solid gold flowing on the body. The prayers of those dragonborn seem to have caused some changes in me,
Quetzalcoatl said. "This change is undoubtedly good."
Quetzalcoatl felt that its size was growing, and the feathers and light on its body became more and more beautiful and dazzling.
There were some deeper changes that were not noticed by Quetzalcoatl because the time was too short. However, it has been hundreds of years since Quetzalcoatl awakened.
He spent most of his time following his father in battles in the north and south, although in these battles, Quetzalcoatl played the role of cleaning up the battlefield. But after having these experiences, Quetzalcoatl's vision has been improved, and he understands that this prosperous world is far from as beautiful as he originally imagined.
Every gift has its price secretly marked.
It was precisely because of this vigilance that Quetzalcoatl found his father as soon as he noticed the change and wanted to seek his help.
"Change, let me take a look."
Before the star core hatched, Quetzalcoatl was Su Hang's only offspring. Su Hong was still very concerned about what was happening to the feathered serpent. After hearing the description of the changes, Su Hong thought for a moment, and then turned on his super sense to observe the feathered serpent's body.
There was a flash of hot fire.
Quetzalcoatl felt that in just that moment, all the secrets in his body had been understood.
The Quetzalcoatl is Su Hang's creation.
Under the influence of the dominance power, any changes that happen to the Quetzalcoatl cannot be hidden from Su Hang's super sense. He soon discovered the reason for the change.
In the super sense,
lines of golden, nebula-like energy are slowly flowing through the Quetzalcoatl's body. Those powers seem to be similar to some extent to the chaotic powers in subspace, but they appear more regular, so after being integrated into the body of Quetzalcoatl,
not only did it not cause any harm to Quetzalcoatl.
On the contrary, to some extent, subtle changes have been made to the body of Quetzalcoatlus. The most intuitive manifestation of this change is the growth in size and strength.
If it goes deeper, these powers make Quetzalcoatlus closer to the essence of subspace.
At this time, the real strength of Quetzalcoatl is no weaker than some lower-level old rulers.
But such a change also has great benefits for Quetzalcoatl. Where did the change come from? Su Hong was confused.
His super sense followed the source of the golden light and traced it all the way.
Gradually, Su Hang's perception even transcended the subspace and returned to the physical universe.
He slowly fell from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, passed through the surging clouds and airwaves, and his sight gradually expanded to the last huge city. Appeared in Su Hang's perception.
Gatton City, the capital of the dragonborn kingdom Xiant. In the center of this royal city, in the huge square, a bonfire was burning, and the blazing flames soared hundreds of meters.
The heads of the 3 Titanoboa, the horns of the unicorn dragon, and the eyes and teeth of Scylla, the most essential parts of these monsters, were placed on the altar.
In the ancient praises of the Dragonborn,
the queen is leading her army and people to perform a great sacrifice. The object of sacrifice was of course Su Hong, but during the last war, the Quetzalcoatl fell from the sky, preventing the civil war from completely breaking out, and saving the lives of countless dragon descendants.
So, in this sacrifice,
Quetzalcoatl also occupies a certain share, and even in this new country, Quetzalcoatl has a very high status. In Su Heng's memory, in the ancient mythology of Blue Star, there is a mythical story of the birth of the Shang dynasty by the Black Bird.
And now, Quetzalcoatl in the country of Xiant.
There is a similar existence to the Black Bird, which is the messenger of God and is worshipped by the dragon descendants as the patron saint of Xiant. The worship and sacrifice of the dragon descendants can actually affect the quilled serpent.
Su Heng instantly saw the connection.
He was extremely surprised.
But, the dragon descendants have worshipped me for thousands of years, why have I never felt similar changes in me? Su Heng thought of this immediately. Could it be that, because my status is too high, the worship of mortals has no effect on me at all? Although he was not sure.
But Su Heng vaguely felt that he was gradually approaching the truth of the matter.
Moreover, about this matter,
another thing that happened not long ago can be used as evidence. That is the disintegration of Caius. The power possessed by Caius and Su Heng is obviously beyond that of the ordinary Old Ones, which means that everything they do will have a more far-reaching impact. The disintegration of Caius, through continuous division. From the Old Ones to the Chaos Gods, to the Primordial Titans, and then continue to divide, until after several generations, Caius's creations can feel the sacrifices of mortals. The newly born gods gained new power through sacrifice. When these gods grow to a certain extent, Caius will wake up from his sleep and devour and assemble his creations again.
That's all. After a complete reincarnation is over.
Under normal circumstances, Caius' strength should be enhanced.
I see.
Su Heng felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth of the matter. No wonder those chaos gods and original titans created by Caius, when they saw Caius, it was like meeting their own natural enemies. They were basically, it's really sad that the pigs are waiting to be fattened and then be slaughtered and eaten after the Chinese New Year.
Su Heng sighed loudly. There is no doubt about it. In the eyes of the humans in the Western continent, the Titans and Chaos gods were superior.
But in the existence of higher levels, the so-called gods are nothing more than pigs and livestock.
Even worse. Mortals can still change their destiny through their own efforts.
But those Chaos gods had no way to disobey Caius. As the creator of the gods, Caius' power and authority are irresistible.
Father! Father! The cry of Quetzalcoatl brought Su Heng back to reality. Well, what's wrong? Su Heng noticed that Quetzalcoatl's face looked shriveled, and he looked frightened and about to cry. Am I about to lose my life? Quetzalcoatl said.
No wonder he thought this way, ever since Su Heng used his super sense to observe the physical condition of Quetzalcoatl.
He fell into silence and never spoke. The expressions on his face were also changing, making Quetzalcoatl tremble with fear. Hey, what's going on? What are you thinking about? Su Heng sighed.
He rubbed the feathered serpent's head.
He comforted, those changes are not a bad thing for you. In the following years, you can try to move more in the kingdom of Dragonborn and collect more power of faith. For now, the Dragonborn's faith was of no use to Su Heng.
However, it is beneficial to the growth of Quetzalcoatl, and Su Heng certainly hopes that his descendants will become more powerful. He also knew that Quetzalcoatl had an active nature and liked to accept new things, and did not really like the lifeless subspace at this time.
Therefore, Su Heng did not refuse Quetzalcoatl to make new attempts. Is it really possible?
Hearing what Su Heng said, Quetzalcoatl's mood was ups and downs.
Then can I come to Xiant now?
The food at the sacrifice looks delicious.
Quetzalcoatl asked, shaking its head. Of course, go ahead. Su Heng smiled and nodded. Thank you, father. Quetzalcoatl cheered and left from the subspace. In the city of Gatton.
In the huge square, the sacrifice has entered the final stage. The cumbersome ceremonies and preparations after the war meant that Hispania had not had a good rest for several months.
Even a dragonborn with a superhuman physique will feel waves of uncontrollable fatigue under such high intensity and long-term work. But,
although the body feels tired,
Hispania's heart was filled with excitement.
Hundreds of years ago, she became the queen of the tribe out of ignorance, but only 2 or 3 cities were willing to obey her orders. The remaining cities with a good attitude would even obey her orders, while those with a bad attitude would directly kill Issei.
Parnia's messengers drove them out. From that time, Hispania dreamed of one day establishing a unified kingdom.
And now, looking at the burning bonfire in front of him, Hispania understood that what he had been pursuing had finally come true.
And next, this is the era of Zion. Hispania said to himself in his heart. What is that? Look at the sky, what a beautiful light. Is it a miracle?
At this moment, bursts of uncontrollable calls suddenly came from the crowd.
Don't these guys know how to maintain solemnity during the god's sacrificial ceremony? How unbecoming it is to shout and yell.
Hispania's face remained calm, but she couldn't help but cursed in a low voice in her heart.
One sentence. However, after hearing the word miracle, Hispania still couldn't help but tremble in her heart and looked up at the sky.
It's a nice day today, with a few thin clouds lingering in the vast blue sky. At this time, the golden light was dense and spreading in the clouds. Amid the sound of the powerful airwaves, a majestic and beautiful figure emerged from the light and clouds, hovering in the sky, and then emerged from the sky with a boundless brilliance.
Flying over, countless golden light spots fell from the sky like rain. The fragrance like blooming flowers lingers in every corner of the city. When those light spots fall on the Dragonborn, they bring a relaxing and warm feeling. The scars left on the battlefield are also healed or restored in the golden light. Ease. This is. Hispania stood on the high platform of the square, bathed in golden light. Looks divine and beautiful. Her face showed shock at first, and then uncontrollable ecstasy. People, how honored we are. The messenger of God has brought blessings to the establishment of the kingdom.
The queen on the high platform opened her arms and shouted loudly.
The primordial fire is eternal. Long live Shint. Donis knelt on the ground and shouted.
The dragons in the square woke up from their dreams, knelt down one after another, and repeated loudly, the primordial fire is eternal.
Long live Shint. The primordial fire is eternal. Long live Shint.
Rows of dragons knelt down towards the flames on the altar, looking like a tide spreading outward, and the majestic sound waves swept in all directions until they filled every corner of the city.
That's it.
With the blessing of the gods, the kingdom of Shint was established.
All dragons have the same faith and are ruled by a king.
Hundreds of years later. It was an era of rapid development of dragons. Hispania was a wise king, and Donis was the strongest dragon among all dragons.
With their union, the dragons ushered in their first glorious era.
In the 10th year of the establishment of the new kingdom, Hispania perfected the code that Adam had compiled, engraved it on a copper pillar, and stood in the altar. From then on, the Dragonborn had their first law.
Under the guidance of the code, the Dragonborn civilization took a big step forward.
Dangerous wilderness was conquered by the Dragonborn, new cities were built on the vast land, and smooth roads were opened between cities.
Writing and measurement were unified. These are the achievements of the queen in the next few hundred years.
At the same time, Su Hong was about to enter his next sleep period, but before he fell asleep, he had some extra things to prepare.
200 years passed quickly.
Su Hong felt that he was getting more and more sleepy during this period. He knew that this was a sign of the next sleep period. However, before such a sleep, Su Hong had some other things to do.
Roar! This day,
in the subspace, a vast continent was burning with raging fire. A powerful roar sounded, and a huge dark shadow continued to expand outward in the fire.
Come with me for a walk.
Su Hong opened his eyes. The figure of Quetzalcoatl appeared in front of him. For 200 years, Quetzalcoatl continued to appear in the physical universe, bringing sufficient rain and suitable climate to the Dragonborn, and the pastures on which the Dragonborn depended for their survival were therefore abundant. Therefore, in the Dragonborn sacrifice, Quetzalcoatl was also called the god of harvest, or the god of 4 seasons. A large amount of faith power
condensed in the body of Quetzalcoatl, the power and authority of Quetzalcoatl increased rapidly.
Now his body size has exceeded 600 meters, with 2 horns on his head that bend upwards. The scales and feathers on his body are lightly golden. When he appears, he is always accompanied by a 1,000-foot-high brilliance, and his aura is becoming more and more vigorous. In Su Hong's eyes, from the perspective of the source of power, those supergiant creatures can be roughly divided into 2 types, the old gods and the gods of faith. The former are born with power, and they are the darlings of time. As time goes by, their authority and power will grow endlessly. And the latter can rely on the faith of mortals to make themselves greater. And the Quetzalcoatl is between the gods of faith and the old gods.
The growth of Su Heng's power will also be reflected in the Quetzalcoatl.
At the same time, the Quetzalcoatl can also absorb the power of faith from the outside world to change some of the essence of its body.
The two strengths are combined.
The Quetzalcoatl has grown rapidly in the past 200 years.
Let's go. Su Hong looked at the Quetzalcoatl and nodded.
As soon as his mind moved, a huge gap suddenly appeared in the subspace in front of him. The physical universe underwent various strange changes under the chaotic energy turbulence of the subspace.
Su Hong took a step out of it, stepping into the physical universe.
He appeared in a vast blue sea, and the high temperature emitted from his body all the time reacted with the seawater, making a deafening sound. Countless smokescreens rose slowly from around Su Heng's body, and a high wall of thunder and lightning rose in the sea.
Let's go to Paradise Island first. Okay. Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and followed Su Hong. Paradise Island is an island nurtured by the star core.
It was buried by Su Hong 200 years ago and has not been hatched yet.
However, this situation is not unexpected.
Because, as the offspring of Su Hong, Quetzalcoatl took 1,000 years from birth to hatching. From this point of view, the offspring of the old gods are not so easy to be born.
Use the subspace to move quickly. Su Hong was already familiar with it.
The place where he landed was not far from Paradise Island, so he swam directly over.
Paradise Island.
It was once erased from the perception of intelligent life by Su Hong using the power of star color. Although Su Hong had been paying attention to the changes in this island for 200 years, it was the first time for him to come here in person like now.
Hundreds of years. For this completely closed island, it seems that there are not many traces left.
Ancient mountains and rivers are rolling on the island, the forest is lush, a waterfall roars and falls from the verdant peaks, and several feathered pterosaurs soar in the sky.
Su Hong continued to go deeper.
In the center of the island, he found the star core that was once placed here. As a result, after seeing the state of the star core at this time, Su Hong and Quetzalcoatl were a little surprised.
At the beginning,
the star core was about half the size of Su Heng's palm. Its diameter was estimated to be about 70 or 80 meters, which was not small. But now, more than 200 years have passed, and the size of the star core has not increased, but has been shrinking with the passage of time. At this time, the diameter is less than 2 meters.
2 meters in diameter.
If Su Hong did not have super sense, with Su Heng's body size, he would probably have ignored it directly.
Ah! How did my sister become like this?
Quetzalcoatl was also surprised, opened his eyes wide, put his head close, and carefully looked at the star core in front of him that was emitting brilliant light.
That's right. In the past 200 years.
Although the life in the star core has not been fully nurtured, some of its powers and characteristics can be detected by super sense. The life born from the color of the stars should be a small-sized god. Su Hong touched his chin, and had a vague guess in his heart.
The reason?
Perhaps it was because too much wool was taken from Caius. However, now that the matter has become a foregone conclusion, there is no need to say more. When Su Hong arrived, the consciousness born in the star core also noticed it and conveyed a sense of joy at the right time. After confirming that there was no problem with the star core, Su Hong took the Quetzalcoatl away from Paradise Island. He didn't have much time left, so he had to hurry up and complete the next plan.
Su Heng's figure disappeared in the flashing light.
When he appeared again, he had already landed on the western continent. In this continent, a tragic war was breaking out. Su Hong was very familiar with one of the parties, the god Uranus, who was once bred by the Earth Mother goddess Gaia.
In the subspace.
At that time, Su Hong wanted to take Uranus and Gaia back to study them, but was stopped by the awakened Caius. Since the first attempt failed, Su Hong did not plan to do it again. He just stood far away, hiding himself with the power of the star color, and silently watched the war between the new and old gods. The one who fought fiercely with Uranus was the youngest offspring of Uranus and the Earth Mother goddess, a powerful Titan god named Kronos. He held a huge sickle and fought fiercely with his father with the help of the Earth Mother goddess.
The second generation of Titan gods seemed to be more powerful than the original Titan gods.
The fierce war lasted for several days.
Kronos finally won the victory.
The sharp sickle in his hand drew a galaxy-like shining light in the air, and Uranus's lower body was directly split in two, and blood gushed out. And this powerful original Titan also lost his power in the fierce curse, and slowly merged with the vast sky. The next chapter will be a little later. Cronus, I curse you. One day, your child will take away everything you have and you will be suppressed in the dark abyss of hell. Although Uranus was deprived of the right to reproduce, his strength was rapidly disappearing. But after all, he was the most powerful original Titan ever. As he cursed, a bolt of thunder snaked down from the sky and struck Cronus. This new god king left a scar that could not be healed. Cronus, on the other hand, was still enjoying the joy of his victory. He laughed and said to his father, "Old man, I won't make the same mistakes again." "I do not understand." Quetzalcoatl stood next to Su Hong, looking at the scene in front of him, his face full of doubts. Could it be that the authority and power of the God King are concentrated in the lower body? Why would he lose all his body after being castrated? Strength. You have to ask Caius. Su Hong said casually, but he also understood that this might be some backup plan set up by Caius to allow these Titan gods to multiply quickly. Cronus, the second-generation God King, defeated Uranus, the first-generation God King, for the curse left by his father. Although Cronus acted as if he didn't care, in fact, he secretly remembered it in his heart. However, these small worries were instantly washed away by the joy of Cronus' victory. He became the true God King. His father's power was inherited by him, and the entire earth, ocean, and sky would be his territory. I finally have it all. Cronus opened his arms, and lightning and thunder fell from the sky like a waterfall, waving his power and authority unscrupulously. But at this moment, a cold gaze came from behind Cronus. Colono shivered with excitement, feeling as if he was being targeted by some kind of natural enemy. Unparalleled fear rose from the bottom of his heart, and then turned into a huge abyss to swallow him up. This trembling feeling was so strong that it penetrated deep into my bones. So much so that Cronus's face suddenly turned pale, and his strong legs were shaking uncontrollably. Fortunately, this ultimate fear, as quickly as it came, it went as quickly as it came. Cronus quickly recovered from the trembling feeling just now. He looked behind him with some uncertainty, but there was nothing behind him, except for a shimmering blue sea. Nothing could be seen. Is it my imagination? Cronus murmured, but a shadow was left in his heart that could not be removed. What will be on the other side of the sea? For some reason, such curiosity emerged in the heart of the young God King. Many years ago, when Su Hong was just born in this desolate world, there have been drastic changes in address, and this huge force has formed a vast fractured and submerged zone between the continents, thus forming islands. Part of the island was split apart and pushed away from the mainland under the influence of address tension. And now, such an island was targeted by Su Hong. The island named Karpas covers a vast area of more than 300,000 square kilometers, which is similar to the area of some medium-sized countries in previous lives. Even in the entire Norland world, there are only a dozen similar giant islands. Karpas Island is located in the tropics and is covered with dense and lush rainforest. Countless primitive creatures live in this paradise. Boom! Su Hong's huge body descended from the subspace and fell in the middle of the island without any buffer. The strong shockwave spread outwards, and the forest fell outward without resistance like weeds passed by the strong wind. Ancient trees dozens of meters high were uprooted by this irresistible force and flung into the sky. "Father, what are you doing?" Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and followed closely behind. After seeing what was happening in front of him, the young Quetzalcoatl looked a little confused. In the past, Su Hong restrained his power in the physical universe and tried his best to avoid causing destructive effects on the outside world, but this time there were some exceptions. He descended on this island, watching countless lives wailing under their feet, desperately trying to escape, even diving into the cold seawater. "This is the last thing I, Chen, do before going to sleep." Su Hong spoke calmly, then took a deep breath, and a dangerous dark red light emitted from his body. The nature of subspace is not stable. Only the matter formed in the physical universe can be preserved in a stable manner amidst the power of chaos. He looked at the island in front of him and said, "I want to move this island to the subspace." But Quetzalcoatl was shocked by Su Hong's thoughts. "The island in front of us covers an area of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small continent. What kind of great power would it take to move such a vast land directly into subspace?" The Quetzalcoatl was first shocked by the power displayed by Su Hong, and then thought of the innocent lives living on this land. The Quetzalcoatl hesitated for a moment, and then boldly said, "But those native species living on this island, what will happen to them? Most of them will die, and maybe some of them can be reborn." Su Hong thought for a while and replied. Quetzalcoatl looked at the forest in front of him and seemed a little reluctant. However, compared to these unfamiliar lives, Quetzalcoatl was obviously more concerned about his creator. He said, "Then father, do you need my help?"
No, no. Su Hong shook his head and said, just don't disturb me during this process. This is in the middle of the sea.
It belongs to the domain of the deep divers. Although Cthulhu and Dagon have been severely injured one after another, it is hard to guarantee that there will be no accidents.
No problem.
Quetzalcoatl flew into the sky, and soft light emanated from its body, spreading in all directions. This is a new trick he has learned in the past few hundred years, combined with his own authority and the special effects of the power of faith.
The place covered by the light is within the domain of Quetzalcoatl. Any hostile life that appears in the domain will be attacked violently like thunder at the first time.
After confirming that there is no problem,
Su Hong began to act. He exhaled deeply and then breathed towards the sky.
The whole world suddenly became gray, with only dark red lightning flashing in the sky. With the breath as the center, a dangerous crimson ring was rapidly expanding outward. The edge of the ring flashed with unstable arcs, blurry. And inside the ring, a nightmare-like distorted subspace shadow was reflected. At the beginning, the diameter of the ring was only a few hundred meters, but as Su Heng's power increased, the ring spread rapidly, even completely covering the entire island and the surrounding sea.
Boom! As Su Heng's power gradually released, a huge, apocalyptic sound echoed repeatedly across the island and the sea.
The ground was shaking violently, and twisted cracks spread rapidly from Su Heng's feet like a spider web.
At first, small rocks flew into the sky, then huge beasts and huge trees tens of meters high.
Finally, the entire island continued to rise upwards under this irresistible force. Raising high, falling towards the brilliant subspace.
Boom! There was another loud noise. Vast islands covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers have disappeared from this world. What was left in place was a huge and deep whirlpool, with billions of tons of seawater rolled back. It would be impossible to fill the whirlpool in a short time. The huge waves formed as a result will affect the entire world. The coastlines of the east and west continents will be hit by huge waves in the next few days. Such power, Quetzalcoatl looked at the slowly rotating vortex emerging in the deep sea, and looked up to see the subspace rift that had not disappeared. For a moment, I just felt my mouth was dry. Father should be fine now. Quetzalcoatl came back to its senses and saw that Su Hong had disappeared into the physical universe along with the island.
It immediately started to move, flapped its wings, and returned to Asia before the crimson crack disappeared.
In space. In subspace.
Su Hong frowned slightly, not because he did something particularly strenuous. Rather, it was because the whole thing was not as difficult as Su Hong imagined. After waking up next time, we should be able to try to pull some complete planets into the subspace. Such thoughts emerged in Su Heng's mind.
The matter in the physical universe enters the subspace.
Wrapped in Su Heng's flames, it slowly merged with the burning continent that originally existed in subspace.
At the moment of entering subspace,
just as Su Hong expected from the beginning, most of the plants and animals on the entire island were eroded and lost their lives by the chaotic energy in the subspace. However, some creatures survived.
What is the principle of this?
Su Hong has not figured it out yet, but these surviving beings have suffered terrible distortions and have completely lost their sanity.
Transformed into a pure subspace monster.
Part of their power comes from Su Heng's flames, so Su Heng's power of dominance still plays a role in these monsters. Don't worry, the monsters will cause chaos.
And,
to be honest, these mortal beings evolved into chaotic subspace beings. Their strength is quite average.
Su Heng estimates that some strong dragonborn can easily defeat them.
Even if they really break away from their control while Su Heng is sleeping, it will be difficult to cause substantial chaos and impact.
After thinking about this for a while,
Su Hong did not make up his mind to clean up these monsters from his domain.
Instead, they stayed. At this time, the subspace was still in a barbaric era and lifeless. The existence of these monsters could add some extra scenery. Father, are you okay now?
The Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and looked at Su Hong worriedly.
I'm fine.
Su Hong shook his head and walked towards the center of the island. Under the influence of Su Heng's power, the island that had been integrated with the flame continent made a loud rumbling sound in the center, rising crazily like a volcanic eruption. Countless magma and flames condensed together and turned into a 1,000-meter-long island.
A huge, spacious throne. Su Hong lay on his throne, feeling warm.
The chaotic power in the subspace was being swallowed and absorbed by Su Hong, and the sleepiness in his head became deeper and deeper. I'm going to fall into a deep sleep for a while, and I'll leave the outside matters to you. Su Hong told Quetzalcoatl, however, if you really encounter something that you can't solve, don't choose to force yourself and wake me up.
I don't want to see an accident happen to you after you wake up. I understand.
Quetzalcoatl nodded in various ways, feeling a little moved, and at the same time he felt a heavy pressure on his shoulders.
Almost everything that needs to be done has been done.
Su Heng's eyes closed slightly. Before falling into a deep sleep, Su Heng glanced in the direction of the souls of the dragons. After hundreds of years, the souls of the dragons did not seem to have changed much. They shone with golden light, like stars hanging on the crimson sky. Su Hong fell into a deep sleep. But as time goes by, the world becomes more and more vibrant.
In the Western continent,
the second-generation God King defeated his cruel father, the god Uranus, with the help of the Earth Mother goddess Gaia. However, after the victory, the curse of Uranus continued to torture Cronus. He once tried to seek help from his mother, the Earth goddess Gaia.
It's a pity. The power of the sky god Uranus is more powerful than the Earth goddess Gaia, and the curse he left on Cronus cannot be removed even by the Earth goddess Gaia. The taste of authority and strength is so fascinating that once you have it, you will never let it go again. In this case, I can only kill those children.
Cronus' greed for power made him cruel. He returned to his palace.
In the bright room, a newborn baby was lying in a cradle woven with flowers. Cronos raised the sharp sickle in his hand and wanted to kill his eldest daughter. However, in the gods, there is the blessing of their creator, the original chaos god Caius. Even Cronos, as the king of gods, could not go against Caius's will. Instead, the moment he raised the sickle, the deep fear that had appeared hundreds of years ago surged into his heart again. Cronos shuddered and threw away the sickle in his hand, and then he felt better. I can't kill the gods, but I can seal these new gods like my father. Cronos failed in one plan, and he came up with another one in his mind.
He opened his mouth wide and swallowed his daughter alive into his stomach.
This happened many times in the following years. Cronos swallowed all 5 of his children into his stomach in a row, until the 6th child. Cronos' wife, Rhea, the goddess of time among the 12 titans, could no longer tolerate her husband's cruelty and greed. She cast a spell and used a stone to transform into her 6th child. Then she hid the real child on an island in the sea and raised it by 2 sea fairies. This child was the 3rd generation of the god King Zeus in destiny. The newly born Zeus showed terrifying power even in his infancy. His cry was like rolling thunder. The whole island rumbled and trembled at the sound, so much so that the sea fairies had to take out the legendary fairy wine and make Zeus drunk in order to calm down the crying. In order to prevent Zeus' cry from being noticed by the terrible god King Cronus, the gentle goddess Gaia also placed 2 giants on the island holding shields and short swords. Whenever Zeus cries, the 2 giants struck the shields with their daggers to cover up Zeus's cry. There is also a goat with brilliant golden hair living on the island, and 2 sea nymphs feed the young Zeus with the goat's milk. That's all. Under the careful care of 2 sea fairies, Zeus grew up at a rapid speed and became a tall young man more than 10 years later. He was tall, with bronzed skin and long hair as fine and white as fresh snow, and his eyes shone with a breathtaking light. His power is great even among gods. When Zeus was in a good mood, the sky would become clear and the wind would be beautiful. When he is angry, terrifying thunderclouds will gather in the sky, and world-destroying lightning will fall from the sky like pillars. The entire world will rumble and tremble under such great power. But, even though he had everything a mortal could dream of, Zeus was still unhappy. He learned about his life experience from the sea fairy who raised him. He knew that his father, the terrifying and cruel god King Cronus, was looking for him. Once his existence was discovered by his father, he would be swallowed up by Cronus mercilessly like his brothers and sisters. So, from birth to adulthood, in order to avoid his father, Zeus never left the island called Crete. Finally, someday in adulthood, Zeus looked at the endless blue sea in front of him and sighed, "The outside world is so vast, full of life and hope, but I am trapped in this prison. I can no longer bear this kind of life, it's time to get out of here." This evening, Zeus used the divine wine sent by the condor to get drunk on the 2 sea nymphs who raised him. Taking advantage of the darkness, he left Crete, where he had lived for more than 10 years. He took a small boat he made and drifted with the wind on the vast sea. He was very happy. He lay on the narrow wooden boat, watched the sun rise from the sea and then set from the other side, and stared at the stars at night. That's all. Young Zeus wandered on the sea for 10 days and 10 nights. Just when he was a little tired of this life, he was ready to return to Crete. Suddenly, Zeus saw brilliant stars blooming on the distant sea. What is that? Young Zeus felt a power from the starlight that he had never seen before. Unable to suppress his curiosity,
he drove his wooden boat and drifted away in the direction of the starlight. As the distance approached, waves suddenly appeared on the originally empty sea, accompanied by the rise of fog. Zeus advanced through the mist. When the fog first became thick, it was so dark that even Zeus couldn't notice the surrounding scenery. But as Zeus continued to penetrate deeper, the thick mist gradually became thinner. Just as Zeus held his breath, preparing to witness the scene in the mist, he was surprised to find out. He returned to the same place again, and the stars in the distance were still twinkling on the sea, and there were faint waves in the calm sea. If it weren't for the sun in the sky, it would have fallen towards the sea in the west. Everything that happened just now was like a dream. I was actually trapped by those fogs. Zeus felt unbelievable. Although he is still very young now, he is the third-generation god king in the prophecy. At this time, he has shown amazing power. Even among the titans created by Caius, there are many who are no match for Zeus. But now, he was trapped by the nameless fog rising from the sea. I won't give up easily. The ever-changing fog did not persuade Zeus to retreat, but instead inspired Zeus's competitive spirit. He used his divine power to condense into a scepter that shimmered with golden thunder. The scepter fell forward, and a terrifying thunder pierced into the mist. It is different from the naturally formed thunder. The power of this thunder was even more powerful, and it condensed over the sea after it appeared. Like a golden rope, it keeps moving forward until it disappears into the depths of the mist. Now you won't get lost again. Zeus was delighted and followed his lightning forward. With the thunder as a guide, Zeus continued to correct his direction. Finally, after traveling for a while, the fog became thicker and thicker, as if it were real, making Zeus feel a little depressed and unable to breathe. Just when Zeus was thinking about retreating, plop! Zeus's small wooden boat hit a raised rock around the island. Zeus suddenly felt happy and knew that he had found the place. He turned around and went forward around the reef. After only a dozen meters, the scenery in front of him suddenly became clear, and the thick gray fog disappeared in an instant. The cool sea breeze blew slowly, and a pterosaur with a white head and black feathers flapped its wings and flew over Zeus's head. Under the broad wings of the pterosaur, the green mountains were rolling, the roars of hundreds of beasts came one after another, and a magnificent waterfall poured down from the top of the mountain, passing through the lush primeval forest, and roaring all the way into the sea. After a long period of depression, the magnificent scenery came into view. Zeus's mind suddenly became clear, he opened his arms, and couldn't help but let out a long and excited roar. Countless flying birds and pterosaurs in the forest scrambled to flap their wings and flew away. What a beautiful island! Zeus sighed, and at the same time he couldn't help feeling excited in his heart. The fog surrounding this island was so hidden that he could not detect any abnormality even after going deep into it several times. The terrifying god king Kronos certainly could not detect the existence of this island. There is no doubt. This island will be a good refuge, allowing Zeus to feel relaxed and peaceful under the huge pressure of the god king. Zeus was secretly happy in his heart, and he noticed that the starlight was still flickering in the valley. He did not hesitate. He turned into a thunder and flew in the direction of the starlight. The moment he took off, the starlight in the sky seemed to be sensitive, and it suddenly gathered towards the center as if chaos was opening up, turning into an extremely bright beam of light. The beam of light penetrated the sky and was only the size of a fist at first. But in the next few breaths, the beam of light continued to spread outward, and instantly enveloped the entire island. Zeus hovered in the air, shocked in his heart, and felt a strong and sacred breath from the light in front of him. Although Zeus was not yet a full-grown adult, but his power was no weaker than those original titans and chaos demons created by Caius. He was confident in his bravery. Even when he noticed the amazing vision on the island, he did not think of leaving. Instead, he continued to move forward, thinking of finding out what was going on. Boom! Accompanied by thunder and lightning, Zeus sank into the pure white light that turned into substance like a curtain in front of him. But he saw a valley with lush trees and clear water in the center of the light. The phantoms of countless stars appeared and disappeared, surrounded by a graceful figure. The graceful figure turned from virtual to real. At the beginning, it was a pair of pure and flawless eyes. Those eyes seemed to be filled with all the knowledge and wisdom in the world. They were extremely beautiful, but also had the power to see through people's hearts. Even Zeus was a little afraid to look into those eyes and lowered his head slightly. Then, the starlight formed a tall and graceful female figure. She was wearing a white robe, with skin as delicate as snow and long hair shining like gold. Countless phantoms, petals, and springs surrounded the extremely beautiful goddess. It was like thousands of stars embellishing the only moon. Zeus held his breath.
Even he had never seen such beauty. He lowered his head gently and praised in a soft voice, "The sweet fragrance lingers around the queen of the garden, just like a stream lingering around the silver moon under the shade of the tree." From ancient times to the present, no one has ever looked forward to such beauty, just as no one has ever witnessed the morning frost in July. It has to be said, Zeus's skill in picking up girls is innate, and it is not inferior to his own powerful divine power. Unfortunately, this wise goddess did not take Zeus's sweet words to heart, but just looked at the young man in front of her with her clear and beautiful eyes. Although this goddess was just born, she knew many secrets of the world. Naturally, she also knew that the somewhat dissolute young man in front of her was Zeus, the destined third generation of God King in the western continent and the master of the holy mountain of Olympus. The goddess's eyes were clear and bright, but they fell on her with a faint sense of oppression. The long silence made Zeus feel a little uncomfortable. With a sincere smile on his face, he continued in a soft voice, "Beautiful and wise goddess, can you tell me your name?" While the goddess was looking at Zeus, Zeus was also quietly observing the goddess in front of him. This goddess had a nearly perfect figure in her eyes, but she didn't seem to be the offspring of the chaos god or the original Titan, which surprised the young Zeus. Could it be that, in this world, there is a power beyond the control of the God King? Hearing Zeus's doubts, the goddess silently withdrew her eyes from Zeus. A gentle voice sounded in the garden of the goddess, like the sound of melting ice springs in early spring. "Zeus, child of Kronos, I am a spirit created by the primordial fire, a virtual image shining among the stars, and a glimmer of light in the eyes of the Creator." A spirit created by the primordial fire, a glow in the eyes of the Creator. Zeus savored the two words spoken by the goddess. He was more and more shocked. The strange goddess in front of him not only pointed out her origins at once, and, from the information revealed in her words, the goddess in front of him did not have much connection with the primordial titans and the chaos gods. Zeus was surprised at first, and then ecstatic. He hurriedly requested, "Beautiful and wise goddess, since you know my origin, you must know the persecution of me by the cruel king of gods Kronos. I want to ask for your help. If you can help me defeat my father, your throne will definitely be left on the holy mountain of Olympus. I am not a god born in chaos, and the throne on the holy mountain of Olympus is useless to me." The goddess refused the authority promised by Zeus without thinking. The goddess's answer made Zeus feel sad. It's not just because there is one less help to deal with his father. More importantly, there will be fewer opportunities for close contact in the future. However, just when Zeus sighed in his heart, the goddess turned around and continued, "Kronos' defeat is destined. I can help you in this matter, but in return, I hope you can promise me another thing." "What is it?" Zeus only felt that the dark willows and flowers were bright again, and hurriedly asked. "In the lightless Tartarus abyss, there are 300-armed giants and 3 cyclops. They are the creations of the first generation of God King Uranus and Mother Earth Goddess Gaia, but they were sealed by your cruel father. I can hear their cries coming from the abyss, which makes me restless, so I want to release them from the Tartarus abyss. In return, I will rescue your 5 brothers and sisters from your father's body." Of course. After listening to the goddess' words, Zeus agreed without thinking. He felt very happy. He had heard of the 300-armed giants and the 3 cyclops. However, Zeus had just come of age at this time, and he had not really witnessed the terrible power of those giants. For Zeus, the 100-armed giant and the one-eyed giant are just monsters created by the chaos god, and they were imprisoned in the abyss of Tartarus by their own father. In this case, releasing them will definitely help me. The goddess in front of me is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Zeus couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind, and he looked at the goddess in front of him more and more kindly. Obviously, she helped me with 2 things, but she proposed it in this way, which is equivalent to repaying 1 thing in return, and will not leave any guilt or arrears. Thinking of this, Zeus was deeply moved, and he hurriedly said, "I will always remember your kindness. If I can overthrow my father's brutal rule, there will always be your throne on the sacred mountain of Olympus." The goddess in front of him nodded slightly, and there seemed to be a barely perceptible smile on the corner of her mouth. Zeus immediately felt that his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat, and he was a little stunned. However, Zeus is the future king of gods after all. At this time, he quickly came to his senses and asked, "However, my father is so cruel that he even swallowed my poor brothers and sisters into his stomach. How can I rescue them?" The second generation of God King Kronos was able to overthrow the first generation of God King Uranus. He could only do it with the help of his 11 Titan brothers and the Earth Mother Goddess. Zeus' brothers and sisters were all eaten by his father at this time.
Except for his mother, the other powerful Titan gods remained neutral at most and would not give him any help. Although he was powerful at this time, he was still not enough to match his father. At this time, he finally grabbed a life-saving straw. He didn't intend to let go immediately, and asked hurriedly, looking at the goddess in front of him with eager eyes. "It doesn't matter, young god king, I understand your dilemma, and I can also glimpse your destiny. In the near future, you will be able to defeat your father and end the rule of the cruel god King Cronus." The goddess comforted her with a soft voice. A strange emotion emerged in Zeus's heart. In the past 10 years, he had lived in fear every day, and sometimes he would be woken up by snoring at night. He was afraid of attracting his father's attention and being devoured like his brothers and sisters. And then what if one day, his father sees through his mother's tricks? Then, both he and his mother would be in danger. Therefore, Zeus has always had a sense of urgency in his heart. He knows the prosperity, beauty and vitality of the outside world, so he absolutely does not want to be swallowed up by his father. It is better to kill him directly. As the next generation of God King, Zeus also understood that in the phantom of fate, he would defeat his father. However, a phantom is a phantom after all. It can never become a reality until it is achieved. But by chance, when he met this mysterious and wise goddess in front of him, the desperate situation seemed to take a turn for the better. In addition, this place is obscured by fog, and even the God King cannot spy on his traces. On the contrary, it brings a sense of spiritual relief to Zeus. Compared to oppressive Crete, the beautiful and fertile island in front of me is obviously more suitable to be my hometown. Looking at the beautiful goddess in front of him, Zeus had this thought in his mind. However, the words of the goddess brought Zeus back to reality from his vain fantasy. No matter what, the top priority was to end the rule of the father god Cronus. "This is a wine I brewed myself. It has the effect of intoxication and vomiting." The goddess waved gently, and the soil turned into ceramics with exquisite patterns. The nectar of flowers and clear springs gathered together to form a sweet and refreshing wine. The goddess solemnly said to Zeus, "Give this jar of wine to your mother, and then find a way to make your father drink it. Naturally, you will be able to free your brothers and sisters from the dark cage without knowing it. With the help of your brothers, you will have the ability to fight against the Titans. Thank you for your generous help." Zeus was overjoyed. Before he became the true king of gods, his brothers and sisters from the same father and mother had powers similar to his own, if he could get their help. He indeed has the qualifications to compete with the original Titan gods. "I will never forget your kindness," Zeus replied. He quite wanted to stay on this island for a while. The goddess in front of her is beautiful and kind-hearted. She seems to be enjoying herself on this island and not thinking about home. The brothers and sisters have already been imprisoned for so many years anyway, so being imprisoned for a few more days is not a big problem. It's a pity. Without waiting for Zeus's words to come out, the goddess in front of her seemed to have noticed something. She raised her head slightly and looked towards the sky. Then she showed a slightly apologetic smile to Zeus and disappeared into starlight from the flower-studded valley. Why? Zeus felt worried about gain and loss. For many years he had been a prisoner on the island of Crete. This is still the first one. A goddess who truly respects herself as a god king. Although he was reluctant to leave, he didn't stay here any longer. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the island in an instant. Not long after Zeus disappeared, on the calm island, a violent wind suddenly surged. The lush forest fell gently outward in circles like waves, and the leaves made a rustling sound when they rubbed against each other. Bright and soft light fell from the clouds, and a brilliant and huge figure spread its wings, slowly descended from the sky, and suspended on a green mountain peak on Paradise Island. Quetzalcoatl, my venerable brother, I am delighted by your arrival. Starlight condenses. The newly born goddess appeared in front of Quetzalcoatl, slightly downward. With a smile on her face and a humble attitude, she took the initiative to kneel down and salute after seeing Quetzalcoatl. Elgani, my dear sister, I have waited 500 years to finally see your birth, Quetzalcoatl said softly. At the same time, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. The goddess's body is filled with the same power as her own, and the connection between their bloodlines makes them feel naturally close to each other. Even without using his super sense, Quetzalcoatl could learn the goddess's true name, Ergani. And its authority includes wisdom, war, crafts, void, etc., which come from the color of the star, his father's original fire, Caius, the god of chaos, and Mordigen, the god of the cold void. It can be said, although the goddess in front of her has just been born, she already combines the strengths of all the gods into one, showing terrifying potential.
If father were here, he would definitely be happy for your birth.
Quetzalcoatl praised, but after a slight pause, Quetzalcoatl was still worried and warned, the man who just came to the island should be the third-generation god King Zeus in the prophecy. He is the creation of Caius, the god of chaos. You should not have too much contact with him.
Caius and his father never had a winner in the battle that lasted for 300 years. Its strength can be imagined.
And that war, Quetzalcoatl also witnessed it in the warp.
The gap between the old days and the old days is also a world of difference.
There is no doubt that Caius is powerful, especially after his father fell into a deep sleep. When Caius, the god of chaos, was mentioned, Quetzalcoatl instinctively felt a sense of shock. As an elder brother, Quetzalcoatl does not want his sister to have too much contact with Caius's creations.
Goddess Ergony nodded slightly, her expression becoming serious.
I understand that there are risks in this matter, but at the same time, there are huge benefits behind the risks. Moreover, before meeting my father, I want to present a gift to my creator, and of course half of this gift is yours.
The goddess smiled and said.
Hearing Ergony's words, Quetzalcoatl, who was originally worried, suddenly became very interested. He said, "My father gave me life and power, and I once wanted to repay my god.
Unfortunately, the gap between me and my father is like that between an ant and a real dragon. The gifts I prepared are useless to my father. I wonder if you have any ideas?"
Ergony smiled and said, "Chas has power similar to his father, and his creator father will definitely be delighted.
I'm a little stuck, so I updated late, I'm very sorry."
The creations mentioned by the goddess Ergony.
Of course, they are not the chaos gods, or the original titans.
These powerful gods play a key role in Caius' plan. In order to avoid awakening the ancient and chaotic existence from its slumber, Ergony will not easily put her claws on the titans, at least not yet.
Ergony's eyes are on the 6 giants who were once imprisoned in the abyss by Kronos. The 300-armed giants have fighting power that is not inferior to the titans.
The 3 cyclops have strong creativity. More importantly, in the mythological system created by Caius, these giants are powerful, but they do not occupy a key position. Even if they are quietly taken away by themselves, they will not attract too much attention.
Even Zeus will thank her.
Quetzalcoatl came to Paradise Island, originally wanting to warn his sister not to act rashly.
But now,
after a conversation, Quetzalcoatl himself was a little confused. He felt that doing so would be risky, but as the goddess said, there would be huge benefits while taking risks. Moreover, as the eldest son of God, Quetzalcoatl also had his own pride and was unwilling to leave his newly born sister behind in this regard, so after careful consideration, Quetzalcoatl agreed to the goddess' plan.
However, this matter is very dangerous. Once we find something abnormal, we must evacuate immediately. Quetzalcoatl said to the goddess, "I am your brother, I must ensure your safety. This is my responsibility and the task my father entrusted to me."
"I understand."
The goddess nodded slightly, watching Quetzalcoatl leave Paradise Island with a gentle look.
"It seems that I also need to make some preparations." After seeing the figure of Quetzalcoatl disappear from her sight, the goddess lowered her head slightly, and her beautiful pupils were filled with countless phantoms, as if she was sinking into the abyss. She inherited the authority and power of the 4 old gods. Especially the power of Su Hong and Caius, which gathered in the goddess body at the same time.
From the starting point, the goddess was obviously much higher than Quetzalcoatl.
She was planning 6 titans. The reason was not entirely to give a gift to her creator. As a god who was not good at fighting, the goddess had to make more preparations for herself, and those titans were a more important part of her plan.
However, for now,
this matter still needs to wait a little longer, and they need the help of Zeus before they can freely enter and exit the Tartarus abyss. She had other things to deal with.
"Go and see my other brother.
He has grown up for hundreds of years and should be very remarkable,"
the goddess whispered.
In the next moment, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Paradise Island. When the goddess appeared again, it was in the middle sea area, on a sea where a storm gathered. The sky was gloomy, gathering lead-gray clouds, thick thunders crisscrossed the sky and the sea, and the strong winds carried huge waves dozens of meters high, making a deafening sound. The slender figure of the goddess
just stood in the storm.
She seemed to be in a dimension between the subspace and the physical universe. The raging storm blew past her without even lifting the skirt of the goddess. She stood quietly in the sky, releasing her life breath. Her bright eyes stared at the deep sea in front of her. She waited for about half a quarter of an hour. On the sea, a huge shadow suddenly emerged, and a huge vortex gradually formed in the shadow. Then the second, the third, until 9 vortices appeared on the sea. The sea was sinking, and the tens of meters high waves were also crushed and swallowed by the vortex, showing a terrible sense of oppression.
Boom! In the next moment, between lightning and thunder, the dark vortex was suddenly torn apart.
One after another, the abominable bodies rushed straight into the sky from the huge vortex, and the winding snake bodies filled every corner of the sea. One after another, scarlet eyes hung down from the clouds, and lightning wandered on the monster's huge body, but could not hurt it at all.
Hydra, Hydra.
The deep-sea terror created by the primordial fire with the power of Cthulhu. For hundreds of years, this monster has been wandering in the sea, harvesting the lives of the deep divers.
Even Dagon, the father of the deep divers, is unwilling to face this monster head-on. Hydra has great strength, but no wisdom that matches its strength.
Therefore, it is not recognized by its creator and is exiled in this sea as a beast.
Hydra's body is nearly 1,000 meters long from head to tail. Compared with his towering body, the goddess seems a little too small.
But the breath of life emanating from the goddess is not inferior to the monster in front of her.
The bright and soft light emanates from the goddess's skirt.
Under the surging dark clouds, it faintly shows a trend of competing with Hydra.
Roar! To this day. Except for the Quetzalcoatl, which can communicate with Hydra to a certain extent. Hydra is full of hatred for any living thing in the world, even including its creator.
The goddess in front of him is naturally no exception.
After simply measuring the difference in strength between the two sides,
Hydra's tense body began to explode, and the snake tail like a pillar of heaven swept across, condensing into a substantial hurricane that crisscrossed on the snake tail and pressed down. At the same time, the other two heads turned into a huge X shape, crossed down from the sky. The all-round attack, even the Titan gods would be terrified when facing such a monster. But the goddess just stood there. She did not make an attacking gesture, nor did she choose to fight back, but her body was like an illusion, and those violent forces swept across, only causing a faint ripple on the illusion. "Hydra, my brother, I will free you from mania and anger," the goddess whispered. She closed her eyes slightly and put her hands together. Bright light bloomed from the goddess, condensing into a sparkling eye-shaped mark in mid-air. Just as the goddess said, the light emitted by the mark seemed to carry some special power. Hydra's body was illuminated by the light, and her originally furious body gradually calmed down. Even her tense muscles began to relax gradually, returning to normal from the fighting state.
Power inscription of wisdom.
The power of the star color can distort the will of life, but it can also give wisdom to life.
The goddess Ergani used the power of wisdom to pull her brother back from the abyss. On the other side, after receiving the gift from the goddess, he immediately found his mother and begged, "My mother, the great time Titan Gaia, I beg you to save my poor brothers and sisters." The gentle Titan goddess was shocked that Zeus appeared in the palace of the God King. After hearing about Zeus's experience, she was relieved. The goddess did not refuse the request of her own child. She had watched the God King Kronos swallow her newborn child mercilessly. The goddess hated her husband. After accepting Zeus's wine, the goddess waited silently in the palace alone. Soon, the second-generation God King Kronos came from the sky with rolling dark clouds. He first had sex with the goddess, and then drank the wine under the service of the goddess. The magic contained in the wine is irresistible even to the God King. Not long after, the God King then lay on his bed with his head up. His snoring was like thunder, and the whole earth was rumbling and shaking. Then, the God King began to vomit. Zeus's brothers and sisters were vomited out one by the God King. Those brothers and sisters were Hestia, the goddess of fire, Hemerter, the goddess of harvest, Hera, the goddess of fertility and marriage, and Zeus' two brothers, the future Poseidon and Hades. In his sleep, the second-generation God King Kronos vomited all his 5 children. Zeus, who was hiding in the God King's palace, laughed heartily. Although those brothers and sisters met for the first time, they were Zeus' natural allies. With the help of these brothers and sisters, Zeus, who had grown up, no longer needed to fear his father. "Old man, your brutal rule is coming to an end." Several brothers of Zeus fell to the ground, still a little confused, not knowing what had happened. Then a loud shout was heard. In the corner, the tall Zeus jumped out, and countless thunders burst out from the void in the air, entangled his body, and merged with Zeus' body into a thunder giant hundreds of meters high. The thunder giant raised his leg and kicked his father in the face viciously. Poor Kronos was still in a sweet dream. As a result, he was kicked out by Zeus, and his huge body flew across the sky. As a god-king, even Kronos could not completely ignore the power that Zeus burst out in anger. His face exploded all of a sudden, and scarlet blood burst out from every hole in his face. "Brothers, defy the heaven and change your fate, today," Zeus shouted to his brothers. The other gods woke up from their dreams, and showed their power and strength, either turning into giants hundreds of meters high, or directly moving a mountain from the ground and smashing it towards Kronos. Severe pain. Kronos was awakened from his deep sleep, and then he was shocked by what happened in front of him. When did his children run out? Kronos felt that something was wrong and panicked. However, Kronos had been the king of gods for hundreds of years after all. His father's curse made Kronos feel terrified, and now the curse has finally become a reality. Kronos will not give up easily. He roared loudly and fought with his children. At the same time, the Titan gods sleeping on the earth were awakened from their dreams by the thunder and cast their eyes towards the battlefield. It was like the third generation of gods. Sintian and Zeus were in the same camp. Kronos' brothers were also natural allies of the second generation of gods. They shared various powers in the sky and on the earth and ruled the entire vast land. If Kronos was overthrown by his children, then the fate of these titans will not be good, and their rule will definitely come to an end. That's it. The 12 titans, led by Kronos, occupied Mount Atreus and declared war on Zeus, vowing to suppress these new gods again and never give them any chance to resist. And Zeus and the other 6 third-generation gods occupied the sacred Mount Olympus, using it as a base to fight their father. At this time, Kronos was still the king of gods and possessed unparalleled power. However, since the end of the war between Kronos and Uranus, no large-scale wars have broken out on the western continent. The remaining original titans have not been tempered by war, and their strength is generally average. In this war, the 3 generations of gods represented by Zeus are constantly growing. At the beginning, Zeus and others had no way to compete with their father and many original titans. But as time went by, Zeus and his men became more powerful, and gradually formed a situation of competing with the original titans on this continent. But even so, before Zeus became a true god-king, this was already the limit of what he could do. Besides, because of the backhand set by Caius when he created the gods, neither the original titans nor the third-generation gods could really cause harm to their opponents. So although this war was fierce, each time, both sides were beaten to a pulp, which lasted for a full 10 years, but no third-generation gods or original titans suffered fatal damage. Instead, as time passed, Zeus became more and more anxious and unbearable about this stalemate. And in such a stalemate, once both sides can find any power that can affect the occupation, it will directly determine the balance of the scales and push the war to a completely different direction. At this time, Zeus once again remembered the goddess who had helped him on the island 10 years ago. That goddess has incredible power and wisdom that knows everything. Moreover, I can feel that she is not a creation of chaos. If I can get the help of the goddess in this war, then I will definitely end the rule of that old thing Kronos. Such thoughts emerged in Zeus' mind. At the same time, he also thought of what he had promised the goddess 10 years ago. Now it was time to fulfill the promise. Thinking of this, Zeus explained to his brothers and sisters, and when the battle was over, he turned into a huge eagle with white head and black feathers, flapped his wings and secretly left the battlefield. No Titan found Zeus's trace. Taking advantage of the gap between the war with the Titans, Zeus turned into an eagle and quietly left the holy mountain of Olympus. Crossing the vast sea, he came to the familiar sea again. White mist shrouded the sea, and even Zeus's eyes could not penetrate the mist. Unlike the last time, the mist on the sea surface rolled and surged, as if it had sensed Zeus's coming, and a white corridor appeared from it. Zeus took a deep breath. He was a little expectant and a little uneasy, but he stepped into the mist without hesitation. The mist rolled again, and the white corridor disappeared along with Zeus' tall figure. In the island, flowers bloomed, and birds with snow-white feathers spread their wings and soared in the sky. On the edge of the quiet pond, the goddess Ergone, wearing a white dress, sat on a rocking chair woven with vines and flowers, gently stroking the harp in her hand. The soft sound of the harp mixed with the gurgling water. It makes people feel peaceful and relaxed. Zeus stood there, not daring to disturb her. He waited until the sound of the harp gradually faded away before he continued to walk forward to the goddess. The two powerful gods created by different old days met again. There was only a small pond between them. "We meet again." Ergone gently lifted the hair by her ears and looked at the young king of gods in front of her with a gentle look. She smiled and said, "Compared to the last time we met, your power is stronger." It seems that you have gained a lot in the past 10 years. Zeus was silent for a while, and then said, "Thank you for your help. Without the magic potion you gave me, I would not be able to gain the power to compete with the Titans. But now I still can't completely suppress my father." Zeus paused, looked at the goddess holding the harp in front of him, and continued, "Goddess, I still need your help. The war between us and the Titans has lasted for 10 years, but there is still no winner. The Titans cannot cause fatal damage to us, and we cannot completely kill any Titan.
10 years is nothing to us, but in these 10 years of war, the earth cracked, the forest burned, and the rivers and lakes turned into wasteland. If this war continues, even if I can defeat my father in the future, what I inherit from him is just a lifeless wasteland, which is definitely not what I want." Zeus' words were full of worry. "The war has lasted for 10 years, but if it continues like this, I am afraid that there will be no winner for 100 years or 1,000 years. He urgently needs additional help.
And the most suitable one.
It is the goddess who helped him once, Ergone. Although the goddess provided him with kindness when they first met, when Zeus stared at the beautiful goddess in front of him, he could not detect her strength and aura at all, just like facing a beautiful phantom in the mirror.
When they first met, Zeus had just come of age, so it was understandable that he could not detect the true power of the goddess. But now, Zeus was strong enough to compete with his father, the real god King Kronos, and he still could not detect any abnormality when facing the goddess, which was a bit scary. Zeus was a little worried about the purpose of the goddess. But now he had no choice but to come here again. Tick! The cool sea breeze came from afar. The vines were swaying gently, and a drop of clear dew dripped from the green leaves, blending into the pool, causing faint ripples. The goddess raised her head, stared at the young god king across the pool, and said softly, "I don't know if you still remember what you promised me when we first met." "Of course." Zeus said, "As long as you can help me defeat my father, the Tartarus Abyss will open its doors to you." The secret to defeating the god King Kronos is in the Tartarus Abyss. Zeus was actually playing rogue, but the goddess was still not angry, just gently stating a fact. "The Tartarus Abyss?" Zeus was surprised, as if he had thought of something. "Are they the 100-armed giants and one-eyed giants who were once imprisoned in the Tartarus Abyss by my father? They do have terrible power comparable to that of titans and gods, but they may not be willing to obey my orders. After all, in a sense, they are also members of the Titans." "Leave this matter to me," Ergone said. "I will convince those giants, and they will become your helpers." The goddess bowed her head slightly, and her beautiful pupils were hidden in the phantom. The temperament on her body became more and more ethereal. Zeus hesitated a little. He knew too little about the goddess now. He didn't know the true strength of the beautiful goddess in front of him, nor did he know what kind of authority she had, and he didn't even know her name. If he rashly agreed, what kind of consequences would be caused later, Zeus couldn't say. At this time, Zeus had not yet become a true god king and obtained that unparalleled power. In addition, he had always lived in the shadow of his father, so Zeus's character was still quite cautious. But at this time, the goddess exudes the aura of a creator. That was the power of Caius. The golden light flowed on the ground. In an instant, the grass and trees and even the rattan chair behind the goddess seemed to be given life. "Crafts and creation," Zeus murmured. Su Hong plucked wool from Caius twice, and all the wool became nutrients for the goddess' growth. The power of Caius was released from the goddess, making Zeus feel close to her instinctively. He no longer hesitated, nodded and agreed, stretched out his hand and used his power to condense a thunder mark, gently floating on the pool, with lightning flashing, strong winds surging, and in the rustling of leaves, the heads of pythons wrapped with dark red stripes slowly drooped from the lush treetops, and the scarlet eyes stared at Zeus with ill intentions. This is the key to enter the abyss of Tartarus, but it is the abyss of creation and chaos after all. It is very dangerous inside, and there is also the giant dragon Campbell as a guard. Be sure to be careful at that time. Zeus said hurriedly. After finishing the business, he wanted to stay and talk with the goddess, to have a deep communication with her soul, or even better, with her body. As a result, before Zeus could speak, the nine-headed Hydra stared at him. Even after gaining wisdom, the terrible monster could not hide its animal nature, and even Zeus felt really nervous. He did not stay for too long and left quickly before he realized the danger. After seeing Zeus leave, Ergone's slightly frowned brows relaxed. She possesses the power of two creators in her body and has a high starting point, but Ergone does not like to use violence to solve problems. No matter how powerful the power is, it cannot compare to Su Hong and Caius, these two beings from the old days. And in the more complex the situation, wisdom can often play an even more unexpected role. Of course, under the premise that wisdom comes into play. There still needs to be a certain amount of force as a guarantee. Such force can come from oneself, such as natural authority and strong physique. Help can also come from outside, such as Hydra, the Hydra who has just been given wisdom by the goddess, or the 6 titans who are targeted by the goddess. But, obviously, Zeus is now wary of himself. Although in the subsequent conversation, the goddess took the initiative to release part of her aura and authority to regain Zeus's trust. But the follow-up plan may require some small changes. Ergony is not worried about accidents in his plan. After all, the gods involved in the plan are all at the same level as himself or even stronger, so accidents are inevitable. But it's precisely because of this. Things will get more interesting. In any case, the process of executing the plan may change, but the outcome is determined. Ergony raised her hand. Gently caressing the huge body of Hydra, under the comfort of the goddess, Hydra spit out the snake letter comfortably. The dark red stripes on her body exuded the light of burning flames, and her body gradually became smaller. Finally, it turned into a small snake only 2 or 3 feet long, entangled on the goddess's white arm. The goddess shook her head but did not expel the Hydra wrapped around her arm. In terms of time, Hydra is the elder brother of the goddess. But from the creator's perspective, Su Hong gave Hydra life, and the goddess gave him wisdom. The goddess is also one of the creators of Hydra. After fully awakening, Hydra was quite affectionate towards the goddess. The thunder mark suspended on the water pool bloomed with light and was accepted by the goddess. She thought for a while and shot a stream of light towards the sky. Relying on the connection in blood. It didn't take long. Quetzalcoatl, sleeping in the subspace, sensed the call of his sister. After hundreds of years of growth, Quetzalcoatl has received a lot of power of faith, and it is already extraordinary. Especially the Dragonborn's power of faith has made Quetzalcoatl closer to the subspace. Quetzalcoatl at this time. It has been able to freely shuttle through the physical universe with the help of subspace power. From feeling the call of the goddess to appearing above Paradise Island, it only took a few breaths. Accompanied by the soft light and surging breeze, the leaves rustled, and the huge body of the Quetzalcoatl descended from the sky. The bright light radiating from the body of the Quetzalcoatl dyed the surrounding clouds and mist into a light golden color. How about it? Are the plans ready? Quetzalcoatl greeted the goddess, and then noticed the small snake wrapped around the goddess's arm. This is Hydra. Quetzalcoatl was surprised, and the tone of his voice changed somewhat. Hydra, Quetzalcoatl is very familiar. In the years when Hydra was first born, Quetzalcoatl had been actively looking for traces of Hydra, helping him solve many difficult entities to deal with. The sea is, after all, the domain of deep divers. It is precisely because of the help of Quetzalcoatl when it was weak that Hydra was able to grow until now. But, as Hydra comes of age and fully masters her own power, Quetzalcoatl also has to spend more time on his father's dependence and territory, so there are fewer opportunities for the two to meet. However, what Quetzalcoatl didn't expect was, this time we meet. Hydra already has its own intelligence. Of course he was happy for his brother's change, but he also realized that the authority and power his sister had was much stronger than he had imagined. Quetzalcoatl took a deep look at the goddess and did not take the initiative to say anything. On the contrary, Ergony noticed the doubts and shock in Quetzalcoatl's heart. She smiled, still looking weak and harmless, and explained in a soft voice, I found traces of this brother in the sea. After realizing that he might have the same power, I tried to use the power I had to help him, and now it seems that the result is not bad. Quetzalcoatl took a deep look at his sister, but he still had a smile on his face. Anyway, Ergony, it's good for you to think so. I grew up watching Hydra, and he can be where he is today. I am also happy for him. However, our father doesn't like this child very much, so we have to be careful about this in the future. Quetzalcoatl warned. I understand, brother. Ergony nodded, indicating that he had listened. Did you call me here this time because you already got the key? After a simple chat, we finally got back to business. Quetzalcoatl took the initiative to speak, looking at the golden thunder symbol suspended in front of the goddess, feeling the power contained in it, and his expression became more and more serious. That young god king possesses a power that cannot be underestimated. After a while, Quetzalcoatl sighed. Although he is the third generation of God King, in the mythology system created by Caius, the younger the God King, the stronger his power will be. Ergony explained. Such a conclusion is just the goddess's speculation. But the words spoken by the goddess always make people subconsciously convinced.
The most powerful will always be Caius, who is enough to fight with my father without a clear winner.
Quetzalcoatl said, then, since we are ready now, choose when to set off. The sooner the better.
Ergony said, both of them understood the principle of delay. This matter had been decided 10 years ago, and Quetzalcoatl would naturally not refuse. After roughly understanding the plan from the goddess, Quetzalcoatl and the goddess set off together.
They left Paradise Island, entered the western continent.
At this time, the authority of Mordigin, the god of void and cold, came into play again.
The terrifying power that devoured everything gathered around Quetzalcoatl and the goddess, and no aura from them would leak out. Neither the Titans nor the third-generation gods such as Zeus noticed that Quetzalcoatl and Ergony had secretly joined the war.
The Abyss of Tartarus. Created by Caius, the god of chaos, this is a special dimension between the warp and the physical universe. The entrance to the Tartarus Abyss, or the connection point with the physical universe, is located on a huge active volcano in the middle of the western continent. This volcano has a vertical height of at least 4 to 5 kilometers.
Endless black smoke spurts out from the volcano's hole.
Lightning flashes from the black curtain that blocks the sky and the sun, and a deafening thunder bursts out.
It's clearly noon now. But there is no light within thousands of miles around this volcano.
The earth is littered with the corpses of animals or primitive humans. A black, sticky river passes through these corpses, exuding an aura of death. This is the river Styx.
Ergony stopped and looked more solemn.
She explained to her brother, in the legend of the western continent, the Styx is the connecting channel between the abyss and the human world. After death, the soul of a mortal can pass through the Styx
into the abyss. What a powerful force. Quetzalcoatl sighed with emotion.
He saw some humanoid creatures that seemed to be condensed from blood in the dark river Styx, looking toward the sky with malicious eyes, as if they had discovered their traces. Of course, they couldn't escape the Styx's shackles. It just made a roaring sound in the Styx River, and its pure black eyes were full of hatred and negative emotions.
Ergony, you have to be careful. Quetzalcoatl warned, from now on, we may be attacked by some powerful creatures. At the very beginning,
it was the goddess who walked in front of her brother, guiding the way to the entrance to the Tartarus Abyss. However, when faced with danger, Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and stood in front of his sister, with golden pupils looking at the majestic flame mountain in the smokescreen in front of her.
In the impression of Quetzalcoatl,
my sister was born less than 10 years ago, although she has a more powerful talent than me. But in just 10 years.
But he may not be able to fully develop his talents. Moreover, the authority held by Ergony is not focused on combat.
After all kinds of considerations, in the eyes of Quetzalcoatl, his sister was in a position that needed protection. At this time, the Quetzalcoatl was looking around vigilantly. Even with Ergony helping to cover up his aura, he was also prepared for any sudden situation that might occur.
Ergony nodded and stood beside his brother meekly.
As you wish, I will be careful. After a brief exchange of words, the two gods set off again. The strong wind roared beneath their feet, like galloping Pegasus, carrying the two of them into the entrance of the Tartarus Abyss.
Viewed from a distance,
the entrance to the Tartarus Abyss is only about 200 meters in diameter. For a goddess, it is considered vast, but for Quetzalcoatl, which has exceeded 700 meters in size at this time, it seems a bit tight and narrow, and it may not be possible to get in without exerting force.
However, when we actually reached the entrance of the Tartarus Abyss,
only then did I discover that under the influence of the laws of space, the entrance to the Tartarus Abyss continued to expand until it completely covered and obscured Quetzalcoatl's entire field of vision.
The Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and stared at the abyss beneath its feet.
In a trance, it felt like it was staring into the abyss, and it had a terrifying thought of jumping into it and falling continuously.
Such thoughts only lasted for a moment. Quetzalcoatl was freed from the negative effects of the abyss.
Even someone as powerful as Caius cannot achieve the power of creating a plane out of thin air at this time. The Tartarus Abyss is essentially a separated part of the subspace, and is essentially the same.
For hundreds of years.
With the blessing of the power of faith of the Dragonborn, the essence of the Quetzalcoatl is gradually approaching the subspace.
The chaos forces of the warp have little effect on Quetzalcoatl.
After getting rid of the illusion of Tartarus, Quetzalcoatl looked to his side. When he saw the goddess, her eyes were as clear as water, and her beautiful face was calm and peaceful, as if she was not affected by the aura of the abyss at all.
Quetzalcoatl felt a little surprised at first.
But soon, he thought that the goddess's body evolved from the color of the stars. The connection with the subspace was probably unparalleled, and it was normal that she would not be affected by the abyss environment. After confirming that there is no danger, the Quetzalcoatl no longer hesitated, flapped its wings, and accelerated towards the bottomless abyss. The goddess turned into a stream of light and followed closely behind. After entering the abyss, sound, vision, hearing, these senses in the ordinary sense seemed to be gradually being stripped away. Darkness surrounded him from all directions like thick ink, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Quetzalcoatl was not in a hurry. He had already expected it, and he tried his best to release his super sense, and the golden stream of light turned into a field and stretched outwards in the abyss. His power was somewhat suppressed, but the light from the Quetzalcoatl still lit up the environment within a radius of several thousand meters. In the surrounding space, there are countless corpses and strangely deformed stones suspended. Those corpses had been dead for who knows how many years. It is still preserved as vividly as if time was frozen in the moment of death. Quetzalcoatl gently extended his hooked toe and touched the corpse floating in front of him. The corpse was a primitive man more than 10 meters tall, with thick hair and a slightly flat nose. Hundreds of years ago, Quetzalcoatl once followed his creator into the western continent. At that time, he had seen these strange creatures. In the eyes of Quetzalcoatl, these tall primitives were not much different from dragons, and they were a kind of intelligent creatures, which were not unfamiliar to him. He originally thought that these lives were illusions produced in the abyss of Tartarus. However, what surprised Quetzalcoatl was that, the moment his hooked toe touched the corpse of the primitive man, the hairy primitive man suddenly opened his eyes. Those were pure black pupils, emitting the glory of the dead in the domain of Quetzalcoatl. Roar! The primitive man opened his mouth and roared. The huge mouth was full of teeth as sharp as a file, and he opened his mouth and bit towards Quetzalcoatl's fingers. Quetzalcoatl was startled. He punched subconsciously. The primitive man was nearly 15 meters tall, which was considered quite tall in the primitive tribe. But there was still a huge gap compared to the Quetzalcoatl, and their strengths were not proportional at all. Bang! There was a loud noise. The roar of the primitive man stopped abruptly, and the whole person turned into a ball of bloody fireworks. But then, under the influence of the law of the Tartarus abyss, the primitive man who had turned into blood mist gathered together again as if time had gone back. At the same time, roars came from the darkness from all directions. They were discovered. Original inscription, Heavenly Fire. When Quetzalcoatl was surprised, the voice of the goddess Ergani came from the darkness. Along with the sound, there was a bright flame. The golden flame condensed and formed out of thin air above, and then dragged a long tail like a meteor, accelerating and falling from the sky above the Tartarus abyss, burning the resurrected primitive people into pure nothingness. This time, primitive man could not coalesce again. Only the power of my father can resist the rules set by Caius. Looking at the slightly confused expression on his brother's face, Ergani tilted his head slightly and explained with a smile. The originally tense atmosphere relaxed, and Quetzalcoatl nodded. That's it. The war-loving character in Quetzalcoatl seems to have been activated. He opened his mouth, and a ball of flame condensed in his mouth, and then exploded with a thunderous dragon roar, turning into a waterfall of flames that spewed out across the sky. The blazing flames covered every corner within a kilometer radius, and hundreds of barbarians were burned to ashes. Seeing that Quetzalcoatl is trending upward, Ergani hurriedly persuaded, the purpose of our coming here is not to fight these undead monsters, and this is the chaotic space created by Caius. We cannot stay here for too long. All right. Quetzalcoatl restrained the desire to fight in his heart. He nodded. Being persuaded by his sister made the eldest son feel a little ashamed, but Quetzalcoatl was still very clear about priorities. He used flames to burn the monsters in front of him and tear open a passage. Then he called for the strong wind, carrying the two of them forward at a faster speed. With the intrusion of Quetzalcoatl and the goddess, the originally peaceful Tartarus abyss boiled like a cauldron of oil. At the beginning, there were primitive people, and then we encountered all kinds of strange creatures. There are giants hundreds of meters tall, dragons with wingspans exceeding a kilometer, and even powerful deep divers and dragonborns, etc. These guardians are no match for Quetzalcoatl. The feathered serpent tried its best to release its power. The elemental powers that can be seen everywhere in nature, such as fire, thunder and wind, were condensed by the feathered serpent into a natural disaster that destroyed everything. The guards who resisted in front of them were mercilessly crushed by the Quetzalcoatl. The walk lasted about half an hour. A huge shadow curtain appeared in front of him. This shadow curtain fell from the sky and was boundless.
Even if Quetzalcoatl released all its senses, it could not detect the end of the shadow. In a trance, this curtain seemed to vertically lift the entire Tartarus abyss from top to bottom. It split into two halves. There are 3 black curtains in the Tartarus abyss, symbolizing different levels. The further down you go, the stronger the sense of oppression. We should be at the shallowest level of the Tartarus abyss now, and the 6 titans he is imprisoned in the lowest level of the Tartarus abyss. Ergony explained. She possesses part of the original power of Caius, as well as the wisdom and authority of the star color. Although the current goddesses are not all-knowing, many secret goddesses on the eastern and western continents know something about them, including even the weaknesses and flaws of the gods. The abyss of Tartarus is more dangerous than Quetzalcoatl imagined. However, now that the choice has been made, and having come this far, Quetzalcoatl would not choose to retreat easily. Let's keep moving forward. Quetzalcoatl took a deep breath, and became faster. The light on its body seemed to turn into a blazing torch, and it hit the shadow curtain in front of it without looking back. Bang! It felt like flying at high speed and rushing into the sea. After passing through the curtain, you can immediately feel that the pressure around you has increased a lot. The darkness in the space is like a living thing fighting against the flames of the Quetzalcoatl. Every tiny movement requires extra physical effort to fight against the surrounding environment. Quetzalcoatl felt obvious pressure. However, at this time, he has also discovered his own strength and talent, which can be said to be different from what he used to be. In just a few seconds, Quetzalcoatl has adapted to the environment in the second curtain and continues to accelerate forward. In the second shadow curtain, it can be clearly noticed that the number of watchers in the surrounding environment is much smaller. There are only a few here and there. Even under pressure from the external environment, those guardians were no match for the Quetzalcoatl. They were rudely knocked away by the Quetzalcoatl, and then rushed into the second curtain. Then there is the third and fourth path. The number of guardians behind each curtain will plummet, but their strength in all aspects, including their size, will be significantly improved. It wasn't until he passed through the fourth curtain that Quetzalcoatl stopped slightly. He flapped his wings and hovered in midair. The boss's eyes widened, looking incredulous. No wonder Quetzalcoatl was surprised. In front of him was a figure as huge and fiery as the Doomsday Volcano. It was an evil dragon with huge wings like a canopy of flames growing on its back. The monster was over 1 kilometer tall and covered with armor as thick as molten metal. Its fiery breath hit its face. The most important thing was that this monster possessed hundreds of heads, densely packed, hang down from the sky. Each eye exuded a bloodthirsty and crazy light, and each mouth was constantly swallowing saliva. A hot breath like a wildfire emanated from the monster. The entire Tartarus abyss was shrouded in the purgatory-like light and heat, and behind the monster, in the blazing flames, stood 6 huge portals. The 6 titans, the purpose of Quetzalcoatl and the goddess Ergony's trip, were imprisoned in these brass prisons, and they were crying and shouting. The warden of the Tartarus abyss. The 100-headed dragon, camp. This guy, Quetzalcoatl grinned, and the sudden change from extreme darkness to extreme light made him somewhat uncomfortable. The terrible sense of oppression emanating from the giant dragon camp made his muscles tense all over his body, and the beautiful feathers covering his body stood up uncontrollably at this time. This was the second. What surprised Quetzalcoatl the most was that on the giant dragon camp, Quetzalcoatl sensed his extremely familiar breath. This monster, could it be? Quetzalcoatl looked at his sister. In Quetzalcoatl's peripheral vision, the goddess Ergony also had a serious expression. She noticed the gaze from her brother, nodded sternly and said, "You guessed right, this monster was indeed created from my father's flesh and blood. How is this possible?" The thoughts in his heart were confirmed by the goddess, making Quetzalcoatl extremely shocked. "Although I feel very sorry that I was not able to witness the war that broke out more than 500 years ago." Ergony explained calmly, "However, logically speaking, since our creator can steal the god of chaos, the power of Caius was used to create me. Then, it should be a matter of course that Caius, the god of chaos, can use his father's power to create even more powerful monsters. It's crazy." After listening to the goddess's analysis, Quetzalcoatl's eyes widened. He looked at the 100-headed dragon camp in front of him. Only pure evil and destructive power emanated from that huge monster. "What a blasphemy!" Quetzalcoatl repeated. His mood had always been calm, but at this moment he felt uncontrollable anger rising in his heart. "I cannot allow my father's power to be desecrated, even if the other party is the powerful god of chaos." Quetzalcoatl's voice became deeper and deeper. As his voice echoed in this dark space, terrifying thunder came from him. It emitted outwards, sizzling and chopping on those huge brass cages.
The terrifying thunder was enough to melt the steel made by the gods.
Boom!
It seems that he feels the powerful pressure emanating from the Quetzalcoatl.
The 100-headed dragon camp immediately counterattacked. He opened his mouth.
Rays of crimson light condensed in the dragon's mouth full of sharp fangs, and turned into unstable dark red energy lightballs within a few breaths.
Laugh!
The energy of the sphere was gathered to the limit and exploded instantly. A bunch of extremely terrifying energy beams exuding destructive power surrounded him from all directions.
Quetzalcoatl has a huge body.
But having mastered the power of the wind, he was not slow. If we go by the usual rules, if an attack like this has a long charging time, even if the attack frequency is relatively dense in an instant, Quetzalcoatl can easily dodge it.
However, the environment here is different from the outside world. Hundreds of beams.
Densely packed, falling from the sky like raindrops. The destructive power contained in it made Quetzalcoatl change his face slightly. He flapped his wings, trying to speed up and escape from the darkness.
But right now,
Quetzalcoatl saw the playful look in the giant dragon camp's scarlet pupils.
Not good.
Quetzalcoatl's heart was agitated, and he had a premonition that something bad was going to happen.
In an instant, the darkness shrouding the surroundings seemed to come alive.
Like thousands of cold poisonous snakes, crawling back and forth close to the body of Quetzalcoatl, a cold and numb feeling appears on the skin and then quickly penetrates deep into the muscles and internal organs, and follows the flow of blood taken into every corner of the body.
Boom!
Terrible thunder erupted from the body of the Quetzalcoatl.
He was freed from the cold bondage. But it's too late now.
Those scarlet breaths full of destructive power were less than 100 meters away from the Quetzalcoatl.
Although this kind of breath takes a long time to accumulate energy, it flies in the air very quickly.
In such a short period of time, the Quetzalcoatl has no time to dodge.
This is bad. The Quetzalcoatl shrinks its slender body into a spherical shape.
The muscles all over his body were tense.
If you can't avoid it, you can only choose to resist.
Feeling the destructive power contained in the breath of the giant dragon camp, Quetzalcoatl himself felt uneasy, not sure whether he could resist at such a close distance.
Nothingness transfer. Just at the critical moment,
the goddess Ergone's figure like the sound of heaven sounded around Quetzalcoatl. Oval-shaped cracks appeared around the Quetzalcoatl's body, just in front of those breaths. The dragon camp's breath was absorbed and transferred by the magic released by Ergone. Then the same crack appeared behind the dragon camp.
Dense breath burst out from it, and the same attack was twisted and reversed, landing on the giant dragon camp. Boom!
Blood-red smoke like a volcanic eruption ignited from the body of the dragon camp. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh and blood.
The giant dragon camp let out a howl of pain.
This was an attack he was proud of, but he didn't expect that it would be twisted by Ergone's authority, and it would come to him completely. Even the giant dragon Kanpei, even though Pei's strong body was unable to withstand this force, he was severely injured in an instant, and countless scraps of broken flesh fell from the sky like raindrops. The entire deepest part of the Tartarus abyss was stained with a faint blood red.
Are you okay?
Ergone appeared around Quetzalcoatl at the right time, with a faint stream of light covering her long golden hair, like a majestic Valkyrie.
Thanks to you this time. Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings and said to his sister with some fear, Father's power is indeed strong.
That guy's breath is very powerful. If it weren't for you, I would have been seriously injured in the encounter just now.
Looking at the bloody dragon camp,
Quetzalcoatl estimated that if such a powerful breath fell on him, his condition would definitely not be much better. This is the authority obtained from Mordigin. By swallowing the power of the outside world and releasing it, it can achieve the effect of diverting the opponent's energy attack. Ergone explained, however, such a little trick can only be used once. If the other party is wary, it may be difficult to be effective.
It doesn't matter, just leave the rest of the battle to me, Quetzalcoatl said confidently.
Although I suffered a small loss during the fight just now, it was because of my unfamiliarity with the environment. Quetzalcoatl is still very confident in his own strength, and this time he is fighting side by side with his sister. Quetzalcoatl also has a lot of anger in his heart, and he doesn't want to lose face in front of his sister.
Roar!
The Quetzalcoatl had just finished speaking. The roar of the 100-headed dragon camp came from the abyss. It was covered in blood, and its originally beautiful scales, like molten metal, had been blown apart.
There were burnt marks on the exposed flesh, and it looked terrible.
However, the injuries on his body also completely activated the violent factor in Camp's bloodline.
Desire for destruction coursed through the monster's veins. He became more dangerous. The blazing fire expanded on the giant dragon camp, and the rich and viscous flames flowed in the void like molten lava. One after another, thick and huge dragon heads opened their bloody mouths and bit at the Quetzalcoatlus from all directions and corners. Before the Quetzalcoatl could finish his words, it was directly knocked into a deeper darkness by the monster. Whether it's the giant dragon camp or the Quetzalcoatl, they are all huge monsters with a body length of hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters. They are natural disaster monsters like giant mountain peaks. When they walk on the earth, they are enough to make the ground rumble and tremble. But the darkness in the abyss of Tartarus is boundless and encompasses everything. The two fought together. Then she was completely swallowed up by the surging darkness in the Tartarus abyss. The goddess stood on the upper level of the abyss, looking at the battlefield, but could only see the rolling fog. Looking at the Quetzalcoatl suddenly disappearing from his side. The goddess was speechless. Don't know what to say. However, although the battle seemed extremely fierce, the goddess was not too worried about her brother's safety. A large part of Quetzalcoatl's power comes from the evil god Jagu. In addition to controlling thunder, Jagula's most powerful thing is his almost immortal vitality. The strength of Camp and Quetzalcoatl is evenly matched. In a short time, it is estimated that there will be no winner. Sure enough, things happened just as the goddess expected. A few minutes later, darkness rolled, and golden thunder and blazing fire simultaneously penetrated the black mist shrouding the Tartarus abyss. Accompanied by the violent wind that smelled slightly of blood, the Quetzalcoatl flapped its wings, flew out of the abyss, and landed next to the goddess Elgani. I was attacked by that guy just now, but luckily I'm better. Quetzalcoatl said hard. The hard power of Quetzalcoatl is still higher than that of the giant dragon camp, but this is the opponent's home court, and it is really difficult to tell the difference between the two. At this time, Quetzalcoatlus didn't look in very good condition. It was dirty all over, and the feathers on its abdomen and wings had fallen off in large areas. Dark red bloodstains could even be seen in some places, but I didn't know where it was. Did the bloodstains come from Quetzalcoatlus or from the giant dragon camp? Elder brother. Ergani took a deep breath and looked at the Quetzalcoatl's attitude of getting braver and more courageous as he fought, gradually forgetting himself. She hurriedly said, "That monster is our common enemy. How can I let you charge forward alone? No need." The Quetzalcoatl waved its wings and spit out a fireball shrouded in thick smoke. Someone from above said, "It's just a monster created by the power of chaos. I can suppress it by myself. Then, please allow me to offer you some small help." Ergani was really worried. Moreover, this is the territory created by Caius, the god of chaos. They are outsiders. If they stay here for a long time, additional changes may occur. All right. Seeing his sister's insistence, Quetzalcoatl nodded and agreed. Immediately afterwards, countless golden lights like fireflies emitted from the goddess's body. The light spread outwards and turned into a faint stardust, completely surrounding the Quetzalcoatl. The sonorous sound of millions of soldiers fighting each other sounded from the void, and the majestic golden armor covered the slender body of the feathered serpent dragon piece by piece, making a loud snapping sound. The cool and soft feeling filled the feathered serpent's will, and his perception was greatly enhanced. It intuitively felt like the flow of time was slowing down. The fire in his body became even hotter as if a handful of hot oil had been poured on it. Golden flames spurted out from the gaps in the armor like a rainbow, turning into a cloak of flames thousands of meters long behind Quetzalcoatl, and a bright sun seemed to appear in the eternally dark Tartarus abyss. The black mist was dispersed, revealing the frightened and uncertain figure of Camp, the hundred-headed dragon. Roar! The Quetzalcoatl let out a hearty roar. The help of the goddess Elgani was immediate, and it felt like returning to the familiar sky realm from the dark and lightless sea in an instant. The heavy burden on my body disappeared without a trace at this time. Unparalleled power flows through the veins. Quetzalcoatl couldn't help but look sideways at Ergani beside him, which meant, "You called us some small help?" Ergani seemed not to see the confusion in Quetzalcoatl's pupils, and just whispered, "We have to hurry up. I feel like someone is approaching the Tartarus abyss." "No problem." Quetzalcoatl's voice was low, and all the injuries on his body were healed. He said confidently, "Leave this place to me." Boom! The battle between the two begins again. The difference is that after getting help from the goddess, even if the giant dragon camp occupies a favorable position, it seems unable to fight back under the violent attack of the Quetzalcoatl.
Amidst the deafening roar, roller-like wind blades, violent thunder, and meteor-like fire showers fell from the sky, filling every corner of the Tartarus abyss.
The battle has just begun. The dragon camp was completely suppressed in the corner, and could only be beaten. His huge body like a volcano was torn apart inch by inch, his scales exploded, and blood spurted out. However, in the next moment, he was turned into powder by the violent thunder, and then his internal organs and bones were cruelly obliterated. This is the war between the great beasts of old. Under the influence of extremely powerful vitality on both sides, every inch of flesh and blood on the other side can only be completely wiped out. Only in this way can we kill each other in a real sense.
Kemp fought back in anger, desperately. He had 100 heads, which was indeed an advantage in close combat.
Even Quetzalcoatl could not completely avoid Kemp's attack. Unfortunately,
the hastily launched attack, whether it was an energy beam or sharp claws, could not penetrate the golden armor created by the goddess even if it fell on Quetzalcoatl. Instead, Kemp himself was dizzy by the recoil force, and scarlet blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth and teeth.
Your blasphemous life is over. Finally, Quetzalcoatl found a flaw. Suddenly it soared into the air, and then accelerated downwards.
The broad wings covered with gorgeous feathers swept across like a long sword, and the sharp sword was painted with scarlet, like a reed flower blooming in autumn.
Puff! The head of the 100-headed dragon Kemp was cut open.
Driven by the huge heart, the hot blood gushed out of his body like a volcanic eruption. The goddess made the final blow just in time. In the low sound of the spell, the sticky darkness turned into substance and appeared under the body of the dragon Kemp, dragging its broken body into it, and finally sealed it in a small black stone.
The power carried by the dragon Kemp may be of benefit to you.
Ergony handed the stone to the panting Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl was about to refuse, but after seeing the clear and serious pupils of the goddess, he panted and thanked her, and stored it in the interlayer of his feathers.
Thank you very much.
Quetzalcoatl's eyes were filled with light, and he did not choose to refuse, accepting the crystal that sealed the giant dragon Kemp.
The bloodline of the giant dragon Kemp also has Su Heng's power.
It was the divine substance that Caius quietly collected from the battlefield during the war more than 500 years ago, just like Su Heng collected Caius' wool.
Caius was actually trying to catch Su Heng's attention.
The birth of the 100-headed dragon Kemp came from such an experiment. The corpse of the beast dragon Kemp is of great use to Quetzalcoatl, bringing him closer to his creator.
Then, the main event comes next. Quetzalcoatl took a deep breath.
The injuries on his body were constantly healing, and Jacula's authority was exerting its influence, allowing Quetzalcoatl to return to its peak state again in a short period of time.
In front of him, huge cages stood in the darkness.
The cage made of brass looks extremely hard, thousands of meters high, like mountains covered by shadows, giving it an indestructible feeling. In these cages, the 6 giant descendants of Uranus, the god of heaven, and Gaia, the Earth Mother, are imprisoned.
As long as these cages can be broken, the giants can be released. Quetzalcoatl said as he started to take action.
He stretched out his claws.
Hold the vertical iron rod of the cage firmly.
The muscles slowly tightened and they were pulled apart forcefully on both sides.
The brass cage in front of them was shaking violently.
In the cage, the poor Titan had been imprisoned for hundreds of years. Not long after he was born, he was caught by the second-generation god King Cronus and thrown into this hellish place.
From then on, freedom was lost.
The Titans have bodies that are not inferior to the gods, but their minds are like those of children. At this time, when he saw someone rescuing him outside, he immediately started crying loudly. The buzzing sound was like thunder rolling in the dark clouds.
At close range, even a powerful body like Quetzalcoatl was too much to bear. Damn it!
Quetzalcoatl worked hard for a long time, but the railing in front of him was only slightly deformed. If the time is long enough, Quetzalcoatl may be able to dismantle these cages with its own strength.
It's a pity. This is the realm created by Caius.
There is a powerful chaos god sleeping in the Tartarus abyss, and the Titans from the outside world have probably discovered the changes that have occurred in the Tartarus abyss.
The goddess Ergony and Quetzalcoatl did not have much time left.
There is no time to waste any more here.
Actually, think about it too. If these cages were not hard enough, how could they possibly hold those powerful Titans? We've come this far, are we going to return without success?
Quetzalcoatl whispered in distress. He was thinking of a way, but he was getting more and more anxious.
Click. At this time,
he heard a slight noise coming from beside him, turned around and saw that the goddess's divine power turned into a huge palm, holding a gleaming key, and it opened a cage in front of him. In the cage, a cyclops several hundred meters tall was imprisoned.
The cyclops looks extremely ugly.
The skin all over his body is as rough and uneven as rock bark.
His back is high and protruding. The messy facial features on his deformed head are clustered together like graffiti.
However, compared with the ugly appearance, this cyclops was quite well behaved. After escaping from the cage, it did not make a fuss or attack the goddess or Quetzalcoatl.
Just standing quietly in the void.
We can use the key to open the shackles on the cage. Looking at Quetzalcoatl's dull expression, Ergony thought for a while and tried to explain in a calm voice.
Quetzalcoatl was suddenly speechless. After unlocking the first cage, the goddess used her divine power to create the second key.
With the help of the Cyclops, the cage in front of Quetzalcoatl was also opened, and the 100-armed giant, which was taller and uglier in appearance, walked out of the burning brass cage.
All the Tartarus abyss trembled beneath his feet. Why did these giants suddenly become quiet? Quetzalcoatl felt a little surprised. When seeing myself, these monsters were not so easy to talk to. They were so noisy that even Quetzalcoatl couldn't stand the loud noises.
As a result, after coming out of the cage, they fell silent one by one, like the Emperor's loyal guards. I modified their consciousness and made them quiet. Ergony tapped his head lightly with his finger, and then said calmly, however, this is the limit of what I can do now. These giants are very powerful, and I can only do it in a short time.
Control 2. What about the remaining giants? Quetzalcoatl asked.
The powerful ability of the goddess made Quetzalcoatl feel a little incredible, but at the same time, the power displayed by the giants also made Quetzalcoatl feel excited.
If he just gave up the remaining giants. To be honest, Quetzalcoatl must be a little unwilling. We must learn to give up properly before we have enough strength.
Ergony said, leave these giants to those who come later. As soon as she finished speaking,
a terrible breath surged again in the Tartarus abyss.
Dark clouds rolled in, and a terrible giant was approaching the deepest part of the Tartarus abyss. The entire Tartarus abyss was turned upside down by this monster. It's the god king Kronos. Quetzalcoatl's face changed slightly. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the god king of the western continent could be so powerful, and was definitely not weaker than some of the old ones.
We have completed our mission very well. Let's leave here first.
The arrival of god king Kronos. The goddess seemed to have expected it long ago, and there was no emotion on her beautiful face. She waved her hand, and 4 different keys appeared in the hands of the 100-armed giant. The 100-armed giant waved his thick arms and opened all the cages.
At the same time,
the goddess once again called on her wisdom and power. It is quite difficult to put shackles on these crazy titans. However, it would be easy to make these titans, who were already extremely crazy because of hundreds of years of imprisonment, even crazier. Under the influence of wisdom and authority, the hatred for Kronos was awakened, and the anger of revenge was completely filled in the brains of these giants.
Who dared to kill my guardian? In the black fog,
the god king Kronos finally arrived, but he was still a step too late. The giants' rationality had been completely wiped out by the goddess, and a huge catastrophe was about to sweep the entire western continent.
A little stuck, the next chapter will be updated later.